Xiao Hai waved his hand. Quat, you're too kind, Mrs. Laura. This is an equal exchange. You don't owe me anything. Quat. Laura bitterly smiled. How could she not owe him anything? Although the 5-colored magical beast eggs were considered precious, they were still far from being comparable to the unique ancient magic equipment on the continent. Quat, Miss Laura, Xiao Hai said to Laura seriously, I hope that even if you use this pet bead in the future, you can't tell anyone that I gave it to you. Is that okay? Laura nodded. Quat, don't worry, sir. I won't tell anyone. But if one day Laura is hunted down because of the pet bead, please save me. Quat. Xiao Hai could not help but laugh when he heard Laura's words. He knew that she was just joking, not to mention their relationship. Even Kun Zheng was not someone that ordinary people could offend. Coupled with her status as a member of the Magedel family, there were not many people on the continent who would dare to go against her so brazenly. There was a bit of writer's block, but there wouldn't be a lack of updates. Favorites, clicks, recommendations couldn't be lacking either. Otherwise, the chicken would bite you. Laura sat in her carriage and carefully examined the peach core in her hand. She really couldn't find anything special about it. It looked like a round iron ball with a small white dot on it. Heir looked at the small ball carefully. To be honest, if Xiao Hai had not lied to them, Heir would not have believed that such a thing existed on the mainland. After a long while, Laura put away the magical peach core and let out a long breath. She looked at Heir and said with a smile, What's wrong? Are you surprised? Nicole nodded. Quite yes, I didn't expect such a thing to exist. Miss, who do you think sir is? How can he give away an ancient magic item so easily? Lola smiled bitterly and said, Now, I really don't know where you came from. I've never heard of anyone like you on the continent. It's impossible for someone like you to not have a bit of fame on the continent. But the strange thing is that I've never heard of anyone like you on the continent. Isn't this too strange? Miss, what do you mean? Heir frowned. Lola shook her head and said, I don't know what to say either. There are too many things about sir that we don't know about. I don't want to ask about it now, as that would be too disrespectful to sir. Anyway, sir is our ally now. We just have to do what sir asked us to do and use the things that sir produces to open our red spider lily shop throughout the entire Versailles Duchy. That's enough. Quat. After saying that, Heir couldn't help but smile. She turned to Laura and said, My lady, our shops have been open to almost every corner of the entire Versailles Duchy. Does this mean that the family will not come and find trouble with us anymore? Nicole was Laura's maid. Usually when young ladies got married, they would be part of the dowry. Therefore, Heir was very concerned about Laura's future. Of course, there were exceptions. If Laura married Heir off before she got married, Heir would not be part of the dowry. However, this situation was very rare. A girl like Neil was either sold by her master or a servant. For a young lady of a great noble, she could use a maid from her own family without any worries. She could even be her helper. How could they give up such a person? Laura looked at Heir and bitterly smiled. My silly Heir, you're thinking too simply. Don't look at how big our situation is. In the eyes of the family, we are nothing. We just have some more bargaining chips to negotiate with them. After all, the situation here in Versailles was created by us. They can't stand it if they want to touch us. Nicole heaved a sigh of relief. Quat, that's good. Miss, why don't you consider Mr. Xiao Hai? He is so capable and has such a good temper. He is also kind. He will definitely treat you well in the future. Quat. Laura looked at Heir and smiled. Little girl, have you taken a fancy to sir? Is that why you want me to marry him? No, miss, you're always talking nonsense, said Heir, blushing. Lola chuckled and said to Heir, Little girl, things won't be that simple. The people around teacher are so strong and have so many good things in their hands, but they still don't dare to show their true faces. This means that teacher must be an extremely powerful enemy, so powerful that even with teacher's strength, he doesn't dare to easily face them. If I really do marry teacher, I'm afraid that it will be even more dangerous than now. Heir was stunned for a moment. She then looked at Laura and said with a smile, So you've thought about marrying Mr. Xiao Hai? He, Miss said she never thought about it. You're lying. Lola rolled her eyes at Nicole but didn't say anything. She didn't know why, but she had really thought about this problem. Maybe she had heard too much about this from Nicole these days, so she had this thought. Xiao Hai didn't have time to care about Laura's thoughts. To be honest, he was a little anxious. Boff had been in the rotten corpse swamp for more than a month and had not come out yet. Food and water were a problem. Xiao Hai really didn't understand how Boff lived in the swamp. Almost all the plants in the swamp were poisonous. How did he survive for more than a month? Could he not eat or drink? I've never heard of a combatant of the 9th rank being able to skip meals. Although Xiao Hai had already started to improve the land near the Iron Mountain Castle, he did not dare to do too much. So far, he had only managed to improve about 1,000 mu of land, which was already a lot. The population of the Iron Mountain Castle was not large, so they could not grow too much land. Luckily, Xiao Hai had a lot of scaled wildebeest. With the help of these scaled wildebeest, the slaves were able to handle the workload. Moreover, they were only planting ordinary vegetables, so it was not very tiring. Xiao Hai didn't turn them into zombies. Although zombies were very useful, Xiao Hai wasn't a true black magician. He still preferred living creatures. As soon as Laura left Rocky Mountain, Xiao Hai immediately brought the bags of magical plant seeds into the space. Green and the others naturally followed. They also wanted to know if the space could be upgraded this time. As soon as they entered the space, they heard a prompt from the space. Quat Quat discovered plant seed, identifying seed. Seed is a vegetable type seed, evaluated as a level 15 plant. Extracting seed, transforming seed into data, can be purchased in the space store. Quat. Quat discovered plant seed, identifying seed. Seed is a vegetable type seed, evaluated as a level 15 plant. Extracting seed, transforming seed into data, can be purchased in the space store. Quat. There were 5 such notifications in a row. After the notifications, the realm said, Quat, due to the discovery of a new plant, the space has met the upgrade requirements. It has been upgraded to level 11 and new land can be cultivated. 10 mu of land costs 3,000 gold coins. The level and gold coins have met the requirements. Do you want to cultivate it immediately? This was what Xiao Hai was waiting for. Furthermore, he did not lack money now. In addition to the land that would be reclaimed this time, he would have 10 mu of land. He did not hesitate and immediately said, start cultivating immediately. A white light flashed and 10 acres of land appeared in the space. Grim and the others looked at the 10 acres of land and didn't know what to say. Just like that, 10 acres of land had been added, which was not a small amount. Xiao Hai didn't expect that after level 10, he could reclaim 10 acres of land with every level up. This was a pleasant surprise. Xiao Hai looked at the 10 acres of land and thought for a moment. He then turned to Jilin and said, Grandpa Grim, I want to plant these 5 types of magic vegetables on this 10 acres of land. What do you think? Green was jolted back to his senses by Xiao Hai's words. He looked at the 10 acres of land and the vegetable seeds in Xiao Hai's hands. He nodded and said, Quite okay, we'll plant these magic vegetables. After they are produced, we can store some for ourselves and ask Mrs. Laura to sell them for us when there is enough. I didn't expect to get 10 acres of land this time. It seems that we have to find a way to upgrade the space as soon as possible. Quat. Xiao Hai and the others nodded. With a thought, the 10 mu of land was planted with the 5 kinds of vegetables. Xiao Hai planted 2 mu of vegetables each and finished planting them in a short while. After planting the 10 acres of land, Xiao Hai and the others took the box with the mystic beast egg to the farm. The blue-eyed rabbits were still being raised in the farm, and there were only a few wind-chasing horses in the origin space. Xiao Hai had kept the wind-chasing horses in his inner space. In the past, no matter where they went, they would ride the undead creatures. However, if they wanted to go to a place like Cass City, they couldn't enter the city on the undead creatures. In the end, they had to walk, which was very inconvenient. Moreover, although the scaled wildebeest had been improved, it wasn't very fast. For convenience's sake, Xiao Hai had kept a few wind-chasing horses. Although the xenomorphs were faster than the swift wind horses, Xiao Hai still decided to use the wind horses more instead of the xenomorphs. The xenomorphs were too easy to use and they could easily be struck by lightning. Xiao Hai also knew about the design of Laura's carriage. To be honest, he was really envious. In the past, he could only look at it, but now it was different. Now that he had money, he could get a carriage like Laura's. Even if it was different, couldn't be too bad. Xiao Hai, Green, and the others had just brought the box into the farm when they heard a notification from the farm. Quat new animal discovered. Animal is a biochemical combat beast. It can absorb energy to survive and can assist humans in fighting. It has a weakness in its combat power. It can only absorb pure energy and cannot be upgraded. It can improve its weakness. Biochemical beast can absorb any form of ability. It can be upgraded. It can extract animals and transform them into data. It can be purchased from the space store. Quat. Then the system announcement came again. Quat, due to the discovery of a new animal, the ranch has been upgraded to level 3. You can now domesticate 100 more animals. Quat, after that, there was no more sound. Xiao Hai, on the other hand, was very happy. He immediately placed the 5 eggs in the incubation circle at the farm. After a while, the eggs cracked one after another, and a fluffy little thing crawled out of the egg. Xiao Hai was stunned when he saw the little things, because he realized that they looked like 5 chicks of different colors. Xiao Hai looked at the 5 chicks and muttered, how can it be a little chickling? Is there anyone who uses a chicken as a magical beast? Hearing Xiao Hai's words, Jilin couldn't help but laugh. He said to Xiao Hai, young master, that's not a chicken, but an eagle-type magical beast. It's much more powerful than a chicken. Although it's not as powerful as a magical beast, it can transform into armor or weapons, and it can fly. It can also communicate with its master's mind, and can be used as a scout in the air. I didn't expect Miss Laura to send 5 eagle-type magical beasts this time. Eagle-type magical beasts are very rare. Add, click, recommend, not a single one less. Otherwise, you'll be waiting to enter the rotten corpse swamp. Xiao Hai didn't expect that these 5 little chicklings were actually eagle-type beasts. He turned to look at Green and said, Grandpa Green, are you sure you're not mistaken? Grim smiled. Quad, I can't be wrong, young master. This is an eagle-type beast. There are no chicken-type beasts among the beasts. Only eagle-type beasts can fly in the sky. At this time, the chicks had already run out and were pecking around on the grass. They seemed to be quite healthy. However, Grim frowned and said, Quat, that's not right. Magical beasts can't eat anything. They can only eat things that contain strong magical elements. Why are these a little different? Xiao Hai smiled. Quat, it's fine. Didn't the realm just say that it made improvements to them? I think that's what it's talking about. Quat. Grim thought for a moment and nodded. Quat, it seems so. This is good. With these magical beasts, we can mass-produce magical beasts. Xiao Hai smiled. Quat, that's right, but we can't get too many. For now, we should focus on raising blue-eyed rabbits. When the farm in the mine really produces blue-eyed rabbits, we'll raise other things in the origin space. Jerlin nodded. Xiao Hai and the others returned to the villa in the realm. After sitting down, Xiao Hai turned to Jerlin and said, Quat, Grandpa Grim, I'm going to wait for Boff to come out before we go into the rotten corpse swamp. No matter what, we have to solve the problem in the rotten corpse swamp. Quat. Grim frowned. Quat, young master, I'm afraid this won't be easy to solve. For so many years, countless experts have entered the corpse swamp, but not many have ever come out alive. Although young master has the space, it's impossible to solve it. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded. Quat, I've never thought of completely solving the problem in the corpse swamp. I just don't want to let the monster horde break out from time to time. This time, Baff came out from there. As long as we kill him, we can find out more about the situation inside. This should allow us to enter the deeper parts of the corpse swamp. Quat. Grim thought for a moment and nodded his head. Quat, that's good too. If we can't solve the problem at the rotten corpse swamp, the black soil wasteland will never be safe. Quat. Grim was becoming more and more confident in the realm. He believed that even if there was something terrifying in the rotten corpse swamp, Xiao Hai's safety would not be a problem as long as the realm was there. This was the main reason why he agreed to let Xiao Hai go to the rotten corpse swamp. Merlin smiled. Quat, I heard that there are many plants in the decaying swamp that can't be found anywhere else on the continent. If that's the case, young master's subspace can be upgraded again. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded and smiled. Quat, that's right. Xiao Zui and the others have already collected quite a lot of things this time. I believe that by the time they bring them back, the interspace will be able to be upgraded again. By then, the area will be even larger. Jerlin nodded. He looked out of the window of the villa and said in a deep voice, Quat, as long as the area of the space is bigger, we will have more capital. At that time, no one will be able to bully us. Quat. Just as Xiao Hai was about to nod, he suddenly froze. He turned to say to Green, Quat, Grandpa Green, Xiao Zui just sent back a message. Boff has come out of the swamp and he seems to be severely injured. Quat. Jerlin was stunned for a moment before he turned to Xiao Hai and said, Quat, quick, ask Xiao Zui how badly Boff's injuries are. It'll take a few more days before he reaches the black soil wasteland. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded his head and immediately asked Xiao Zui about it. He then turned to say to Jilin, Quat, Xiao Zui said that his injuries seem to be quite serious. He can't even fly. It looks like he'll need about 2 days before he can come out of the swamp. Quat. Clint nodded and said, that's just right. We have enough time. We'll stop him on the mountain. Young master, take a look. Those magical beasts will mature in a few days. With these magical beasts, we don't have to be afraid of Boff even if he can fly. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded and appeared in the farm. He looked at the few mythical beasts. They were all level 10 animals. They took 15 hours to mature and could lay eggs once every 8 hours. They could lay 5 eggs at a time, so they could lay 5 eggs in total. In other words, in about 2 days, it was enough for them to grow up, and they could raise about 100 magical beasts. These magical beasts could mature into their spawning period, and there should be no problem for them to fight. The animals in the interspace were considered mature when they reached the egg-laying period. However, they could only be stored in the warehouse after the number of eggs laid by the interspace had passed. Before they reached the maturity period set by the interspace, they could not be stored in the warehouse. Of course, the newly born babies were the exception. The babies could be stored in the warehouse. Seeing this result, Xiao Hai was relieved. 100 of the improved eagle-type beasts should be able to force an injured level 9 expert down from the sky. After Xiao Hai told Green about the results, he was very happy. They immediately went to the Iron Mountain Castle to deal with Boff. For the sake of safety, Grim had personally made a trip to Cass City to buy a few strong bows. Although 9th-rank combatants could fly, they couldn't fly too high. As long as they used a strong bow, they would be shot. However, no one on the continent dared to use a bow against a 9th-rank combatant. That was equivalent to seeking death. At the same time, Xiao Hai called back the people from Rocky Mountain, including the magical beasts that had been placed on guard in the Black Wasteland. This time they were going to deal with a 9th-rank expert. Although he was injured, he was still a 9th-rank expert. He couldn't be underestimated. 2 days passed quickly. Xiao Hai had 100 mature, eagle-type phantom beasts in his interspace. When they grew up, they looked completely different from the chicks they were when they were young. They looked more like the golden eagles that Xiao Hai had heard of before. When the magical beast grew up, its wings were close to 5 meters long, its body was close to 2 meters, its mouth was like a steel hook, like an eagle's claw, its eyes were bright, its voice was low and hoarse, but it had a special penetrating power. It was extremely powerful. What surprised Xiao Hai the most was that when the eagle grew up, they no longer ate grass. Instead, they ate the blue-eyed rabbits in the dimension. However, every time they ate a blue-eyed rabbit, the dimension would produce a new one. It was like playing a game. Xiao Hai really didn't know what was going on. He asked the realm, but the answer he got was that his level wasn't high enough and he couldn't search for it. This made Xiao Hai very depressed. However, the blue-eyed rabbits in the space didn't decrease, and those magical beasts also had food to eat. Moreover, they still maintained a strong offensive power, which was already very good. Afraid that the beasts would be useless, Xiao Hai released them after they matured. The result was good. The beasts were very obedient outside and attacked when they were told to. Xiao Hai could even use the formation management function to make the beasts attack in formation. Grimm and the others were very satisfied with this result. It must be said that this beast was really strong. Not only was it strong, but its body was also much larger. It was much larger than the size and strength of the eagle-type beasts they had heard of. It seemed to be the result of the space improvement. Grimm estimated the combat power of these magical beasts. The giant nucleus was equivalent to a grade 6 warrior, and its combat power in the air was even stronger. After all, they were born to fly. In the past 2 days, Xiao Hai and the others didn't just wait on the Iron Mountain. They also sent many undead creatures to the periphery of the swamp to keep an eye on Boff in the shortest time possible. However, to Xiao Hai's surprise, they did not see Boff after 2 days. Xiao Hai immediately sent his undead warriors to search the swamp. In the end, they found Boff on a small island, where she was treating her injuries. Xiao Hai didn't allow Boff to heal in peace, so he immediately ordered the undead creatures to attack Boff. It seemed that Boff was really seriously injured. He didn't even try to resist and just flew over from the swamp. Xiao Hai couldn't see the situation in the swamp as it was shrouded in rainbow-colored smoke. The undead creatures he sent to the swamp informed him of the situation. Xiao Hai, Green, and the rest were standing on the Iron Mountain, looking at the colorful smoke above the rotten corpse swamp. Green had already taken out his spirit wind sword, Merlin was holding a magic staff, Meg was holding the magic sealing iron scroll, Wood and Stone each had a strong bow. Zhao Jia and the rest had also taken out their magic staffs, while Zhao Xi and Zhao Jai had even summoned their stone giants, ready to attack at any time. Of course, Xiao Hai was still the busiest. He had already released 100 magical beasts, flying eagles, and also summoned 10 stone giants. These stone giants were all ready to throw stones into the sky at any time. Boff did not let Xiao Hai and the others down. After waiting for about half an hour, they saw the colorful mist above the swamp of corpses fluctuate. Then a human figure flew out of the swamp, staggering. Xiao Hai was afraid that Boff would run back into the swamp. The visibility in the swamp was too low, which was not conducive to fighting, so when Boff flew out, Xiao Hai did not attack. Instead, he waited until Boff was almost on the Iron Mountain before he suddenly gave the order to attack. The first ones to attack were the magical beast eagles. Out of the 100 eagles, 50 were in front of him, and 50 were blocking his way back to the swamp. With Xiao Hai's order, a hoarse eagle cry came from the sky. Then 2 groups of eagles flew toward Boff like 2 crescent moons. Obviously, Boff did not expect this to happen. He moved his body and landed on the ground. At the same time, Grimm also shouted, "Do it." With that said, he rushed over with the spirit wind sword. As soon as Boff saw Grimm and the others, he immediately understood what was going on. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he looked at Grimm and said in a deep voice, "It's you. You've recovered. Good, I let you run last time. Let's see how you can run this time." After saying that, he waved his hands, and a huge wind blade went straight to Grimm and the others. Collectible click recommend nothing less or I'll attack you. At this time, a few giant stones were thrown at Boff. The stone giants had made their move. Of course, Boffy noticed this situation. He whispered a few spells, and the wind elements around him flowed wildly. His figure was like a leaf in the wind, floating unsteadily. Every mage had a different way of fighting. For example, an earth-type mage would usually cast a defensive spell on himself in battle. This was because the defensive ability of the earth type was the strongest among all mages. However, the attack speed of the earth-type magic was not very fast. As for water mages, they would usually make their shields spin. Water-type magic shields were weak in defense, and their offensive power was average. However, there were many variations. Later on, people discovered that for the same water-type magic shields, spinning shields had stronger defensive capabilities than ordinary shields. This way, water-type magic shields would slowly spin like vortexes. Fire mages usually focused on attacking, because fire magic was the most destructive of the few types of elemental magic. As for wind mages, they were the easiest of the 4 elemental magic. Thus, wind mages would usually use a type of wind magic in battle to make their bodies very light so that they could avoid attacks. Every mage's combat style was directly or indirectly related to their magic attributes. Just like what the most famous quasi-deity mage on the continent, John, had said, every element of magic required a mage to spend their entire life studying it. This John was no ordinary person. He was the #1 magic genius on the continent more than 1,000 years ago. This didn't mean that he was very talented. On the contrary, he was very poor. Ordinary children could start learning magic at the age of 12, while the better children could start learning magic before they were 10. On the other hand, John only learned to meditate when he was 16 years old. However, such a person was eventually called a mage mentor. He had taken in a total of 120 disciples in his life, and these 120 people all became powerhouses above level 8 in the end without exception. There were even 20 powerhouses at level 9. Such an educational ability was unprecedented, and it was precisely because of this that John had always been recognized as a mentor by all mages on the continent. His first words would be studied seriously by people. This saying that every element of magic required a mage to spend their entire life studying, it was his most famous quote. It was because of this that his disciples had such achievements. As a wind magician, there was nothing wrong with using this method against the enemy. However, on second thought, he found something wrong. Who was Boff? A 9th-rank expert was a quasi-deity. That was the pinnacle of existence on the continent. Apart from experts of the same rank, would he use the battle techniques of a wind-type mage when facing an enemy? That's impossible. A 9th-tier powerhouse already has the power to topple mountains and overturn the seas with just a raise of his hand. Why would he use such a wind-type combat method to avoid the attacks of a few stone giants? No one would believe him even if he told them. There was only one explanation for his actions. He had been seriously injured and had not recovered yet. He could no longer fully use the power of a grade 9 mage, so he had no choice but to use this method to fight. Once he thought of this, Jerlin's heart was set. His body moved and dodged the attacks of a few wind blades. At this time, a water dragon suddenly appeared and collided with the wind blades. With a loud bang, the wind blades and water dragon disappeared in the air at the same time. The 2 arrows had already been shot straight at Boff. At the same time, a huge light sword about 5 meters long also flew down from the sky, directly cutting down on Boff's head. Meg and Blockhead made their moves. Boff, a level 9 expert, was not to be trifled with. He moved his body and dodged a few boulders. With a wave of his hand, a layer of green shield appeared above his head. This shield did not protect his whole body, but only blocked the light sword above his head. Then 2 wind blades hit the 2 strong arrows sent by the wood and stone. At the same time, a whirlwind appeared beside him. The whirlwind trapped his whole body in it and stirred up dust all over the sky, making it impossible to see his figure clearly. At this moment, Merlin chanted a few incantations in a low voice. A few water dragons appeared outside the whirlwind at the same time, and like a few iron chains, they entangled the whirlwind. At the same time, a few earth spikes shot up from the ground and headed straight for Boff's feet. This time it was Xiao Hai. The staff could now use 3 types of magic: light, dark, and earth. Xiao Hai did not have much combat experience, so he could only stand by and help. As a level 9 expert, even though he was injured, he was still able to fight with ease under the joint attack of several people. He didn't look embarrassed at all. However, it was impossible for him to escape. Now the sky was blocked by the magical beasts flying eagles. These magical beasts were much stronger than ordinary magical beasts. Ordinary magical beasts, without their masters, had very low fighting ability and could not be compared with these flying eagles. After the dimensional modification, the flying eagle was no longer a magical beast on the Ark continent. It had become a biochemical beast. Because of movies and TV shows, when people on Earth heard about biochemistry, they seemed to think of things like death, poison gas, and so on. In fact, biochemistry was, to put it bluntly, biochemistry. It could also be said to be the main subject of human biology research. People wanted to research some biological abilities to serve themselves, but sometimes the things they researched became killing weapons. Biochemical beasts had always been an idea of people. They wanted to create a kind of wild beast with strong combat power to help people fight. Moreover, this kind of wild beast could also absorb different genes to make itself stronger. The realm was also a mutated existence. It could optimize animals and plants. The mythical beasts on the Ark continent were similar to biochemical beasts, except for some shortcomings. The realm had improved them. As a result, the combat power of these mythical beasts, the flying eagles, was naturally very strong. He had thought that Grimm would not be able to recover from his injury last time. Even if he recovered, it would be good enough for him to reach the level of a level 6 warrior. However, it was not the case today. Not only had Grimm recovered, but his strength had also been completely restored. This surprised him. With Merlin's help, the couple, who had been husband and wife for decades, naturally cooperated flawlessly. In addition, Xiao Hai and the others would give him a hard time from time to time, which made Boff very impatient. Just as Xiao Hai and the others had guessed, Boff was seriously injured. If he had not run fast enough, he would have been left in the rotten corpse swamp. Although he had escaped, his injuries had not healed. He had only temporarily suppressed his injuries and couldn't fight for a long time. It was because of this that he didn't bother with the undead creatures that Xiao Hai sent out to attack him. Instead, he left the swamp. However, he didn't expect to be blocked by Grimm's group as soon as he got out of the swamp. It was difficult for him to escape now, so he was thinking of a way out while fighting Boff. Be honest, Xiao Hai really couldn't do much in this battle. Although he could use magic, his understanding of magic was still too little. He didn't know what kind of magic was best suited for him, so most of the time he could only watch from the side. However, Xiao Hai was also preparing. Although he wasn't very good at using magic, he could still use his spatial ability. Although most of the spatial abilities were not very helpful in battle, there were two abilities that could be used in this situation. One was the fly swatter ability, and the other was the capture ability. This function was originally used by the realm to push animals to give birth. However, due to the mutation of the realm, there were too many animals. Xiao Hai couldn't use the function to catch those animals to give birth. He could do it with his mind. However, this space was preserved, and it could be brought out of the space to be used. It could be used to catch people and animals outside the space. Xiao Hai had never used it before, but he believed that it would be useful. He had used the fly swatter function once, and it was very impressive. Because of this thought, Xiao Hai did not fully immerse himself in the battle. Instead, he carefully observed Boff, hoping to give him a hard blow when necessary. Grimm and the others had been fighting for more than an hour, but they still couldn't take down Boff. This gave them a better understanding of Boff's strength as a level 9 expert. Under such circumstances, the fact that Boff could still hold on for so long without being injured in itself showed his strength. However, Xiao Hai noticed that Boff's face was getting uglier and uglier. From the calm at the beginning, it turned red, and now it was a little pale. Xiao Hai was sure that Boff's injury must have acted up again. He couldn't help but pay more attention to him, because he was afraid that Boff would fight to the death. Xiao Hai had guessed it right. After such a long battle, Boff had realized that his injuries were about to worsen. If he continued to fight with Green and the others, he would probably die here. Therefore, he was prepared to risk his life. After sending out more than 100 wind blades in succession and forcing back the attacks of Grimm and the others, Boffy quickly chanted a spell and waved his hand. A huge tornado appeared in front of him. This tornado was very powerful. The sand on the ground was swept up, and even the few stones that had just attacked him were swept into the wind. Boff's voice came from behind the tornado. Tornado, kill. The tornado came straight for Grimm and the others, but while Grimm and the others were dealing with the spell, he turned around and rushed straight into the carrion swamp. Collectible click recommend nothing less or the flowers would bite you. As soon as Xiao Hai saw the large-scale magic spell, he felt something was wrong. He entered the space in a flash and turned on the screen. The situation on the battlefield was displayed. Not only were there red dots representing his own people, but also green dots representing Boff. Even the magic spell was displayed, but it was not clear. However, that was enough. Xiao Hai noticed that Boff was heading towards the rotten corpse swamp. Xiao Hai immediately understood what he was trying to do. Although they were not afraid of the poison in the swamp with the dimension, it would be difficult to find Boff if he escaped into the swamp. Xiao Hai pointed at the green dot with his hand, and at the same time, the capture function was activated. After doing all this, he immediately came out of the space. He wanted to see if the capture would be a success. As soon as he came out of the space, he saw a big hand in the sky. This big hand was white, flashing white light, and flew straight to Boff. The big hand was very fast. Although Boff wasn't slow, he couldn't escape the big hand's pursuit. When he was about to touch Boff, the big hand that was glowing with white light suddenly opened and caught him. Before Boff could figure out what was going on, he was suddenly caught. He quickly tried to break free, but at this time, a big fly swatter suddenly appeared in the sky and slapped directly at Boff's head. The speed of the fly swatter was so fast that everyone could only see a shadow. The fly swatter had already hit Boff's head. After more than 20 consecutive hits, Boff fell to the ground. However, it was obvious that Boffrit's strength was much stronger than Zhao Jia and the others. He was not dead yet. At this moment, a sword of light fell from the sky and cut through Boffrit's neck. His head flew far away. As soon as Boff died, the huge tornado disappeared. Grimm and the others ran to Boff's body and looked at it. After a long while, Jerlin let out a long sigh and said, as expected of a combatant of the 9th rank, if it wasn't for the young master's last few attacks, he really would have escaped. Quad, it's fine, Xiao Hai said with a smile. Quad, as long as he didn't run away, it's fine. Grandpa Green, watch me. Quad, after saying that, he took up his hand and turned Boff into a high-level skeleton. This black magic was indeed magical. As soon as Xiao Hai used the spirit trap, the head that had flown far away returned to Boff's body. Then the flesh on his body quickly disappeared, and a skeleton appeared in front of Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai then followed Green and the others back to the space. The space immediately upgraded Boff and turned him into a zombie. He looked much younger than when he was alive. He looked like a middle-aged man. Zombies didn't always look the same as when they died. On the contrary, when people turned into zombies, their bodies would be strengthened to a certain extent and they would change. It was a characteristic of them to turn into a young zombie like Boff. After turning into a zombie, they could speak like normal people because they had developed tongues and had their own consciousness. This was the result that Xiao Hai wanted. He wanted Baphomet to tell him what he had seen in the rotten corpse swamp. If Baphomet was still a skeleton, he could only tell Xiao Hai with telekinesis. Xiao Hai would have to tell Green and the others again. It was too troublesome. As soon as Boff turned into a zombie, a prompt sounded in the space. Quat new magic energy detected. Energy detected. Spatial attack enhanced. Quat. Once Xiao Hai focused on the nefarious record staff, he immediately understood what she meant. Now the nefarious spirit staff had an additional element of magic. He could now use wind magic. Xiao Hai didn't mind. After leading Green and the others into the house, he said to Boff, "Boff, tell me what you saw in the carrion swamp." Boff bowed to Xiao Hai and said, "Yes, master. I went more than 10,000 miles deep into the rotten corpse swamp. Everything was going smoothly at first. Other than some flying poison-type magical beasts and some insect magical beasts, I didn't encounter much danger. However, when I went about 15,000 mu deep into the swamp, I found a city." Quat. Xiao Hai and Grim were both stunned. Grim looked at Boff and said, "You mean a city?" Boff nodded and said, "That's right. It's a city and a very big one at that. However, there's no one magical beasts or undead creatures in the city. The whole city is filled with flowers, a very strange kind of flower." Quat, "What kind of flowers?" Grim immediately asked. Boff said, "These flowers are very strange. They look like vine plants, but they can grow on their own. The vines have thorns and are black and green. There are flowers about the size of a person on them. There are 7 petals in total, and each petal is of a different color. It's like the color of the fog in the corpse swamp, very bright." Quat. Xiao Hai and the others looked at each other in shock. This was the first time they had heard of something like this. The entire city was filled with flowers. What kind of situation was that? How big is the city? Xiao Hema asked. "How many people can live there?" Boff said, "It's very big. Although it's not as big as Kassar City, it's about the same size as a medium-sized city. It can accommodate about 500,000 people. The city has walls made of stone. However, the flower is very strange. It can grow roots from the vines, and the roots can grow in the stones. I tried using wind blades, but I couldn't move the flower vines. The entire city has been covered by the flower. It's very strange." Quat. Xiao Hai, Green, and the others were stunned. A city that could accommodate 500,000 people was not small on the Ark continent. Such a large city was covered by these strange flowers. How big was the flower? And the flower's roots could actually stick into the stone. It was too unbelievable. What kind of plant's roots could be so sharp? More importantly, the wind blades of a grade 9 mage were unable to cut through the flower vines. What kind of flower was this? In fact, there was one more thing that Grim and the others were most concerned about. Boff had said that the color of the flower was the same color as the fog above the swamp. Could the flower be related to the fog above the swamp? Was it because of the mist that grew on the flower carrion swamp, or was it because of the mist that the flowers mutated? They were going to enter the rotten corpse swamp, and this situation was very important to them. Xiao Hai turned to Boff and said, "If there's anything else, tell me." Boff nodded and said, "Quat, everything was normal at first. There were many magical beasts and undead creatures in the rotten corpse swamp, but they all had their own territories. The levels of the magical beasts and undead creatures were lower in the outer area, but higher in the inner area. The closer we got to the city, the higher the levels of the magical beasts and undead creatures. There were already level 8 and level 9 undead creatures and magical beasts around the city, but they didn't attack me at first. They suddenly launched an attack on me. I fought while running, and it wasn't easy for me to escape." Xiao Hai nodded and turned to say to Green, "Grandpa Grim, what do you think?" Green nodded and said, "It seems that the flower is very mysterious. If I'm not wrong, the mist in the swamp must be related to the flower. Otherwise, the undead creatures and magic beasts wouldn't be protecting the flower. Boff is usually fine, but once he touches the flower, he will be attacked. This explains the problem. It seems that the flower is the key. If that's the case, it's going to be troublesome." Xiao Hai frowned. "Quat, that place is more than 10,000 miles away from us. It should be the core of the corpse swamp. If we want to solve the problem in the corpse swamp, we have to start with the flowers." Quat. Grim nodded and said, "Boffy didn't get attacked when he entered the swamp. Maybe it's because he's too powerful. Those magic beasts and undead creatures are as intelligent as humans when they reach level 8 and 9. That's why they don't want to mess with Boffy. But when they saw Boffy attacking those flowers, they got anxious, which shows the importance of those flowers. Boffy, is there anything else?" Boff nodded and said, "There's another situation, but it's just my guess. I don't know if I'm right, but I found that the flowers in the city are very strange. The closer we get to the center of the market, the thicker the vines become. It's as if there's only one flower in the entire city, and the other flowers are branches of that flower. Quat. Grimm and the others were even more stunned when they heard that. An entire city of flowers, and there was only one. What kind of flower could grow so big? Even the legendary tree city of the elves was not that big, right? Grimm looked at Boff and asked, Boff, are you serious? Are the flowers in the city really like what you said, branches from a flower? Boff nodded and said, Quat, that's just my guess. The flower seems to have its own consciousness. If I touched it lightly, it wouldn't have any reaction. However, when I attacked it with the wind blade, it immediately went crazy. The flower spewed out a 7-colored poisonous mist, and the flower vine began to attack me. The attack speed of the flower vine was very fast, and its strength was no less than that of a level 9 master. However, the flower seemed to be unable to leave the city. As soon as I left the city, the flower slowly calmed down. After that, those magical beasts started to attack me. Quat, it seems that the flower is the root of everything in the rotten corpse swamp, Quat Grimm said with an ugly expression. Quat, the strange thing is, why didn't anyone who came out of the rotten corpse swamp mention this before? Grimm did not know that the people who came out of the rotten corpse swamp had also mentioned these things. However, because no one dared to go to the rotten corpse swamp in the past 1,000 years, these things had slowly been forgotten. Things were developing in an unpredictable direction. Save it, click it, and recommend it. Xiao Hai frowned. Quat, from the looks of it, the problem at the corpse swamp is very difficult to solve. Without a level 9 expert, even if we want to go deep into the corpse swamp, it will be difficult. What do we do? Grimm also frowned. Quat, it's really difficult to deal with. A flower that's equivalent to a level 9 master, a bunch of guardian beasts and undead creatures. It's too difficult to deal with them. By the way, Boff, did you bring any space equipment with you this time? What are you going to eat if you don't have any spatial equipment? Boff said, I didn't bring my space. It's very dangerous to go to the rotten corpse swamp this time. My family won't allow me to bring my space. You don't have to worry about food. Although the plants and animals in the rotten corpse swamp are poisonous, you just have to find some less poisonous ones to eat and then find a way to detoxify it. After all, there are many spells that can detoxify it. Quat. Grimm nodded his head. What Boff said was right. He was a grade 9 grand mage. Although he majored in wind magic, it was impossible for him to not know other magic. For example, there were many antidotes in water and light magic. Most mages also knew some antidotes to deal with emergencies. Since Boff did not bring any spatial equipment with him, and he could not go without food for a long time, he could find some less poisonous plants or magic beasts to eat and then detoxify himself. This way he would not starve to death or be poisoned. Grimm and the others did not dwell on this issue. The most important thing now was to solve the problem of the rotten corpse swamp. Xiao Hai and the others were not worried about food at all. With the spatial ring, even if Xiao Hai brought the slaves into the rotten corpse swamp, he would not have to worry about food. The few of them stayed in the villa, frowning and thinking about what Boff said. Although Boff didn't say much, Xiao Hai and the others were sure that Hua Cheng was the most important person. The problem was that they had found the key to the problem but couldn't solve it. After a long while, Merlin saw that the group could not figure it out, so he stood up and said, Quat, all right, don't think too much about it. I think we should put this matter aside for now. Boff, get some paper later and draw out the terrain you've passed along the way, as well as the places you've rested. This way we'll have a basis for entering the corpse swamp in the future. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded. Quat, that's right. We can't think of anything now anyway, so let's not think about it for now. Meg, get some paper and pen for Boff and ask him to draw out the route. Quat. Merlin responded and turned to get a pen and paper for Boff. Quat, that's right. Let's not think about this for now, Green agreed. Quat, I think the young master can ask Xiao Zui and the rest to come back and send some plants and magical beasts to the young master. Once the young master's dimension is upgraded, everything will be fine. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded and said, all right, let's get Xiao Zui to come back first. We'll see how much the realm can be upgraded when they're back. It'll be easy once the realm can be upgraded. Clint nodded and said, that's right. To be honest, it's not like the space doesn't have any offensive capabilities. The capturing and racket functions are very aggressive. Even a level 9 expert like Boff can't block them. In addition, it has the ability to release bugs and mosquitoes. The space's abilities are also very strong. However, it's not very safe to rely on these abilities alone for this trip to the rotten corpse swamp. We should plan carefully. At this moment, Blockhead, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said, Grandpa Green, young master, why don't we let the magical beast Eagle carry the young master's staff and fly into the rotten corpse swamp? This way we can avoid most of the attacks. As long as we reach the Flower City, we can know the situation there. If we really can't fight it, we can immediately retreat. When Grimm and the others heard what Blockhead said, they were stunned for a moment, and then their eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Young master, what do you think? Xiao Hai thought for a moment and said, Quat, it's a good idea. As long as we get to the place Boff mentioned, we'll know what the situation is like. Now we can build a fixed teleportation point in the space. I didn't build it before because I wanted to see if there was a more needed place. If we can really go to the Flower City directly like what Wood said, we can build a teleportation point there. Then we can enter and leave at any time. Quat. Clint stood up and walked 2 rounds on the ground before saying, Quat, I think this is a good idea. Let's go there and take a look at the situation first. Anyway, the matter there will be resolved sooner or later. Building a teleportation point there will not only allow us to better understand that place, but it will also give us another place to hide. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded in agreement. Grim was right. Although they had a space to hide in, it was not a place to stay for long. As for Rocky Mountain and the Black Earth Wilderness, if a level 9 expert came, they would have to hide in the space. If their identities were exposed one day, then even Rocky Mountain and the Black Earth Wilderness would not be safe. By then, they would have to hide in the space. However, they couldn't stay in the realm for a long time. They needed a more hidden and safer place to stay. There was no place safer than the Rotten Corpse Swamp, which was notorious, and even level 9 experts didn't dare to enter. Of course, this was the last escape route they had prepared. If they were forced to hide in the Rotten Corpse Swamp, they would not be able to stay on the mainland. Merlin frowned and said, Is this good? I'm afraid that the young master will be in danger. Don't forget, Boff said that the flower had the strength of a level 9 expert. Grim, when you fought Boff, you were also protected by the space, but you were still seriously injured. Green nodded. Quat, that's a problem, but young master can stay in the space and not go out. We can just go out and take a look. No matter what, Flower City is the key to solving the problem of the Rotten Corpse Swamp. We still have to go and take a look. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded. Quat, Grandpa Green is right. Didn't Boff say that when he doesn't attack the flowers don't attack him either? As long as we don't attack the flowers, we should be fine. Quat. Green nodded and said, We don't have to worry about this. At most, the young master will stay in the space and not go out. We will go and test him. Also, no matter how powerful the flower is, it is just a flower, a plant. The young master's space is very helpful to plants. If the plant is really smart, it will not make things difficult for the young master. Quat. Hearing Green's words, Xiao Hai and Merlin laughed. Green glanced at them and frowned. Quat, don't laugh. I heard that if plants have spirits, they're more sensitive. There might be a better solution to this. Quat. Xiao Hai laughed. No, I don't think Grandpa Green is wrong. I also feel that it's more comfortable to be with those plants. Sometimes I can feel their joy, anger, and sadness. I just thought that we didn't even have a conclusion yet, and we actually thought of this. Hee hee. Quat. Hearing Xiao Hai's words, the rest of them laughed. Things hadn't even happened, and they had already thought of the outcome. Wasn't this too ridiculous? At this time, Meg also came back. She must have given the paper to Boff to draw. Seeing that everyone was smiling and the atmosphere was very relaxed, she asked in confusion, Grandpa, young master, what's wrong? Why is everyone so happy? Merlin called her over with a smile and told her what they had just said to him. Hearing Merlin's words, Meg also smiled, but she said, Quat, I think Grandpa is right. As long as young master comes forward, this matter will definitely be settled. We should think about what to do after the corpse swamp is settled. Quat. Xiao Hai smiled bitterly. Quat, you're too confident in me. If the corpse swamp was so easy to deal with, I would have gotten someone to deal with it. It wouldn't be one of the continent's 5 most dangerous places. Quat. Grim didn't seem to mind and said, Quat, since we've already thought of a way, we have to give it a try. Young master, I don't think we should do this. Let's have the Phantom Beast Eagle bring the evil spirit staff to the Rotten Corpse Swamp, but don't set up a fixed teleportation point there yet. We'll see how things go first. Otherwise, this teleportation point will be a waste. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded and said, All right, let's go and take a look first. How about this? I think we should wait for a while. I'll call Xiao Zui and the others back and have them guard the Black Earth Wasteland and Rocky Mountain. They don't need to scout the path now anyway. They're in these 2 places. If anything happens to us, we can immediately send them over to help. We don't have to wait for them to come out of the swamp like we are now. Quat. Clint shook his head and said, That's not necessary. I think we should prepare for a few days. You can have Xiao Zui wait for them at their current location. When the time comes, you can have the magical beast Eagle fly over with the evil spirit staff and let them enter the realm. Wouldn't that be much faster than letting them walk out of the swamp? Xiao Hai smacked his head. He had completely forgotten about this. That was right. As long as he had the Phantom Beast Eagle bring the evil spirit staff into the Carrion Swamp, he would be able to find Xiao Zui and the others very quickly. There was no need for them to force Xiao Zui and the others out of the swamp. In the next few days, Xiao Hai and the others were fully prepared for the Rotten Corpse Swamp. No matter what, since they knew the key to the problem in the Rotten Corpse Swamp, they had to give it a try. Otherwise, the Black Soil Wasteland would never be safe. Right now, they were mainly waiting for Boff's map. Although they wanted to use the magical Beast Eagle to enter the Rotten Corpse Swamp, this map was still needed. Boff couldn't find Hua Cheng in a day. He just didn't encounter any danger in other places. If he went directly to Hua Cheng, he would have been beaten out long ago. he would have to stay in the rotten corpse swamp for more than a month. These few days, Xiao Hai had been trading with Laura. Now, there was an additional 10 mu of land in the origin space. However, Xiao Hai had used all of it to grow the magic vegetables, so he did not seem to have any free time. These magic vegetables were all around level 15, so they took a little longer to ripen. The first time they ripened was about a day, and they were all crops that had been grown for 3 seasons, so Xiao Hai and the others did not have to take care of them too much. Although the 5 items were magic plants, Xiao Hai looked almost the same as those on Earth. The tuberose looked like potatoes, the sweet pepper looked like green pepper, the red barley looked like carrots, the green fruit looked like tomatoes, and the green chrysalis looked like enigma. Although they looked similar, the taste was much better than the vegetables Xiao Hai had eaten on Earth. As for the magical elements, Xiao Hai could not feel them at all. Xiao Hai was not idle at the ranch either. He had used the 100 extra space to raise his magical flying eagle. These things were almost as good as the Air Force. Xiao Hai believed that they would level up again. By then, they might be able to carry people and form their own Air Force. 5 days after they destroyed Boff finally finished drawing the map. Although it was a simple map, it was very useful to Xiao Hai and the others. Boff had been to many places, but he didn't fly straight to Huacheng. Instead, he walked around the rotten corpse swamp for a long time before he arrived. Xiao Hai had also asked Boff if he had done it on purpose. However, Boff's answer had surprised Xiao Hai. He did not do it on purpose. He just wanted to cross the corpse swamp to see what was on the other side. However, as soon as he entered the swamp, he felt that he was surrounded by colorful fog. He could not tell the direction at all. Although he felt that he was flying straight, he ended up going in circles. Even when Boff came out, it wasn't smooth sailing. He had to take a lot of detours before he finally came out. At this point, Xiao Hai could not help but think of Xiao Zui and the others. Although Xiao Zui and the others did not venture too deep into the corpse-rotting swamp, they were probably not walking in a straight line anymore. It seemed like the corpse-rotting swamp was not a simple place. After receiving the map, Xiao Hai did not go immediately. Instead, he asked Grimm to go to Kassar City and buy a piece of high-quality magical beast skin. The magical beast skin was processed and looked like cow skin. It was 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. After a simple packing, they carefully drew the map that Boff had drawn on the cow skin, only slightly enlarged. In the agreement between the Arcas and the Buda family, the Rotten Corpse Swamp was also the territory of the Buda family. If the Rotten Corpse Swamp was counted, then the territory of the Buda family had completely surpassed the Arcas empire. However, everyone on the continent knew that it was useless to give the Buda family a large piece of land. There was nothing in the Rotten Corpse Swamp. Who would dare to go in? It was better to give the Buda family a piece of desert in the Black Earth wilderness. However, Xiao Hai didn't think so. If they could really solve the problem of the Rotten Corpse Swamp, not only would they have no more worries, but he could also transform the Black Dirt Wastelands without any worries. If he could get rid of the Rotten Corpse Swamp, there wouldn't be any more demonic beasts and undead creatures causing trouble in the Black Dirt Wastelands. Besides, Xiao Hai could also use a large number of demonic beasts and undead creatures to seal off the outer perimeter of the Black Dirt Wastelands. This way, ordinary people wouldn't dare to come in. No one would know even if they caused a ruckus inside. This was exactly what Xiao Hai wanted. He wanted the Black Dirt Wastelands and the Rotten Corpse Swamp to become an independent kingdom. When they were strong enough, even if those people knew about their situation, they wouldn't dare to do anything to them. It was because of this that Xiao Hai wanted to make a bigger map out of the leather. No matter what, he had to have a good understanding of his territory. Xiao Hai and Green spent a few days to complete the map and prepare for the Carrion Swamp. They now had more than 1,000 mature magical beast eagles in their hands. Although they could not ride on humans, these eagles would listen to Xiao Hai's command. As long as Xiao Hai commanded them well, these eagles would be very powerful. In fact, there was nothing much to prepare for the trip to the Corpse Swamp. There were only so many of them, and Xiao Hai could not bring the slaves with him. They did not have to worry about food, water, or the poison, so there was nothing to worry about. The preparations that Xiao Hai and the others were talking about were actually the deal with Laura. Although they didn't have to worry about the deal with Laura due to the space, they still had to make some arrangements before going out. If something really happened in the Corpse Swamp that they couldn't leave for, the deal would be troublesome. Now they had a lot of business with Laura. Corn, bamboo rice, carrots, fruit oil, and blue-eyed rabbits. All of them added together would be enough to keep Xiao Hai busy. Fortunately, he could control the space with just a thought. However, it was still a problem to hand these things to Laura. In the end, Xiao Hai could only use the method he used to deal with the Versailles family. When the time came, he would place the items at the foot of the mountain and let Laura take them away. Rocky Mountain was now very quiet. The Versailles family had transferred all the slaves back to the Ica Plains to level the land and plant some crops. Although the food couldn't be harvested, some vegetables could still be used on the road. No matter what, it couldn't be left in such a desolate place. The Duchy of Versailles had returned to its peaceful state. Even though the food disaster this time was severe, the biggest losses were the Versailles family. The family had a deep foundation, so the losses were nothing. Instead of calling Duke Versailles' matter a natural disaster, it was more like a man-made disaster. Of course, the man-made disaster was not referring to Xiao Hai releasing the insects, but the merchants. If it wasn't for those big merchants stirring up trouble in the market, the Versailles duchy would have easily survived this food disaster. There wouldn't have been any fluctuations in food at all, and there wouldn't have been any rumors either. It would only cause the Versailles duchy to lose some money and be so busy that they wouldn't have the mood to find trouble with the Buda family. However, this was not without benefits. Ivan's promotion was a good thing for the Versailles family, and it was even better for Xiao Hai. On the other hand, the merchants did not play a glorious role in this incident, which made the Versailles family more vigilant against them. They paid more attention to food, which was both a common civilian and strategic material. In the future, if anyone wanted to deal with the Versailles family in this way, they would have to pay more attention to the food. It was already impossible. The peace in the Versailles dukedom had both advantages and disadvantages for Xiao Hai. The advantage was that he could do business in peace. The disadvantage was that the Versailles family might come to the Black Dirt Wastelands to check on the situation once they settled down. Xiao Hai wasn't too worried about such a situation. If someone really came to the Black Earth Wilderness, they wouldn't be able to hide from the undead creatures. He could make preparations in advance. This time, Xiao Hai did not tell Laura that he was going on a long journey. In fact, he did not really go out this time. He spent most of his time in Iron Mountain Fortress and Rocky Mountain. He only let his magical beast, Eagle, fly in the sky with his staff. He would only go out when he reached the ground. At most, he would go out to see if there were any special plants when the magical beast stopped to rest. The rest of the time, Xiao Hai did not want to stay in the corpse swamp for too long. Finally, 10 days after Xiao Hai's team had destroyed Boff, everything was ready. Xiao Hai released 5 Mirage Beast Eagles and flew straight into the Carrion Swamp. Unexpectedly, as soon as the eagles entered the Carrion Swamp, a notification sound came from the medium. Quat biochemical beast has come into contact with poisonous substances. Gene mutation. Absorbing poison, strengthening gene, attack with poison. This caused Xiao Hai and the others to be stunned. Puzzled, Jerlin turned to Xiao Hai and said, "Quat young master, when the space strengthened the Mirage beast before, didn't it have poison in its attack like the undead creatures?" Xiao Hai thought for a moment and shook his head. "Quat no. It seems that the strengthening effect of the space on the undead creatures wasn't used on the magical beasts. We have to pay attention to this in the future." Quat. "Quat, that's right," Green nodded. "Quat, it would be great if the magic beasts in the space could level up continuously like the undead creatures. Then their combat power would continue to increase, and we would have an easier time." Quat. Xiao Hai laughed, "But right now, the magical things that the realm is showing are beyond my imagination. No one knows what will happen in the future. In any case, the farm's level is still too low. Perhaps when the farm levels up, there will be more surprises." Quat. Clint nodded and said with a face full of joy, "Quat, yeah, the farm alone has already given us so many surprises. I really hope to see what kind of surprises the ranch will give us." Quat. Xiao Hai was also looking forward to it. Although he had a good understanding of the farm and ranch game on the computer, he didn't know much about the mutated farm. He could only read the introduction of the realm after the realm upgraded, but the introduction wasn't very comprehensive. For example, Xiao Hai didn't know that the realm could improve crops from the beginning. Xiao Hai and Green were both staring at the screen in the origin space. They had never really entered the rotten corpse swamp, so they wanted to see what it was like. To Xiao Hai's surprise, they thought that the visibility in the Carrion Swamp would be very low. However, once they entered the swamp, their visibility was not that low. It was similar to the fog outside, and the visibility was at least 200 meters. Although it was not as good as on a sunny day, it was much better than Xiao Hai and the others had expected. Xiao Hai and Green were paying attention to the situation on the screen. Although they could only see 200 meters away, it was already pretty good for them. They really didn't expect that the swamp would be like this. This had a huge impact on the Mirage Beast Eagle. However, Xiao Hai did not go out to harvest the plants that he had seen. He believed that Xiao Zui and the others had already prepared the plants, so he did not need to do it himself. Instead of going out and wasting his time to harvest the plants, he would rather wait until he met Xiao Zui and the others and store them in the origin space. As the Mirage Beast Eagle flew around, Xiao Hai and the rest were not there to watch. Xiao Hai only left one person to watch, while the others continued with their own tasks. The Mirage Beast Eagle's speed wasn't slow. Even if it flew, it wouldn't be that slow. However, the Rotten Corpse Swamp was filled with that 7-colored poisonous fog. Even if they wanted to be fast, they couldn't be that fast. As it was not time to trade with Laura yet, Xiao Hai and Green did not go outside. When they were free, they would leave someone in front of the screen to watch while they went back to their rooms to rest. Xiao Hai and the others were surprised that the eagle magical beast did not run into Xiao Zui and the others that day. Xiao Zui and the others had only gone about 2,000 miles into the swamp, not even 3,000 miles. By right, the eagle magical beast had only gone about 2,000 miles into the swamp, not even 3,000 miles. At such a distance, they should have been able to encounter Xiao Zui and the others. It was rather strange that they had not run into them yet. However, Xiao Hai and the others didn't think too much about it. At night, the Mirage Beast Eagle rested on a small island, and Xiao Hai and the others rested in the interspace. Early the next morning, the Mirage Beast Eagles did not fly in a straight line as Xiao Heiyuan had planned. Instead, they flew horizontally. Xiao Hai was afraid of missing Xiao Zui and the others, so he decided to look around and see if he could find them. However, to Xiao Hai's surprise, he did not manage to find Xiao Zui and the others. The Eagle Phantom Beast had been flying horizontally for more than 3 hours, but it did not see Xiao Zui and the others. Xiao Hai Green and the rest had both noticed that something was wrong, so they immediately ordered the eagle to fly back. However, they still could not find Xiao Zui and the others along the way. Although Xiao Hai and Green felt that it was strange, they knew that it was probably because they had not reached the place yet. After all, the visibility in the swamp was too low. It was not even as big as the space screen, so they could only wait. In the evening, Merlin entered the subspace. During the day, she was at the Iron Mountain Castle looking after the slaves. She would only prepare some food for Xiao Hai and Green when it was time to cook. The rest of the time, she would be busy outside the subspace. Xiao Hai did not want her to be so busy, but Merlin was not used to it. She had already gotten used to this kind of busy life. She was still not used to not being so busy. As soon as Merlin entered the space, he felt strange. Xiao Hai and Grim were both frowning as they sat in the space. The screen was showing the situation of a small island in the swamp. There was nothing special about it. Merlin asked in confusion, "Young master, what's wrong? What's happening?" At this time, Meg and the others also came in from outside. When they heard Merlin's question, they all surrounded them and looked at Xiao Hai and Green in confusion. Xiao Hai smiled bitterly. "Quad, it's nothing much. It's just that we couldn't find Xiao Zui and the others for the whole day, so we're a little anxious." Xiao Zui and the others said that the team didn't move from the island, but we couldn't find them after searching for the whole day. It's really strange. Quat. Merlin thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Young master, you won't be able to find them like this. Have you forgotten that when you first asked Xiao Zui and the others to monitor Baphomet, Baphomet did not look for them like this. Baphomet only thought of himself and flew straight ahead. He never thought of looking for them in circles. If you ask me, we don't have to care about that. We'll just let the Mirage Beast, the eagle, fly straight. I think we'll be able to meet Xiao Zui and the others." Quat. Upon hearing Merlin's words, Xiao Hai could not help but slap his foot and say, "Quat heh, that's true." When Boff entered the swamp, no one told him to look for Xiao Zui and the others. Naturally, he flew straight. I think it's just as Grandmother Merlin said. If he flew straight, he might have met Xiao Zui and the others. Quat. Grim smiled. "Quat, we've been thinking for half a day, but we're not as clear as this old woman. All right, let's do as she says. Tomorrow, we'll let those Mirage Beast Eagles continue to fly straight outside. We'll just watch." Quat. The next day, Xiao Hai and the others had the eagles fly in a straight line. However, they still did not see Xiao Zui and the others. They rested at Xiao Zui's campsite for the night because they did not see Xiao Zui and the others. Instead, Xiao Zui and the others saw the magical beast eagle. Xiao Zui and the others were undead creatures. Although they were zombies now and looked like humans, they still used their own senses and not their eyes when they looked at things. Therefore, the colorful poisonous mist had no effect on them. They could sense things from far away. But those magical beast-flying eagles were different. They still had to rely on their eyes to see things. Although eagle eyes were powerful, but in this kind of place full of fog, it was not easy to see things. Xiao Zui and the others were afraid that they would miss Xiao Hai and the others, so they arranged the undead creatures in a line and guarded Xiao Hai and the others. As soon as they saw 5 eagles flying by, they would inform Xiao Hai immediately. This time, Xiao Zui and the others had managed to harvest quite a lot of things. Many of them were plants unique to the swamp. They were completely different from the ones that Xiao Hai had seen before. In the end, when Xiao Zui and the others brought the plants into the realm rose to level 15 in an instant, which surprised Xiao Hai. After reaching level 15, they could open up another 20 acres of land. Unfortunately, most of the plants were poisonous, but they were not aggressive. Although they could level up the realm by 4 levels, they could not increase the realm's attack power. Xiao Hai wasn't short of money, so he opened up the 20 acres of land. Xiao Hai didn't hold back and planted the seeds rewarded by the realm. From level 10 to level 15, the realm had rewarded him with a total of 4 seeds. They were soybeans, candied melons, bamboo shoots, and grapes. Before level 10, the realm would reward him with seeds, which were at most 2 acres. After level 10, the realm would reward him with 5 acres of seeds, which was a kind of upgrade. Xiao Hai also saw 2 types of crops in the realm store. These 2 crops were like the magical peach, both with special abilities. They were the banana fan and the fairy book. The banana fan was an item made from the original banana fan in Journey to the West. It was a wind-type magic crop that could produce strong winds. There was a 10 chance that it could blow away a target item. However, in the realm, it was considered a level 15 special crop. It could only be planted when special requirements were met, and it had been determined by the space to be a magic crop that could only be planted after level 20. Immortal gourds were almost the same, but their main function was to make wine. The immortal gourds had an infinite space, which could absorb the wine-making crops into the gourds and then make wine automatically. It was very convenient, but it had a special characteristic. It could only be planted at level 20, and the immortal goo that was planted at the start, even though it could absorb a lot of wine ingredients, it could only produce 10 gin of wine every 7 days, and each gin required at least 100 gin of grain. If it was fruits, it would require at least 50 gin of fruit. Anything more than that was impossible. However, this wine was also very good. Not only did it have some benefits for healing injuries, but it could also instantly recover mana or battle energy. This was really important for warriors and mages. Xiao Hai also knew that the magical peach was the only special item that the realm rewarded before level 10. That was why it could be planted in the realm. After level 10, there would be a certain restriction. For example, the banana fan and the immortal puppet were special items. Not only were they not rewarded with seeds before level 20, but these two crops could only be planted after level 20. This in and of itself was a restriction. Xiao Hai did not care much about the banana fan. It was not very useful. It could not deal too much damage to the enemy. As long as the enemy had a certain level of defense, it would not deal too much damage. It could only blow the enemy out of sight. And even though the use of immortal goo was obvious, the production was a little low. Only 10 gin was produced in 7 days. It was too little. Moreover, these two things could only be grown when one reached level 20, so Xiao Hai was not in a hurry to buy them. The poisonous plants that Xiao Zui and the others had found were not completely useless. After the realm had modified them, not only were they edible, they could also produce some antidotes. However, if they wanted to produce antidotes, they would have to wait until the realm had reached level 30 and opened up a processing plant. Xiao Hai and Grim did not have the time to care about this. They kept Xiao Zui and the rest into the medium and placed them at the Iron Mountain Fortress as guards. Then, they let their eagle-like magical beast fly straight into the corpse swamp. While Xiao Hai and the others were exploring the swamp, Kassar City was not peaceful. It was not because of the Versailles family, but rather it was Lola. Laura's current business was much bigger than before. The Red Spider Lily Shop occupied more than 50 of the daily necessities market in the entire Versailles Duchy. This number was truly shocking. Although the Versailles Duchy wasn't very big, the daily necessities market in the entire duchy was still a big piece of fat meat. Now the fattest piece of this fat meat had already been eaten by someone. How much money could this person earn every day? It was definitely not an exaggeration to describe it as earning a lot of money every day. A piece of fat was placed there, and anyone would want to take a bite. However, there were bones in this piece of fat meat, so not everyone could bite through it. However, just because outsiders couldn't bite her, it didn't mean that his own family couldn't. This time, the ones who had set their eyes on Laura were none other than the magicians of the magician's family. Although Laura's father was the second-in-line successor, their family's old patriarch was still alive. He was Laura's grandfather, Clean's father, Sauce. This great patriarch who ruled the huge business empire of the Magic Dare family was not an easy person to get along with. He was a pure businessman. In his eyes, anyone and anything was a business and a commodity. As long as the price was enough, he would sell them. And this head of the Magedal family had a business sense that was beyond the imagination of ordinary people, and his methods were cruel to the extreme. Ever since he took over the Magedal family, the business of the Magedal family had grown a lot bigger than before. Although the business of the Marketer family was very big, Laura had almost occupied half of the market share of daily necessities in the duchy. It could be said that Laura's current income was very high among the several heirs of the Marketer family. The head patriarch couldn't ignore this situation. To be honest, the head patriarch really didn't like his second son. It was because Kellen didn't like doing business. In the eyes of this head of the family, you were born into a family like the Margender family. If you don't learn how to do business, then what do you want to do? If Kellen only wanted to learn magic, he could learn it well. However, Kellen didn't want to. He didn't like to study magic, but magic arrays. If it was magic that Kellen liked, then it would be fine. Even if he didn't like to do business, he could still become a powerful mage, and it would be of great help to the magicians. However, he only liked to study magic arrays, and he wasn't very strong himself. He was only a 7th-tier mage at most. A 7th-tier mage was already a very impressive existence to an average family, but to a large family like the Macadal family, a 7th-tier mage was a little insufficient. It was precisely because he didn't pay much attention to Kellen and Kellen didn't like to do business that he had long lost the possibility of inheriting the position of the family head, even though he was the second in line. That was why they were sent to the Duchy of Versailles, a small place in the north. The location of the Duchy of Versailles was not very good in the Arksu Empire. It was located to the north and was connected to the orcs. Although the orcs were not causing trouble now, there was no guarantee that they would cause trouble again when the disaster happened that year. In addition, the orcs were not rich to begin with, and the commerce in the Duchy of Versailles was not very developed. Compared to the entire Arksu Empire, the Duchy of Versailles was just a small, remote place. However, in remote places, people also needed daily necessities, and Laura had done a great job. The products of the paradise were now not only sold in the Duchy of Versailles, but also in the entire Arcas Empire. Of course, Laura didn't cooperate with others. All the business was done by herself, especially the products of Tao Yuan. To any daily necessities store, they were living signs. How could Laura be willing to give them to others? Besides, she had an agreement with Xiao Hai. If she wanted to let someone else sell the products of Tao Yuan, she would have to inform Xiao Hai in advance. It was precisely because the products of Tao Yuan were so popular that they naturally attracted people's envy. Not to mention others, even the heirs of the magician's family wanted to compete for it. The marketer family didn't pay much attention to the other aspects of the heir, but they paid great attention to the heir's ability to do business. This was also an important standard for the marketer family when choosing an heir. For the position of the family head, other than Kellen, the other 7 heirs of the Magicider family province had already fought each other to the point of bleeding. It was too normal for them to play tricks with each other. It was impossible for Kellen's father not to understand this situation. Although this great patriarch was not young now, he had never thought of giving up his power. Although he had let those heirs run their own businesses separately, whatever actions those heirs had could not be hidden from him. Kellen's group was an exception. Back when Kellen and Laura were in the Versailles Duchy, the magicians didn't have much power here. It could be said that everything in the Versailles Duchy was built up by Laura and the others. Although they had the name of the magicians, they didn't have any power. It was precisely because of this that the magicians had the least influence on Kellen and the others. Furthermore, Laura and the others did not have to worry about the magicians doing them any harm. Firstly, they had helped the Versailles family a great deal this time and were greatly indebted to them. Ivan was also a person who knew how to appreciate favors. Thus, Laura would not be in any trouble in the Versailles Duchy. In addition, Laura also knew a black magician with unfathomable strength who controlled the products of the paradise. This also made many people very afraid. However, benefits were the most tempting. People would do anything for benefits. When Xiao Hai was on Earth, there were people who would do anything for benefits, and that was on Earth where the law was relatively complete. On the Ark continent, there were no such complete laws. Those people would do anything for benefits. The others were apprehensive of the magicians and did not dare to make a move, but the magicians themselves would naturally not be polite. This time, the person who came to find Laura wasn't sent by the patriarch of the Magicide family. To be honest, although Laura had created such a big scene and was still not in the patriarch's eyes, those heirs were different. They were now fighting for the position of the patriarch, and if they could get the products of the paradise, it would be of great help to them. The one who came to find Laura wasn't Kellen's big brother, the first-in-line successor of the Macadal family, Senwin, but the 5th successor of the family, Carlo. Of course, Carlo did not come personally. Instead, he sent one of his stewards, a man called Aroga. This man was one of Carlo's servants when he was young. When Carlo grew up and had his own forces and Aroga was very capable, he was promoted to steward. Of course, he was not the general steward, but just a steward under the general steward. Although there were a total of 8 heirs in the Magalder family, there were only 3 people who had the most strength to compete for the position of the patriarch. One of them was Karen's older brother, the first heir in line of the Magalder family, Senwin, and the other was Carlo. The last one was the 8th in line, Jamie. Among them, Jamie was the most popular because he was the most favored by Sauce, the head of the Magicider family, while Senwin was the most supported by the people below him because Senwin was the first in line to the throne. He was also very good at doing business and he was the oldest, had been in the family for the longest time and had the most power under him. Compared to Kellen's status in the Magedal family, Carlo's status was naturally much higher. This time, Carlo had already given Kellen a lot of face by sending him. Laura already knew about this before Aroga even reached Casa City. She brought Kunzhang and Kellen to her study and said, "Quat Grandpa Kunzhang, father, I'm afraid that it's not a good thing for Aroga to come this time. What do you think? Quat, what can we do?" Karen thought for a moment. "Quat, if he's here, then so be it. What can he do to us?" Laura was rendered speechless by Kellen's reaction. She then turned to Kunzhang, who replied calmly, "Quat, when Laura was killed, someone in the Zhang clan wanted to interfere with our business. Additionally, Laura's movement was leaked by someone in the Zhang clan. At the beginning, we targeted Senwin. However, it's impossible now. Senwin didn't need to do that at all. At that time, we were not as big as we are now. We couldn't arouse his interest at all. Someone must have framed Senwin." Quat and the person who did this could be either Kalar or Jamie, only they would think of such a way to deal with Senwin. I don't think Kalar sending people here this time is a good thing. Lola nodded. Quat, of course I know this isn't a good thing. It's just that I can't tell why they're here. Is it for our industry or for the products of paradise? Kun looked at Laura and said, I'm afraid it's not possible for them to do it for our businesses. We earned all the businesses here. They don't dare to snatch them. Otherwise, they would lose the right to compete for the position of the family head. I think the duolong is still aiming for the products of paradise. Right now, the three groups of people are fighting fiercely, and Carlo is obviously at a disadvantage. He should be trying to use the products of paradise to expand his power. Quat. Lola frowned and said, I knew this would happen. I just didn't expect it to come so soon. We just started to get better here and they came. I think it's better to tell Sir about this. Quat. Kun Zheng nodded. Quat, we should inform Sir about this situation, but I think we should wait and see what that Aroga says or does. We can only tell Sir after that. After all, we can't bother Sir with everything. Quat. Lola nodded then sighed. Quat, it's only been 2 days and now there's trouble. What's wrong with those people? We didn't expand our business. Other than the Duchy of Versailles, we only opened 1 or 2 shops in the other big cities. It wouldn't affect their business at all. I didn't expect them to still target us. Kun Zheng sighed and said, it's because Paradise's products are so attractive. Although the products of Paradise are limited in quantity in all other places except for the store here in Versailles Duchy, those people still know how popular Paradise's products are. They know very well what it means for a store to have such products. That's why they came here eagerly. Lola snorted coldly. Quat, now that they're thinking of us, what were they doing earlier? Besides, we don't have the final say in Paradise's products. Even if we're willing to, we have to get past Sir. HMPH, I want to see what these guys are up to. Quat. Kellen had been listening to the two of them. He was not interested in these things, but he still loved Laura very much. Hearing Kun Zheng and the others say that the people might have come for Laura's business, Kellen could not help but feel angry. It was true that Kellen was a good old man, but how could he tolerate it when someone wanted to touch his daughter? Although he didn't care about the matter, he knew that everything in the Versailles Duchy was the result of Laura's hard work. Touching these things was equivalent to touching Laura. How could Kellen let this happen? Quat, Laura, don't forget to tell me if there's anything you need, Kellen said with a dark expression. Quat, although I don't know much about business, I have made some mage friends after so many years. They might be able to help. Quat. Clen's words were out of Laura's expectations. Kellen usually didn't care about these things, so she wasn't used to it. However, she still said, Quat, all right, Dad, you don't have to worry about me. If there's really something wrong, I'll let you know. Quat. Kellen nodded, stood up, and left. Laura didn't stop him, and she didn't think that Kellen would help her. Although Kellen had known some mages over the years, he also knew many alchemists and alchemists. In the eyes of ordinary people, those alchemists and alchemists were also a group of lunatics who were also researching some messy things. Some of them even had a difficult life because of their research. They also needed Karen to help them from time to time. Although this could be considered a form of network, it was useless. The Empire did not place much importance on these people. Only people like Kellen would interact with these crazy people. In the eyes of others, Kellen was also a lunatic. Laura looked at Kellen's back and sighed. Quat, Grandpa Kun Zheng, my father doesn't look right today. Kun Zheng smiled and said, it's nothing. He's just a little sad that he can't help you. No father would like to see his children being put in a difficult position. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about the matter of Aroga. If he really asks for Paradise products, what should we do? Quat, HMPH. Quat, Lola snorted coldly and said, I'm not giving it to him. Do I have to give it to him just because he wants it? HMPH, our businesses here in the Versailles Duchy were built through our own hard work. We don't need to fear them. Kun Zheng laughed. Quat, I'm not afraid of them. They can't snatch the products from us anyway. It's just that you know how capable those people at home are. If we don't agree, I'm afraid they'll use some tricks. We should make some preparations in advance. Quat. Lola nodded and said with cold eyes, if they don't do those little tricks, then so be it. But if they really do, I'll teach them a lesson and see if they still dare to act recklessly. Kun Zheng smiled. Quat, that's what we should do too. This way we can let the family know our current strength. In the future, when you negotiate with the family, you'll be more confident. Quat. Lola nodded. She also knew her situation. She was already 18 years old. In other families, girls of her age would have been married long ago. She was the only one who had delayed it until now. This was also because she did not have a mother. If her mother was still alive, she would have arranged a marriage for her long ago. However, Lola felt that this was good. To be honest, because of business reasons, she had come into contact with many heirs of noble families, but none of them caught her eye. Those heirs of noble families were either as arrogant as a fighting rooster, as hypocritical as a fox, as gloomy as a poisonous snake, or as good-for-nothing young masters. She didn't like them. It was because of this that Laura desperately learned how to do business so that her family wouldn't use her for marriage alliances. For a big family like the magician's family, if she were to be married, her partner would definitely be a great noble. Otherwise, she wouldn't be worthy of them. Laura's control over her business was very strong. Although her business was growing, she didn't relax at all. She was very clear that her business was her capital to negotiate with her family. However, in order to deal with the arrival of Aroga, Laura still warned the managers of her shop in advance to make them behave themselves. On the third day after Laura and the others reached an agreement, Aroga arrived at Casa City. Of course, the moment he arrived at Casa City, he had to report to Laura. Laura's house in Casa City was not small and was a distance away from their shop. The house that they were living in was in the rich district of Casa City. Those who lived here were either rich or noble. Although Carlo's position in the Magedal family was very high, and the position of the manager, Aroga, would naturally not be too low, Laura did not go to welcome him. No matter what, Aroga was only a servant of the Magedal family. There was no reason for a master to welcome a servant. Laura had some contact with him before. She still remembered that he was a tall and thin man who was usually very cautious and low-key. Laura, Kun, and Kellen were all sitting in the living room. A servant led him in. As Laura remembered, he was tall and thin and looked to be in his 60s. He had a weather-beaten face, but his attitude was very respectful. As soon as he entered the room, he immediately bowed to Kellen and said, "Quat greetings, second young master, Miss Laura and Chief Kun Zhang." Quat. The few heirs of the Magedal family could only address him as young master. After all, Master Sauce was still alive. As an old man of the Magedal family, he naturally knew how to address him. Karen looked at Aroga and nodded. "Quat, you don't have to be so polite. How has fifth brother been recently? I haven't seen him in a long time." "Quat, the fifth young master is fine. He's just too busy to visit the second young master," said Aroga hurriedly. "Quat, the fifth young master even asked me to apologize to the second young master." "Quat." Karen nodded and said, "Fifth brother is too polite. I'm already very happy that he still remembers that I have such a disappointing brother. All right, you know that I don't care about things. If you have anything, just tell Laura." Quat. After saying that, he stood up and left. It was obvious that Aroga knew Kren very well, so he wasn't surprised at all. He simply bowed to Kren and said, "See you off, second young master." Kren nodded and left the living room. As soon as Kellen left the living room, Laura smiled and said, "Quat, Chief Overseer Aroga, please take a seat. Don't just stand there. You've had a hard time along the way." Quat. Lola nodded and said to Aroga, "How's fifth uncle's business?" "With fifth uncle's ability, doing business is just a piece of cake." Aroga laughed. "Quat, young master's business is doing well. It's just that business has been very busy recently. Otherwise, he would have come personally this time. I also brought gifts for second young master and Miss Laura. They are all in the car." Quat. Lola nodded and said, "Fifth uncle, you're too kind. Grandpa Kun Zhang, get someone to move the gifts to the warehouse later. Also get Chief Overseer Aroga to prepare a place to stay. It's not easy for him to come to the Versailles Duchy. We have to let him stay for 2 more days." Lola nodded and said, "You've had a hard time on the way. Go and rest for 2 days. If there's anything, we can talk about it in 2 days. If it's urgent, we can talk now." Quat. "Quat, I don't have any urgent matters to attend to," said Aroga as he quickly stood up. "Quat, I'll take my leave first." Quat. After he finished speaking, he bowed to Lola and walked out. Laura didn't expect that he would retreat just like that. Now she wasn't sure what he was up to. Kun Zhang returned shortly after. Laura looked at him and said, "Grandpa Kun Zhang, how is it?" Kun Zhang nodded. "Quat, it seems like they've come prepared this time. Other than the gifts for us, there are also 2 big carts of gifts. It looks like they're giving them to someone as well, but I wonder who they're giving them to." Quat. "Quat will know soon," Lola said with a frown. "Quat, they'll definitely make a move in the next 2 days." Quat. Aurora didn't let him down. After he arrived in Cass City, he took action. Of course, his actions couldn't be hidden from Laura. It was obvious that he didn't want to hide it from her. However, Aurora was surprised by his first stop. His first stop was the Duke's mansion. Laura didn't expect that the Duke's mansion would be his first stop. However, she felt that it was reasonable. No matter what, Aroga was currently representing Carlo, one of the heirs of the Magic Dare family. Furthermore, he had a higher chance of becoming the head of the family than Kellen. Since Aroga was representing him, it was only natural for him to pay a visit to Grand Duke Ivan. However, Laura was still cautious. She didn't think that it was a simple matter for Aroga to visit Grand Duke Ivan. Everyone on the continent knew that she had helped the Versailles family and Grand Duke Ivan a lot. It could be said that Grand Duke Ivan was her backer. If they wanted to touch her, they would have to deal with her backer first. Obviously, Aroga was here for the products of paradise, which were the most important things in Laura's possession. She couldn't let go of them. If she wanted to get her hands on the products, she had to use some tricks. However, in the Versailles Duchy, if she wanted to use tricks on Laura, she had to first deal with Grand Duke Ivan. Even if she couldn't get Grand Duke Ivan to help her, she couldn't let him protect her. Laura immediately thought of this as soon as she saw him going to the Duke's mansion. However, she couldn't stop him. After all, he was officially going to visit Grand Duke Ivan. This was an open scheme by them. Even if Laura knew about it, she couldn't do anything about it. However, she didn't want to stop them. She just wanted to see how far they could go. If they could really convince Grand Duke Yuan, she would be very disappointed. However, Laura wasn't worried at all. Even if Aroga managed to convince Grand Duke Ivan wouldn't protect her anymore. She still had Xiao Hai. If Laura's trust in Grand Duke Ivan was 10, then her trust in Xiao Hai would be 100. Although Laura didn't stop him from meeting with Grand Duke Ivan, she still kept an even tighter watch on him. Since he dared to do something so bold, he must have gotten Carlo's approval. However, this was the Versailles Duchy, Laura's territory. She wasn't afraid of him causing trouble. Grand Duke Ivan didn't let Laura down. After hearing about it, he sent someone to warn her that it seemed like he had the intention to deal with her. He told her that he had gone to his city to find out what he wanted to do. He had already told him that if he dared to touch Laura, it would be the same as touching him. This was a serious matter. Although the magicians were powerful, the Versailles family wasn't weak either. The magicians were only a business family, while the Versailles family had their own dukedom. Ivan had told Aroga that if they dared to touch Laura, it would be the same as touching him. This wasn't something an archduke could say easily, and there was no way to change it once he said it. An archduke had to have his own dignity. How could they rule over a duchy? Laura didn't think that Grand Duke Ivan would give her so much face. With his words, even if Carlo and the others wanted to touch her, they would have to think twice. However, Laura didn't think that Aroga would give up so easily. After being rejected by Grand Duke Ivan, they would probably think of something else. There was only one way, and that was to start with Xiao Hai. At the thought of this, Laura couldn't sit still any longer. She immediately ordered the carriage to be prepared and asked Kun to send someone to thank the Duke's mansion. It wasn't a good time for her to thank the Duke's mansion in person, so she could only send someone to thank Ivan. After the arrangements were made, Laura led near straight to Rocky Mountain. Laura's trip to Rocky Mountain wasn't because she didn't trust Xiao Hai, but because she wanted to give him a heads up. She knew that Xiao Hai didn't like to be disturbed, and he had too many secrets. If she didn't give him a heads up and allowed him to visit, Xiao Hai wouldn't be polite to her. Although Laura didn't like him, she didn't want Xiao Hai to do anything to him. After all, he represented Carlo. If Xiao Hai offended Carlo, it would be troublesome. As soon as Laura left Kassar City, Xiao Hai received the news. Although his attention had been focused on the corpse swamp for the past few days, he had not slacked in his surveillance of Kassar City. In addition, Xiao Zui and the others had returned from the corpse swamp. He had more than enough manpower, and his surveillance of Kassar City was even stricter. Xiao Hai, Green, and the others were all in the boundless space. Thus, when Xiao Hai received the news that Laura was coming, he immediately informed Green. Green frowned and said, "Quad, I wonder why Miss Laura is here this time. As we're still too weak in Cass City, we can't report what happened in Cass City in time. It's very disadvantageous for us." Quad. Xiao Hai nodded and said, "We have no choice. We don't have any available manpower now. It's not a good thing to let Yi Wang and the others stay in Casa City for a long time. After all, they are undead creatures. It will be troublesome if they are discovered." Quad. Grim nodded and frowned. "Quat, with our current status, it's not convenient for us to establish our own forces. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome if we are discovered. The problem of manpower is really a big problem." Xiao Hai also frowned. The faster they developed, the more they would find the problem of insufficient manpower. Those slaves could not be used. After all, they were slaves. If they were asked to go to Casa City to help gather information, they might be captured as escaped slaves. Undead creatures were undead creatures after all, and it would be troublesome if they were discovered. Most importantly, Yi Wang and the others were zombies now, and their appearance was not much different from their original appearance. If they were allowed to stay in Kassar City for a long time, they might be discovered by the forces they were originally in, and it would be more troublesome. Xiao Hai was still very afraid of the force that Yi Wang and the others used to be in. That force was too big, and it didn't only have assassins like Yi Wang, but also light mages like Kellen. Xiao Hai didn't want to have a direct conflict with such a force. Seeing Xiao Hai frowning, Kellen thought that he was still worried about the lack of manpower. He quickly said, "Quat, young master, how about this time when Miss Laura comes, we'll give her a magical beast eagle and ask her to tell us about the situation in Casa City every few days. This way, not only will we know about the situation in Casa City, but we'll also strengthen our connection with Miss Laura. What do you think?" Xiao Hai thought for a moment and nodded. "Quat, this is a good idea. Now that there are more than 1,000 magical beast eagles in the space, I'll give a few to Miss Laura. This way, not only can we strengthen the connection, but we can also let Miss Laura have a few more magical beasts, which will also guarantee her safety." Green chuckled. "Quat, young master really does care about Miss Laura. Young master, why don't you try to see what Miss Laura is thinking? If she really is interested in you, why don't you settle the matter with her? What do you think?" Xiao Hai did not expect Green to bring this up. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Grandpa Green, haven't we made an agreement? There's no need to hurry. Besides, we don't know what Mrs. Laura means." If we tell her rashly and she doesn't mean it, it would be very embarrassing when we meet in the future. Grim thought for a while and didn't say anything. However, he kept this thought in mind. If there was an opportunity in the future, he would definitely try it. Xiao Hai knew what Green was thinking with one look at Green's expression. He could only smile wryly and did not say anything else. He knew that this kind of thing would only make things worse. Not long after, Laura arrived. Xiao Hai, Green, Merlin, and Meg also came out of the space. After all, she had seen them before. If she came and suddenly didn't see them, she would be suspicious. After inviting Laura to sit down in the living room, Xiao Hai looked at her with a puzzled expression and asked, "Miss Laura, what's your business here? Did something happen in Kassar City?" Laura quickly smiled. "Quat, no, nothing happened in Kassar City. I came here this time for my own business." Quat. Xiao Hai looked at Laura in confusion and asked, "For your matter." "What's the matter, Miss Laura?" Lola smiled bitterly as she explained the situation with Aroga. At the same time, she also shared her various guesses. Finally, she said to Xiao Hai, "Quat, sir, this time, Aroga might come and disturb you. I'm just here to say hello in advance." Quat. Xiao Hai shook his head and said, "Miss Laura, please go back and tell that Aroga guy that I don't like to see people. Tell him not to disturb me. Even if he comes, I won't meet him. Tell him to give up." Quat. Hearing Xiao Hai's words, Laura became even happier. However, she still gave a bitter smile and said, "Quat, I'm just afraid that I won't be able to stop him. To tell you the truth, sir, although my fifth uncle usually looks very easygoing, I heard from my father that since he was young, he has always got what he wanted. Even if he can't get it, he will destroy it and not let others get it. This time, he sent someone here, and I'm afraid that he won't leave so easily. That's why I came to inform you. Quat, if they really don't know what's good for them, then don't blame me for being impolite," Xiao Hai said with a frown. Lola was afraid of this result and quickly said, "Quat, this time, Laura came here to talk to sir about this matter. Sir, my fifth uncle is much stronger than me. If Aroga really comes to disturb you, you can just ignore him. It's best if you don't get into a conflict with him. Consider it giving Laura face." Quat. Quat, add it, click, recommend it, don't miss out on anything. Everyone, please help, Quat. Xiao Hai looked at Laura and nodded. Quat, okay, don't worry, Miss Laura. As long as they don't go too far, I won't do anything to them. You should know that I don't like to cause trouble. Quat. However, Laura didn't relax at all. It wasn't that she didn't believe in Xiao Hai's words, but she had no confidence in her family. Laura knew her uncles too well. They had the same temperament as her grandpa. They would get what they saw and destroy what they couldn't get. Everything was for their own benefit. In their eyes, everything was a commodity. Laura also knew that Xiao Hai wasn't someone who liked to be at a disadvantage. Just by looking at how he treated Kellen and the others, she knew that if someone dared to touch him, he wouldn't be polite. His fifth uncle would not give up on the things in Xiao Hai's hands. He might do something. Xiao Hai glanced at Laura, but he did not pay much attention to her. As long as it was not a rank 9 expert who came to find trouble with him, he was not afraid of anything. Thus, he turned to Green and said, "Lin Ji, go and bring in the gift I prepared for Mrs. Laura." Jerlin responded and turned to leave. Hearing Xiao Hai's words, Laura was stunned and said, "Sir even prepared a gift for me. I'm so sorry that I didn't bring a gift for you this time. How can I accept your gift?" Xiao Hai smiled. "Actually, this gift is beneficial to me. Miss Laura, you know that I just arrived in Cass City and don't know much about the situation there. Plus, with my status, I'm afraid that I won't be very popular if I stay in Cass City for a long time. So I would like to ask Miss Laura for a favor." Quat. "Quat, you're too kind, sir," Lola quickly said. "Quat, please tell me what to do." Quat. Xiao Hai smiled and said, "I don't dare to give you any orders, but I really do have a favor to ask of you. You know that I'm considered a businessman now. It's not good for a businessman to stay on this mountain every day. I don't know anything about the situation in Casa City, so I would like to ask for your help this time. If you have any problems in Casa City in the future, can you tell me?" Hearing Xiao Hai's words, Laura heaved a sigh of relief. She was still wondering what it was about. This kind of matter was too simple. She had her own intelligence network, so it was naturally much easier to collect information. Moreover, Xiao Hai was now in the same boat as her. There was nothing wrong with sharing information. On the contrary, Laura was happy to see this situation. This meant that Xiao Hai trusted her more and their relationship would be closer. Thinking of this, Laura quickly smiled and said, "Quat, I was wondering what it was. You're too polite, sir. What's the problem?" "Please rest assured, sir. In the future, I will send someone to send you information about Cass City every 7 days. Quat." At this moment, Grim also came in from the outside, followed by 5 handsome eagles. The eagles were more than a meter tall, and they walked in step by step from the outside with a look of pride. Laura was stunned. She knew that a magical beast egg wasn't that easy to hatch. The temperature had to be just right, and people had to constantly input magic power or battle spirit into the egg. Finally, when it was about to hatch, it had to be recognized as its master by blood. Otherwise, the magical beast wouldn't listen to the command of people. Why did Xiao Hai want to give these eagles to him? Even if it was given to him, he would not be able to use it. Xiao Hai looked at Laura and knew what she was thinking. He had learned about the magical beasts from Green. He smiled and said, "Quat Miss Laura, don't worry. Although these 5 eagles are magical beasts, they are different from ordinary magical beasts. They don't need to rely on humans to provide magic power for their growth. You can feed them like how you feed eagles and falcons. Moreover, they don't recognize a master. You only need to leave one for delivering a letter, and you can keep the rest for your own use." Quad, after which he turned to the 5 magical beast eagles and said, "From now on, she will be your master. Follow her and listen to her." These magical beasts were not stupid at all. After the spatial modification, Xiao Hai found that they could understand his words and were even smarter than an ordinary 7 or 8-year-old child. Laura looked at Xiao Hai in a daze. She had seen magical beasts before, but in her impression, magical beasts never grew up. However, Xiao Hai's flying eagles were more handsome than the previous ones. They were almost as powerful as magical beasts, and Xiao Hai seemed to be talking to the eagles. Will this work? However, something that surprised Laura even more happened. The eagles seemed to have understood Xiao Hai's words. They barked at Xiao Hai and slowly walked to stand behind Laura like 5 guards. This made Laura in near freeze. "NBSP, don't worry, Miss Laura," Xiao Hai said with a smile. "You'll be their master from now on." Quat. Laura came back to her senses and looked at the eagle with bright eyes. This eagle was even more handsome than a winged falcon. It would be very good for her to have such a magical beast. Xiao Hai treated her to a meal and then let her go. The moment Laura came out of Rocky Mountain, those eagles had flown off and kept circling around her carriage, following her all the way. Lola stood outside the trunk and looked at the eagle. She couldn't help but like it even more. However, she also thought of another problem. She turned around and went into the trunk, saying to Nicole, "Nair, have you ever heard of such an obedient and divine magical beast?" Nicole had always been very interested in animals. She also liked to read books about animals. In this regard, she had more say. Nair shook her head and said, "No, miss. I have read many books about magical beasts. However, magical beasts are generally not too big. Moreover, they are not that obedient. Sir's magical beast is more like a magical beast than a magical beast. I don't know if it is a real magical beast." Quat. Lola nodded. "Quat, it's quite strange. If it's really like what Sir said, and these magical beasts were hatched from the colorful magical beast eggs I gave him, then it shouldn't be like this." Quat. When Laura first bought the magical beast eggs, she knew that these were flying magical beasts, and she had also seen magical beasts that laid eggs. These magical beast eggs were not found in the wild, but raised in a special breeding factory. She had seen those magical beasts that laid eggs. Although it was a flying beast, it wasn't big, about the size of a winged falcon. It wasn't so handsome, and it wasn't so obedient. Now that it was in Xiao Hai's hands, it changed. Laura really didn't know what to say to Xiao Hai. Why did those ordinary things change when they were in his hands? This was the question that Laura was most puzzled about. After Laura left Rocky Mountain, Xiao Hai and Green did not rush into the space. Instead, they called Merlin and the others to the living room. After sitting down, Xiao Hai said to Green, "Grandpa Green, what do you think we should do about Laura's request?" Green thought for a moment and said, "I think it's better to be careful. I've heard of the magicians before. They're all people who eat people without spitting out the bones. If their target is really us this time, I'm afraid it'll be a bit troublesome." Quat. Xiao Hai nodded and said, "This is really troublesome. Looking at Mrs. Laura, I'm afraid this matter will not end well. I'm afraid that they will have to learn a lesson this time." Quat. Clint frowned. "Quat, I'm afraid it won't be that simple. The people of the Macadera family are known for being cruel and merciless. If they suffer a loss here, I'm afraid they won't let this matter rest." Quat, "Then what should we do?" Xiao Hai frowned. "Right now we've just gained a foothold in Rocky Mountain. If they keep coming to disturb us, it'll be quite annoying." Merlin smiled. "Quat, I don't think so. No matter what, we've done the Versailles family a great favor. If they really want to go on and on with us, I'm afraid the Versailles family won't let them off." Quat. Xiao Hai furrowed his brows and said, "I'm just afraid of this. I don't want to owe the Versailles family a favor. I think it's better for us to settle this ourselves. However, we should also leave some face for Miss Laura. As long as they don't go too far, then we'll let it go. If they really dare to touch us, then don't blame me." Quat. Quat, "That's the only thing we can do for now. I hope they don't dare to touch us because of our identities. Otherwise, I'm afraid this enmity will be formed." Quat. Green nodded. Quat. HMPH. Quat. Xiao Hai snorted coldly. Quat, "Now that we've made this enemy, as long as we don't work with them, this enmity will be settled. Those guys from the Macadel family are not good people." Quat. Clint nodded. Quat, "It's a good thing that our men have returned. They should be enough to deal with such a situation. As long as it's not a rank 9 powerhouse, we should be able to handle it. Young master, let's go into the space and take a look. I wonder where the eagles have flown to." Quat. Xiao Hai nodded and they all entered the realm. The farm was now level 15, but the ranch hadn't leveled up yet, which Xiao Hai felt was a bit of a pity. Xiao Zui and the others had no other choice. The magical beasts in the rotten corpse swamp were not easy to catch. Even if they managed to catch one, it was not easy to keep it alive. Hence, they did not catch any magical beasts. They only collected some plants, and the realm rose to level 15. The eagles had been flying in the swamp for a few days now, but they were not flying very fast. To Xiao Hai's surprise, the place they were flying was no longer on the map. It seemed like they had also started to circle around the swamp. Xiao Hai couldn't do anything about this. He didn't know what was wrong with the swamp. Why did humans and magical beasts have to go in circles? Add, click, recommend, nothing less. If I don't let you guys get married, don't even think about it. As soon as Xiao Hai and the others entered the origin space, they felt something was wrong as soon as they turned on the screen. The screen wasn't showing the colorful fog at all. Instead, it showed a chaotic battle. On the screen, they could see a green, small swallow-like bird. These birds were frantically attacking the eagles. What surprised Xiao Hai and the others was that the eagle, which usually looked majestic, was now unable to fight back. It could only dash left and right, trying to break out of the circle of birds. Xiao Hai and the others looked at the situation on the screen in a daze. This was beyond their understanding. The size of the bird was too different from the eagle. How could the eagle be beaten up so badly that it couldn't even fight back? Not long after, Xiao Hai understood the situation. Although the eagles were powerful, the birds were very agile. They could turn very quickly in the air, but the eagles were too big, so they turned very slowly in a small area. This gave the birds an opportunity. The birds aimed at the eyes of the eagles, making them struggle. Xiao Hai didn't expect that eagles could be in such a sorry state. He quickly released all of his eagles. He had more than 1,000 eagles now. With so many eagles, they should be enough to deal with this situation. Sure enough, as soon as this large group of eagles appeared, the birds panicked and immediately scattered in all directions. However, the eagles did not let them go just like that. They all chased after them and caught a lot of birds. Xiao Hai heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. Green and the others also heaved a sigh of relief. Although they did not personally participate in the battle just now, they still felt that it was extremely brutal. They were extremely nervous. With a thought, Xiao Hai recalled all the eagles outside. Then they went to the farm. Just as they reached the farm, they heard a notification. Quat new animal discovered. The animal is a mutated swallow-type creature. Evaluation level, level 3, animal digitization, can be purchased from the space store. Quat. Xiao Hai didn't mind. The farm didn't level up anyway, so even if there were more swallow-type animals, it wouldn't be of much use. Xiao Hai quickly released the eagles that were attacked at the beginning. These eagles had already matured. Xiao Hai could release them if he wanted to, but they could not continue to grow in the farm or stay in the farm for more than 30 minutes. After taking a closer look at the eagles, Xiao Hai and the others were stunned. These eagles were actually quite badly injured. One of them had even been pecked blind in one eye. Seeing this, Xiao Hai and Green could not help but feel a little shocked. They did not expect the little bird to be so powerful that it could peck the eagle to such an extent. Xiao Hai put the eagles back into the warehouse and replaced them with 5 eagles. He brought the evil spirit staff and flew out again, but they were back in the living room of the farm villa. After they sat down in the living room, Xiao Hai turned around and said to Green, "Grandpa Grimm, it seems like we really can't underestimate the carrion swamp. That little bird actually forced the Mirage Beast Eagle to such an extent. I really didn't expect that in the future we can't leave the space without people." Grimm nodded and said, "It seems that we have underestimated the swamp." Boff also mentioned that he was attacked a few times, but he did not say anything. "I think he is a level 9 master and did not take those attacks to heart. However, the strength of a level 9 master is there for all to see. We cannot let our guard down." Quat. Xiao Hai nodded. He looked at the colorful fog on the screen and the constantly changing shadows. He sighed and said, "Quat, I can't use the map that Boff gave me now. I don't know how far we are from the City of Flowers. The monsters in the fog in the carrion swamp are strange." Quat. Grimm nodded and sighed. "Quat, it's just that there isn't much information on the continent about the Rotten Corpse Swamp, so it's impossible for us to know more about it. However, I think there must be something left behind by the ancient mages in the Rotten Corpse Swamp. Not to mention anything else, I don't know how long that city has existed. For so many years, I've never heard anyone say that there's a city in the Rotten Corpse Swamp." Xiao Hai nodded. "Quad, it seems like there are many stories about Huacheng. The Rotten Corpse Swamp has existed for so many years, but no one knew that there was a city there. This in itself explains the problem." Quad. Grimm sighed and said, "Quad, it's not that no one knew about the situation here in the past. In the past, the Corpse Swamp wasn't as ferocious as it is now, and even 9th-tier powerhouses didn't dare to enter recklessly. I heard that the Corpse Swamp was a paradise for adventurers a long time ago, and many people were willing to come here to hunt for magic in exchange for money. However, about a few thousand years ago, a great disaster happened on the continent. I heard that the devils from hell suddenly rushed out of the surface and slaughtered all the major races on the surface. That was the continent's biggest catastrophe, and many books and records were lost or destroyed in that catastrophe. It was also from then on that the Corpse Swamp became more and more ferocious, and now no one dares to go in." Xiao Hai nodded. Quat, no matter what, we have to go to Hua Cheng. Whatever happened in Hua Cheng in the past has nothing to do with us. The most important thing now is to solve the problem in the Rotten Corpse swamp. Quat. Jerlin nodded and looked at the screen. He turned to Xiao Hai and said, Quat, young master, I think we shouldn't fly around like this. I think the reason why there hasn't been any news of a city in the Rotten Corpse swamp for so many years is that the documents have been destroyed, or maybe they haven't found the city yet. Boff might have accidentally entered the city last time he came. We should follow his map. Even if we're slow, we can still reach the City of Flowers. Otherwise, I don't know how long it will take us to find the City of Flowers. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded. He glanced at the screen and ordered the eagle to fly horizontally instead of forward. He was going to find the terrain on the map and then fly forward according to the marks on the map. Xiao Hai also noticed another feature of the screen. It was like a map in a game. The places that the eagles didn't fly to were all black. The places that the eagles flew to would be displayed in the corner of the screen. On the screen, there were also demonic beasts. However, the displayed terrain would not be updated. Instead, it would remain in the corner of the screen. Xiao Hai planned to slowly create a full map of the Rotten Corpse swamp. To be honest, it was boring to just stare at the screen. However, they were afraid that the eagles might be attacked and they couldn't leave the place, so they stayed in the origin space and chatted. Grimm and the others also liked to stay in the space. The air here was very good. Every time they entered the space from the outside, they would feel a burst of refreshing. Staying in the boundless space for a long time was not only good for cultivation, but also for the body. Xiao Hai felt that his body was much better than when he first woke up. When he first woke up, he always wanted to sleep and would gasp for breath after running a few steps. Now he was much stronger than before, almost like a normal person. It was the same for Merlin. Although she was a mage, she was not young anymore. She was very tired after being busy every day. In addition, she did not sleep well as she was old. She did not have a good rest, so when Xiao Hai had just woken up, she did not look too good. But now she had completely changed. Her face was ruddy and she was busy every day, but she didn't say she was tired. In addition, the space was quiet, so she could sleep until dawn at night. Her body was much better than before. The space was like a quiet land. All the people who had stayed in the space were not used to living outside, including those slaves. If they could not have their own rooms and properties outside, they would not like to live outside. Now that Laura was in trouble again, Xiao Hai didn't want to have any more contact with her. Therefore, they could only stay in the origin space. After all, nothing would happen to Laura. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Xiao Hai was taken aback. He turned the screen to the Iron Mountain Fortress. Wood and stone were looking at the slaves. The knocking probably meant that they had something to discuss with Xiao Hai. The knocking on the door wasn't real. It was just a way for Xiao Hai and the others to contact each other. After these two fixed teleportation points were set up, if anyone wanted to find Xiao Hai, they could just knock on the ground at the teleportation point, and the realm would hear it. It was the knocking on the door. So when Xiao Hai heard the knocking, he knew that it was Wood and the others looking for him. Only the wood and rocks in Iron Mountain Fortress would use this method to find Xiao Hai. The undead creatures in Rocky Mountain could contact Xiao Hai directly without knocking on the teleportation point. Sure enough, when the scene changed, they saw Blockhead standing at the teleportation point. Xiao Hai and the others thought that something had happened, so they stood up. With a thought, Xiao Hai and the others appeared at the Iron Mountain Fortress. Blockhead was standing there, and when he saw them come out, he hurriedly went up to them and said, "Young master, what's wrong?" Xiao Hai nodded. "What's the matter?" Mew Mew smiled and said, "Young master, it's a good thing. 2 slaves suddenly came to me today and said that they want to get married again. Young master, didn't you say that those slaves have to tell you everything? What do you think of this?" Xiao Hai was taken aback. He then asked with interest, "Oh, there was such a thing. It's a good thing that you're getting married. Let's go, quickly take me to see her." "Quat, yes, master." Quat Jerlin replied and led Xiao Hai to the outer castle. Collectible click recommend please. 2 slaves, 1 male and 1 female, were standing at the gate between the inner castle and the outer castle. The male looked 23-24 years old, while the female looked younger than 20 years old. Both of them looked ordinary. When the 2 of them saw Xiao Hai and the others come out, they quickly knelt down and saluted Xiao Hai. "Long live young master." Xiao Hai nodded and waved his hand. "Stand up and talk." After the 2 of them thanked him, they stood up, but they were still bowing and trembling in fear. Although these slaves knew that Xiao Hai was very kind, they had been trained to be slaves. When they saw Xiao Hai, they did not dare to be rude. It was already very good that they could stand up and reply to Xiao Hai. If they were newly bought slaves, they would not dare to stand up because of Xiao Hai's words. Looking at the 2 of them, Xiao Hai didn't stand on ceremony. He just said, "Are you the ones getting married?" The 2 of them bent their bodies even lower. The male slave trembled as he said, "Quat, yes, young master, we want to get married. Please grant us our wish." "Quat, what are your names?" Xiao Hai nodded. "Young master, my name is Qi and she is Zai," the male slave immediately replied. Xiao Hai closed it and looked at the 2 of them. "Quat, quat, good, very good. You've taken the initiative to propose to me. That's good. I'll fulfill your wish today. Grandpa Green, prepare the things later. We'll give them a good wedding today. Quats. Grim also smiled in response. Merlin smiled and said, Quat, this is good news, young master. I'll go and make some preparations so that the slaves can have a good rest for the day. Quat. The two slaves knelt down in unison, and the male slave said in a panic, Young master, we can't afford it. Our lives are cheap. It's already a great blessing to be married to young master. How would we dare to ask young master to help us arrange it? Xiao Hai smiled. Quat, it's okay. You're the first pair of new slaves that Grandpa Green bought. We can use this opportunity to have some fun. It's not just for you. Quat, the two of them then stood up. Green and the others had already gone to take care of the matter, leaving only Meg to stay by Xiao Hai's side. Xiao Hai and the others did not lack anything now, and with Xiao Hai's monthly income, it was not a problem to feed these 100 people. Xiao Hai didn't offer any help. Instead, he led Meg back to the castle's living room and sat down. He had just given Green and the others all the things they needed, so all he had to do now was to watch Green and the others prepare. The two of them sat down in the living room. Meg prepared a pot of cocoa for Xiao Hai and placed it on the table. Xiao Hai smiled at her and said, Have a seat. Let's talk about Chi Hexi's marriage. Meg sat down and looked at Xiao Hai. Quat, young master, why did you think of holding a big party for them? Do you want to let the other slaves see it? Xiao Hai nodded and sighed. Quat, there are only so many people in our Buddha family now. These slaves will definitely have to reproduce in the future. They have already been branded by the Buddha family and cannot be erased. Now that our conditions are much better than before, it's a good thing for us that they can take the initiative to propose marriage. I'm afraid that the other slaves will also slowly propose. This is also a way to increase the population. Moreover, I will improve more and more land in the future, so it won't be like this. I'm going to distribute the land to the slaves. We're only collecting some rent so that they can farm more vigorously. Stunned, Meiji looked at Xiao Hai and said, So, young master, you're saying that we'll let Chi and Zai regain their status as commoners today, and even reward them with a piece of land, so that they can rent the seeds. On the mainland, those who rented land for farming were usually civilians. Hence, when Xiao Hai said that he would give the land to the slaves and only charge rent, Meg immediately understood what he meant. Xiao Hai nodded and said, That's right, this is a good start. If our Buddha family wants to grow and expand in the future, the current situation is definitely not feasible. So I want to slowly restore the status of the slaves to that of civilians. Let them have their own fields and their own income. This way, they will have a future. Quat. Merlin had grown up on the Ark continent. In their opinion, Xiao Hai's actions were akin to throwing money away. Slaves were considered the property of their owners. However, if Xiao Hai restored their status as civilians, they would no longer be considered the property of the Buddha family. Wasn't this akin to throwing money away? However, Xiao Hai's words made sense. The Buddha family was in need of people. They had to stimulate the 100 enthusiasm of these slaves so that they could work better. If they could restore their civilian status and give them a piece of land, it would be like heaven to these slaves. They would naturally work hard. Now that Xiao Hai was so capable and had space to deal with the Buddha family, he could do whatever he wanted to the Buddha family. Therefore, Meg didn't object to Xiao Hai's words and only nodded. Xiao Hai turned to look at the sky outside and sighed. Although we're developing well now, all of this is like floating clouds. If others find out about our identity, then everything we have now will be lost in an instant. I only hope that one day we can stand under the sun and tell the world that we are the Buddha family. At that time, we will be considered to have truly succeeded. Looking at Xiao Hai, Meiji's eyes became wet. Don't worry, young master, that day will come. Xiao Hai sighed and slowly closed his eyes. He sat on the chair to rest. She knew that Xiao Hai's health wasn't very good. If it wasn't for the inner space, it would be hard to say what would have happened to him. However, ever since Xiao Hai had woken up, he had been busy with the Buddha family's future and his not-so-good health. This made people feel heartache. Xiao Hai was really tired. Although he didn't exercise much, his body wasn't in good condition. Plus, he had a lot of things to deal with. Although his body wasn't tired, his mind was tired, so he leaned on the sofa and fell asleep soon. After some time, Xiao Hai heard someone calling him. He slowly opened his eyes and saw that it was Meg. She was calling him softly. Xiao Hai sat up and moved his sore neck, which had been sitting on the sofa for too long. He stood up and said, What's wrong? Are you ready? Meg nodded. Quat, the tables and dishes have been set up in the outer castle. Grandpa even prepared some ale today. It looks like he really wants to have a good time. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded, thought for a moment, and turned to Meg. Quat, by the way, I remember that we've prepared a lot of colored paper some time ago. Do you still have any? Meg didn't know what Xiao Hai wanted to do, but she still nodded and said, Quat, there is. I bought those colored paper especially to make an announcement when I tell the slaves about something in the future. Quat. Quat, yes, Quat. Xiao Hai nodded. Quat, come with me to the study first. Oh, and prepare a red colored paper. Quat, although Meg didn't know what Xiao Hai was going to do, she still responded and followed him into the study. In the study room, Xiao Hai asked Meg to cut the red paper into a rectangle. He wrote the word happy on the paper himself, and then wrote their names and the date of their marriage. It was the first simple marriage certificate in the world. Meg kept reading. At first, she didn't know what Xiao Hai was going to do, but when she saw what he wrote, she finally understood and felt that it was very novel. The marriage certificate was very simple. It was just a piece of red paper with words written on it. Xiao Hai had made it on a whim. He did not expect that it would eventually become the heirloom of Qi's family. The marriage certificate slowly spread to the entire continent. After signing the marriage certificate, Xiao Hai and Meg went downstairs to the square of the outer castle. It was very lively now. Square tables had been set up, and each table had 8 dishes which could seat 8 people. There was also a barrel of ale beside each table. This tavern was a relatively cheap wine on the continent. It was usually drunk by commoners. Some time ago, Grimm had specially bought some for these slaves to drink. Now it was finally put to use. The slaves were already seated at the table. Green and the others were waiting for Xiao Hai. When they saw Xiao Hai, they immediately bowed to him. Xiao Hai waved his hand to dismiss them. He then said, "Quat, today is the day of Kihexi's great celebration. I'm taking this opportunity to let everyone celebrate for them. Quat." The slaves were also happy for Chi Hexi. Chi Hexi was even more excited and shy. Both of their faces were red. Xiao Hai waved his hand at them and said, "Chi Zai, you two come here." Chi and Zai quickly walked to Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai looked at the two of them and smiled. "Quat, you're very good. You're the first pair of newlyweds since our Buddha family arrived in Black Earth territory. I want to reward you. From today onwards, you're no longer slaves. You're civilians of the Buddha family's Black Earth territory. I'll have Grandma Merlin measure 10 acres of land for you outside the castle. In the future, these 10 acres of land will be yours. In the future, 4/10 of the annual income will be given to us, and the rest will be yours. In addition, I'll prepare a house for you in the castle. The things used inside will also be prepared, so you can have your own home in the future." Xiao Hai's words were earth-shattering, and the slaves were all stunned. They never thought that Xiao Hai would give Chi Hexi land. It was land that could be rented, and this was extremely important to the slaves. Chi and Zai felt like they were in a dream. It took them a while to react and quickly knelt down to thank Xiao Hai. Click add recommend nothing less. Otherwise, don't even think about getting a toast. Although Xiao Hai's reward was very shocking, the slaves were only shocked for a moment before they returned to normal. After all, it was not the first time that Xiao Hai had done such a shocking thing. Xiao Hai helped the two of them up and took out the marriage certificate he had written. He handed it to them and said, "Today is your big day. As the first couple in our Black Earth territory, I personally wrote this marriage certificate for you. Although this certificate is not recognized anywhere else, it is recognized here in the Black Earth territory. As long as you hold this certificate, you are legally married. Consider it my congratulatory gift to you." This was the first time that this thing had appeared on the continent. Even Grimm and the others had never heard of it, let alone the slaves. Both Chi and Zai received the piece of paper with a puzzled look. Although they had learned how to read during this period of time, they didn't recognize many words. They didn't recognize some of the words on the paper, so they looked at the paper in a daze. Xiao Hai smiled and raised his head to say to everyone, "Quad, our Black Earth territory is different from other places. Although this piece of paper is unremarkable, it can prove that you are a legal couple. In the future, if the wife is bullied by the husband, you can come to me to sue him. I will make the decision for her. If the husband dares to abandon his wife for no reason, the wife can also bring this piece of paper to me to sue him. I will punish him for his crime. On the contrary, it is the same for the wife. Chi Hexi is the first pair of newlyweds in the Black Earth territory. I did not have time to prepare, so this piece of paper is their marriage certificate. Next, we will invite our Black Earth territory's Chief Steward Green to come and witness Kiss marriage. We will invite Chief Steward Green to read the marriage certificate. This type of wedding was similar to the one Xiao Hai had attended on Earth. It was very different from the weddings on this continent. On this continent, there was no wedding for slaves. Usually, 2 slaves would report to the manager if they wanted to be together. With the manager's consent, they could be together. Some slave owners or managers would even ask for sex. A commoner's wedding would be a little more lively. First, a matchmaker would introduce them to each other. Then the couple would go and meet each other. Finally, the man would give a betrothal gift and the woman would give a dowry. Finally, the wedding would be held. On the day of the wedding, friends and relatives would come to congratulate them. However, there were no specific rules on the betrothal gift and dowry. On the Ark continent, women were also of high status. Therefore, on the day of the wedding, the new couple would come out to drink together. In the past, the wedding of the royal family would be more grand and formal. However, a wedding like Xiao Hai's had never happened before. It was Green's first time seeing such a thing, but he was also a person who had seen big scenes. He took the marriage certificate from Chi's hand and said loudly, "Quat, today, a commoner of the Arca's empire and a man who loves each other have married. Today, we will issue a special citation. Lord of the Black Earth territory of the Arcas Empire, Xiao Hai Buddha. Quat. There were not many words on the paper, but the meaning was clear. There was no marriage law on the Arc continent, so Xiao Hai did not write anything like in accordance with the law. He only wrote love and marriage. The most important thing was that the words commoner were written on the paper. In a sense, this paper could be regarded as an identity certificate for these slaves, proving that they were now commoners. After reading it, he handed the marriage certificate to Qi and Zai. Qi took the paper excitedly as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. Then he carefully handed it to Zai. Zai also took it carefully, folded it neatly, and carefully put it in his arms. Xiao Hai looked at the two of them and did not say anything. He only smiled and said, "Good, now the ceremony is done. Qi, Zai, from today on you two are officially husband and wife. Come and toast me. Of course, don't forget to toast Grandpa Grimm, the marriage witness." Qi and Zai responded excitedly. At this time, Merlin smiled and picked up the glass. After 2 glasses of wine were served, Qi and Zai took the glasses and knelt down together. They raised the glasses in front of Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai was stunned. He quickly helped them up and said, "What are you doing? Get up." Qi Hexi didn't get up. Instead, he knelt there and sobbed, "Quat, young master, we will always remember your kindness. Although you have restored our status as commoners, we will always be your slaves in our hearts. Please drink 2 cups of wine, Quat." Xiao Hai looked at the two of them and was a little excited. He stood up and said, all right, I'll drink these 2 cups of wine. This is a wedding wine. People say that wedding wine is not intoxicating. Today I'll drink 2 more cups." Then he picked up a glass of wine and drank it up. Blockhead and the others were also cheering, making the atmosphere very lively. Xiao Hai put down his wine glass and looked at the two of them. "Quat, from now on, you two must love each other. If you have any difficulties, let me know." The two of them responded, and Meg helped them pour wine again. This time it was to Grimm. Grimm also said a few auspicious words, and the two of them gave Merlin a toast. It was really lively at this time. The slaves had eaten with Xiao Hai a few times, so they were very open when they ate. In addition, there was a lot of meat and vegetables today, so they took the opportunity to eat more. The banquet they held this time was different from other places. This time they made a lot of dishes. If they didn't eat, they would add more, so the slaves ate very happily. Although these slaves had not yet recovered their status as civilians, they were very satisfied with their current lives. Their business was really good now. They could eat their fill every day and their work was not tiring. They could even eat meat from time to time. Today, they could even drink wine. This was something that they would not have dared to dream of in the past. However, now that they saw Qi and Zai recover their status as commoners after marriage and get land, these people were tempted. Many of the slaves liked them and thought about whether they should hurry up and get things done. It was a lively day, but Xiao Hai and the others did not eat or drink much. They followed Grimm back to the dimension, where their mirage beasts and eagles were being attacked. After they sat down in the medium, Xiao Hai couldn't help but chuckle. Quat, today is a good start. I'm afraid there will be more marriages in the future. Grandpa Green, I think you should go to Kassar City in a few days and order a batch of good marriage certificates. We can give them out later. Quat. Green smiled and said, "Good, young master's idea is really good. But I don't need to go to Kassar City. I think when Miss Laura sends a letter to me on an eagle in a few days, she can tell the Lady of Law our request. As long as it doesn't state which territory it is or who sent it, it will be fine. What do you think, young master?" Xiao Hai nodded. "Okay, let's do it that way. Although we've distributed the land, we have to make it clear to Qi and the others that we have the final say in what they want to plant. After they buy it, we'll sell it all. Whatever they want to buy, we'll help them buy it. This is the only way." Quat. Grimm smiled and said, "This is already very good. These slaves now have their own homes. It is already very good. Young master, it is good to give them the land. This way they will work harder. However, if these people are restored to the status of civilians by young master in the future, what will happen to the extra land?" Xiao Hai smiled and said, "Quat, it's actually very simple. They need farm tools, seeds, and horned scaly horses. They don't have these things, so we can rent these things to them. If they want to use these things, they can help us farm some land. If they have these things, we can hire them to help us farm. Of course, the price won't be too high, but to them, this is an extra income, so they will naturally agree." Quat. Clint nodded and said, "That's good too. It seems like we have to buy more slaves. However, we won't be able to buy any good slaves here in Kassar City. It's best to go to the Imperial Capital to take a look. Outside the Imperial Capital, there's the largest slave trading market on the continent. We can definitely buy suitable slaves there." Quat, is this okay? Xiao Hai frowned. With our current status, if we go to the Imperial Capital, will we be recognized? Clint nodded and said, "That's a problem. No one here in Cass City knows us, but there are many people who know us in the Imperial Capital. How about this? We can go to other places to buy slaves. Young master, I heard that the orcs have a lot of slaves to buy. Do you think we can go to the orcs to take a look?" At this time, Merlin said, "I think this is a good idea. We can go to the orc grasslands and take a look. Not only do they have a large number of slaves, but we can also establish a relationship with the orcs. The orcs produce all kinds of magical beasts and they lack food. If our Black Earth wilderness develops in the future, we will definitely have a lot of food in our hands. On the mainland, food is controlled by major trading companies in ordinary places. It will be difficult for us to interfere. I think it's best to sell food to the orcs. What? We're not the only ones who know that the orcs are short on food, right? Xiao Hai was stunned. You should also know about the other big trading companies, right? Why don't they sell their food to the orcs? Merlin smiled and said, it's not that they don't want to sell it, but they're very expensive. The Empire has set a rule that if you want to buy strategic materials like food, the Empire has to pay a heavy tax. Even if the great aristocrats want to smuggle it, they don't dare to go too far. Therefore, the food of the orcs has always been very expensive. Since we have the space, we can be exempted from this tax. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded. He understood that this was one of Arca's methods to restrict the orcs. This was equivalent to sucking the blood of the orcs in large amounts, making it impossible for them to grow stronger. This way, the north of the empire would naturally be safe. However, Xiao Hai had no intention of doing this himself. He turned to Green and Merlin and said, Grandpa Green, Grandma Merlin, even if we really want to cooperate with the Beastmen in the food business, I think it's better for Laura and the others to step in. If we step in, we'll be exposed sooner or later. Moreover, to be honest, we're not as proficient as Laura in doing business. Grim and Merlin looked at each other and saw a smile in each other's eyes. Merlin continued, Quad, I agree with young master. It's better to let Miss Laura handle this matter. However, young master, I'm afraid that we'll have to give up a part of the profits to Miss Laura. Quat. Xiao Hai did not pay attention to Green and Merlin's meaningful glance. He simply continued, Quat, there's nothing we can do about it. We don't have the connections, but Laura does. All these years, she has been developing in the Versailles Duchy. I'm afraid no one will believe that she doesn't have any business in the Orc Empire. Quat, it's young master who thinks that Miss Laura is beautiful and wants to marry her to be his young mistress. Quat, Meg said, glaring at Xiao Hai. Hearing Xiao Hai mention Laura, Meiji's heart felt uncomfortable. Xiao Hai was stunned when he heard what she said. He turned around and saw her looking at him angrily. A word suddenly appeared in his mind, jealous. She was like a girl in love who found her boyfriend talking about how beautiful and capable another woman was. Xiao Hai stared at Meg blankly, making her feel embarrassed. She blushed and lowered her head. Green and Merlin looked at Xiao Hai and could not help but smile. Both of them were experienced people, so they could tell what Meg was thinking. They were happy to see it happen. If it were before, they wouldn't have agreed, but now that Xiao Hai had become so capable, they naturally hoped that Xiao Hai could take Meg in. In this world, there was no such thing as a single husband. It was normal for a man to have 3 or 4 wives. Even if it was a woman, if she was powerful, she could have a few male companions and no one would say anything. Everything was based on strength. The Buta family's current situation was pretty good. As long as Xiao Hai's space reached level 30 and the poison of the void water was cured, everything would be solved. Xiao Hai would be able to get married and have children. From Green's point of view, not only would Xiao Hai have to get married and have children, but he would also have to marry more and have more children so that the Buta family could continue to have more children. Xiao Hai's heart warmed up when he saw how shy Meg was, but he still turned his head away. He had too many things to do now, and it wasn't the time to talk about love. Xiao Hai turned to Green and Merlin and said, once we're done with the corpse swamp, we'll immediately go take a look at the orcs. We're still lacking people here. Jerlin nodded and turned to look at the screen. The screen was still the same. The colorful poisonous fog kept on churning. It was as if they were not on the Arc continent, but in another time and space. Xiao Hai zoomed in on the map in the corner of the screen and compared it to Boff's map. He was relieved to find that they had not encountered any places that were similar to the map. However, they were even more shocked. They had indeed followed the map that Boff had drawn at the beginning, but for some reason the eagles had deviated from the route. They had thought that even if they deviated from the original route, it would not be too far off. Now, it seemed that it was not the case. They had been out for half a day and had not seen any places that were similar to the map. This meant that they had deviated from the route very far. If they continued to fly on their original route, they didn't know when they would reach Huacheng. I didn't expect the rotten corpse swamp to be so big. We're actually so far away, Xiao Hai said with a bitter smile. Grim furrowed his brows and said with an unsightly expression, Quad, it seems that there really are large magicians left behind from ancient times in the corpse swamp. I heard that the ancient magic arrays were very magical, and some of them could even make people go in circles continuously. I think it's called a maze. In my opinion, there must be such a maze in the corpse swamp. Last time, Boff was really lucky to have found the City of Flowers. It seems that that is the center of the maze and the place to be protected. Quad. Merlin also nodded. Quad, although I don't know much about magic arrays, I do know a little. Many magic arrays used on the continent now are adapted from the remnants of magic arrays from ancient times. They are definitely not as magical as ancient magic arrays. Now it seems that the corpse swamp must be an important place in ancient times. Otherwise, such a magic array wouldn't exist. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded and said, we have to go to Hua Cheng now. I'm getting more and more curious about that place. As long as we can gain a firm foothold in Hua Cheng, we will have the strongest fortress. No one can touch us. Quat. Ji Lin and the others nodded. However, they also knew that this matter would not be so easy. The corpse swamp had been fine for so many years. It would be abnormal if they were to conquer it so easily. When Laura and Nier returned to Casa City, it was already dark. As soon as they returned home, Laura immediately sent someone to find Kun Zheng, while Nier went to settle the magical beast flying eagles. Soon, Kun Zheng arrived at the study room. Laura was frowning as she sat in the room. When Kun Zheng saw Laura's expression, he was stunned and said, Laura, what's wrong? Did something happen to teacher? Laura was jolted back to her senses by Kun's words. She shook her head and said, Quat, no, there's nothing wrong with sir. I'm just worried about Aroga and the others. Quat. Kun Zheng knew what Laura was worried about the moment he heard her words. He had been with the magicians for a longer period of time than Laura, and he was even more familiar with the young masters of the family than she was. He knew very well what kind of person Kara was. They would not let this matter rest if they did not get a result from sending Aroga here. However, if this matter really made Xiao Hai's hair stand on end, the consequences would be hard to predict. NBSB Xiao Hai was no saint, and Kun Zheng knew that. If Carlo and the others really went too far, they would be the ones to suffer. If Carlo really suffered a loss at Xiao Hai's hands, not to mention what the other young masters would think, even the master at home would not agree to it. What kind of person was that master? If anyone dared to offend him, he would definitely return the favor 100-fold. If Xiao Hai really offended Carlo, it would be a slap to the Magalder family's face, and that old master would definitely take action. If that master were to make a move, not only would he be able to destroy Xiao Hai, even Laura would be affected. At that time, their lives would be difficult. Seeing that Kun didn't say anything, Laura knew that he had also thought of her concern, so she continued, Quat sir has already told me that as long as they don't go too far, sir will let them off for my sake. However, if they go too far, sir will not be polite either. You know sir's strength. If we really fight, I'm afraid fifth uncle will be at a disadvantage, and things will get big. Quat. Kun Zheng nodded. Quat, that's what I'm worried about as well. But you know how those masters are like. They won't let go of something they've set their eyes on. I'm afraid this matter is even more troublesome than the previous one. Quat. Lola frowned and said, that's right. My family really can't bear to see us being treated well. We're already here and we're no longer a threat to them, but they still won't let us go. It's so annoying. Quat. Kun Zheng laughed bitterly, not knowing what to say. If the people of the magicians were to be described with a few words, they would be greedy, arrogant, black-hearted, and ruthless. He was already very surprised that such a family could raise a kid like Kellen. If not under his guidance, he really didn't know what Laura would have become. At this time, Nier also came in from outside. When Laura saw her, she quickly said to Kun Zheng, Quat Grandpa Kun Zheng, I have something to tell you. When I went to Sir's place today, he gave me 5 magical beasts. These beasts hatched from the colorful magical beast eggs I gave him before, but they're different from the ones we saw. Do you want to go and take a look? Sure, let's take a look, Kun Zheng said, stunned. Kun was following the instructions of the ordinary magical beasts. The magical beasts lived with their masters and relied on talismans to absorb their masters' battle energy or magic power to survive. When there was no battle, they could be invisible, so Kun thought that Laura was carrying those magical beasts with her. Laura smiled. Quat, those magical beasts are not here. I just asked Nicole to arrange a room for them. Nicole, have you fed them? Nair nodded. Quat, yes, miss. Those magical beasts really eat a lot. The meat that nearly 100 winged falcons usually eat has been eaten by those 5 magical beasts. It seems that we have to spend a lot to raise them. Quat. Kun Zheng was stunned. When he heard Nair say that, he quickly said, wait, Nair, you're saying that you're going to directly feed the magical beast meat. They ate it, Lola chuckled. Quat, Grandpa Kun Zheng, this is the characteristic of Sir's mirage beasts. They don't need to consume people's magic and battle energy. They just need to be fed like normal magical beasts. Let's go and take a look. Quat, then he stood up and followed Nair out. Kun Zheng quickly followed behind. Saving, clicking, recommendations, everyone's help, and they've clearly thanked him. The 3 of them went to the room where the magical beast was kept. Kun Zheng was stunned the moment he opened the door. He had seen magical beasts before, but he had never seen such a powerful and handsome one. Kun was looking at the eagles in disbelief. After a while, he turned to Laura and said, Miss, is this the magical beast flying eagle you were talking about? Is it the magical beast flying eagle that we bought? Quat, yes, Laura said with a smile. Quat, these are the magical beasts, flying eagles that Sir mentioned. But I haven't put these flying eagles into armor, so I don't know what they look like. Quat. Kun Zheng took a closer look at the eagles and turned to Laura. Miss, let's go back. I have something to say. Lola nodded, and the 3 of them returned to the study. After they sat down in the study, Laura looked at Kunzheng, who had a dark expression, and said, "Grandpa Kunzheng, is there anything I can help you with?" Kunzheng nodded with a dark expression. "Quad, I'm here to talk about Mr. Xiao Hai." "Miss, have you thought about how many seemingly ordinary yet extraordinary things Mr. Xiao Hai has given us ever since I spoke to him?" Lola was stunned for a moment. She looked carefully, then her expression changed. "Quat, all of them." Kunzheng nodded and said, "That's right, everything. Whether it's the hinchfish, corn, bamboo rice, fruit oil, blue-eyed rabbit, or today's magical beast, everything is normal. But in the hands of Sir, they became extraordinary in the blink of an eye." Furthermore, Sir said that he had an ancient magical tool in his hands, but we have been wrong about one thing. We thought that there could only be one ancient magical tool, but no one thought that he might have 2, 3, or more. Quat. Laura was stunned. She had never thought that Xiao Hai would have one. Ancient magical tools were hard to come by. Ever since they knew that Xiao Hai had one, they thought that he only had one ancient magical tool. They never thought that he would have 2 or 3. Kun looked at Laura. "Quad, even if Sir doesn't have so many ancient magic tools, I think he must have a potion or alchemy book that has been passed down from ancient times. It is because of these things that Sir can turn ordinary things into extraordinary things." Quat. Lola believed Kunzheng's words, and this was the only reason that could make sense. Kunzheng continued, "Quat, if Sir can make these ordinary things extraordinary, he can also make some extraordinary things ordinary. If he can make potions that can speed up the growth of plants, he can make potions that can speed up the death of plants. In addition to his own strength, the strength of his followers, and the strength of the undead creatures, except for the fact that we haven't seen a level 9 expert, the combat power of Sir's side is probably not inferior to that of a great noble. We can't afford to offend them." Lola nodded and said, "I never thought of offending Sir. If it was for the sake of the magicians, I would never have offended Sir. What did the magicians help us with? How much did Sir help us with? Why should we help a heartless family plot against their benefactor?" "Grandpa Kunzheng, I understand what you mean. You want me to control Aroga and the others so that they won't have the chance to find Sir, right?" Laura stood up from her seat and slowly paced around. She understood Kunzheng's meaning. Kunzheng wanted her to make a choice now. If she helped Xiao Hai this time, it would be equivalent to completely falling out with the magicians. She would become the enemy of the magicians. However, she would be able to obtain Xiao Hai as her most reliable ally. She would also be able to befriend Grand Duke Ivan. Most importantly, she would be able to break away from the magicians. She would no longer have to fear the magicians using her for marriage. However, this matter did not only affect her, but also her father. If they were to have a direct conflict with the magicians, then her father would be the one in the most difficult position. Kun knew what was on Laura's mind just by looking at her, so he sighed and said, "Miss, are you making things difficult for your father?" Lola sighed. "Quat, that's right. No matter what, father is still the second young master of the Macadal family. If we really fall out with the Macadal family, it will put father in a difficult position." Quat. As soon as Laura's words fell, a cold voice sounded. "Quat, no need. I won't be caught in a dilemma. If it wasn't for you all these years, I would have left the magicians long ago." Quat. Laura and Kun were looking at the door. It was Kellen. Laura quickly said, "Father, why have you come?" Karen smiled as she walked into the room. She turned to look at Laura and said, "My silly daughter, why didn't you tell your father? Dad said that if you really have something you can't solve, Dad can help you." Laura looked at Kellen and found that he was a little different today. He seemed to have an imposing aura, a very threatening aura. Karen looked at Laura's expression, then walked to the sofa and sat down. She turned around and said to Laura, "Have a seat. I have something to tell you today." Laura sat down in confusion and looked at Kellen. Kellen looked at Laura's expression and said with a bitter smile, "Quat, Laura, as you know, your grandmother passed away when I was young. I was raised by the first madam." Quat NBSB. Lola nodded. This was not strange. In the Magicider family, everyone knew about this. Kellen's birth mother was the second madam of the Magicider family. She had passed away when Kellen was young. Since then, he had been raised by the first madam. The first madam's son was the first young master of the Magicider family, Senwin. Quat, yes. Quat. Karen looked at Laura and continued to the outsiders. "The magician said that your grandmother died of illness. However, the truth is that your grandmother was killed by your grandfather and first madam." Quat. Laura looked at Kellen in shock. She didn't expect Kellen to say such a thing. Kellen looked at Laura and said, "Quat, your grandmother's family used to be a big business family. Of course, she married into the Magalder family for the sake of marriage. She was the only heir of your grandmother's family. When she first married into the Magalder family, she was very favored. Later, she gave birth to me. However, when I was 5 years old, your grandfather lost a lot of money because of business mistakes. Most importantly, he also offended several big families at that time. The few big families worked together to suppress the Magalder family. At that time, the Magalder family was at a critical moment of life and death, and the only people who could help the Magalder family were your grandmother's maternal family." Laura and the others listened quietly. Kellen seemed to be lost in his own memories. He said, your grandmother had already told your grandfather that her family would try their best to help the Mackle family, but your grandfather wanted more. He wanted all the property of your grandmother's maiden family, so he sent people to kill your grandmother's parents and then your grandmother. In this way, the property that should have been inherited by your grandmother became your grandfather's and the Mackle family's. Quat. At this point, Karen clenched his teeth and said with fire in his eyes, no one knows. Actually, I've been able to remember since I was 5 years old, and at that time, your grandmother would tell me about the situation of the magicians every day. Your grandmother was just like you at that time, famous for being good at business, and was a famous beauty on the continent. So even though she didn't care much about the matters at that time, she still knew very well about the magicians' business. She told me that the magicians were in trouble, and she told me that she wanted to help your grandfather. But in the end, I saw. Your grandfather and First Madam gave your grandmother a cup of poisoned wine. Laura and the others were all stunned. They didn't expect this to happen. Even Kun Zhang didn't know about this. Kun Zhang was Laura's mother's servant. He had only been in the Macadal clan for 20 years at most, and this had happened when Karen was young. How could he know about this? They don't know, Kellen continued. I saw everything they did. I didn't make a sound and tried my best to hold back my tears. I'll remember that scene. Klein stopped and closed his eyes as if he was recalling an unforgettable scene. After a while, he continued, later, your grandfather handed me over to the First Madam to raise. I knew that the First Madam had a part to play in your grandmother's death, but I pretended not to know and lived with that enemy every day. Later, I accidentally heard the First Madam say that she wanted me to look at the account books. If I was interested in business, she would find a way to get rid of me and help your uncle clear the obstacles. From then on, I never looked at the account books again. I didn't even study magic seriously. I only studied magic arrays every day. Karen stopped here and turned to look at Laura gently. That's how I grew up safely. But everyone on the continent knows that I'm a useless person who loves to study strange things. I thought I would live like this for the rest of my life, but I didn't expect that the heavens would take pity on me and send your mother to me. She still loves me with all her heart even though I'm useless. A ray of light appeared in my life. The heavens were blind, but your mother left us so early. If it wasn't for you, I would have died. But I know that if I died, you would be finished as well. You would become a tool for them. Don't talk about business. I'm afraid that you would have been sent away by marriage. So I asked my family to come to the Versailles Duchy to develop my business. I wanted to leave that family. Laura, don't worry about me. I don't have any feelings at all, so just do it boldly. If you can defeat the magicians, then you'll have avenged your grandmother. Add it, click, recommend it, don't miss out on anything. Everyone, please help, Lola was about to say something, but Karen waved her hand and interrupted her. I've been very meticulous all my life in fear of being harmed by your grandpa and grandmadam. Therefore, I'm not good at both literature and fighting. I will never be successful in my life, not to mention avenging your grandma. However, daughter, you're different. Since you've shown your exceptional talent in commerce, plus the guidance of Uncle Kun Zhang, you've already got that ability. Now that you've already established a firm foothold in Versailles Duchy, don't forget that you've already established a strong foundation in the royal family. Before we get to know Mr. Xiao Hai, we have no right to challenge our family members. The Vansel Duchy will not offend the magicians for us. Kellen's eyes flashed with wisdom as he said to Laura, however, the situation is different now. Mr. Xiao Hai has grain in his hands, and he can control the price of grain in the Versailles Duchy. In addition, he is a great benefactor to the Versailles family, and he is also a powerful magician. For all this, the Versailles family will definitely try to win him over. I don't deny that this is a reason, but it's mostly because of our relationship with Mr. Xiao Hai. The nobles don't care about favors, they only care about benefits. Kun and Laura were both stunned as they looked at Kellen. They had not expected that Kellen, who usually seemed to be focused on the research of magic arrays, would be so good at analyzing things. Furthermore, what he said made sense. Karen looked at the two of them and smiled bitterly. All right, that's all I've told you. Do as you see fit, Laura. This is not only an opportunity to make friends with the Versailles family and Mr. Xiao Hai, but also an opportunity to completely cut off the relationship with the magician's family. Although the magician's family is powerful, in the end, they are just a business family. The means they can use can only be from the aspect of business. They are still very weak in other aspects. Over these years, in order to expand their business, they have already offended many people. If they suffer too much losses, those people who have offended them would not let go of this opportunity. If Versailles clan is a fat meat, isn't that a bigger fat meat for magicians? Kun Zhang and Laura had never thought of this. They had always thought that the Magidera family was a huge force and was not to be trifled with. However, they had forgotten that the bigger the force, the more powerful their opponents were. Once something went wrong, they might die a death worse than those small fish and shrimp. Karen looked at the two of them and said, there is one more thing that I want to tell you. Although I have been studying mages these days, I know many mages, pharmacists, and alchemists. Although these people are not very eye-catching, they have masters and fellow apprentices. If you really get them all to work, their power will not be small. If you really need my help with anything, let me know. I don't know about business matters, and I don't want to know either. You guys do as you see fit. Laura looked at Kellen's back with teary eyes until he completely disappeared into the darkness. She then wiped her face and turned to Kun Zheng. Quat Grandpa Kun Zheng, arrange for me to meet with Aroga tomorrow. I'll give him one last warning. If he still doesn't want to accept my offer, then don't blame me for being impolite. Quat. Kun Zheng nodded and said with a gratified expression, all this time, I thought that second young master didn't know anything about these things, but I didn't expect that young master was clear about it in his heart. No wonder the master allowed us to go to the Vancer Duchy back then. I thought that the master did so because he had completely lost all hope in young master. I didn't expect that young master actually begged for it. Young master's move is really impressive. The Magical family is the weakest in the Vancer Duchy. As long as we can make a name for ourselves here, the Magedal family can't do anything to us. That's great, that's great. Laura laughed. Quat Dad is not stupid. It's just that he usually doesn't put his mind in this area. Look at the magic arrays he's studying. I feel dizzy just by looking at them. Quat. They were really happy about Kellen's change today. They didn't want Kellen to help them, but it was because of Kellen's attitude. Sometimes attitude was more important than anything else. NBSB Kun Zheng smiled. Quat, I'll arrange for Aroga to meet you tomorrow. Give him a good warning. If he really doesn't know what's good for him, don't stand on ceremony with him. Just teach him a lesson. Then you can go to Grand Duke Ivan's place. After you've spoken to Grand Duke Ivan, you can go to Sir's place and explain this matter to him. Quat. Lola nodded and said, okay, I'll make the arrangements. Grandpa Kun Zheng, have those people been exposed? Don't let them cause any more trouble in our residence or it won't look good on our faces. Quat, don't worry, they won't be able to do much in our residence. Someone will report to us soon, Kun Zheng said with a cold glint in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, a servant came to the door and said to Laura and Kun Zheng, Miss Chief, I have something to report. Come in, Kun Zheng nodded. The servant walked in with a bow and stood in front of Kun Zheng. Go ahead, Kun Zheng said. Quat, just now, the servant said, Manager Aroga called 3 people into his house. Although they were dressed as attendants, from their words and actions, they were not ordinary people. They were the main targets of their visit this time. Quat, anything else? Kun Zheng nodded. The servant shook his head. Kun Zheng waved his hand and the servant left. Quat, Kun Zheng. Laura turned to look at Kun Zheng and asked, have you found out the identities of those 3 people? Kun Zheng shook his head. Quat, not yet. The 3 of them are unfamiliar faces, and it looks like they were men of sacrifice. That's why their battle energy fluctuations aren't obvious. They must be young Master Carlo's newly recruited subordinates. Quat. Lola nodded and said, keep an eye on them first. From now on, don't let a single one of the people that Aroga brought out of the house. Grandpa Kun Zheng, get someone to check who they had contact with today. As long as it's someone they had contact with, investigate them in detail. Kun Zheng nodded and stood up to make arrangements. Laura walked to the door of the study room and looked up at the dark sky, muttering, since there's no problem with father, we'll have to have some fun. The next morning after breakfast, Laura went to the study room to work. Soon, Kun led Aroka to the study room. As soon as the 2 of them entered the study room, Aroka immediately bowed to Laura. He was very polite, and there was nothing unusual about him. Lola nodded, her eyes still fixed on the documents on the table. She said to Aroka, Manager Ao, I called you here today to tell you that the Versailles Duchy has just overcome the food crisis, and they are still on guard against many people. Moreover, the streets are not peaceful. I hope that Manager Ao will stop those people who came with you from running around. The Versailles Duchy is not like other places. It is close to the Orc Plains, and the people here are tough. If something happens, I will not be able to explain it to 5th Uncle. You may leave. Quat, yes, sir. Quat Oro responded respectfully and retreated. Kun Zheng, however, stayed behind. When he saw that Oro had left, he turned to Laura and said, Miss, it seems like your warning was of no use. Earlier, it was obvious that Aroga was just being perfunctory. He didn't take it to heart at all, so he naturally wouldn't do as Laura said. Lola snorted coldly and said, they still think that we are the same people who relied on the magicians for a living. HMPH, Grandpa Kun Zheng, passed down the word that they are not allowed to leave the residence. If anyone dares to barge in, break their legs and prepare a carriage for me, I will go to the Grand Duke's residence. Quat. Quat, yes, Kun Zheng replied and went down to prepare a car for Lola. Of course, he could not leave home now. He had to take care of the house. After all that, Aroga was not an easy person to deal with. As soon as Laura left her house, one of Aroga's men was about to leave. This man was the one that Aroga had met the next night. As soon as he walked to the gate, he was stopped by a servant. The servant smiled at him and said, Big brother, where are you going? The man was stunned. He looked at the servant and said, Ah, it's this humble man's first time in Cass City. I want to take a look outside. What's the matter, little brother? The servant looked at him and smiled. Ah, it's nothing much. It's just that the young lady has instructed that no one is allowed to leave the residence today. Otherwise, both of their legs will be broken. This little one will inform this big brother in case big brother doesn't know, and it's not good to be punished by the chief. After he finished speaking, he looked at that person with a smile, but his eyes were cold. The people in Laura's mansion were all trained by her over the years, and they were very loyal to her. Although she was now a big figure, she was still a small family compared to those big nobles. Moreover, she was the only one in charge of the family, so naturally there would be no power struggle. This servant only had one master in her heart, so she naturally respected Laura. The man's expression changed when he heard the servant's words. He then said angrily, "Preposterous, we're not your people. What right do you have to control us? You still dare to ground us. I'm determined to go out today. I'd like to see how your manager will punish me." After he finished speaking, he lifted his feet and rushed out. Click Add Recommend, everyone do your best. However, the servant standing in front of the door had a cold glint in his eyes. Then he moved his hand and a short stick appeared in his hand. He hit the man's foot with the stick. The man had obviously been prepared for this move. He turned around and shot 4 darts at the servant. The servant waved the short stick in his hand, and a few darts fell to the ground. Then he moved forward and the short stick in his hand moved, directly hitting the man's chest. The short stick was jet black and did not shine at all. However, when it was swung, it gave off a very heavy feeling. One look and one could tell that it was a metal stick forged with a special method. The man was obviously not easy to deal with. He turned around and a sword appeared in his hand. Just as Kun Zheng had said, this man was one of Carlo's men of sacrifice, and the sword was his weapon. Just as the man took out his rapier to block the servant's short stick, 2 arrows flew out of nowhere and headed straight for the man's feet. The angle and time of the arrows were well controlled. Just as he was blocking the servant's short stick and could not move, they suddenly appeared and blocked his retreat. When the man saw that he couldn't avoid it, a chain knife suddenly flew out from the door and hit the 2 arrows down. The servant jumped away and blocked the door with the short stick in his hand, but his eyes looked inside. 2 people slowly walked out of the door. One of them was none other than Aroga, and the other was one of the 3 people that Aroga had summoned last night. The chain of the chain knife was in his hand. Aroga gloomily looked at the servant and coldly said, "How dare you? Who gave you the guts to attack my people?" However, the servant wasn't afraid of him. He looked at Orlger and coldly snorted. "Miss has ordered that no one is allowed to leave the manor today. Those who disobey will have their legs broken." Aroga looked at the servant and his face turned even colder. "Quat quat, don't forget, this is the Magental family's residence, and you are also a servant of the Magental family. If you offend the 5th young master, you won't get any benefits. Quat." The servant sneered. "Quat, I don't know about the Magic Dare family. I only know that in the Versailles Duchy there's only the Xin residence. There are only 2 masters in the Xin residence. One is Master Kellen and the other is Miss Laura. No one else has the right to be a master here. Quat." A glint flashed across Aroga's eyes as he replied, "Quat, fine, you dare to say this. This manor belongs to the magicians. Do you dare to rebel? Who said that this manor belongs to the magicians?" An old voice said. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Kun Zheng. This time Aroga didn't bow to Khan. Instead, he said, "Could it be that the master of this place is not surnamed Marjeter? The last name is Majdal, so this is the property of the Majdal family." Kun Zheng snorted coldly and said, "What does a servant know? Let me tell you, there is no Magalder family in Xin residence. Here there are only 2 people who have the final say. One is the 2nd young master, and the other is Miss Laura. Miss Laura's orders are this decree. Whoever dares to disobey will be executed on the spot. My words are on the ground. You can try taking a step out of the residence." Quat. Kun Zheng looked calmly at Aroga after he finished speaking. Aroga was stunned when he looked into Kun Zheng's eyes. Kun Zheng's eyes were extremely calm, as if he was looking at a dead man. Aroga knew that if he dared to leave the residence again, he would definitely die here today. Although there was no lack of experts among the people who had come this time, it was obvious that they would be at a disadvantage if they were to go up against Kun Zheng. Kun Zheng was a level 8 expert, while there were no level 8 experts among them. Aroga looked at Kun Zheng coldly. "All right, since Chief Kun Zheng has said so, I have nothing to say. However, I will tell the 5th young master about this matter truthfully." Kun Zheng smiled slightly. "Quat, no one asked you not to tell them, but you'd better not leave the Xin residence. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Also, someone break the legs of the person who broke into the Xin residence today. No one dares to act wildly in Xin residence. Quat." Xinfu was the name of the mansion where Laura and the others were currently living in. On the Ark continent, the names of the mansions of the nobles were usually not given by their own surnames. The names of the mansions such as the Chen Mansion or the Zhao Mansion were rarely used. The nobles would usually use their titles as the names of their mansions, such as the Duke Mansion of the Versailles family, the Marquis Mansion of the Marquis, and so on. Even some merchants who were not nobles would not use their own names as the names of their houses. They would usually give more elegant names, such as the Breeze House, Mountain Forest Court, and so on. Very few people would write their surnames on the boards and hang them out. However, the clothes worn by the servants in each manor would have the master's surname or the master's family badge, which was enough to indicate their identity. The reason why Laura's mansion in the Versailles Duchy was called the Trust Mansion was because she hoped that the servants in her mansion and the people in her shop would remember that businessmen should be honest. Hearing Kun Zheng's words, Aroga could not help but glare at him with a cold glint in his eyes. Quat, let's see which one dares to move. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard two crisp sounds behind him. Creak, creak, followed by the screams of his subordinate. Aroga looked behind him and saw that his underling had already fallen to the ground. The bones in his legs were protruding out, clearly broken by someone. Seeing his subordinate's reaction, he couldn't help but turn to Kun Zheng and say, "You, how dare you?" Kun Zheng scoffed coldly. "Quat, don't forget that this is the Versailles Duchy. You're not the master here, and neither is the fifth young master. You'd better behave yourselves here. If something like this happens again, don't blame me for being merciless." Quat, after saying that, he turned around and walked away without looking at Aroga again. Oro was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but he couldn't do anything about it. Now that he was under someone else's roof, he had no choice but to lower his head. After taking a few deep breaths, he finally calmed down. He turned to his subordinate and said, "Take him and let's go." With that said, he flicked his sleeves and walked into the residence. He really did not dare to leave the residence. If he were to force his way in, Kun Zheng would definitely not let him off. Laura didn't know what had happened in Xin Mansion. She had just arrived at the Grand Duke's mansion. She was very popular in the Grand Duke's mansion. Everyone in the Versailles family knew that when the Versailles family was in trouble, Laura had stood up for them and helped them a lot. Moreover, she had a very good relationship with the patriarch. It could be said that the patriarch's ability to regain power had something to do with Laura. High-ranking officials had no secrets. Therefore, those servants also knew the key point of this place. At the sight of Laura's carriage, one of them immediately went in to report while the other one politely let them in through the second door. Soon, Laura was invited to the Grand Duke's study room. Although it was called a study room, it was actually his office. When the Grand Elder was in power, no one came to the Grand Duke's study room even once a day. However, it was different now. There were many people going in and out of the study room every day. His study was very large, almost 100 square meters in size. There was a blue stone pillar in the middle, and the floor was made of marble, looking very clean. There were several bookshelves filled with books, and a fireplace was installed on one side of the study. The entire study had 8 doors and 6 windows, which made the study very bright. In the innermost part of the study room, there was a huge desk. The desk was red in color and glistened with oil. It was obviously an antique. There were 3 chairs in front of the desk and 1 chair behind it. On the wall behind the desk, there was a portrait of a person. The person was sitting there in armor, holding a big sword in his hand and wearing a horned helmet. The portrait was huge, even bigger than the real person. However, the person in the painting exuded an aura that could shake the world. That person was the first Grand Duke of the Versailles family, Nalin Versailles. Each time Laura came to this study room, she would take a look at that portrait first. It was really well drawn, which completely depicted a person's imposing manner. Not far from the door of the study, there was a combination of a sofa and a coffee table. There were many sofas in this set, and at most, a dozen people could sit on them. It was obvious that this was the place where the Archduke's subordinates were waiting, or where the Archduke's public guests in the study used. Ivan was waiting for Laura on the sofa. When he saw her, he waved at her and said, "Little Laura, come and sit." Grand Duke Ivan was about the same age as Kellen, and he was a straightforward person. Ever since he got to know Laura, he had been calling her Little Laura, which made them seem very close. "Archduke, sorry to disturb you again today," Laura said with a smile. "Quat, call me Uncle Ivan," Ivan said with a straight face. "Quat, I've reminded you so many times. If you call me that again, I won't let you in. Quat." Laura didn't insist. She smiled and said, "Uncle Ivan, I'm just being polite. I won't call you that in the future." He walked to the sofa and sat down, and a servant brought Kia to him. After the two sat down, Ivan dismissed the servants and said to Lola, "Did you come here for something? Was it because of the person who came a while ago? Don't worry, I've warned him." "I wouldn't have to worry about this if your warning worked," Laura said with a bitter smile. Ivan's eyes widened. "What's wrong? Do they really dare to touch you? Do they not want to live?" Laura smiled bitterly and said, "They don't dare to touch me, but they have the idea of touching you. If they succeed, then my paradise products will be gone. But if they fail, they will keep harassing you. If you have a conflict with them, it is the same as having a conflict with the manhwaedit family. This is what I am most worried about." Quat. Although Ivan was straightforward, he was not stupid. After fighting with Caesar for so long, he used Laura to gain power. How could he be stupid? Therefore, when he heard Laura's words, he immediately understood what she meant. "Please, I beg everyone," Lola sighed and said, "Quat, that's where the problem lies. My uncles are all wolves. It's not that I'm talking about them behind their backs, but it's not good to be targeted by them. This time they sent people here with no intention of letting you off. If you agree, it'll be fine, but if you don't, they'll definitely pester you. I went to see you 2 days ago and you said that he would never agree. I beg you to give me face. If they don't go too far, you won't mind. But they won't restrain themselves just like that. If Mr. doesn't agree, they will continue to deal with Mr. At that time, I'm afraid it will be a war between Mr. and the magicians. Ivan knew that Laura was testing him to see how he would deal with Xiao Hai. In fact, even without Laura's probing, Ivan already had his own plan. However, Xiao Hai had never met any guests. Even when the Versailles family asked for him, he only met with Laura, which was why Ivan valued Laura so much. Just as Kun Zheng had said, Ivan valued Laura not only because of her kindness, but also because she could contact Xiao Hai. Ivan knew that if the magicians really succeeded, Xiao Hai wouldn't be able to live in Rocky Mountain anymore. He wouldn't have the chance to get in touch with Xiao Hai anymore. However, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that Xiao Hai would become his enemy in the future. NBSB thus, he could not let the Macadrol family succeed. In order to let Xiao Hai stay, he was willing to even offend the Macadrol family. If Xiao Hai stayed, the Versailles duchy would not have to worry about food. If they could get along well with Xiao Hai, he would help the Versailles family if they needed help. He had quite a lot of power in his hands. If he was willing to help the Versailles family, the power of the Versailles family would increase greatly, which was very beneficial to the family. The Margiter family did not have a good reputation on the continent. Other than Laura and the other Margiter families were known as the vampire family. These vampires were a type of dark creature that fed on the blood of humans and magical beasts. They could transform into bats, and such creatures were the most annoying. People used this kind of creature to describe the Macadol family, and it was easy to see what their family's reputation was. For the sake of a vampire family, he would drive away his benefactor who had a powerful background. Which idiot would do that? Obviously, Ivan had the same thought as Kun Zheng. They both thought Xiao Hai had a strong background, or he wouldn't be able to provide so much food. Although there was no one like Xiao Hai in the Arca's empire, there was no guarantee that there would not be such a person in other countries. If Xiao Hai really was a noble from another country and came to the Versailles duchy to develop, it would be even more difficult for them to offend him. There were countries on the continent, but no matter which country the nobles were in, they would be respected. Even in war, if the nobles were defeated and captured, they could ask their families to redeem them with money without any harm. This showed how great the influence of the nobles was. Under such circumstances, how could Ivan offend a noble of unknown identity? Ivan couldn't deny that Xiao Hai was a noble from another country. This would mean that he had a connection with the nobles from another country. Even if the Versailles family were to encounter any problems in the Arca's empire, they could seek protection from other countries. The nobles on the Arc continent had a special feature. If you were a noble of the Arca's empire, but you had committed a crime in the Arca's empire and could no longer stay, you could go to other countries to seek protection, but you must have 5 nobles above the rank of Earl in that country as a guarantor. Ivan only came up with the idea of contacting the nobles of other countries after seeing the situation of the Buda family. The Buda family used to be very powerful, but they had only been nobles for a short time. They were not strong enough, and they had no contact with foreign nobles. Therefore, even if they were punished by the Arca's empire, they could only stay in the Arca's empire and could not seek protection from other countries. They would offend the Arca's empire for the sake of a new noble like the Buda family. They did not have any connections abroad and could not find anyone to vouch for them. That was why they were in such a state. It was because of the Buda family's appearance that Ivan felt a sense of crisis and wanted to make friends with the foreign nobles. With that thought in mind, Ivan couldn't just stand by and watch. He nodded and said, "Of course nothing can happen to teacher. What do you mean?" Lola snorted coldly. "Yesterday, I told my father." Father's meaning was clear. Everything we have in the Versailles duchy was earned by our own efforts. Now we can no longer be considered as part of the Magicider family. Mr. Xiao Hai saved my life, so how can I not help him? Ivan nodded and said, "That's good. The Magidera family is not easy to deal with. I think we need to work together. I can't say anything to Sir, so you have to go. Just tell Sir that his business is our Versailles family's business. Please don't worry. Quat." Laura let out a long breath and said with a smile, "Quat, I'm relieved to hear that, Uncle Ivan. I'll definitely pass the message to Sir. In fact, Sir is not afraid of the Marginder family. As long as they don't send a 9th-tier powerhouse, we can't touch Sir's wealth. However, I'm afraid that we'll push them too far. If we push them too far, they'll do anything." Quat. Ivan nodded and said, "This matter is really troublesome. In the past, our Versailles family also had 2 consecrators, but now that the Wind Saint Boff has gone to the Rotten Corpse Swamp, he hasn't returned after such a long time. I'm afraid that he's in bad shape. This means that our family has lost a part of our strength, and this matter is really difficult to deal with. However, please rest assured, Sir. If the magicians really dare to send a 9th-rank expert, I will ask the consecrated to help even if I have to give up my power. Lola nodded and sighed. Quat, that's just the worst case scenario. I'm just informing Uncle Ivan first so that he can be prepared. Quat. Ivan nodded and looked at Lola. Quat, you have to be prepared on your side. This time, even if the Magical family doesn't dare to deal with Mr. Xiao Hai, they will definitely make a move on you. Sir's side is a small target, so they won't dare to touch our Versailles family. However, you have too many shops and your stall is a little big. They might come to deal with you. Quat. Lola nodded and said, I'm a little short on manpower, but when I went to Sir's place earlier, he told me that if I need help, Sir can send people to help me. However, the people he sends are all undead creatures. I'm a little scared, so I didn't let them help. This time I have to be thick-skinned and ask for help. Quat. Ivan smiled. Quat, there's nothing bad about being an undead creature. Sometimes they're more useful than humans. I'm really envious of Sir. If I had the talent to learn magic, I would have become a black mage. Oh, Laura, you've been in contact with Sir many times. Tell me what kind of person he is. Quat. Hearing Ivan's words, Lola couldn't help but laugh. Quat, sir. He is a good man, but he is also a very traditional black mage. He wears a black magic robe and has more undead creatures under his command than humans. He doesn't like to meet people, but he has a good heart. Also, I feel that he is young, even younger than Uncle Ivan. Quat. Hearing Laura's words, Ivan was stunned for a moment. Then he turned to Laura and said, Is what you said true? Teacher, you don't look as old as I am. Lola nodded. Quat, I didn't see Mr. Earth's face, but from his voice he should be young. Quat. Ivan nodded, but he was shocked. He was even more determined to stand by Xiao Hai's side. He had been out in the world before, so he knew how powerful a magician was. A LV6 magician was a master. All the famous mercenary groups would fight to hire him. Even the nobles would fight to hire him, because magicians were very powerful. A young black mage around grade 8 was even more impressive. This meant that he had a great chance of becoming a grade 9 expert. There would be no harm in befriending such a person. Laura had her own reasons for telling Ivan this. She was afraid that he would refuse to cooperate. However, if she revealed Xiao Hai's age, Ivan would understand the importance of Xiao Hai. If she helped a level 9 expert before he reached level 9, the benefits would be too great when he reached level 9. No big family would let this opportunity go. Although Laura and Ivan didn't see Xiao Hai fight personally, they knew that Kellen and the others had gone after Xiao Hai. When Kellen and the others disappeared, Ivan had a rough idea of Xiao Hai's strength. Of course, Laura knew more than Ivan. That was why she was trying her best to make Xiao Hai and Ivan ally. Only when the three families truly united would they not have to fear anyone. Lola stood up and said, Okay, I'll go see Sir in a while. Uncle, you can prepare here first. If there's anything that needs your help when I go to see Sir, please help me. Quat. Ivan also stood up and laughed. Don't worry, it'll be fine. You can go. Lola nodded and turned to leave. The moment she came out of the mansion, a servant had already come to her carriage and told her what had happened in the Xin mansion. Sitting in the carriage, Laura listened quietly. After the servant finished, she nodded and said, Quat, very good, Grandfather Kun Zheng handled it well. Go back and tell Grandfather Kun Zheng that I'm going to Rocky Mountain. Quat, the servant responded and left. Laura turned around and said to Cyril, Sail, go to Rocky Mountain to see Sir. Thales responded and immediately ordered the coachman to drive the carriage out of Kassar City and straight to Rocky Mountain. Laura wasn't as anxious as before. With Kun in charge, she didn't have to worry about anything. Even if something happened, they would leave Casa City with Ivan around. This morning, Laura had asked Nicole to send the magical beast eagles that Xiao Hai had given her to the sky. As long as they were wind falcons, they would be shot down. Even if they wanted to contact the outside world, they wouldn't be able to. Laura also believed that Kun Zheng had probably started investigating the people who had been in contact with them yesterday. Kun Zheng wouldn't let these people off easily. He was going to detain them here and deal with them when they were ready. Laura wasn't worried about the situation in Kassar City at all. Carlo was too confident this time. He thought that as long as he sent a supervisor, Laura and the others would not dare to disobey him. He had never thought that Laura had been operating in Kassar City for so many years. In addition to this incident, she had become very powerful now. There was no need to be afraid of him. Carlo had miscalculated this time, and this was also a reasonable matter. All these years, everything had been going smoothly for the magicians. Coupled with their powerful strength, no one would dare to object to ordinary things. This made them unconsciously develop a sense of superiority, thinking that no one would go against his will. However, they did not expect that this time they would encounter a thorny opponent. Nicole looked at Laura's face and said with heartache, Miss, you don't have to be in such a hurry. I think we can just use the magical beast eagle to send a letter to Sir. I think Sir won't object. Laura looked at Near and smiled. What, silly girl, how can sending a letter be the same as personally seeing him? This matter is of great importance, so we have to personally meet Mr. Xiao Hai. I just feel that we are being too polite. Didn't Sir tell us not to be polite to him, said Nicole with a smile. Laura smiled and said, silly girl, it's only right to be polite to him. Besides, people get closer when they're more familiar with each other. We need to visit him more often. That way we can get closer. Quat. Near looked at Laura's expression and said with a smile, Miss still wants to be closer to Sir. I think it's better to be closer to Sir. NBSB. Laura laughed and scolded her. At that moment she suddenly heard a scream from outside. Then she heard Thales' flustered voice, Quat, protect the young lady. Let's go, Quat. At this moment a sound of wind breaking came from the air. Lola was a knight, so she knew it was the sound of an arrow. It was the sound of a large-scale attack. Laura wasn't worried about the arrows. Her carriage had been modified and the materials used were the best. The arrows couldn't penetrate it at all. What worried her was that there seemed to be a lot of arrows. It seemed that there would be a lot of people attacking them. Laura didn't move. She looked at the pale-faced Near and smiled. Quat, don't worry, it'll be fine. Sale, how many people are there? He turned around and asked loudly. Quat, we don't know yet, Thales said. Quat, they're shooting arrows in the woods and haven't come out yet. Miss, I think we should hurry. We'll be safe once we get to Sir. Quat. Quat, I'm afraid it won't be that easy, Lola said in a deep voice. Quat, it seems like Fifth Uncle didn't just send Aroga and his men. Well done, Fifth Uncle. You really did it, Quat. Laura was clear that Carlo was a gloomy person. This time he was probably planning to do something in the dark, one in the light and one in the dark. One of the leads was Aroga, but he didn't know who the other one was. However, he didn't think it was an ordinary person, or else Carlo wouldn't have let him out to work for him. What should we do now, miss? Asked Nair. Is there anything at home? Lola shook her head and said, nothing will happen to the family. No matter how brave Fifth Uncle is, he won't dare to cause trouble in Cassar City. That would be equivalent to slapping the Versailles family in the face. We have to be prepared to fight to the death with the Versailles family. Fifth Uncle doesn't have the guts, and not even grandfather does. This time, someone must have seen what happened in the manor this morning, so they came out to teach us a lesson. Quat, so we won't be in danger? Asked Near. Lola shook her head and said, that's hard to say. They also know that I'm in charge of everything in Cassar City. As long as they get rid of me, father won't be involved. Even if Grandpa Kun Zheng wants to interfere, it's not legitimate. They can naturally do whatever they want. All right, let's not care about that. I want to see if they can really keep me here. Quat. At this moment, a few more screams were heard, and Laura heard Thales, who was protecting the carriage, exclaim, what's wrong? Quat, miss, Thales said. It seems like someone is helping us. Those sounds just now came from the forest. It seems like someone is fighting with the people who attacked us. Quat. Lola said, protect the car and don't move. Maybe the enemy is luring you over. No matter who is helping us, just protect the car. Quat. Thales responded. The screams in the forest grew more and more frequent. Not long after, a whistle was heard in the forest. Then the figures in the forest moved, and a large number of people rushed out. The people who rushed out of the forest were all dressed as mercenaries. They were all rushing toward the carriage with weapons in their hands. However, Sally noticed that there were some people in black warrior clothes chasing after them. Most of their weapons were swords, and they were obviously men of sacrifice. Although Sale didn't know where these men of sacrifice came from to help them, it was a good thing to have someone to help them. He left more than 20 men to guard the carriage, not daring to take half a step away. Seeing that the mercenaries were getting closer and closer, Tharl and the others unconsciously grabbed their weapons. But at that moment, a deep eagle cry suddenly came from the sky. Before Tharl could understand what was going on, the sky turned dark, and a large number of eagles appeared in the sky and swooped down. Tharl was about to be on guard, but he realized that the eagles were not coming for them, but the mercenaries. It was also the first time for Thar to see the fighting power of these eagles. They were too strong. When the eagles swooped down, he saw one of the eagles grab a mercenary's head with its claws. The man screamed in pain, but the eagle had already grabbed him and flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. The rest of the eagles were similar. Some of them were only one eagle, while others were a group of eagles. They grabbed a person and flew high into the air without putting him down. They flew in the direction of Rocky Mountain. In just a short while, they didn't see a single person dressed as a mercenary. The men of sacrifice didn't approach the carriage. Instead, they bowed to him from a distance and returned to the forest. While Sale was still in a daze, he heard a voice behind him. It's Sir's people. Let's go to Rocky Mountain. He turned his head and saw Laura. He didn't know when Laura had appeared behind him, but he quickly responded and got into formation, protecting the carriage as they headed towards Rocky Mountain. Laura had already gotten out of the car when she heard the eagles screech. She knew that Xiao Hai had sent his men. However, she had never expected that Xiao Hai would send so many eagles. Add it to your collection, click on it, recommend it, don't miss out on anything. Everyone, please help. Laura's mind was in turmoil. She knew very well what those eagles were. They were magical beasts. Xiao Hai didn't have a magical beast at the beginning. He only had one after he gave him 5 colorful beast eggs. To be honest, it was out of Laura's expectation that Xiao Hai could hatch those magical beasts in such a short time and even make them mutate. She never thought that those magical beasts could reproduce in large numbers. However, those eagles were exactly the same as the magical beast that Xiao Hai had given her. She would not believe that they were not magical beasts. If that was the case, she would have to re-evaluate Xiao Hai's ability. Magical beasts were different from magical beasts. Magical beasts would mate and give birth as long as they were in heat, but magical beasts couldn't. Magical beasts generally wouldn't give birth on their own. Only when their master gave the order would they give birth. Moreover, the first time they gave birth would have a great impact on the magical beast's strength. It was because of this that the number of magical beasts on the continent was very small. Even if there were people raising them, they wouldn't reproduce in large numbers. Large amounts of breeding magical beasts. Not only did it require a large amount of energy from the owner for those magical beasts to reproduce, it would also affect the later generations. If the magical beast reproduced too frequently, its strength would deteriorate. The 5 beasts she gave Xiao Hai were able to breed in just a few days. They could even reproduce in large numbers. Not only did they not degenerate, but they even became stronger. This really surprised her. A potion that could speed up the growth of plants, a method that could mass-produce magical beasts. Either one of these two things would make the people on the continent fight for it. Thinking of this, Laura couldn't help but think of the mysterious Hindustani in Xiao Hai's courtyard. She had always thought that Xiao Hai got the Hindustani from somewhere else, but now it seemed that it wasn't the case. It was possible that Xiao Hai had bred the Hindustani from the green stone villa. Laura couldn't help but feel excited. She now understood why Xiao Hai wanted all kinds of demonic beasts. If her guess was correct and Xiao Hai could really breed a large number of demonic beasts, then everything could be explained. Xiao Hai wanted those demonic beasts to breed. Not only could the reproduction spell bring in a large amount of gold coins, it could also increase Xiao Hai's combat strength. If that was the case, Xiao Hai's strength would continue to increase as long as he was given time. It would be hard to say how much he would achieve in the end. Then she thought of the blue-eyed rabbits. It would be easy to explain why Xiao Hai could produce so many blue-eyed rabbits. Laura let out a long breath, but her heart was in turmoil. She couldn't calm down. Xiao Hai's ability was too attractive. If others knew that he had such an ability, they would definitely come to snatch it away. Not to mention anything else, even the products of paradise were attracting people's attention, let alone these two heaven-defying abilities. At the thought of this, Laura couldn't help but shiver. When Near saw her, she thought that she was cold, so she quickly said, "Miss, you're cold." Lola shook her head and said, "I'm not cold. Sale, pass down my order. No one is to tell anyone about what happened today. Keep it to yourself. If I hear anything about what happened today, don't blame me for being ruthless." Quad. Yes, Thales replied and ordered. Laura didn't say anything to Nicole. She was with her every day, so she couldn't say anything even if she wanted to. Not long after, the carriage arrived at the rocky mountain. Green was still waiting for Laura at the foot of the mountain. He led Laura up the mountain. Laura didn't ask Green about saving her, as she felt that it was better to ask Xiao Hai about it. Xiao Hai chuckled and waved his hand. Miss is too polite. Even if I didn't do anything today, Miss would be fine. Those people can't stop Miss, right? Xiao Hai was stunned for a moment, then he frowned. Of course, his face was covered, so Laura couldn't see it. She only saw that Xiao Hai didn't show any excitement. Is it very serious? Xiao Hai asked after a while. Laura revealed a bitter smile as she told Xiao Hai about her concerns and the plan that she had discussed with Ivan. Xiao Hai listened quietly with a frown. He didn't expect things to be this serious. Even Ivan was involved. When Laura saw that Xiao Hai was still not moving, she forced a smile. Sir, I'm not exaggerating, but I know the people of the magicians too well. For the sake of benefits, they will not give any face. Sir, you should have already guessed that the people who attacked me today were sent by my fifth uncle. Xiao Hai was aware of this. The people who attacked Laura had already been captured by the Eagles and brought to the Greenstone Manor. However, these people had already been captured to death by the Eagles. Xiao Hai didn't waste any time and directly turned them into undead creatures. After interrogating them, the final result was that these people were all under Carlo's command. This time, a total of 120 people came out and were led by a warrior under Carlo, Leo. Aroga was the open line, while Leo was the hidden line. One was open, while the other was hidden. The open line was to get Ivan to stop interfering in his business. Then they would contact each other. Leo wanted to make him work with Carlo instead of Laura through benefits. The purpose of the spies was that if the obvious side didn't achieve the desired effect, the people from the hidden side would come forward. Xiao Hai had already expected Carlo to do this. However, he was still very angry. He and Carlo did not know each other at all. How could someone who did not know each other want to kill him for benefits? How could Xiao Hai work with someone like that? After hearing Laura's words, Xiao Hai finally understood that he was involved in another big trouble. What annoyed him the most was that he was the one who caused this trouble. He didn't want to form an alliance with Ivan, and he didn't want to owe him a favor. However, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to deal with the magicians alone. The magicians' business was spread across half of the continent, and their power was too strong. Even if it was Laura and Ivan, they could only form an alliance to not be afraid of the magicians. If he wanted to face them alone, it would be no different from courting death. Xiao Hai nodded and said, "Okay, please tell Grand Duke Ivan that we're allies." Laura couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. She was afraid that Xiao Hai would not agree. She knew that Xiao Hai was a prideful person. If he didn't agree, then things would become troublesome. Xiao Hai looked at Laura's expression and smiled bitterly. "I didn't want to have anything to do with the Versailles family, but now that things have come to this, I have no choice. Miss Laura, I'll have to trouble you this time." "Quat, it's nothing," Laura said with a smile. "Quat, we're bound together for good or bad. Sir, can I ask you a question?" Then he looked at Xiao Hai, his eyes shining. When Xiao Hai saw her expression, he could not help but be stunned. However, he still said, "Miss, please ask. The eagles that Sir sent to beg me today, were they bred from the 5-colored magical beasts?" Laura asked Xiao Hai. This question seemed simple, but it was not easy to answer. Hearing Laura's question, number 1 Xiao was stunned. Looking at Laura's expression, Xiao Hai knew that she was suspicious. He had expected this day to come, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. He took a deep breath and turned to look at Laura. "Miss Laura, I'm afraid that's not all you want to ask, right? If there's anything else, just say it." Laura's heart skipped a beat. However, she could tell from Xiao Hai's words that he was not angry. In the end, she gritted her teeth and nodded. "Sir, I do have a lot of things to ask you. I don't know if it's convenient." After saying that, he turned to look at Grimm, who was standing at the side, not saying a word. Xiao Hai understood what she meant. He smiled and said, "Miss, please speak. There are no outsiders here." Lola nodded and looked at Xiao Hai. "Quad, I want to know if you have any potions that can speed up the growth of plants, if you have a way to make mythical beasts and magical beasts reproduce in large numbers without degrading, and finally, your true identity." Laura had already decided that she was going to lay all her cards on the table with Xiao Hai. After this cooperation started, she would be in the same boat as Xiao Hai. Therefore, she had to know these things. Xiao Hai looked at Laura without saying anything. However, Green suddenly said, "If Miss Laura really wants to know about this, it's not difficult. As long as Miss Laura agrees to one of our conditions, we can tell you about it." Xiao Hai was stunned for a moment. Laura's eyes narrowed as she said, "Please give your orders, sir." "Marry the young master," answered Grimm. Lola was stunned. Xiao Hai turned to Green and said, "Grandpa Grimm." However, Grimm did not agree. He looked at Laura and said, "Quite as long as Miss Laura marries the young master, we can tell you about the young master's identity and all of his secrets. If Miss Laura doesn't agree, then I'm sorry, we will immediately leave the Versailles Duchy. No one will be able to find us, and we can't tell you about the young master's identity." Quat. Add, click, recommend, everyone help. Leilon did not expect that Grimm would make such a request. She was stunned for a moment, and then her face turned red. This condition was really too sudden and beyond her expectations. Unlike ancient China, where women followed all the rules, men and women were almost equal on the Ark continent. In the big families, not only men had the right to inherit, but women also had the right to inherit. In terms of marriage, they had a lot of freedom. Just like Ryan Versailles, if he did not like Xiao Hai, he could bring it up to his family and let them think of a way to break off the engagement. This was normal. However, it was still too sudden for a girl to mention marriage. For a moment, she forgot everything except for shyness. Grimm looked at Laura's expression and smiled. "Quat, quat, don't worry, Miss Laura. Our young master is less than 20 years old today, the same age as Miss Laura. He's also a noble, so it's definitely not an insult to Miss Laura. Quat." Xiao Hai smiled bitterly. "Grandpa Green, don't say any more. Miss Laura, please don't mind. If my identity is revealed, it will bring you big trouble. Even if we form an alliance with the Versailles family, we won't be able to protect me. Please don't ask any more." Quat. Laura was stunned. She did not expect Xiao Hai to say that. Was his identity really that complicated? Suddenly, Laura thought of how Xiao Hai addressed Green. Before Laura came here, Xiao Hai had always called Jelen Linji. This was a very common name on the continent, and there was nothing special about it. Thus, Laura did not pay much attention to it. However, Xiao Hai had called out Green's name in a hurry. Although Green's name was nothing special, when she thought of Xiao Hai's identity and Green's strength, she suddenly thought of a family. Lola looked at Xiao Hai and said, "Sir, is your surname Buddha? Could this be the Spirit Wind General, Mr. Green?" "That's not right. Didn't Sir drink the water of nothingness? How can you use magic?" Xiao Hai and Green were also surprised. They didn't expect Laura to be so smart. She was able to guess their identity just by addressing them. Xiao Hai and Green looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Green took off the helmet that covered his entire face and threw it to the side. He looked at Laura and said with a smile, "Miss Laura is indeed worthy of being called a blessed girl of the heavens. You're really smart to be able to guess our identity from young master's words. Impressive." Xiao Hai took off the hat on his magic robe and smiled bitterly. "Quat, I didn't expect that I would be the one to make a mistake in the end. Miss Laura, let me reintroduce myself. My name is Xiao Hai Buda. I used to be called Adam Buda, but I changed my name. This is my general manager, Grin Buda. This is my maid and also Grandpa Green's granddaughter, Meg Buda. The one who cooked for you the last few times you came here is Megger's grandmother, Meg Buda." As he spoke, Xiao Hai stood up and introduced them to Laura. Green and the others also bowed to Laura. However, Laura was stunned when she saw Xiao Hai and the others. She really didn't expect that her guess was right. The people living here were really the Buddha family. Who would have thought that the Buddha family, who had been driven to the Black Earth wilderness, would suddenly appear here and live so freely? Laura looked at Xiao Hai. Although Xiao Hai was still wearing his magic robe, he had taken off his hat. This made him look less mysterious. On the contrary, Laura felt that he was even more attractive. A sense of mystery could attract women, but no woman would like a man who was too mysterious because they would feel insecure. Laura was attracted by Xiao Hai's mystery, but she had some feelings for him because of his character. Laura had already known Xiao Hai's personality through these interactions. However, Xiao Hai was too mysterious. Therefore, Laura didn't dare to have a deeper contact with him. Now she could finally see Xiao Hai's face clearly. Xiao Hai was not tall. If he stood next to Laura, he would be even shorter than her. His face was very fair and he looked a little thin and weak. In addition, he had the personality of a bookworm in her previous life, which made him look a little gentle. However, Laura could feel the optimistic and determined temperament from Xiao Hai. This was what she admired about Xiao Hai the most. Laura stood up and greeted Xiao Hai and the others before they sat down. Xiao Hai looked at Laura and smiled. Miss Laura, do you now understand why I don't want to have any more contact with the Versailles family? Moreover, if outsiders find out about my identity, not only will I be in trouble, even Miss Laura will be implicated, so I can only hide here. Laura said, seriously, sir, you're overthinking it. You saved my life. Why would I be afraid of being implicated? Without you, I wouldn't be here today. Please don't say such things. Quat. Xiao Hai shook his head and said, Miss, you might be wondering why I can still use black magic after drinking the void water. To put it bluntly, although I drank the void water, I obtained another ability. I'm now a sorcerer. Mystic warlocks were the rarest group of people with the least number of combat professions on the continent. They were also the most mysterious group of people. No one knew how mystic warlocks were produced, and no one knew how they cultivated. There was no way to learn mystic techniques. It didn't look at bloodlines, aptitude, or cultivation. There was no complete system. Even a slave could become a mystic warlock. Sorcerers had all sorts of abilities. Some of them could not be used in battle at all, but some of them were extremely powerful. If black mages were the people on the continent who were the most unwilling to provoke, then sorcerers were the people that even black mages were unwilling to provoke. At first, Xiao Hai didn't know that there were warlocks on the continent, but later he found out that these warlocks were like the X-Men movies he had seen on Earth. They were people with special abilities, mutants. On Earth, mutants and superpowers were only things that existed in legends. On the Ark continent, mutants were real. They were the same as other combat professions, with their own identity and status. They were different from black mages. Black mages were not usually invited by nobles, but warlocks were very popular among the nobles. Strictly speaking, Xiao Hai's spatial ability could be considered a special technique. However, this special technique was a little strange. Xiao Hai did not know how this space came about, but he was sure that it was related to the farm game he played. His understanding of space was much better than other warlocks' understanding of his special techniques. This was the biggest difference between him and other warlocks. Hearing Xiao Mo's words, Laura heaved a sigh of relief. An occupation like the mystic warlock was not restricted by any medicine. In the past, there had been people who had drunk the water of the void and obtained mystic techniques. Laura had never seen an arcane sorcerer before. There were too few of them, so she looked at Xiao Hai curiously and asked, could it be that Sir's special technique is like black magic? Xiao Hai smiled. Quat, my special technique is a little strange. I can't explain it in a short time, so I won't go into detail. However, Miss Laura, you don't have to call me sir. You can just call me Xiao Hai. Quat. Laura smiled. Quat, I'll just call you sir. I'm used to it anyway. By the way, sir, if you have ancient magic supplies, why didn't you use them when your family was in trouble? Also, didn't Mr. Green use one when he went to the Versailles family last time? Could it be that you still have ancient magic tools? Quat, I don't have any ancient magic items, Xiao Hai said with a smile. Quat, if I did, I wouldn't be in this state today. That's just a part of my special technique. Laura sucked in a breath of cold air. Although she had never seen an alien warlock before, she knew that there were many types of them. Some of them had great potential and could even reach the strength of a 9th rank expert at their strongest. However, some of them were not very useful. For example, they could read with their skin. Other than being able to read with their eyes closed, they were useless and had no combat power. Not to mention how many different abilities Xiao Hai's special technique had, just this one ability alone was enough to make people envious. It was equivalent to the ability of an ancient magic item. However, she still wanted to confirm it, so she said to Xiao Hai with uncertainty, Quat, sir, you mean that your ability can teleport people to Rocky Mountain like an ancient magic item? Xiao Hai laughed. Quat, it's not that easy. There are many restrictions to this ability. First, he has to be someone I trust completely. Then he has to bring a medium with him so that I can teleport him away. If it's really that easy, why would I be hiding here? When Laura heard Xiao Hai's words, she nodded her head. Then her face turned red. She had just heard Xiao Hai say that if it was someone Xiao Hai trusted absolutely, who else could be Xiao Hai's absolutely trusted person? It could only be Xiao Hai's family. She could not help but think of what Green had just said. Grimm was a sophisticated person. He knew what Laura was thinking at first glance. He couldn't help but smile and said to her, "Miss Laura, our identities are too sensitive. I hope you can keep it a secret for young master." Laura's face turned even redder when she heard Grimm's words and looked at him. However, she was not an ordinary girl, so she quickly calmed down and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Green, I know what to do." Green smiled. "Quite, you're too kind, Mrs. Laura. You don't have to call me Mr. Green. You can call me Green, or you can call me Grandpa Green like young master. Quat." Lola's face turned even redder, but she still whispered, "Then Laura won't be too polite. I'll call you Grandpa Green from now on." However, she said this in a very low voice. Grimm, on the other hand, was very happy and laughed out loud. "Quite good, that's great. You can call me Grandpa Grimm from now on, ha 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 ha." Xiao Hai patted his head and was completely speechless. He wasn't an idiot. Of course, he knew why Green was so happy. Since Laura called Green Grandpa, it meant that she had feelings for him. This was what made Green the happiest. If Xiao Hai could see it, so could the others. Laura's face turned even redder, while Near was snickering at the side. Meg, who was supposed to be angry, was surprisingly not angry anymore. Megger's life was very simple. She was a member of the Buta family, and everything she did was for the Buta family. Although she liked Xiao Hai, she also understood that Xiao Hai would not marry only her, not to mention Green and the others, even she would not agree to it. The Buta family needed an heir, many heirs, to ensure the continuation of the family. Therefore, Xiao Hai was destined to have many wives in the future. Laura's performance after knowing Xiao Hai's identity had won Meg's favor. No matter what, the Buta family was the public enemy of the Arca's empire. If anyone knew about her relationship with the Buta family, Laura would not have a good ending. In addition, because of Xiao Hai, Laura had officially turned against the magicians. This had greatly increased Meg's impression of her. Moreover, through these few contacts, Meg had also found that Laura was a very good person, and she was very kind to people. It was good to have such a young mistress. Xiao Hai was speechless. He couldn't understand when his charm had become so great that he could make his idol like him so easily. This wasn't part of his plan. Xiao Hai was a male otaku who disliked changes the most. He disliked things that were out of his control. Obviously, Laura's situation was out of his control. Therefore, Xiao Hai didn't know how to deal with it. At this time, Merlin also walked in. As soon as she came in, she saw that Green and Xiao Hai had already revealed their true faces. Her expression could not help but change. "Grim young master, what's going on?" "Mrs. Laura, this is Grandma Merlin," Xiao Hai introduced. Lola immediately stood up and bowed to Merlin. "Quat, greetings, Grandma Merlin." "Don't worry, Grandma Merlin, I won't betray the Buta family." Merlin looked at the calm Xiao Hai, the smiling Grim, and then exchanged a look with Grim. He immediately understood what Grim meant. She looked at Lola with bright eyes and said, Okay, Miss Laura, you're too polite. Oh, I made your favorite hunchback today. Let's go and eat." After saying that, he ignored Xiao Hai and pulled Laura towards the dining room. Laura's face turned red again. She could not stand Merlin's ambiguous look, but she had no choice. Xiao Hai stood up impatiently and followed the smiling Grim to the dining room. After they sat down in the dining room, Merlin served all the dishes, including Laura's favorite spicy diced fish. He made 4 of them in one go. During the meal, Merlin was not the only one who kept urging Laura to eat. Meg was also the same. Laura could also feel the change in Meg's attitude towards her, but she really couldn't understand why. According to her thoughts, Meg should hate him more. Why did it seem that she didn't hate her at all and didn't have any hostility towards her? Xiao Hai finished the meal in a speechless manner. When they returned to the living room, Lola said seriously, "Quat, sir, I've come to ask for your help this time. Although I'll be fine in Casa City, I'll be in danger once I leave. I'm not afraid of being laughed at by you, but the power in my hands is not enough to guarantee my safety. So I'd like to ask you for some people to bring me back. Is that possible?" After this meal, Xiao Hai had thought things through. He would have to see how things would develop between him and Laura. It would be unrealistic if he didn't have any feelings for Laura. He was his former idol, and now he was qualified to pursue her. If he didn't, he would be letting himself down. After letting go of the knot in his heart, Xiao Hai became even more carefree. He smiled and said, "Call me Xiao Hai or Big Brother Hai. I think I'm a little older than you, right? Of course, the people are not a problem, but you know that those people are undead creatures. They won't cause you any trouble, right?" Lola shook her head. "Quat, it'll be fine. I've talked to Grand Duke Ivan. He agreed to let me bring some undead back. Quat." Xiao Hai nodded and turned to say to Green, "Grandpa Grim, what do you think about asking Xiao Zui and the rest to bring 200 men over? Miss Laura, are 200 people enough?" Laura nodded. "Quat, that's enough. Brother Hai, you can just call me Laura. You don't have to call me Miss Laura." Quat, when she called Brother Hai, Laura's face blushed for a second, but she soon recovered. Xiao Hai nodded and turned to look at Green. Green understood what Xiao Hai meant. He nodded and said, "All right, I think we should just let Xiao Zui and the others bring some people over. They have not been out on the mainland for a long time, and most people would not be able to recognize them. If we let Xiao Jie and the others go, they might be recognized. Xiao Hai nodded and called Xiao Zui and the rest over. Soon, they appeared in the courtyard of the green stone villa. After Xiao Zui and the others returned from the rotten corpse swamp, Xiao Hai had arranged for them to stay at the Iron Mountain. This time, they were going from the teleportation point at the Iron Mountain Fortress to the teleportation point at the Bluestone Manor. Xiao Hai did not even need to go to the medium to do this. As long as he gave the order, the medium would be able to do it. As soon as Xiao Hai saw Xiao Zui and the rest appear in the courtyard, he turned to Laura and said, "Quat, this Xiao Zui is the one from the immortal mercenary group who attacked you the first time. He has been tamed by me. He has turned from a skeleton into a zombie. Now, his combat power is equivalent to that of a level 7 sorcerer. He should be able to help you. The 200 people who came with him are the mercenaries who came to deal with me with Kellen and the others. Most of them are warriors, but they are all around level 7. They are also zombies, so they will release zombie poison when they attack. I should be able to help you. This time, Caro's underlings who attacked you have already turned me into an undead creature, but I'm afraid that I'll cause you trouble, so I won't let them go with you." Laura didn't expect Xiao Hai to be able to subdue the immortal mercenaries. She thought that Xiao Hai had let the immortal mercenaries escape. Now that she heard Xiao Hai's words, she couldn't help but ask curiously, are they really from the immortal mercenaries? Is he outside? Xiao Hai nodded and said, yes, there are 208 of them. They are all outside. But those mercenaries attacked me with Kellen and the others. Now that they have become undead creatures, they will be easily recognized. I think I should turn them into skeletons. No one will recognize them if they become skeletons. Quat. This was also one of the abilities that Xiao Hai discovered recently. When the realm turned all the skeletons into zombies, Xiao Hai was still having a headache because the transformation of the undead creatures might arouse suspicion. However, the xenomorphs didn't transform. Xiao Hai thought that the realm was smart enough to know that the xenomorphs were his mounts, so it didn't transform. Later, he found out that the xenomorphs could turn into zombies as well. However, the xenomorphs seemed to be very smart and didn't turn into zombies. Instead, they remained in the form of skeletons. After a few experiments, Xiao Hai finally understood that the undead creatures could transform into skeletons and zombies after being improved by the realm. When Laura and the others came out of the house, they saw Sale and the others standing in the courtyard in a daze. They couldn't do anything about it. There was a sudden flash of white light in the courtyard, and then groups of mercenaries appeared in the courtyard. Before they could react, those groups of mercenaries, except for the few who were wearing magic robes, had all turned into skeletons in an instant. Only then did Sale and the others realize that those mercenaries weren't living people, but undead creatures. Laura did not see what was happening. When she came out, she only saw 8 mages and 200 skeleton mercenaries standing there. She looked at the 8 mages curiously, but she could not see anything. She had no choice, as Xiao Zui and the others were wearing black magic robes that covered their faces, so she could not see anything. However, Laura still turned to face Sale and the others. "Quat, whatever you see here, you are not allowed to tell anyone else. Do you understand?" Heir and the others quickly responded. These people had been following Laura all this time, and they were all carefully selected by her. They were the people she trusted the most and were willing to die for her at any time. That was why she had brought them to the green stone villa. Xiao Hai had put on his hat again. Hearing Laura's words, he didn't say anything. After observing for a while and finding nothing, she followed Xiao Hai and the others back into the house. After they sat down, Xiao Hai turned to Laura and said, "Quat, if there's anything wrong with the people, you must tell me. I still have people here and can transfer them at any time." "Oh right, there's something I need your help with this time. This is something I drew. When you go back, find someone to help me with it." Quat, after saying that, Xiao Hai took out the 2 drawings of the marriage certificate and gave them to Laura. On the drawings were the requirements for the words printed on the marriage certificate. Laura took the blueprint and quickly understood what it was for. She looked at Xiao Hai curiously and asked, "What is Big Brother Hai doing this for?" "It's nothing. Someone in my territory is getting married, so I sent this to him, hee." Xiao Hai laughed. The Buta family brought 100 slaves with them when they entered the Black Soil Wasteland. Everyone on the continent knew about this. Laura thought that Xiao Hai had already turned those 100 slaves into undead creatures. However, it seemed like that wasn't the case. When Laura came down from Rocky Mountain, she was followed by 208 undead creatures besides her guards. Apart from the 8 mages, the undead creatures were all warriors. They were also very fast and were no slower than Laura's horse. Laura didn't pay attention to the undead creatures. She was looking at the drawing of the marriage certificate given to her by Xiao Hai. The marriage certificate was simple to make. It was made of a thicker and sturdier paper. It had to be read in color and printed with golden words. The format was simple and there weren't many words. However, Laura was entranced by it and had been looking at it for a long time. Near looked at Laura in confusion. She really didn't understand what was so good about a piece of paper. She had also seen what was on the paper. It was very simple and nothing special. Near didn't understand, but Laura was very clear about it. Although this piece of paper didn't mean anything, the things on it represented many things. There had never been a marriage certificate in the mainland. When people got married, it was just the ceremony. Although there was a marriage certificate, it was only for engagement. There was no such thing after marriage. Xiao Hai's marriage certificate was proof that they were legally married. Most importantly, if they did not get along, they could bring this certificate to Xiao Hai for a divorce. Once they divorced, they would no longer be husband and wife. If it was in the past, Laura would have thought that this piece of paper was useless. Xiao Hai would not practice monogamy, so what was the use of this piece of paper? However, when Xiao Hai placed this marriage contract in Laura's hands, she had thought too much. Near couldn't stand it anymore, so she waved at Lola and said, "Miss, have you seen enough? I've been looking at it since I came out of Rocky Mountain, and I've already been looking at it for more than an hour." Laura suddenly came back to her senses. She blushed and quickly put away the drawing. She looked at Near and said, "Nair, why do you think Big Brother Hai gave me this blueprint?" Nicole was not stupid. She immediately understood what Laura meant. She looked at Laura with an evil intention and said, "Miss, you're not thinking of love, are you, Brother Hai? Sir told you to call him Brother Hai, so you really did it. You're shameless." Laura and Near's relationship wasn't new. The only person who could talk to Laura like this was Near. Laura wasn't angry at all. Instead, she blushed and said, "Quat, you wretched girl, if I really marry Big Brother Hai, you can run away. Maybe your cute little appearance will make Big Brother Hai even more fond of you." Quat. The two of them laughed and soon arrived outside Kassar City. The guards at the city gate were surprised to see Laura bringing back so many undead creatures. However, they had received orders from Ivan, so they didn't stop her and let her through. Laura's operation this time caused quite a stir in Kassar City. It was rare to see a large group of undead creatures walking on the streets so brazenly. Laura and the others were surrounded by people along the way, but fortunately, everyone on the continent knew that black mages could use skeletons, so no one was afraid. Laura led the undead creatures into the city on purpose. She believed that Carlo already knew that the people who attacked Laura were dead. Although Carlo was arrogant, he wasn't stupid. He wouldn't just send two spies, one in the light and one in the dark. He must have other spies. When Laura brought so many undead creatures back, the spies would immediately understand that she was on Xiao Hai's side. Moreover, the Cassa's city guards allowed them to enter, which meant that the Versailles family was on their side. This was a demonstration of power. Soon, the carriage arrived at the Xin residence. The Xin residence wasn't very large, and it was still very crowded with more than 200 undead creatures. However, Kun Zhang had already received the news and made some arrangements in advance. Except for Xiao Zui and the other 8, who were arranged into rooms, the rest of the undead creatures were arranged to stay near the mansion wall. Since they couldn't feel cold, they looked like a row of statues when they stood near the wall. However, the statues looked a little scary. As soon as Aurora returned with so many undead creatures, he felt that something was wrong. Although they didn't know much about Xiao Hai, they knew that he wasn't a weak black mage. Now that Laura returned with so many undead creatures, it must be related to Xiao Hai. Besides, why did Laura bring back these undead creatures at this time? It didn't seem like he was a low-level undead creature. Was he really going to break off his relationship with the family? As he was thinking, a servant suddenly came to find him, saying that Laura wanted to see him. He composed himself, tidied his clothes, and walked towards Laura's study. As soon as he arrived at the door of Laura's study, he was stunned. There were 2 skeletons standing in front of Laura's study, one on the left and one on the right, as if they were carved out of black jade. Apart from these 2 skeletons, Sale was also standing there. Seeing that Aroga had arrived, Sale's face sank as he said to him, "Manager Ao, the young lady invites you in." One look at Sare's expression, and he knew that something must have happened today. He could already guess what had happened. Leo must have seen him trapped in the mansion and taken action, but it seemed like he had failed. Orlger nodded and walked into the book room. His expression was a little ugly. When he entered the study room, he saw that there was no one else other than Laura, Kunjang, and Near. "Greetings, young lady," said Aroka as he bowed to Laura. Laura, who was sitting behind the desk, glanced at him and said, "Since you've come to my estate, you must obey the rules of my estate. Otherwise, even Fifth Uncle can't save you. As long as you obey the rules of my estate, I won't do anything to you. Do you remember my words? Quat miss, we're the servants of the 5th young master. We're here to visit you, not to be your servants. Now that we've seen you, we want to go back. Please allow us to do so. Quat." Laura looked at him and said, "It's better for you to stay here for a while. It hasn't been peaceful outside for a while. Today I was attacked the moment I left the residence. Those people aren't weak either. If I let you out now, I won't be able to explain to my 5th uncle if something really happens. After a while, I'll let you go back. All right, you can leave." Quat. Hearing Laura's words, Aloga's eyelids twitched unconsciously. He knew exactly what Laura meant. Laura was warning him and threatening him. She was warning him that your people had attacked him, but I'm still alive and well. So your attack had failed. You can just threaten him. It's not peaceful outside now. If you leave Cassa's city, I'll kill you all and you'll die in vain. Aroka wasn't stupid. He knew that he was in Laura's territory and he couldn't defeat her. He didn't expect Laura to be so powerful. He only hoped that Carlo would get the news soon so that he could save them. Earlier this morning, when Kun had chased them back to his residence, Aroga had used his wind falcon to inform Carlo. He thought that Carlo would have received the news by now, but he never thought that the wind falcon he had released had already become food for the mirage beast, the eagle. However, she couldn't rob all the wind falcons that flew out of Cass City, as she would offend many people. Therefore, she knew that Carlo would get the news soon. After she returned, she did not go to the Grand Duke's residence personally. Instead, she sent someone to inform Grand Duke Ivan that Xiao Hai had agreed to the alliance. She believed that Grand Duke Ivan would know what to do after hearing the news. As expected of Carlo's supervisor, Aroka's patience was superb. Hearing Laura's words, he immediately nodded and said, "Yes, miss, I'll take my leave then." Lola nodded and said, "Go down. Tell your people not to go out without my order. There are many undead creatures in the house. These undead creatures don't recognize people. If your people go out again, they might kill." Quat, yes, sir. Quat, hearing that, Aroga lowered his head and slowly retreated. He knew that he couldn't do anything now. If he did, he would be courting death. Judging by Laura's expression, she wouldn't mind killing them. Kun turned to Laura and said, "Laura, are you all right today? I saw arrow marks on the car. It seems like the attack was very strong." Lola shook her head and said, "I'm fine. Big Brother Hai saved me." Grandpa Kun Zhang, sit down. I'll tell you what happened to Big Brother Hai. Quat. Kun Zhang nodded. He wanted to know what was going on as well. Laura had summoned Aroga as soon as she came back this time, but she had not had the time to tell him about this. In BSB, Laura sat beside Kun Zhang and sent sail away before carefully revealing Xiao Hai's identity. Kun Zhang was rather intrigued by this. Kun Zhang had tried to guess Xiao Hai's identity, but he had never guessed that he was from the Buddha family. No wonder no one had been able to find the Buddha family in the Black Soil Wasteland. They had been hiding right under everyone's nose. They were amazing. Kun stood up slowly after Laura finished her sentence. He paced around the room and said, "You did the right thing. If Xiao Hai didn't want you to know his identity, you wouldn't have found out. With his current identity, no one would be able to guess that he's from the Buddha family. There's no problem in working with them." I also heard that Grand Duke Ivan has a good relationship with the Buddha family and that the Buddha family has received his help. As long as we defeat the magicians, we will be able to gain a foothold in the Versailles Duchy. However, just as Xiao Hai said, if others find out about his identity, even the Versailles family will not be able to protect them. We just need to get along with them like before. Quat, yes, Lola responded softly. This is the end of part 1, and download Webnovel app to continue. Via email. Scan the QR code to download Webnovel. Xiao Hai was sitting in the living room of the dimensional villa, with Xiao En standing behind them. Xiao Hai was Rents, but he had changed his name to Xiao En. Xiao Hai didn't want to ask him anything else. Rents had told Xiao Hai everything he needed to know. Xiao Hai already knew Carlo's strength and the purpose of his visit. These heirs of the Magedal family would be given a piece of land by each family. These pieces of land would be given to them, and they would be able to manage it themselves. For example, Laura and the others were assigned to the Duchy of Versailles, while Carlo was assigned to the entire Arcas Empire, except for the Duchy of Versailles. Compared to the Duchy of Versailles, the entire Arcas Empire was simply too big. From this, one could see the difference between Kellen and Carlo. However, Carlo's life was not that good either. It was different from the Duchy of Versailles. Although the Arcas Empire was large, there were already shops owned by the magicians there, and their business was not bad. Although this seemed to be very beneficial to Carlo, as he could make money by holding hands, one should not forget that the people in the shop must have other heirs or had been arranged by Savin. Carlo's every move could not be hidden from them. Most importantly, these people were in important positions, and Carlo could not touch them easily. It would not be easy for him to control the territory that was given to him. On the other hand, there was no such problem with Versailles. The Duchy of Versailles did not have the property of the magicians. Although Laura and the others had a hard time when they started their business, they could quickly control their own territory and not let others interfere. However, Carlo was also very powerful. Now, he basically controlled all of the businesses of the Magedal family in the Arcas Empire. His power had also increased very quickly. Other than the fact that he did not have a level 9 powerhouse, his power was almost on par with that of a middle-level noble. He had more than a dozen level 8 powerhouses, and this was only what Ryan knew. There might be more that Ryan did not know. After all, Carlo was a gloomy person, and it was impossible for him to completely trust Ryan. Carlo had noticed the Versailles Duchy because of the insect disaster. The disaster had already spread to the Arcas Empire, and all the influential people in the Arcas Empire knew what the merchants were doing. As for the way the Versailles family dealt with the disaster, the nobles did not think much of it. They only felt that the Versailles family was too lucky to have met Xiao Hai. Instead of saying that they had noticed the insect disaster in the Versailles Duchy, they had noticed Xiao Hai's sudden appearance. They had the same question. where did Xiao Hai come from? And where did his things come from? When Laura started selling the products of paradise, those people realized the huge business opportunity within. However, they also knew that the Versailles family owed Xiao Hai a great debt of gratitude. This time, the Versailles family had also suffered a great loss. They knew that the products of Xiao Hai were business opportunities, and so did the Versailles family. If they made a move against Xiao Hai now, it would be equivalent to slapping the face of the Versailles family. Although the Versailles family was not the largest family in the world, they were not the most powerful. However, after so many years of development, they were considered one of the great noble families. They had two ninth-rank powerhouses. Xiao Hai was sitting in the living room of the dimensional villa, with Xiao En standing behind them. Xiao Hai was Rents, but he had changed his name to Xiao En. Xiao Hai didn't want to ask him anything else. Rents had told Xiao Hai everything he needed to know. Xiao Hai already knew Carlo's strength and the purpose of his visit. These heirs of the Magedal family would be given a piece of land by each family. These pieces of land would be given to them, and they would be able to manage it themselves. For example, Laura and the others were assigned to the Duchy of Versailles, while Carlo was assigned to the entire Arcas Empire, except for the Duchy of Versailles. Compared to the Duchy of Versailles, the entire Arcas Empire was simply too big. From this, one could see the difference between Kellen and Carlo. However, Carlo's life was not that good either. It was different from the Duchy of Versailles. Although the Arcas Empire was large, there were already shops owned by the magicians there, and their business was not bad. Although this seemed to be very beneficial to Carlo, as he could make money by holding hands, one should not forget that the people in the shop must have other heirs or had been arranged by Savin. Carlo's every move could not be hidden from them. Most importantly, these people were in important positions, and Carlo could not touch them easily. It would not be easy for him to control the territory that was given to him. On the other hand, there was no such problem with Versailles. The Duchy of Versailles did not have the property of the magicians. Although Laura and the others had a hard time when they started their business, they could quickly control their own territory and not let others interfere. However, Carlo was also very powerful. Now, he basically controlled all of the businesses of the Magedal family in the Arcas Empire. His power had also increased very quickly. Other than the fact that he did not have a level 9 powerhouse, his power was almost on par with that of a middle-level noble. He had more than a dozen level 8 powerhouses, and this was only what Ryan knew. There might be more that Ryan did not know. After all, Carlo was a gloomy person, and it was impossible for him to completely trust Ryan. Carlo had noticed the Versailles Duchy because of the insect disaster. The disaster had already spread to the Arcas Empire, and all the influential people in the Arcas Empire knew what the merchants were doing. As for the way the Versailles family dealt with the disaster, the nobles did not think much of it. They only felt that the Versailles family was too lucky to have met Xiao Hai. Instead of saying that they had noticed the insect disaster in the Versailles Duchy, they had noticed Xiao Hai's sudden appearance. They had the same question: where did Xiao Hai come from? And where did his things come from? When Laura started selling the products of paradise, those people realized the huge business opportunity within. However, they also knew that the Versailles family owed Xiao Hai a great debt of gratitude. This time, the Versailles family had also suffered a great loss. They knew that the products of Xiao Hai were business opportunities, and so did the Versailles family. If they made a move against Xiao Hai now, it would be equivalent to slapping the face of the Versailles family. Although the Versailles family was not the largest family in the world, they were not the most powerful. However, after so many years of development, they were considered one of the great noble families. They had two ninth-rank powerhouses in charge of the family, and no one dared to underestimate them. It was because of this that no one had any ideas about Xiao Hai. It was not something that the old aristocrats would do, to become enemies with a big family for a business opportunity. However, Carlo did not care about this. He needed this business opportunity too much. Among the three most powerful heirs of the Magedal family, he was the weakest. He needed to improve his strength as soon as possible. Therefore, he sent Aroga and Rents. He thought that as long as these two appeared, Laura would definitely cooperate. At that time, he would be able to take over the things from Xiao Hai without any problems. However, not only did Laura refuse to cooperate, but she even locked him up. As soon as Rents heard that, he knew that things were going to turn bad. They wanted to kidnap Laura so that she could release him. Then they would try to snatch Xiao Hai from her. Of course, if Laura resisted too much, they were not afraid of taking her life. Once she died, the Versailles Duchy would be without a leader. They might even be able to take over the entire industry in the Versailles Duchy. However, they did not expect to be captured and killed by Xiao Hai's magical beast, the eagle, and become an undead. This information was useful to Xiao Hai, but it was not of much use, so Xiao Hai did not pay much attention to it. After asking, he let Xiao En stay in the realm and watch the Thunder Eagles root. He did not want to make any more mistakes, otherwise it would be hard to tell when they would reach Huacheng. Green and the others sat across from Xiao Hai. None of them spoke. After a while, Green finally said, "Quite young master, I don't think it's a bad thing to reveal our identities to Miss Laura." She should know her limits. Besides, she took so many undead creatures from us. Even if she wants to deal with us, we can know in advance. Quat. Xiao Hai shook his head and said, I'm not worried that Lola will betray us. I'm just thinking about the alliance with the Versailles family. Although Ivan has treated us well, we can see from this incident that he is a qualified politician. If he notices anything, it might bring us trouble. Clint shook his head. Quat, I don't think so. If Mrs. Laura didn't want to sell us out, she wouldn't have told Ivan about us. Ivan couldn't have known. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded and said, I hope so. Xiao En has also told me some things about Carlo. I don't care much about Carlo's strength, but if he alone has such strength, then how strong is the entire Magic Dare family? It seems that we have really run into a tough opponent this time. Quat. Quat, it's not that big of a deal, said Grim with a cold snort. Quat, as long as we cooperate with the Versailles family, the magicians won't be able to do anything to us. 9th-tier powerhouses aren't that easy to deal with. However, there are quite a few 8th-tier powerhouses in the Versailles family, so we still have to be on guard. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded and looked at the terrain on the screen. He then looked at the map and heaved a sigh of relief. Quat, I only hope that Carlo and the others will not make a move in the next few days. According to the map, they will reach Huacheng in about 2 days. I hope Carlo will give us that time. Quat. Grim took a look at the screen and then at the map. He nodded and said, Quat, looking at the terrain on the map, we'll be able to reach Huacheng in the afternoon the day after tomorrow. During this time, you can't leave the space. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded and said, let's just let Xiao En take care of it. This way, if anything happens when we go out, he will be able to send us a message faster. Now, I'm afraid that there will be level 9 magical beasts or undead creatures attacking us before we even reach Huacheng. Quat. Quat, it's best if they don't attack us, said Grim with a frown. Quat, otherwise, it'll be very difficult for us to get to the City of Flowers. I hope this time it'll be as smooth as the last time we met with Boff. Quat. However, the few people in the room did not believe Grim's words. Grim also said that it was just a hope. It should be known that Boff was a level 9 expert at that time. The other level 9 experts naturally did not want to provoke him, and those magical beast eagles did not have the strength of level 9. Strictly speaking, it was not bad if they had the strength of around level 6. It was still very dangerous to rashly break into the territory of a level 9 expert. Dignity of a 9th rank combatant could not be easily violated. Anyone who dared to do so would die without a doubt. It was precisely because of this that Xiao Hai had been even more careful. The three of them chatted for a while more before leaving the villa. The farm space had been upgraded to level 15, and they had opened up 48 acres of land. Other than planting 8 acres of radishes, 10 acres of oil fruits, and 10 acres of bamboo rice, they had also planted 10 acres of corn. For the remaining 10 acres, Xiao Hai had planted 2 acres of cabbage and 2 acres of potatoes, which were the potato blocks on the Ark continent. Although they were a little different, they were about the same. He had planted another 2 acres of sweet pepper, 2 mu of green chrysalis, 2 mu of green fruits. The oil fruits and bamboo rice were what Laura needed. As for the cabbage and potatoes, Xiao Hai wanted to save some and sell them to Laura. However, he had to save more. After all, the products of Taoyuan were still very popular on the mainland. He didn't want to run out of supplies. He didn't need to take care of the space. He just needed to collect and plant things at the right time. He didn't need to do much. As the land in the valley had been taken care of, and those slaves had planted good crops in the land near Iron Mountain Castle, Zhang Tai didn't need to worry about that. He didn't improve much of the land near the Iron Mountain Fortress, only 1,000 mu. Other than the 10 mu rewarded to Qi and Zai, he had the slaves plant some ordinary vegetables on the remaining land. They weren't magic vegetables. Although these ordinary vegetables were not as good as magic vegetables, they ripened less than magic vegetables. As long as they were well preserved, they could be stored for a long time like cabbages. It was autumn now, so they had to prepare for winter. Now they had enough food and clothes for the winter. They could eat fresh ones at any time, which was produced in the food space. In addition, they had already saved a lot of rabbit skin by selling rabbit meat with Laura. There was no problem with the cotton clothes they bought from Casa City. The materials for burning were not a problem. Xiao Hai and the others had stored quite a number of oil trees, corn stalks, and corn husks. With the addition of the rice bamboos, it should be enough. The problem of water was also easy to solve. Even if the moat was frozen, the lake in the mountain would be frozen as well. It was still in Xiao Hai's space. If it was not possible, they could still take ice and turn it into water. They could not do much in the winter, so it should not be a problem to get food. To prevent the food from being too simple, Xiao Hai even kept some blue-eyed rabbits for winter. If the slaves from other places knew about the living conditions of the slaves here, they would probably commit suicide. Things didn't go as smoothly as Xiao Hai and the rest had expected. The next afternoon after Xiao Hai had finished his discussion, the magical beasts, the flying eagles, were attacked. When Xiao Hai received the news, he was at the Iron Mountain Fortress. Although there was not much happening there now, Xiao Hai would still go there from time to time. After all, there were many blue-eyed rabbits there. In addition to the farm work and the blue-eyed rabbit service, they also had to clean the castle and clear the garbage. Such a large castle had to be cleaned. When he received Zhao En's message, Xiao Hai was looking at the blue-eyed rabbits. The rabbits in the mine were growing very well, and some of them were almost mature. The female slaves were taking good care of them. Upon hearing Zhao En's news, Xiao Hai and the rest immediately entered the medium. When they looked at the screen in the living room, they realized that the eagles were actually a group of magic bugs. There were some magic bugs that could fly, but they usually didn't fly very high. However, the magic bugs that attacked the eagle were an exception. They flew no lower than the birds. Xiao Hai couldn't help but take a closer look at the bugs. Each of them was the size of a human palm, and they had a mouthpart in front of them. The mouthpart was as long as Xiao Hai's body, and it looked like an enlarged version of a mosquito. These insects were all red and looked very fierce. The most terrifying thing was their number. There were too many of them. There were probably tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of them, covering the sky and earth. What surprised Xiao Hai the most was that these mosquito-like insects had very strong attack power. 3 mirage beast eagles had already been sucked dry by them and fell from the sky. Xiao Hai looked at the mosquitoes in shock. He turned to Grimm and said, "Grandpa Grimm, do you know these mosquitoes? Why isn't there such a thing in the magical beast encyclopedia that Miss Laura sent?" Grimm shook his head and said, "I've never seen it before either. This type of mosquito has such strong attack power, and it's red too. It looks a bit like a poisonous mosquito, but this type of mosquito's attack power and size are both bigger than a poisonous mosquito. It's too strange." Quat. Xiao Hai nodded. "Quat, I've seen the introduction of the venomous fire mosquito. It's different from this type of mosquito. Venomous fire mosquitoes can only fly up to a height of 100 meters, but look at this type of mosquito. It can fly as high as a bird. It's too powerful." Grimm nodded. At this moment, another eagle fell to the ground. The last one was the one with the evil spirit staff. "Spray pesticide," Xiao Hai said after some thought. Of course, he was not talking to Grimm, but to the evil spirit staff. As soon as he said that, a green light flashed on the evil spirit staff, and a green smoke came out of the staff and covered the insects. However, to Xiao Hai's surprise, the mosquitoes that were covered in the pesticide continued to attack the eagles as if nothing had happened. It was as if the pesticide had no effect on them at all. "Earth shield," Xiao Hai replied immediately. As soon as he said that, a yellow barrier appeared around Fei Ying's body, blocking the mosquitoes. Xiao Hai let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was wondering why the mosquitoes were immune to poison, Grimm suddenly exclaimed. Xiao Hai quickly looked at the screen and was shocked. There was a thick layer of mosquitoes on the yellow barrier, and the barrier was thinning at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiao Hai's expression changed as well. He knew what this meant. It meant that the mosquitoes were absorbing the magic energy from the earth shield, which was why the shield was so thin. This mosquito could actually absorb magic energy. What kind of breed is this? How come I've never heard of it? Grimm's expression changed. "Spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes. These are spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes." Xiao Hai was stunned for a moment, then his expression changed. He finally remembered this type of mosquito. This type of mosquito had only been briefly mentioned in the magical beast encyclopedia that Lola had given him. However, this did not mean that this type of mosquito was not powerful. On the contrary, this type of mosquito was too powerful. However, there was not much information on it, so it could only be briefly mentioned. However, in the book, the danger level of this type of mosquito was comparable to some 8th grade magical beasts. The biggest feature of these mosquitoes was that they had strong defense, strong attack, high flight, and fast speed. These mosquitoes knew some blood magic, so ordinary attacks didn't have much effect on them. Their mouthparts could almost ignore energy defense. Whether it was a magic shield or a battle energy shield, as long as they touched it, they could suck energy into their stomach. They could fly very high, almost like birds, and their speed was not slower than birds. However, they rarely appeared on the continent. Therefore, there was not much information on these mosquitoes. This kind of mosquito had only appeared a few times on the continent, but the result of the first time was disastrous. There were tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of these mosquitoes. Wherever they went, no one could escape, whether they were humans or animals. The most terrifying one was that they sucked all the humans and animals in a medium-sized city dry, turning the city into a ghost city. Blood magic was the strangest kind of magic. Strictly speaking, blood magic belonged to the category of black magic. However, among the current black mages, there were not many who knew blood magic because blood magic was too strange. If black magic was said to be the strangest of all magic, then blood magic was the strangest of all black magic. This kind of magic had extremely strong offensive power, and its defensive ability was not weak either. However, its strongest ability was its regenerative ability. Blood magic was very difficult to practice as it required the use of all kinds of blood. The higher the level of a magical beast, the stronger the blood magic that was practiced. If one were to use human blood to practice, the attack power would not be as strong as the blood of a high-level magical beast. However, the blood of a high-level magical beast was not as easy to obtain as human blood. Hence, many people used human blood when they first started practicing blood magic. It was also because of this that blood magic had the ability to regenerate. This kind of regeneration ability was very powerful. If the level of the blood knight you used was high, you could even regrow a broken limb. However, because practicing this kind of magic was really harmful to the world, it was not tolerated by all mages on the continent. It was precisely because they knew blood magic that the people on the continent had yet to find an effective way to deal with these spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes. It was also because they knew blood magic that the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes' attacks contained blood poison. This blood poison was very powerful and would poison anyone who came into contact with blood. If they were not sucked dry by the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes, the blood vessels in their entire body would burst and they would die in less than a quarter of an hour. Sea of Fire, Xiao Hai shouted in a low voice. The Sea of Fire was a fire-type spell that had a large area of effect, and its range was between 10 to 50 meters. If there was any magic that could deal with the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes, it would be fire magic, and it had to be a fire magic that had a large area of effect. However, the effect was not very good. For mages below the level of a 5th-tier mage, using Sea of Fire to attack the spirit-devouring fire mosquitoes was of little use. Their level was too low, and they could not break through the defense of the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes. The offensive power of the spell released by the staff was almost equivalent to that of a grade 7 mage, so it should be useful against the blood mosquitoes. After knowing that these mosquitoes were the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes, Xiao Hai finally understood why his pesticide was useless against them. It was because these mosquitoes were experts in using poison. They had strong resistance to poison. Ordinary poisons were useless against them. Sure enough, as soon as the Sea of Fire was released, a large number of the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes were burned to death. However, there were too many of them, and they all pounced on the eagle fearlessly. The Sea of Fire could not stop them for long. When Xiao Hai saw this, he frowned and continued wind binding technique. The wind binding spell was a spell that could be used individually or in a large area. It could at most entangle 20 people at the same time. It was considered one of the more difficult types of low-level wind magic to deal with. Grimm had been observing the situation outside. He thought that Xiao Hai would use the Sea of Fire spell again. No matter what, the Sea of Fire spell was the most effective against the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes. He did not know why Xiao Hai would suddenly use the wind binding spell. This time, Xiao Hai's target was only 10 blood mosquitoes. After all, the wind binding spell was a low-level spell. The more targets it attacked, the weaker it would be. Once the 10 blood mosquitoes were entangled, Xiao Hai had an idea. He put the 10 blood mosquitoes and the remaining eagle into his origin space. As soon as he put the blood mosquitoes and the eagle into the medium, a notification sound came from the medium. Quat mutated insect has occurred. Insect is a mosquito-type pest. Insect data has been integrated into the mosquito spellcaster. The insect has magic energy and poisonous substances on its body. Magic energy and poisonous substances have been extracted to enhance the attack, defense, and regeneration abilities of space-type robot-like objects. Enhance space-type animals' regeneration ability, enhance space-type animals' attack ability, enhanced biochemical beasts' regeneration ability, attack ability, and defense ability, enhanced biochemical beasts' energy absorption ability. The space increases the ability to absorb energy and improves the toxicity of the space pesticide. The series of beeps made Xiao Hai and the others dizzy. In conclusion, there were only a few things. The first was that the mosquitoes released by the mosquito-releasing device in the space were all spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes. The second was that the defense and attack abilities of the undead creatures and magical beasts in the space were strengthened. Their regeneration abilities were also strengthened, but they wouldn't be too strong. At the same time, it also strengthened the combat power, defense, and regeneration ability of the magical eagle beast. It also gave the magical eagle beast the ability to absorb the enemy's battle energy and magic like those mosquitoes. If he didn't improve the toxicity of the realm's pesticide, he should be able to use it against the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes. However, what Xiao Hai didn't understand was what the space meant by increasing its ability to absorb energy. Could it be that the space could directly absorb energy from the outside? Although they didn't know what the notification meant, the benefits they received this time were obvious. Unfortunately, the mosquitoes they collected this time were classified as pests. They couldn't be raised in the farm, so naturally, the farm couldn't level up. It was a pity. I'm sorry I'm too tired. It's even later now. I beg everyone to keep it, please. Xiao Hai heaved a sigh of relief. He was still very afraid of the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes. If it wasn't for the fact that the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes appeared very rarely and disappeared very quickly, it would be impossible for them to only have the destructive power of an 8th-tier magical beast. However, a single spirit-devouring blood mosquito could only be classified as a 2nd-tier magical beast. However, the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes were much more difficult to deal with than the average 8th-tier magical beast. Some people believe that a large group of spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes should be rated as 9th tier. With the strength of the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes, not to mention the Mirage Beast Eagles, even Grimm would not be able to deal with them. If there was no space, Grimm would be exhausted to death if he had to face these spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes. Xiao Hai immediately asked Boff, but Boff said that he had not encountered any spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes the last time he was here. This made Xiao Hai feel a little uneasy. However, he didn't have the mood to care about that now. Although the blood mosquitoes saw the eagle disappear, they didn't stop. They were still flying around, and it seemed that they wouldn't leave for a while. With a thought, Xiao Hai released the eagles that he had just kept in the medium. These eagles were carrying the evil spirit staff. As soon as they left the medium, Xiao Hai said in a deep voice, "Use the pesticide." A cloud of green mist once again spewed out of the staff. This time, the situation was different from the last time. The pesticide had no effect on the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes last time, but this time, as soon as the mosquitoes came into contact with the pesticide, they seemed to be drunk. They swayed in the air a few times before falling to the ground. As the green fog increased, the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes in the air fell like rain. As the eagle's speed increased, more and more spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes fell, and the screen was empty. Xiao Hai and Jilin heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, the overwhelming spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes had given them too much pressure. Now that they had found a way to deal with the blood mosquitoes, they finally felt relieved. The blood mosquitoes seemed to have realized something was wrong and quickly moved away from the pesticide. In an instant, the road ahead was unimpeded. After a while, Fei Ying escaped the blood mosquitoes' encirclement. To Xiao Hai's surprise, the blood mosquitoes didn't chase after him. It was as if they were really afraid of the pesticide. Only then did Xiao Hai and the others relax. However, they still stared at the screen, afraid that the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes would surround them again. Fortunately, ever since they left the area where the blood mosquitoes were, they did not chase after them. Only then did Xiao Hai and Green relax and sit on the sofa. Looking at the screen, Green smiled and said, "Quad, I really didn't expect to encounter spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes here. Fortunately, if it wasn't for the space, I'm afraid we would have failed. Quad." Xiao Hai laughed. "Quad, if we didn't encounter these blood mosquitoes, we wouldn't have gotten so many benefits. Hee, now that we have blood mosquitoes, we have another life-saving method. Quad." Grim laughed. "Quad, that's right. However, these spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes can't be used lightly either. They're too notorious on the continent. If we use them, it'll bring us big trouble. Quad." Xiao Hai nodded. "Quad, that's right. Although the blood mosquitoes are powerful, they can't compare to 9th grade powerhouses. However, they're very useful in large-scale attacks. Quad." As the two of them were talking, the eagle that was flying in front suddenly screamed and fell from the sky. While the eagle was still in the air, its body suddenly exploded, turned into a cloud of blood mist, and disappeared. The evil spirit staff also fell from the sky, but before it hit the ground, it actually floated forward. Both Xiao Hai and Grim were stunned by the scene on the screen. They did not know what was going on. Just as Xiao Hai was about to retrieve his staff, Grim suddenly said, "Young master, don't move. It's a warrior of the 9th rank. Only the pressure of a warrior of the 9th rank can cause Fei Ying to explode and die. It seems that a warrior of the 9th rank has made a move." Xiao Hai was stunned, but he did not put the staff away. The staff was bound to him, and even a level 9 expert would not be able to use it. Moreover, he could put it away whenever he wanted. It was precisely because of this that he didn't need to be in such a hurry to retrieve it. He wanted to see what a combatant of the 9th rank was like. After all, he had never observed a combatant of the 9th rank up close before. Grimm's words made Merlin and the others nervous. They all stared at the screen without moving, wondering what this 9th-level contender was like. They knew very well that the level 9 expert could not be a human. No human had ever been able to survive in the rotten corpse swamp. However, no matter which race they were from, they would only be able to become a 9th rank expert and would receive the respect they deserved. Even if it was a magical beast, as long as it reached the 9th rank, its intelligence would be similar to that of a human. It could also use its mind power to communicate with others. Therefore, no matter what race they were from, a 9th rank expert would be treated as a quasi-god and respected on the continent. Not long after, a huge blood mosquito appeared in front of Xiao Hai and the others. The blood mosquito was huge. It was almost 10 meters long and its body was blood red. Its wings were made of crystal and were crystal clear. What made Xiao Hai and the others feel strange was that its huge mouthpart had been rolled up and hung on his head like a scroll. The evil spirit staff stopped in front of the giant mosquito. The giant mosquito looked at the staff carefully. The expression in its eyes did not look like something an animal should have. Grandpa Green, what should we do? Xiao Hai turned to look at Jilin. If we take back the evil spirit staff now, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to reach the City of Flowers. Jilin understood Xiao Hai's meaning. This giant mosquito clearly had an inexplicable relationship with those blood mosquitoes. Moreover, they had killed so many spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes and kept the eagle into the space. This giant mosquito must know. If they put the evil spirit staff back into the space, this giant mosquito would definitely wait here, and the evil spirit staff couldn't rush to Huacheng on its own. Xiao Hai and the others could only release more magical beasts or undead creatures. They had to travel with the evil spirit staff, but this way, they could not hide from the mosquitoes' spiritual senses. After all, once magical beasts became ninth-rank powerhouses, their spiritual senses would be stronger than ordinary ninth-rank human powerhouses. If they did not take this route, they would have to return to the Iron Mountain Fortress and re-enter the Rotten Corpse Swamp, which would mean that everything they had done so far would be in vain. There was also another problem. If they left the Rotten Corpse Swamp and came back again, they would not be able to follow the map that Boff had drawn. If they did not follow the map, they might end up in that place. If they did not do it well, they might not be able to find Huacheng in their entire lives. No one knew how long a grade 9 expert could live, but it was not a problem for them to live up to 1,000 years. Magical beasts had a longer lifespan than humans, and no one knew how long a grade 9 magical beast could live. He was afraid that by that time, the Buta family would have been wiped out, and this giant mosquito would still be alive. If they wanted to wait for the mosquito to leave before going to the City of Flowers, it would be impossible. Level 9 experts were usually in seclusion to explore the heavenly Tao. If they wanted to find the path to godhood one day, they could do it anywhere. Furthermore, they would be in seclusion for many years, so it was impossible to wait for the mosquito to leave. What Grimm and the others found strange was why they did not encounter this giant mosquito the last time Boff came, but they encountered it this time. In fact, what Grimm and the others didn't know was that the reason why the giant mosquito appeared here was really because of Boff's previous trouble. There were many level 9 powerhouses on the continent who had entered the Rotten Corpse Swamp in the past, but most of them had never been to Flower City before. They had barged into the territory of other level 9 powerhouses and were either killed or poisoned to death by the 7-colored poisonous fog in the Rotten Corpse Swamp. Very few people could reach Flower City. This time, Boff was really lucky to have found the right way. That was how he came to the City of Flowers. He attacked the flowers and attracted the attention of a level 9 expert. Naturally, he ran back. He knew how powerful the Rotten Corpse Swamp was, so when he ran back, he followed the original path. As a result, the level 9 expert in the Rotten Corpse Swamp discovered this passage. There was originally no level 9 expert guarding this passage, but after Boff escaped, there was a level 9 expert guarding it. This expert of the 9th rank was the giant mosquito. Of course, Xiao Hai and the others did not know about this. They were worried. If they did not pass through the giant mosquitoes, they would not be able to reach Huacheng. If they did not reach Huacheng, they would not be able to solve the problem of the Rotten Corpse Swamp. The Black Soil Wasteland would never be peaceful. It was an endless cycle. Grimm and the others frowned. They all knew that it was impossible to force their way in. They didn't have a level 9 expert here. The last time, Boff injured Grimm with one move. This time they were facing a giant mosquito that didn't seem to be weaker than Boff. If they wanted to force their way in, they would only be courting death. However, they were unwilling to go back. They had already come this far. They only needed a day to reach the City of Flowers. It would be a pity to go back now. After a long while, Xiao Hai took a deep breath and turned to say to Jilin, Grandpa Grimm, since these blood mosquitoes are of the 9th rank, they must be as smart as humans, right? Quad, it's not almost, it's as smart as a human. In fact, it's even smarter than most people. Young master, what do you want to do? Clint nodded. Quad, why don't I go out and talk to him? Xiao Hai said. Quad, it's not good to keep dragging things out. Quad. Jerlin was stunned for a moment before his expression changed. No, absolutely not. Young master, that's a 9th grade powerhouse. If you don't handle it well, you'll die. You can't let anything happen to you. Then what should we do? Xiao Hai frowned. We can't keep dragging it out like this. If we retreat like this, I'm afraid we won't be able to find Flower City in this lifetime. The Black Soil Wasteland will never be safe, said Jellin with a frown. Of course he knew about this, but he had no good solution. No matter what, he could not let Xiao Hai meet the giant mosquitoes. It was too dangerous. Phew, there's finally an expert of the 9th rank. There was a moment of silence in the living room of the villa. No one made a sound. It could be said that they were now in a desperate situation again. If they did not deal with the giant mosquitoes well, then the problem in the Rotten Corpse Swamp would take a long time to be solved. Xiao Hai was silent for a moment before he stood up and slowly walked out of the villa. Green's expression changed and followed closely behind Xiao Hai. Merlin looked at the two and thought about what Xiao Hai had said. His expression changed and he immediately said, "Young master, let Green go." Xiao Hai shook his head and said, "I'll go. Grandpa Grim, I'll go. If the giant mosquito attacks, I'll always be half a beat slower. Grandpa Grim might be in danger. I'll go by myself. If there's any danger, I'll come back with a thought. I'll be faster than Grandpa Grim. Quat, young master, please take me with you. If there's any danger, I can help you." Xiao Hai turned to look at Green and said, "Grandpa Green, you should stay. No matter what, I'm still the head of the Buda family. I should be the one to deal with this kind of thing. I can't always hide in the back. Don't worry, I'll be fine. If something really happens to me, you guys should find a place to hide. In a few years, say that I'm dead. Then find a child and say that he's my child. Let him inherit the position of the Buda family's head." Quat. Green's expression changed, and Meg walked to Xiao Hai's side with tears in her eyes. "Quat, young master, I'll go with you." Xiao Hai turned to look at Meg and shook his head. Mei Ji, on the other hand, looked determined. She stepped forward and hugged Xiao Hai's arm, refusing to let go. This time she didn't say that she was going with Xiao Hai, she just hugged him. Xiao Hai looked at Mei Ji's expression and smiled bitterly. At this time, Mu Tou and Shi Tou also walked behind Xiao Hai. The two of them didn't say anything, but just took the big swords on their backs and placed them across their necks. Xiao Hai patted his head and said to the two, "Quat, it's the same trick again. Can't you two change your tactics? Why are you following us this time? If that giant mosquito really wants to attack us, what's the use even if you two stand in front of me? Quat, young master, since things have already come to this, there's no need to say anything else. I think we should go out together. If anything happens, we'll die together." Quat, Grandpa Green, why are you saying that? Don't you understand what I just said? Xiao Hai looked at Jilin impatiently. "If something really happens to me, the Buda family won't disappear as long as you're here. If we all disappear, the Buda family will be finished." Green looked at Xiao Hai with tears in his eyes. He took a deep breath and suppressed his emotions. He turned to Mu Tou and Shi Tou and said, "You two, put down your swords. Don't go with the young master. If something really happens, Xiao Hai will have to drag you along. It will affect our operation. Meg, you should stay with the young master." Wood and Stone had no choice but to put down their swords. Xiao Hai nodded at them, and with a thought, the evil spirit staff appeared in his hand. He and Meg then disappeared from the villa. The reason why Xiao Hai wanted to retrieve the staff first was because it was still in front of the giant mosquito. The giant mosquito was flying in the sky. If they left the origin space, they would fall to their deaths immediately. They could not fly now. The giant mosquito was also in a daze. He was a level 9 expert, but the staff in his hand disappeared as he wished. While he was in a daze, a man and a woman suddenly appeared on the ground below him. The man was holding a staff. Xiao Hai looked at the giant mosquito above his head and shouted, "The patriarch of the Buda family, Xiao Hai Buda, requests an audience with my lord." It wasn't an exaggeration for the clan head to address a combatant of the 9th rank as lord. Even the king of a kingdom would address an unfamiliar combatant of the 9th rank as lord. The giant mosquito was stunned for a moment, then a hint of excitement flashed in its eyes. No one could see what it was doing, but it suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Hai. Its huge body gave Xiao Hai a lot of pressure, but he knew that it was useless to hide now. They would meet sooner or later. So he bowed to the mosquito and said, "Good day, my lord. I am Xiao Hai Buda." The giant mosquito looked at Xiao Hai with interest. Then a voice sounded in Xiao Hai's head. To Xiao Hai's surprise, it was a female voice. "Who are you? You don't have any energy at all. How did you use that staff?" This female voice was very pleasant to the ears. When she spoke, it was as if she was striking a golden bell. There was a trace of buzzing in her crisp voice. If she was on Earth, she would definitely become a superstar with a bit of packaging. Xiao Hai quickly said, "I am the head of the Buda family. Xiao Hai Buda. This is my maid, Meg Buda. I don't know magic or battle energy. I am actually a sorcerer." Quat, what's an abnormal warlock? Is it fun? The interest in the giant mosquito's eyes grew. Xiao Hai, on the other hand, was stunned. After hearing the giant mosquito's words in its crisp voice, Xiao Hai finally understood. It seemed that this giant mosquito was only considered young among the magical beasts. Xiao Hai looked at the giant mosquito and suddenly felt that she was not as scary as he thought. He could not help but smile. "Quat, my lord, can you come with me to a place? I'm not used to this place." With a wave of his hand, a spatial rift appeared beside him. The giant mosquito looked at the spatial crack with a curious glint in its eyes. Xiao Hai was so nervous that his palms were sweating. He knew very well that a second-grade magical beast, spirit-devouring blood mosquito, could become a 9th-grade powerhouse. It was not something that could be achieved in 8 to 10 years. It was known that it was much more difficult for magical beasts to become 9th-grade powerhouses than for humans. Although the voice of this giant mosquito was young, she must have lived for a long time. If this giant mosquito thought that he was plotting against him, it would definitely attack him. Xiao Hai didn't want to do anything to the giant mosquitoes by sending them into the medium. However, he was in charge of the space. Even if the giant mosquitoes wanted to harm him, he would have a way to protect himself. Seeing that the giant mosquito had not spoken for a long time, Xiao Hai quickly said, "Quat, don't worry, my lord. This is my special technique and I don't mean to harm you. Please, my lord, Quat." The giant mosquito looked at Xiao Hai carefully, nodded, and disappeared into the crack in a flash. Xiao Hai and Meg both heaved a sigh of relief and disappeared. Green and the others were standing in the living room, looking at the situation outside. When they saw that Xiao Hai had managed to persuade the giant mosquito to enter the medium, they were all stunned for a moment, but then they were overjoyed. They knew that once the giant mosquito entered the medium, it would not be able to do anything, even if it had the ability to turn the world upside down. However, they still had to show respect to a level 9 expert. As Xiao Hai spoke, they were already outside the villa, ready to welcome the giant mosquito. The giant mosquito, Xiao Hai, and the others entered the space at the same time. Once inside, the giant mosquito looked around curiously like a child. At this time, a notification sound came from the space. Quite a new insect has appeared. The insect is a mutant mosquito-type pest with powerful combat power, extracting its advantages, improving the ability of the mosquitoes in the mosquito speaker, and retaining its original body. Quat. Xiao Hai and the others listened quietly to the notification, not quite understanding what it meant. Xiao Hai did not understand either. At that moment, the giant mosquito flew in front of Xiao Hai and nodded at him, Master. Xiao Hai looked at the giant mosquito in a daze. After a while, he said with an ecstatic expression, "You're calling me Master?" "Yes, Master," the giant mosquito nodded. Xiao Hai was so excited that he almost passed out. He had not expected the space to be so powerful that it could even subdue a grade 9 expert. However, Xiao Hai was also puzzled. The first time he tried to bring Grimm into the space, he did not succeed. It was only after he spoke to Green that Grimm entered the space. Even the slaves did the same. At that time, Xiao Hai was puzzled. When they subdued the aliens, they were captured. The giant mosquitoes came in on their own, so how could they be subdued? Just as Xiao Hai was confused, the realm seemed to understand his confusion. A system announcement came. Quat the space is a farm space and has no attack power. Intelligent creatures cannot be forcibly kept into the space unless they enter the space voluntarily or are captured by the host. Quat. When Xiao Hai heard what the realm said, he finally understood what was going on. The realm couldn't force intelligent creatures into the realm. Only if the creature was willing, or if Xiao Hai and the others had the ability to capture the creature, could the realm subdue it. Otherwise, the realm couldn't. Grimm and his slaves were all intelligent beings, so he couldn't take them in. The xenomorph was a mutant undead creature. Although its level wasn't very high, it had some intelligence, so it couldn't be stored in the space. It could only rely on catching. The giant mosquitoes, on the other hand, had entered the space of their own free will. Xiao Hai was elated when he realized that. He had never thought that the realm would have such a rule. No wonder he could not take the slaves into the realm without their permission. It was the same for Grimm. Even so, as long as he could bring those creatures into the realm would be able to help him subdue them. This was definitely good news for Xiao Shanghai. However, Xiao Hai still felt a little regretful. The giant mosquitoes were also regarded as pests by the space, so he couldn't keep them in the space. It was such a pity. If he could keep giant mosquitoes in the space, he would be able to raise a large group of level 9 giant mosquitoes. When he released them out, he was afraid that those guys would be scared to death. Who would dare to touch the Buddha family? At this point, Xiao Hai suddenly recalled the realm's notification. It seemed to have extracted the advantages of the giant mosquitoes and modified the mosquitoes in the mosquito releasing device. Did that mean that the mosquitoes in the mosquito releasing device had all become these giant mosquitoes? Xiao Hai was so excited that he could not care about anything else. He immediately said, "Release the mosquito." A projection shot out from the staff, and it said, "Please enter the number of spells to cast." There was a blank space behind it. One, Xiao Hai quickly replied. As soon as he finished typing, a mosquito appeared in front of him. This mosquito was not as big as Xiao Hai had imagined. It was only as big as the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes that Xiao Hai had seen before. Its entire body was blood red, and it looked no different from those spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes. Xiao Hai could not help but feel a little disappointed. However, after thinking about it, he felt relieved. If 9th rank experts appeared so easily, wouldn't the world be in chaos? Moreover, strictly speaking, giant mosquitoes were no different from other spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes. They had only become level 9 powerhouses because they had lived for a long time. There was nothing special about them in other aspects. Green and the others looked at Xiao Hai in confusion. They had no idea what Xiao Hai was doing and why he had released another mosquito. Xiao Hai didn't think much of it. He was just thinking about how to take the mosquito back. Unexpectedly, as he was thinking, the projection appeared again. On it, a prompt appeared. "Do you want to take back the mosquito?" Xiao Hai was stunned. He never thought that the mosquito could be retrieved like this. He immediately chose yes, and the mosquito disappeared again. Seeing that the mosquito had disappeared, Xiao Hai turned to the giant mosquito and said, "What's your name?" The huge mosquito looked at Xiao Hai and asked, "Name? What is a name?" Xiao Hai sighed. It seemed that this giant mosquito had not cultivated to level 9 bit by bit. Otherwise, why would it not know about these things? If it had cultivated to level 9 naturally, it would have had basic intelligence when it was level 6 or 7. At level 8, its intelligence was not lower than that of a human. How could it not have a name and not know what a name was? It seemed that she was one of those who had a fortuitous encounter. Xiao Hai looked at the mosquito and said, "Quat, how about this? You'll be called Xiao Wen from now on. Xiao Wen is your name. When I call Xiao Wen in the future, it means I'm calling you." Quat, the giant mosquito nodded, not fully understanding. Xiao Hai looked at Xiao Wen and said, "Can you shrink a little, or can it only be maintained at this size? It can become smaller." "Can become as small as those blood mosquitoes," Xiao Wenjie quickly said. After saying that, his body slowly shrank. In the end, he became the size of an ordinary spirit-devouring blood mosquito. However, his body seemed to be carved out of blood jade. If Xiao Wen were to lie there without moving, others would definitely think that he was just a statue. He was too beautiful. Xiao Hai nodded and turned to say to Green, "Quat, Grandpa Green, let's talk inside. I also want to ask Xiao Wen about the swamp." "Quad." Jilin nodded and looked at Xiao Wen curiously. However, they didn't dare to be as casual as Xiao Hai. They all looked at Xiao Wen with curiosity and respect. After the few of them entered the house, Xiao Hai looked at Xiao Wen and said, "Xiao Wen, when did you become a 9th rank expert?" Xiao Wen thought for a moment and said, "Quad, I don't know either. We spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes not only suck blood, but we also drink some water when we're hungry. I don't know how long ago, but one day I saw a drop of dark red thing on the ground. It was the color of blood, so I drank it. After drinking it, I fainted. When I woke up, I realized that I was different from the other blood mosquitoes. My body was getting bigger and bigger, and I was getting more and more powerful. One day, a giant crocodile came to me and told me that I had reached level 9 and wanted me to join the Flower Protection Alliance." Although Xiao Wen used his mental strength to communicate with others, the mental strength of a rank 9 expert was nothing more than a toy. They could control their own mental strength, and this mental strength could be heard by one person or many others. Therefore, Xiao Hai, Green, and the others could hear Xiao Wen's words. "What's that blood-like thing you were talking about?" Xiao Hai asked, puzzled. "Where did you see it?" Xiao Wen shook his head and said, "I don't know what it is. It seems to be the blood of some creature. It has a bloody smell, but the drop of blood seems to have fallen to the ground for a long time, but it hasn't dried and still maintains its vitality. That's why I drank it. I don't remember the location. Anyway, I haven't seen anything similar." "Quat, then what kind of organization is the Flower Protection Alliance?" Xiao Hai continued. Xiao Wen said, "Quat, Megalodon told me that Megalodon was the giant crocodile that came to find me. He said that the Flower Protection Alliance is an alliance that all level 9 powerhouses in the swamp join. Their goal is to protect the 7-colored Flower City. However, we usually ignore each other. Only when the 7-colored Flower City is under attack will we form an alliance to fight the enemy. He also told me that level 9 powerhouses in the swamp can't leave the swamp as they please. He said that the warriors of the 9th rank in the swamp had an agreement with the warriors of the 9th rank in other parts of the continent. They can't enter the swamp in large numbers, and the warriors of the 9th rank in the swamp can't casually come out and cause trouble. Otherwise, we'll be killed by the other side." Xiao Hai and the others did not know about this. No wonder there were no rank 9 powerhouses in the rotten corpse swamp on the continent, so this was the reason. Xiao Hai could not help but ask Xiao Wen curiously, "How many rank 9 experts does the Flower Protection Alliance have?" Xiao Wen shook his head and said, "I don't know. I only know that there are at least 10 of them. They are guarding the 7-colored Flower City. I was asked to guard this place because someone managed to get to the 7-colored Flower City from here." "Quat." Xiao Hai nodded and said, "In that case, you're free to do whatever you want. Those people can't control you. By the way, can you beat them?" Xiao Wen nodded and said, "A few of them can beat me and a few can't. However, even if I run, they won't be able to catch up. We usually don't care about each other. Only when something happens at the 7-colored Flower City will we gather together." "Quat, have you guys competed before?" Xiao Hai asked curiously. "Otherwise, how do you know you can beat them?" Xiao Wen nodded. "Quat, yes. If you want to join the Flower Protecting Alliance, you have to accept the challenge of 5 9th rank experts. You can only join after obtaining their approval." "Quat, why do you want to protect the City of Flowers?" Xiao Hai asked curiously. "Is that what you call the 7-colored City of Flowers?" Xiao Wen shook his head and said, "I don't know either. I only heard from the others in the league that this is a rule passed down by the older generation of 9th grade powerhouses. They said that the City of Flowers is very important to us. However, we don't dare to approach the old city casually. Otherwise, we will be attacked by the 7-colored flowers." "Quat." Xiao Hai nodded and turned to say to Green, "Grandpa Grim, what do you think?" "Quat, then, every once in a while, the magical beasts and undead creatures in the swamp would run to the black dirt wastelands to cause a ruckus." "Why is that?" Grim asked Xiao Wen after some thought. Xiao Wen thought for a moment and said, "I really don't know about this. We 9th grade magical beasts don't care about those magical beasts. The ones who really care about those magical beasts are usually 8th grade magical beasts. We don't really interfere." "Quat." Xiao Hai also frowned. Green continued, then can't you order the demonic beasts not to leave? Xiao Wen shook his head and said, we usually don't care about these things. I think I heard them say that they went out for a reason. I remember that they went out twice before they became level 9 powerhouses. At that time, there were too many toxins in our bodies, and there was no way to detoxify them. We needed to find a place without toxins to expel the excess toxins from our bodies. Otherwise, we might have been poisoned to death. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded. This made sense. In the rotten corpse swamp, be it animals, plants, water, or even space, they were all poisonous. Although these creatures were used to the poison, if there was too much poison in their bodies, it would still be harmful to the body. It was just like what people often said. Eating green vegetables was good, but you couldn't just eat green vegetables and not eat anything else. No one could stand it. The Black Soil Wasteland was the closest to the rotten corpse swamp, so it naturally became the place where the magical beasts detoxified. It was probably because of this that the land of the Black Soil Wasteland had become like that. In fact, Xiao Hai had already thought of this reason, but he didn't have a good solution. That was why they wanted to see if they could solve the problem through Hua Cheng. Now it seemed that even if the matter in the City of Flowers was solved, those demonic beasts would go to the Black Soil Wilderness to cause trouble. Because if they didn't go to cause trouble, they had to find a way to detoxify. In this place full of poison, it was much more difficult to detoxify than to detoxify. However, Xiao Hai didn't give up on going to Hua Cheng because of this. Since they were already here, they might as well go to Hua Cheng and take a look. If they could really solve the problem in Hua Cheng, at least they would have an absolutely safe base. At the thought of this, Xiao Hai turned to Xiao Wen and said, "Quite in a while, bring the evil spirit staff to the City of Flowers. When we reach the outskirts of the city, I'll let the magical beast Eagle bring the staff into the City of Flowers. You can then enter the space. Do you like to stay in the space? I like it. It's very comfortable here." Xiao Wen nodded. Xiao Hai nodded. Although Xiao Wen had been subdued by the realm, he didn't want to use him like one of those undead creatures. No matter what, Xiao Wen was still a living and intelligent life form. Moreover, he had been tricked into the realm. It was a bit of a waste to be subdued by the realm without knowing anything. Besides, Xiao Wen was a level 9 expert, after all. There would be many places where she could be of use in the future. Xiao Hai had given her a name because he saw her as a part of his family, not a tool. Hearing Xiao Hai's words, Green and the others were very happy. Now that their family had a combatant of the 9th rank, a family with a combatant of the 9th rank, and a family without one were two completely different concepts. Even if they were to announce that they were from the Buddha family, not many people would dare to touch them. Xiao Hai looked at Xiao Wen and said, "That's it then. Take the evil spirit staff and fly to the City of Flowers. When you're almost there, enter the space." "Oh right, will the flowers there attack you when you're there?" Xiao Wen nodded, "Yes. When we get to Yihua City, those flowers will attack us. Their attacks are very strong. I'm not their match." Quat. Xiao Hai and the others were all sitting in the living room, but the atmosphere in the living room was very different now. Green and the others all had happy expressions on their faces. Meg even smiled and said, "Grandpa, Grandma, you have no idea how nervous I was. We were facing a warrior of the 9th rank, but the young master wasn't nervous at all. In front of a warrior of the 9th rank, he was still able to speak with confidence and composure. Truly impressive." Xiao Hai smiled. "Quad, who says I'm not nervous? That's a 9th rank expert we're talking about. I'm not tired of living. It's just that I realized that Xiao Wen doesn't seem to have any ill intentions towards us. Plus, we're already out, so what's the point of being nervous? Naturally, I'll say everything I want to say." Quat. Grim and the others laughed. On the screen, Xiao Wen was clearly flying toward Flower City with the evil spirit staff. Xiao Wen's speed was very fast, and she knew where Flower City was, so she naturally wouldn't make a mistake. The good mood of Grim and the others naturally came from Xiao Wen. With Xiao Wen joining them, they had even more confidence. Now they were not even afraid of the Arca's empire, let alone the magicians. On this continent, only a large clan with a powerhouse of the 9th rank was considered a truly large clan. If the Buddha clan had a powerhouse of the 9th rank in the past, they would not have fallen to this point. Furthermore, this was not the only benefit. 9th-tier powerhouses were a powerful deterrent to ordinary magical beasts. If those magical beasts wanted to run to the Black Wasteland and cause trouble, they could get Xiao Wen to deal with them and scare them off. Even if they could not drive the magical beasts away, they could at least prevent them from harming the people in the castle and the crops in the fields. However, Xiao Hai and the others also knew that Xiao Wen could not be touched lightly. Xiao Wen was a magical beast from the Carrion Swamp. If the other 9th rank experts on the continent found out, it might cause even more trouble. After all, there was an agreement between the Flower Protection Alliance and the 9th rank experts on the continent. However, no matter what, they already had a 9th rank expert now, so they had some confidence in their hearts. They were even more confident in dealing with the Macadal family. As expected, Xiao Wen was about to reach the City of Flowers in a short while. They didn't encounter any trouble along the way. Although there were some magical beasts around, they immediately lay on the ground the moment they saw Xiao Wen, not daring to move, let alone come up to stop him. Wild beasts had an instinct for the strong, and a ninth-rank expert was undoubtedly a god-like existence to those magical beasts. They didn't dare to offend a god's prestige. Xiao Hai also discovered that he could communicate with Xiao Wen through the staff. It was as if he was giving orders to Xiao Wen. The staff was like a remote control. This time, Xiao Wen stopped and said to Xiao Hai, "Quite young master, the city of flowers is not far ahead. There shouldn't be any magical beasts nearby. If I go any further, I might alarm the seven-colored flower and attract other people." Quat. Xiao Hai knew that Xiao Wen was referring to the other ninth-rank experts. He naturally did not wish to attract the attention of other ninth-rank experts, so he nodded and said, "All right, give the cane to Eagle." After saying that, he released a mirage beast, Flying Eagle, and Xiao Wen returned to the space. After the eagle left, Xiao Hai realized that it was different. He couldn't help but enlarge the image of the eagle on the screen to take a closer look. Grimm and the others took a closer look at the eagle. It was very different from the original eagle. The original eagle had dark brown feathers, but now it was blood red. Its curved beak was sharper and its claws looked sharper. Xiao Hai also noticed that the tips of the eagle's claws had become hollow, like the mouthparts of the spirit-devouring blood mosquitoes. Xiao Hai did not expect the eagle to evolve so quickly. He ran to the farm to take a look. Fortunately, nothing had changed. The blue-eyed rabbits were still blue-eyed rabbits. They did not turn red, but they seemed to have grown bigger. Xiao Hai nodded and went back to the living room to sit down. Clint looked at Xiao Hai with a puzzled expression and asked, "Young master, what have you been doing?" Xiao Hai smiled. "Quite, it's nothing. I just went to the ranch to take a look. It's not that bad." "Xiao Wen, what do you usually eat?" Xiao Wen said, "It's nothing much, just some magical beasts. Any magical beast is fine. To us, what we eat is no longer important." "Quat, then how much do you eat every day?" Xiao Hai nodded. Xiao Wen shook his head and said, "It's hard to say. Sometimes I can eat a lot in a day. Sometimes I don't have to eat for many days. Anyway, it depends on my mood. If I'm in a good mood, I'll eat some. If I'm in a bad mood, I won't eat." "Quat, that's good. If you're out looking for food in the future, just catch a few demonic beasts and bring them back," Xiao Hai said with a smile. "Quat, okay," Xiao Wen replied, but he was looking at the screen curiously. Xiao Hai couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Xiao Wen's current appearance was like those children on Earth who were focused on watching television. Although Xiao Wen was strong and intelligent, she had to learn a lot about social interaction. She was curious about everything, so she gave off the feeling of a child. At this time, the eagle had already flown into the city of flowers with the evil spirit staff. Xiao Hai and the others didn't say much. They really wanted to know what would happen to the eagle when it reached the city of flowers. Xiao Hai had more than 1,000 of these magical beasts. Even if he lost a few, it would not matter, so he was not worried. Very quickly, a city wall appeared on the screen. The city wall was really huge, at least 200 feet tall, but it was covered tightly by a layer of green vines. Only the large roots could make out the outline of the city wall. On the vines, there were 7 colored flowers. They were all huge, with each flower at least a meter in diameter. The bigger ones were at least 2 to 3 meters in size. Xiao Hai had never seen such huge flowers. What surprised Xiao Hai the most was that each flower had 7 petals, each of which was of a different color. The 7 petals were like 7 colors of a rainbow, beautiful to the point of being enchanting. Grimm and the others were also staring at the scene on the screen. It was so beautiful that they almost forgot to breathe. Xiao Hai and the others only realized now that when Boff talked about the city of flowers, it could not even contain 1/10,000th of the beauty of this place. After a long while, Meg sighed and said, it's too beautiful here. God, if one day our Iron Mountain castle could also be as beautiful as here, how nice would that be? Young master, how about chopping off a flower branch and planting it?" Xiao Hai couldn't help but smile when he heard what Meiji said. "You still dare to cut the flower branch, aren't you afraid that the flower will eat you? Have you forgotten that even Boff was defeated by these flowers? Even Little Wen can't beat these flowers." After all, Xiao Wen was a magical beast, so she didn't know if the flower was beautiful or not. She only knew that the flower was very powerful, so when she heard Xiao Hai's words, she couldn't help but fly to his head and nod at Meg. "Quat, that's right. That flower is very powerful. I can't beat it. Even if all the level 9 experts in our world attacked it, they might not be able to beat it." Quat. Xiao Hai and the others didn't expect that Xiao Wen would give such a high rating to the 7-colored flower. Xiao Hai also noticed that not a single animal flew across the city. There were a lot of magical beasts in the corpse swamp. Xiao Hai and the others had encountered quite a few along the way. However, flying magical beasts would not engage in large-scale battles. Even if they were hunting, they would rarely come to deal with the eagles. The eagles were now as strong as level 6 magical beasts, so they were not easy to deal with. And how big was the city of flowers? That was a city that could accommodate 500,000 people. How could a city that could accommodate 500,000 people be small when there were no high-rise buildings? Although they couldn't see anything too far away from the screen, it had been a long time, but they hadn't even seen a flying magical beast. This was really strange. Xiao Hai thought back to the situation on the screen and couldn't help but be even more shocked. From the moment the eagle entered the flower city, the green dots on the screen that represented the demonic beasts had disappeared. In other words, there were no demonic beasts near the flower city. They had been too entranced by the beauty of the city of flowers to notice this. Now that Xiao Hai remembered, he couldn't help but pay more attention to the situation in the city. Just as Boff had said, the vines in the city of flowers had covered the entire city. The vines were blooming, and it looked like the whole city was covered by 7 colored flowers. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as a city of flowers. Xiao Hai took a closer look at the flower vines. Just as Boff said, there were small roots on the vines. These small roots were all stuck into the stones of the city wall. It was a frightening sight. The eagle circled the city of flowers. Xiao Hai and the others took a close look at everything in the city. Just as Boff had said, the city of flowers was not entirely made of vines. In the city, there were some vines that were very thick and stood upright like trees. There were many branches on them, and flowers bloomed on the branches. It was a world of flowers. NBSB gradually, Xiao Hai noticed that the flower vines grew thicker the closer they got to the center of the city. If one observed carefully, they would notice that the flower vines did not seem to have a main root. They only had a few roots. The smaller flower vines were the branches of the thicker flower vines, and the thicker flower vines were the branches of the thicker flower vines. In the end, they actually gathered into giant vines that were about 10 meters thick, extending toward the center of the city. Green and the others were also looking at the situation. Even Zhao Wen was looking at it very seriously. She had never observed the 7 colored flower so closely before. Xiao Hai ordered the eagle to fly to the center of the city, but his eyes were following a vine. He wanted to see where the 7 colored flower's main branch was. He was clearly working hard. The eagle slowly circled above the city, but Xiao Hai's eyes were following a vine. He was trying to find the 7 colored flower's main branch by using this method. Green and the others understood Xiao Hai's intentions and stared at the screen intently. Zhao Wen, who was currently lying on Xiao Hai's head, was also staring at the screen intently. Perhaps it was because of the dimension, but Zhao Wen was closer to Xiao Hai. When he was in Xiao Hai, he would lie on Xiao Hai's head when he had nothing to do. He really treated Xiao Hai as his home. Xiao Hai didn't bother with him. Zhao Wen wasn't heavy, and her personality was more like a child. Xiao Hai liked her like this, so he naturally wouldn't chase her away. The few of them stared at the screen intently. Suddenly, a huge black dot appeared on the screen. The black dot almost occupied the entire screen. Xiao Hai subconsciously shouted, "I found it." Grim and the others also heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao Hai immediately ordered the eagle to circle the black dot. He pulled the screen to the black dot and looked at it carefully. It was not a black dot, but a black hole. The hole was about 100 meters in diameter. Now a 7-colored flower was growing in the hole. It was the thickest one Xiao Hai and the others had ever seen. Its trunk was almost as thick as the hole, but strangely, it was not very tall. It was only about 20 meters tall. Compared to the other flowers, it was considered short. If one did not look at it carefully on the screen, it would not be easy to spot it. Xiao Hai ordered the eagle to fly down and get closer to the hole. He wanted to see if the 7-colored flower would attack them. There was no reaction. The 7-colored flower was like any other ordinary plant. It didn't react at all. The flower bloomed, but the branch remained motionless. Xiao Hai and the others didn't expect the 7-colored flower to react this way. Xiao Hai didn't give up and ordered the hawk to fly down again. However, he didn't order the hawk to attack the 7-colored flower. He was afraid that the hawk would be killed by the 7-colored flower if it attacked the 7-colored flower. If they went out, they might be attacked by the 7-colored flower. They were in the 7-colored flower's territory now. If they provoked the 7-colored flower, it would be bad for them. When Xiao Hai saw that the 7-colored flower did not have any reaction, he let out a long sigh and said, "Grandpa Green, I'll go out and take a look." Green looked at Xiao Hai and nodded. "Quite, it's good for young master to go out and take a look. The flower doesn't seem to have any reaction to people with low strength. Young master, you don't have any magic or battle energy, so the flower shouldn't attack you." Quat. Xiao Hai nodded and looked at the few of them. Although the flower's attack power is very strong, it's not that strong. It's best if we don't alarm it. You can just wait for me in the space. Wen, come down quickly. Once you go out, the flower will probably attack. Zhao Wen, who was lying on Xiao Hai's head, responded and got down. Xiao Hai looked at them and smiled. Quat. Grandpa Green also said that because of the space, all the flowers and grass like to get close to me. I'll see if these flowers like to get close to me. Quat. Grim and the others also chuckled. To be honest, Green and the others weren't too worried. As Xiao Hai had said, the flower's attack power was strong, but it wasn't that strong. It was like they wouldn't attack unless they were attacked. This way, Xiao Hai would be safe. Xiao Hai saw that no one was talking, so he turned around and walked out of the mansion. He called Eagle and the staff back, then flashed out of the inner space. Xiao Hai appeared not far from the hole. He landed on one of the 7 colored flowers' vines. The vine was more than 20 meters thick, so it would be fine for a person to stand on it. When Xiao Hai appeared on the vine, he was very careful. He was ready to return to the origin space at any time. However, just as they thought, the flower didn't attack them. It was as if it didn't know Xiao Hai existed. Xiao Hai walked a few steps on the vine and jumped a few times, but the vine still did not respond. Xiao Hai felt like a bird standing on a tree. No matter how he jumped, the tree was still a big tree. However, compared to the 7 colored flower, Xiao Hai might not even be a bird. At most, he was a mosquito, and a mosquito could not cause any harm to the tree. Seeing that the 7 colored flower didn't respond, Xiao Hai slowly walked to the side of the hole. Beside the hole, there were also small vines all over the ground. The ground was almost invisible, but the hole could still be seen. Xiao Hai took a closer look and realized that the hole was unusually deep. It was dark inside, and he could not see anything. He could not see the root of the 7 colored flower. Xiao Hai looked at the 7 colored flower's vines and counted them carefully. There were 18 huge branches growing from the main trunk of the 7 colored flower. The first branch was about 20 meters thick, and there were countless smaller branches on top of it. The smaller branches grew longer and longer, turning the place into a flower city. Xiao Hai took a closer look at the 7 colored flower. It was indeed very interesting. Other than the small branches, there were also roots. The small branches also had leaves. The leaves were very interesting. A person was shaped like a flying knife, and the 7 colored flower was so big that one could sit on it. In the center of the flower there was smoke, making it impossible to see what was growing at the center of the flower. He took a closer look and realized that almost all the 7 colored flowers looked like this. There was nothing to look at. Xiao Hai stood on the vine and thought for a while. He couldn't force the 7 colored flowers, but they seemed to be honest. If he didn't provoke them, they wouldn't provoke him. However, this was not the result that Xiao Hai wanted. After some thought, he waved his staff and shot out a stream of spatial water, which landed in the hole. Xiao Hai wanted to see how the 7 colored flower would react to the space water. Space could strengthen all plants, and so could space water. Space water was the best supplement for ordinary plants. Xiao Hai was trying to please the 7 colored flower. The spatial water fell straight into the hole, but the 7 colored flower did not react. Zhao Sheng could not help but feel a little disappointed. At that moment, the 7 colored flower suddenly reacted, and the reaction was much stronger than Xiao Hai had expected. The entire city of flowers seemed to be in an uproar. All the vines stood up and danced in the air. Xiao Hai wasn't afraid. He didn't know why, but he felt like the 7 colored flower wouldn't hurt him. Although the 7 colored flower was making a lot of noise, it didn't look like it was going to attack him. Instead, it looked like it was happy. What happened next shocked Xiao Hai even more. The vines under his feet trembled, and countless tiny vines gathered under his feet. Under Xiao Hai's shocked gaze, the vines finally turned into the shape of a chair. Xiao Hai was stunned for a moment, then he chuckled and sat on the chair. Xiao Hai didn't expect the 7 colored flower to be so smart. It even made a chair for itself. Of course, Xiao Hai returned the favor. With a wave of the evil spirit staff in his hand, a pile of space fell into the hole. This time the vines danced even more violently. In front of Xiao Hai, a table made of vines appeared. On top of it was a cup made of vines. The cup was filled with a colorful liquid. It seemed that the other party wanted to use this to entertain Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai wasn't afraid. The water the 7 colored flower gave him wasn't poisonous. He had been drinking space water for a long time, and space water could detoxify the 7 colored flower's poison. He wasn't worried at all. Xiao Hai picked up the vine cup and realized that the cup was not alone. There were tiny vines below the cup that were connected to the table, and the vines on the table were connected to the vines under Xiao Hai's feet. This meant that the cup was still a living plant. Xiao Hai didn't mind and drank the water. The moment the water entered his mouth, he was stunned. It wasn't that the water tasted bad. On the contrary, it was very delicious. However, the thing that looked like water was actually wine. The 7 colored flower had actually used wine to entertain him. Not only was the wine colorful, but it also had the fragrance of hundreds of flowers. There was a hint of sweetness in the fragrance, but there was also a hint of bitterness in the sweetness. It was a memorable experience. Xiao Hai held the glass in a daze and realized that the colorful wine in the glass had returned to its original state. It was full again. Xiao Hai was stunned for a moment, but he couldn't help but chuckle. However, Xiao Hai did not drink too much. He took another sip and placed the cup on the table. It was then that he noticed that the 7 colored flower's trunk had grown a few more branches. Furthermore, they were growing longer and thicker at a speed that he could see with his naked eye. Xiao Hai looked on in shock. He did not expect the 7 colored flower to have such a huge reaction. The main branch of the 7 colored flower was different from its branches. The branches had roots and small branches, while the main branch had nothing else other than the 18 large branches. Now it had grown branches again. It must be because of the space water and space soil. Xiao Hai counted. This time the 7 colored flower had actually grown 9 new branches. At this moment, the 7 colored flower's branches suddenly moved and slowly moved to the side. Then a small vine grew out of the hole. This vine was not green, but was suffused with 7 colors. This small vine grew longer and longer, extending all the way towards Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai knew that the main character was here. This rainbow vine must be very important to the 7-colored flower. He might be able to communicate with it. The 7-colored flower's combat power had already exceeded level 9, which was equivalent to the plant becoming a spirit. He would never believe that it still could not communicate with him. Soon the 7-colored vine reached Xiao Hai. At the tip of the vine, a flower bud appeared. The flower bud slowly grew until it was half a meter long. Then it stopped and bloomed. This flower wasn't 7-colored, but monochrome. While Xiao Hanian was staring at the red petals in a daze, he realized that there was another layer of petals inside, but this time the petals were yellow. As the layers of petals slowly bloomed, the 7th layer finally ended. In front of Xiao Hai, a 7-colored flower appeared. It was like a rainbow that had suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Hai. In the center of the flower was a 7-colored chrysalis. The chrysalis wasn't very big, only the size of Xiao Hai's thumb. It was very beautiful with 7 colors. Just as Xiao Hai was staring at the cocoon in a daze, it suddenly began to move. The cocoon squirmed like an insect, then split open with a whoosh. It turned into 2 butterfly-like wings, each with 7 colors. While Xiao Hai was still in a daze, the pair of wings flapped twice and slowly flew up. Then the wings turned, and a thumb-sized little person appeared in front of Xiao Hai. The little one was wearing a skirt made of colorful vines. Her colorful long hair hung down from her head to her heels, but her skin was white. Her white arms and legs were exposed, and she was extremely cute. The little one flew to Xiao Hai's eye level. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Xiao Hai curiously. Xiao Hai noticed that her eyes were also 7-colored. The little one looked at Xiao Hai, and Xiao Hai looked back at the little one. The two of them just stared at each other without saying a word. After a long while, the little personality smiled and said in her clear voice, "Do you want to just look at me like this and not say anything?" Xiao Hai was taken aback. When he came back to his senses, he quickly stood up and said to the little person, "Hello, I'm Xiao Hai and you are?" The little one looked at Xiao Hai and gave a very ladylike noble bow. "Hello, I'm Kai-er." Xiao Hai quickly returned the gesture and looked at Kai-er. "Hello, Kai-er. Are you this flower? To be more precise, this flower you're looking at is only a branch of mine. My main body is not here," Kai said with a smile. Xiao Hai was taken aback. "You're saying that this huge flower is just a branch of yours. Where is your real body?" Kai-er smiled and said, "Isn't it right in front of you? Actually, I'm the real body. The flowers you see all exist because of me. Where did you come from?" Xiao Hai looked at Kai-er in shock. Kai smiled and said, "Please take a seat. I'll tell you slowly. To be honest, it's been a long time and there haven't been many people who have listened to me." Quat. Xiao Hai sat down in a daze and looked at Kai-er. Kai-er smiled and sat on the vine table in front of Xiao Hai. On the vine table, an even smaller table and a small chair appeared. A small cup appeared in front of her, and it seemed that the cup couldn't even hold a drop of water. Kai-er took a sip of the water in her cup. Her chair and the table in front of her were very strange. Whether it was the chair or the table, they both had long legs. As a result, Kai-er's eyes were on the same level as Xiao Hai's. Xiao Hai looked at Kai-er's expression and smiled bitterly. It seemed that this little woman really knew how to put on airs. She even wanted to sit as high as her eyes before she was willing to speak. Xiao Hai looked at Kai-er, who was holding a small cup that was not much bigger than a toothpick. After drinking a few mouthfuls of water, she put down the cup and looked at him without saying anything. Xiao Hai felt that he had been played by this little woman. Just as Xiao Hai was caught between laughter and tears, Kai-er finally spoke. "Quat, my original name is Hell Rainbow Flower. The place I came from is called Hell, and I am the most respected existence there." Quat. Xiao Hai was taken aback as he looked at Kai-er in confusion. He had heard of the name Hell before, but he didn't quite understand what Kai-er was saying. He had only heard of it on Earth, but he had never heard of it on the Ark continent. Kai-er looked at Xiao Hai and smiled. "Quat, this is the Ark continent. In your world, you call our place the Devil World." Quat. Xiao Hai's eyes widened. He had never heard of Hell before, but he had heard of the Devil Realm. The Ark continent was different from the Earth. The Earth had its own plane, but the Ark continent had multiple planes coexisting. The Ark continent was in one plane, while the Demon World was in another. There were several other planes, but people knew less about them than the Demon World. There weren't many records of the Devil World on the continent, but all the records about the Devil World could be described with one word: dangerous. In the records of the demonic realm on the continent, the things that came out of the demonic realm were all demons, undead creatures, and dark creatures. They were brutal, only knew how to kill, only knew how to destroy. This was what people knew about the demonic realm. Xiao Hai had never thought that Kai-er would be from the demonic realm. Obviously, Kai-er had seen through Xiao Hai's thoughts. She smiled and said, "Don't you find it strange? Why do I know all this?" Xiao Hai nodded his head and Kai-er smiled. "Quat, it's nothing. I have a book from the Ark continent, and I also have a book from the Demon World, so I know that the Demon World isn't like the Ark continent, where there are only undead and dark creatures. In fact, it is also a complete world, but the living environment there is much worse than the Ark continent. Most importantly, there is no sun there. Quat. Kai paused for a moment and looked at Xiao Hai. Quat, there's no sun in the devil realm. Apart from some minerals, I'm the only one that glows. My flowers are one of the main sources of light in the devil realm, so the creatures there respect me very much. You should know that the devil realm and the Ark continent are two different planes, and the living conditions of the two planes are very different. So ever since the first spatial rift appeared, the devil realm learned about the existence of the Ark continent. They desperately wanted to live on the Ark continent. They yearned for the sunlight, the water, the land, the grass, and everything else. Xiao Hai could tell that Kai-Er's words were heavy. It was a desire for a good life, like a blind person who had an infinite desire for light. The creatures in the demon world were 100 times, no, 1,000 times more eager for the Ark. Kai sighed and said, "You have never been to the demon world. You can never imagine what kind of life the creatures there live. They want to live on the Ark continent, but they use the wrong method. They want to conquer the Ark continent, but they have never succeeded. Instead, they have the Ark continent seal the original space cracks." Quat. Although Kai-Er's tone was calm, Xiao Hai believed that the Ark continent must have paid a huge price in the process. Kai-Er didn't care about Xiao Hai and continued. Quat. Later, a new dimensional crack appeared. The Ark continent and the demon world had a few wars, but the demon world failed. The place you are now in was also a dimensional crack, but it was sealed by the people of the Ark continent. However, for some reason, the seal was broken. People of the demon world didn't know, but I did. I used one of my branches to reach out from the crack. That's how you're like now. One of Kai-Er's branches was a city of flowers, and Xiao Hai couldn't believe how big her true form was. Kai-Er looked at Xiao Hai and suddenly laughed. "Weren't you too serious just now? Hee, I like that kind of atmosphere. Wouldn't it be more convincing to speak in that tone?" Xiao Hai looked at the sly smile on Kai-Er's face, and he couldn't wrap his head around it. Kai-Er's compassionate expression had turned into a bright smile, and Xiao Hai couldn't keep up with her thoughts. Kai-Er looked at Xiao Hai's silly expression and couldn't help but giggle. She even hugged her little stomach and rolled around. Xiao Hai patted his head and finally confirmed that he had been played by this little woman again. However, the strange thing was that Xiao Hai didn't seem to be angry at all. Instead, he looked at the cute Kai-Er with a smile on his face. Kai-Er laughed for a long time before stopping. She looked at Xiao Hai and realized that he didn't seem to have any intention of speaking. She timidly said, "Are you angry?" Xiao Hai looked at Kai-Er's face and couldn't get angry. He shook his head and said, "No, I'm just curious. Why are you telling me this?" Kai flapped his wings and flew in front of Xiao Hai. "I want to drink the water you just gave me and the soil you threw at me. That's the most delicious water I've ever drunk and the most fertile soil I've ever seen." "Quite sure," Xiao Hai said with a smile. "Quite, you can come with me to a place. There's the water you want to drink and the soil you've seen before." Quat. Kai-Er looked at Xiao Hai's expression and pouted. "Quat, I don't know if it's my imagination, but I feel like you're up to no good. Tell me, what do you want?" Xiao Hai raised his eyebrows and said with a smirk, "What's wrong? You don't dare to." For some reason, when Xiao Hai said this, he felt like a weird uncle who was trying to trick a little girl into seeing goldfish. Kai pouted and said, "Don't try to goad me into doing something stupid like that. It's useless against me. However, I'm very powerful. I'm not afraid of you. Tell me, where are you going?" Xiao Hai was overjoyed. With a wave of his staff, a spatial crack appeared beside him. He smiled and said, "My territory." More effort, more strength, more desperation, and more blood spurting. Kai-Er looked at the crack in space, and there was no fear on her face. He had seen spatial cracks before, and it was not to be forgotten that she was able to appear here because of the spatial crack. So how could she be afraid of a spatial crack? Kai didn't seem to care at all, and he flew into the medium. Xiao Hai's eyes lit up, and he also entered the medium. The reason why Xiao Hai wanted to trick Kai into entering the medium so badly was because Kai was too powerful. If he could let Kai take a branch in the Iron Mountain Castle, he wouldn't have to worry about the safety of the Iron Mountain Castle. Moreover, Xiao Hai had another idea. He had yet to ask Kai if the 7-colored mist in the Rotten Corpse Swamp was related to her. If it was, then as long as Kai placed a branch in the Iron Mountain Fortress, the entire black dirt field would be slowly enveloped by the 7-colored mist. At that time, he would be able to improve the soil and plant crops as he wished. No one on the continent would dare to venture into the black dirt field. This was the result he had hoped to see the most. As soon as Xiao Hai entered the origin space, he heard a system announcement. Discovered plant spirit, space intelligence increased, space level increased to level 21, land can be cultivated up to 1,000 mu, total cost 10,000 gold coins, host can hand the farm over to the plant spirit to manage, because the space has increased to level 20, added background exchange function, space bag function after level 20. The space will no longer cultivate new land after the space upgrade, but will change to the existing land and spring water level. Every level up will increase 100 mu of land, upgrading to red soil. Red soil can increase crop production by 10 and the time taken for crops to ripen by 20. A page for red soil special seeds has been added to the shop, and the host can buy them from the shop. With every level of spatial spring water, it can increase detoxification ability, magic power, battle energy, physical strength, and recovery ability. At this time, Kai had already arrived in front of Xiao Hai and said, "Young master, this place is great. Kai will be living here in the future, and I'll also be moving my main body here." Xiao Hai was still thinking about the system announcement when he heard Kai's words. Xiao Hai couldn't help but be surprised as he looked at Kai. You want to move your main body here? Then what about your branches outside? Kai smiled, "Young master, can't you set up a teleportation point here? In fact, moving my main body here won't have any effect on the devil world and the swamp. It's just that a main body will grow in the space, and my branch can directly appear in the swamp and the devil world through the teleportation point. It's connected to them, so there won't be any problems." Xiao Hai looked at Kai and said, "You mean your branches can directly reach the swamp in the demonic realm? I don't remember building a teleportation point in the swamp." Kai smiled and said, "You can build one now. Now that the realm has risen to level 20, young master can increase the number of teleportation points to 10. You can build a teleportation point here in the swamp. I can also give young master the coordinates so that you can set the teleportation point to the demon world." Quat. Xiao Hai nodded and muttered, "That's not bad. When I have time, I can go to the devil world to take a look." "No, wait, how do you know so much about space? Who told you that?" Kai smiled and said, "Young master, you've forgotten that I'm a plant spirit and I've already completely fused with the space. I know all of the functions of the space, and in the future you can let me manage it. You can also ask me if you have any questions." Quat. At this time, Grimm and the others also came out, and each of them looked at Kai with a puzzled expression. They had just seen it through the screen and knew that Kai was the true spirit of the Hell Rainbow Flower. However, they did not expect that he would now be integrated with space. "Then tell me about the background function and the spatial bag's materialization function," Xiao Hai quickly said. Kai nodded. "Quat, the background function is that you can buy the background in the space with gold coins and use it in the space. Now, except for the land in the villa, the rest of the land in the space is covered in white fog. As long as the background is changed, the fog will disappear and it will become a complete world. Young master, if you let the slaves enter the space in the future, they will have a lot more space to move around." As long as he exchanged for the background, when the realm reached level 30, the background would also be usable. In other words, the young master would be able to plant on the background's land. Although the young master only had 1,000 acres of land now, after reaching level 30, the young master would be able to use the background's land. Then the amount of land would greatly increase. Not only could you have land, but you could also have mountains, rivers, seas, and ores. Young master, you don't even need to leave the space anymore. The products of the space are no worse than those on land. It's an independent world, and young master is the master of this world. Xiao Hai was stunned as he listened. Kai's explanation was quite clear. In other words, if he changed the background, even though he could only look at it and not use it, once he reached level 30, the land in the background would be usable. That would be like having a world of his own. This was great. Kai continued, "The space bag's function is even better. Young master, all the bags that hold seeds and gold coins are actually small space bags. The space inside this space bag is not very big, only about 10 cubic meters, but now it can be used outside. After all, only young master can use this room, and no one else can use it. As long as young master conjures the space bag, then Grandpa Grimm and the others can use these space equipment." Quat. Xiao Hai nodded and looked at Kai. "How do you know about Grandpa Grimm and the others? You even know that the slaves have been in the space." Kai smiled and said, "Of course I know. The space has a record of everything that happens in it. Now that I've become one with the space, I naturally know that you are the master of the space, which means you are my master. However, I know that you don't like people calling you master. You like to call you young master, so I call you young master." Quat. Xiao Hai nodded. "Quat, that's good. By the way, the dimension has been upgraded. Has the monitoring device been upgraded?" Kai laughed. "Of course it's been upgraded. Now I can see up to 2,000 meters, and after I reach level 30, I'll be able to see even further." Xiao Hai looked at Kai and said, "Didn't you say that you wanted to move your main body into the origin space? Will it take up any of the existing land in the realm?" Kai shook his head and said, "No, I've already merged with the space, so I won't take up any of the space's land. Young master, I'll move it now. By the way, in addition to the Green Stone Manor, I want to add 2 more teleportation points to the Iron Mountain Fortress. One is here in the swamp and the other is in the Devil Realm. Young master can't go to the Devil Realm now as it's too dangerous, but if there's an opportunity in the future, you can go there and have a look. Young master, is that okay?" Xiao Hai nodded and said, "Okay, sure. After you move your main body into the space, remember to place 2 branches at the Iron Mountain Castle and the Green Stone Villa." The 7-colored poisonous mist in the swamp is because of you, right? I think you should know that the black soil wasteland is my fief. If you release the poisonous fog there, it will really belong to me." Kai smiled and said, "Don't worry, young master. I understand what you mean. We'll just surround the green stone villa first. Moreover, we can't let outsiders see that the 7-colored poisonous fog has spread out. This will prevent people from thinking about the swamp. The black soil wasteland will release a large amount of poisonous fog, and those people will think that the poisonous fog from the swamp has spread out. Am I right?" Kai replied with a smile, "Of course. I've fused with the space. And the space belongs to the young master, so I naturally belong to the young master as well. My vines can stretch out from the space and help the young master in battle." Quote. Hearing Kai Er's words, Green and the others all became happy. What they were most worried about now was Xiao Hai's safety. Now they didn't have to worry anymore. Xiao Hai had a powerhouse with a combat strength of over rank 9 at his side, so his safety was guaranteed. Moreover, Kai was different from Xiao Wen. Xiao Wen was a magical beast from the rotten corpse swamp. If he appeared on the continent, he might be attacked by the powerful people on the continent. However, Kai had never appeared on the continent. Even if Kai fought for Xiao Hai, no one would think that she had anything to do with the rotten corpse swamp. This way they would have a true 9th-rank powerful person to guard the place. Quite all right, Xiao Hai nodded. Quite, you can do it outside. I'll go in and take a look. I'll choose a background. Quite, Kai replied, and Xiao Hai and the others entered the villa. When they arrived at the villa, Xiao Hai ordered all the land to be reclaimed. He had money now. Although it would cost 10,000 gold coins to reclaim all 1,000 mu of land, Xiao Hai could afford it now. It was not a big deal. After clearing the land, Xiao Hai immediately opened up his screen and went to the store. He found the decoration page and bought the background that matched the small villa. It was not that Xiao Hai did not want to buy other backgrounds, but the villa was the cheapest, only 1 gold coin. Anyway, they didn't need a background now. The background was just nice to look at, and it gave people some space to move around, so they didn't have to think too much about it. The background of the small villa was a grassland. Although there were some small ups and downs, it was full of green grass. With the blue sky and white clouds, it made the space come to life. After choosing the background, Xiao Hai walked out of the mansion. Green and the rest followed behind him. They wanted to see what was going on outside. Working hard to update. As soon as they came out of the villa, Grim and the others were stunned. The space was completely different from before. In the original space, except for the villa and the field, the rest of the space was shrouded in white mist. But now the space was filled with the beautiful scenery of blue sky, white clouds, green grass, and most importantly, the 1,000 acres of fertile land in front of them. It was really good farmland. Xiao Hai had never thought that he would be able to upgrade his farmland to 1,000 mu when he reached level 20. He had only had a few dozen mu of land before, not even 100 mu. This was a big surprise. What Xiao Hai didn't know was that if he used the normal way to level up the space, he would have to reach level 30 to get the 1,000 acres of land. After level 30, he would be able to start upgrading the red soil land. However, Xiao Hai didn't use the normal method to level up, especially the last one, which was a plant spirit. The realm had risen to level 6 in an instant, and with the additional rewards, the realm was only level 21, but the land had already been fully cultivated. Moreover, with Kai here, the space's intelligence would increase greatly in the future, and it wouldn't be so rigid. However, Xiao Hai didn't know about this at the moment. Xiao Hai was looking at the villa in a daze. The villa was very different from what he had seen before. The villa before was just an ordinary villa without anything strange, but now it was very different. The outer walls of the villa were covered with vines, and the vines were full of rainbow flowers. This made the entire villa look magnificent and beautiful. Of course, Xiao Hai knew that this was Kai's work. However, he had never thought that Kai would wrap up the entire villa with flowers. As for Grim and the others, their eyes were shining as they looked at the grassland. The scenery here was really beautiful, so beautiful that it exceeded their expectations. Moreover, they had also heard from Kai that once the realm reached level 30, they would be able to use this grassland. How big was this grassland? It was a place that stretched as far as the eye could see. At this time, Kai also flew in front of Xiao Hai and smiled, "Young master, it's all done. Look at the land, what do you want to plant?" Xiao Hai thought for a moment and said, "We have to plant bamboo rice, oil fruits, corn, wheat, potato blocks, sweet and spicy, red barley, green fruits, and green cicadas. Let's do it this way. We'll split 100 mu and plant the vegetables that you can buy in the space store now. 10 mu for bamboo rice, 10 mu for oil fruits, more corn and wheat, 100 mu for corn, 500 mu for wheat, and the remaining land for the 5 magic vegetables. This way we can trade with Laura." Quat. Kai nodded and went to make the arrangements. There were still bamboo rice and oil fruits growing in the inner space, and each of them was 10 mu. There were also some potato blocks. Xiao Hai had saved these things in preparation to trade with Laura in the future. However, Xiao Hai didn't expect that the inner space would allow him to open up 1,000 mu of land, which would give him more land for planting. Of course, the crops that were still growing couldn't be removed. They could be planted according to Xiao Hai's instructions after harvest. At this moment, Green and the others also came back to their senses and gathered around Xiao Hai. Zhao Wen was still lying on Xiao Hai's head, while Kai was sitting on Xiao Hai's shoulder. She was now in charge of everything in the realm, but it seemed like she didn't need to do much. She didn't even do anything, and the soil in the realm was already planted as Xiao Hai had instructed. After everything was done, Xiao Hai let out a long sigh of relief and turned to Kai, have you finished setting up the teleportation points? Kai nodded his head, it's all done. Young master, you can rest assured. I've already established a branch in the Iron Mountain Fortress, and it has surrounded the entire Iron Mountain Fortress. It's also releasing poisonous fog at the Greenstone Villa. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded and turned to say to Green, Quat Grandpa Grim, you and Grandma Merlin go to the Iron Mountain Castle first. I think the slaves may be a little nervous now. Tell them not to be so nervous. I'll go to the City of Flowers to take a look. Quat. Jerlin nodded. Xiao Hai sent the two of them back to the Iron Mountain Fortress and followed Meg and Blockhead to the City of Flowers. The place where they appeared was still on the vines. Meg and the others looked around curiously, especially Meg, whose eyes were shining. Meg loved flowers. Although she had seen this place on the screen before, it was only on the screen. Now that she was looking at it up close, she felt like she was in a dream. It was like a fairy tale world, and everything was so beautiful that it felt unreal. Blockhead and the others were also looking around. Xiao Hai had already seen this once, so he wasn't surprised anymore. He turned to Kai, who was sitting on his shoulder, and said, Kai, what was this city originally for? Kai said, this city was originally built on the continent to guard the space crack below. It was one of the 5 great demon-sealing cities of the continent a long time ago. Later, because of a great war, this city was destroyed. That hole was also made by 2 powerful people fighting. However, I didn't expect that the seal would be opened. Later, I stretched out a branch from there and released a poisonous fog. Slowly, there was no one here anymore. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded his head and looked around. He realized that he couldn't see any buildings in the city. All the buildings were covered by vines. Xiao Hai couldn't help but ask Kai, are the buildings in the city still usable? Kai nodded, some of them are still usable. However, a large portion of them were destroyed in the war. If young master wants to settle down here, you don't need to live in those buildings. I can clean up those buildings and make them into any style of buildings. As long as young master says the word, it will be fine. Quat. Xiao Hai recalled the scene where Kai had conjured tables, chairs, and cups to serve him. If he could even conjure up tables and chairs, then the house should be even more so, right? Xiao Hai nodded. Quat, that's fine, but we don't need to live here for the time being. You can clean up the buildings first. By the way, is there anything useful here, or magic supplies? Didn't you say that you got a lot of books here? Where is he? Kai forced a smile and said, young master, those books are already rotten. It's been so many years. If I remember correctly, I've been here for more than 10,000 years, right? What can be left? Xiao Hai nodded his head and turned to look at Kai, with a strange expression. I say, Kai, how old are you? Kai thought for a moment and then shook her head. Quat, I don't know either. In any case, I've already lived for a long time before I appeared here. Xiao Hai patted his head. He had not expected Kai to have lived for such a long time. Wasn't that a 10,000-year-old demon? What have you been doing all this time? Xiao Hai asked. Kai thought for a moment and said, Quat, I spent most of my time sleeping. There's nothing fun in the devil world anyway. There's a war almost every day and I'm tired of watching it. There's nothing much here in the swamp. The level of the magic beasts in the swamp wasn't very high at first, but because of my existence, their level became higher and higher. However, they couldn't beat me and they respected me very much. They protected me all around, so I was naturally fine. I can only sleep when I'm free. Xiao Hai patted his head helplessly. After such a long time, Kai had actually spent all her time sleeping. After checking out the surroundings with Meg and the others, they returned to the space. Perhaps it was because of the background, but the air in the space was exceptionally fresh. They didn't stay there for long. They immediately went to the Iron Mountain Castle. The moment they arrived, they were stunned as the Iron Mountain Castle had almost become the second city of flowers. The walls were covered with flower vines and the vines were blooming. The castle was slowly surrounded by a colorful fog, but the fog here was much lighter than in the swamp. However, Kai was quite considerate. There were no vines on the ground, nor were there any vines on the commonly used items. The vines only climbed on the walls, making the castle seem a little livelier. Xiao Hai was quite satisfied with this result, but he still turned to Kai and said, Kai, are you able to control this mist? If I really make this place look like a swamp, then even if I improve the land, I won't be able to grow anything. Kai smiled and said, young master, you don't have to worry. This fog can be controlled. I'll slowly spread this fog to the periphery of the black soil wasteland in the future. I'll leave the middle area for farming. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded his head. Kai was not bad at all. Not only was she strong in combat, but she was also very smart. She was able to do everything he asked her to do. She was like an all-purpose secretary. At this time, Green and Merlin had also entered the inner castle from the outer castle. When they saw Xiao Hai and the others return, the two of them quickly came forward to welcome them. Green said, "Quat, young master, I've already told the slaves. It'll be fine, Quat." Xiao Hai nodded and looked at the two of them. "Let's go to the green stone villa to take a look. There hasn't been any news from Miss Laura these past few days. I'm also a little worried. If necessary, we should go and take a look." Grim shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be so fast. Even if the Magalder family wants to deal with us, they will have to gather their men first. They sent a lot of men last time, but they were all destroyed by us. They should know that we are not to be trifled with." With the Versailles family, the Magalder family has to think carefully about their strength. I think it will take them some time to gather their men. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded. "Quat, then we'll go back to the green stone villa first. If there's really nothing else, we'll go back to the swamp and ask Little Wen and the others to help us find more plants and animals. The farm is now level 21, but the ranch still hasn't leveled up. We should hurry up and level up the ranch." Quat. The farm had already reached level 21, which had given Xiao Hai and the others a lot of benefits. If the farm reached level 21, what would they get? Just thinking about it made one's heart move. Even if they didn't get any benefits, they could raise more magical beasts and improve their combat power. Even if they only raised blue-eyed rabbits, they could still earn more gold coins. Green nodded. They knew that the most important thing now was to level up. To them, leveling up the farm was not a big deal. The farm was the only thing that mattered. As long as the farm could level up, they would be able to detoxify Xiao Hai when they reached level 30. Now that Xiao Hai had Xiao Wen and Kai by his side, they weren't worried about Xiao Hai's safety anymore. They just wanted Xiao Hai to get rid of the poison as soon as possible. At that time, he would be able to marry and have children. If Xiao Hai knew what Green and the others were thinking, he would not know whether to laugh or cry. He had been thinking about these things all day long, and he was getting impatient. However, in the eyes of Green and the others, Xiao Hai's most important task was to get married and have children. In fact, Xiao Hai was having a bit of a headache. To be honest, he had feelings for Laura. After all, she was very beautiful and had a good personality. However, Xiao Hai couldn't let go of Meg. Putting everything else aside, Xiao Hai was already very touched that she would accompany him to face Xiao Wen, a LV9 expert. It would be a lie if Xiao Hai said that he was only touched by Meg. After Xiao Hai woke up, she had been taking care of him. He also found that she was interested in him. In addition to this incident, it was impossible for Xiao Hai to give up on her. Xiao Hai was a man who believed in love. He was also a perfectionist. He believed that a person's love could not be divided by too many people. That would no longer be love. The so-called universal love was just a more elegant way of saying it. However, when love really came, it was really out of his control. The more you wanted to control it, the more you couldn't. It was like a drug, and it would make you sink into it without you knowing. When you truly encountered love, but your view of love was completely different from yours, what choice would you make? For a man, this might be a good choice. Monogamy was not allowed on the Ark continent, so he would just marry everyone. However, for an idealist, this choice was a little difficult. Xiao Hai wanted a perfect love, but he didn't want to control his heart. What was the most restrictive thing in this world? It wasn't the law, but the people's own hearts. When there was a standard in the people's hearts, it was very difficult to exceed this standard. Xiao Hai was like that. He had his own view on love, and it was because of this view that he was still a virgin when he was in his 20s on Earth. On Earth, which was a world full of flowers, Xiao Hai was able to keep his heart. In the eyes of many, he was a combination of a lunatic and an idiot. But to Xiao Hai, what others said had nothing to do with him. He had his own set of standards. This was Xiao Hai's personality. He was calm, gentle, and responsible. However, there was also a hint of pride in him. While they were talking, Xiao Hai and the others entered the interspace. Then, they went to Rocky Mountain. The situation at Bluestone Manor was similar to that of Iron Mountain Fortress and Flower City. It had become a world of rainbow flowers. Xiao Hai and the others were already used to this kind of scenery, so they weren't too surprised. After settling down in the living room of the Green Stone Villa, Xiao Hai contacted the undead creatures who followed Laura back to see if anything happened to her. To Xiao Hai's surprise, nothing had happened there. Aroga was well behaved, and his followers were even more so. None of them dared to cause trouble. Casa City was also very peaceful. Apart from the day Laura brought the undead creatures back, which caused a small commotion, nothing else had happened. Xiao Hai did not expect this to happen. He thought that Carlo's men would at least cause some trouble or send someone to rescue them. However, it seemed like that was not the case. Why was that? Carlo shouldn't be such an easy person to get along with, right? Xiao Hai explained the situation to Green. Green's face darkened as he turned to Xiao Hai and said, "Quat, young master, I'm afraid that this matter is really not going to end well. If Carlo and the rest had acted earlier, it would mean that he did not want to leave this matter to the magicians. He wants to do it himself. He has the strength, and his business is the closest to the Vansel Duchy. If he wanted to send people over, he would have done it 2 days ago. However, they have not made any moves yet. This means that Carlo might have already told the magicians about this matter. I want to hand it over to the magicians to settle. This way they can't make a move. After all, it takes time to transfer people from the magicians. Xiao Hai nodded his head. He understood Green's meaning. If this matter was something that Carlo wanted to settle on his own, they would not have to worry about it. He did not care about Carlo's strength. However, if this matter was handed over to the Magedel family to handle, it would be a little troublesome. The magicians were a powerful business family that spanned half of the continent. Although they were very overbearing and had many enemies, they had their own set of methods, and their strength was also very powerful. If it weren't for this, they wouldn't have their current status. Although Laura and Ivan had joined forces, if they were to go against the magicians, it was still unknown who would be the final victor. The fundamental reason why people on the mainland did not dare to easily go against the business clans was that the business clans were too rich. They could use money to crush people to death. Even if a big family was rich, it would not be as convenient as a business family. Therefore, very few big families would go against business families. Of course, business families also rarely went against big nobles. The business families were rich, but their status was not as high as those of the big aristocrats. Moreover, the people they interacted with were mostly business families like them, or some small and medium-sized aristocrats. Those top aristocrats would not lower their status to interact with a business family. To put it simply, both sides had their own concerns, so they wouldn't act rashly. However, this matter concerned the stability of the Versailles family, so Ivan had formed an alliance with Xiao Hai and the others to deal with the magicians. And obviously, Carlo had also thought of this, which was why he didn't make any rash moves, but reported this matter to the headquarters of the magician's family and asked Savan to make a decision. Almost everyone on the continent knew that ninth-rank combatants could not be touched lightly. Even if one's own clan wanted to hire one, they would have to pay a price. Therefore, if the two clans really went all out in the end, they would still have to rely on the combatants below the 8th rank and the financial strength of the clan. In terms of economic strength, the Duchy of Versailles and Laura might not be comparable to the magicians, but would the magicians fight to the death with them? The answer was no. No matter how overbearing the Magedel family was, they were still a business family after all. Businessmen placed great importance on profits, and war was the most taxing on the people's wealth. Most businessmen did not like it. It was impossible for the Magedel family and the Versailles family to fight to the point where both sides would suffer. Sauce, that old fox, would not do that. However, the Magedel family would definitely come and deal with them. If they did not make a move, they would not be the Magedel family. If they found out that they were pushovers, the Magedel family would definitely exterminate them. However, if they found out that they were difficult to gnaw, the Magedel family might use other ways to deal with them. Now, it seemed that what they had thought before might come true. As long as Carlo told the Magedel family about this, things would not be good. Fortunately, they had Zhao Wen and Kai here, so they didn't have to worry about the Macedel clan's attack. Even if the Macedel clan were to go all out and ask a 9th-rank expert to help, they wouldn't have to be afraid. However, Xiao Hai was still unwilling to go against the Magedel family. However, he had no choice in the current situation. To be more precise, the Versailles family and Laura were both implicated in this matter. Grandpa Green, what do you think the magicians will do to deal with us? Xiao Hai asked with a frown. Will they use commercial means? I'm afraid not. Grim shook his head. Xiao Hai was taken aback. He did not quite understand what Green meant. A business family was best at using business tactics to attack their enemies. Using such a method to deal with the Versailles family was not a good idea. Not only would it cause the Versailles family a lot of trouble, but it would also benefit them. Kellen looked at Xiao Hai and knew what he was thinking. He smiled and said, business tactics can make the Versailles family suffer a huge loss, but it's impossible to destroy them. Moreover, once the magicians did that, it would be equivalent to offending all the other big families. If the magicians could use such a method to deal with the Versailles family, why wouldn't they use the same method to deal with the other families? If the magicians dared to do so, then they would not be able to do business on the continent. All the great nobles would work together to suppress him until they felt that he was no longer a threat. This is one of the methods that the great nobles use. Xiao Hai did not expect this to happen. Back on Earth, there were some large financial groups that could even influence the economic direction of a small country. He did not expect that it would not work on the Ark continent. At the end of the day, power was still the most important thing on the Ark continent. The law had no power over the nobles. It was just a tool they used to restrict others. Update while vomiting blood. However, this made Xiao Hai heave a sigh of relief. The magicians would not use commercial means to deal with them, so they had nothing to be afraid of. It would not be easy to buy their lives with money. It could be said that this world was full of mercenary killers. These mercenaries and killers were all desperados who dared to do anything as long as they were paid. However, the mercenaries weren't completely brainless. They knew that there were some people they shouldn't mess with, so when they accepted the mission, they would act within their means. Moreover, there weren't any strong experts among the mercenaries. Those experts had long been raised by the great aristocrats, who would go out of the villa every day to live a life of eating and sleeping in the open, and losing their lives at any time. However, even if there were no strong masters among the mercenaries, these mercenaries had a lot of means. Generally, the warriors trained by the noble families were very skilled and had actual combat experience, but they were not from the same world as those mercenaries. So the mercenaries knew some means such as traps and poisoning, but the warriors trained by the noble families did not know. This was just like the novels that Xiao Hai had read before. Mercenaries were people from 3 religions and 9 schools, while warriors trained by noble families were disciples of major sects. Of course, they would be treated differently. Green looked at Xiao Hai and said, "Young master, I don't think we need to worry so much now. Now that we have Kai, and Zhao Wen, it's equivalent to having 2 ninth-rank experts. If the magicians go too far, then we can let Kai, and Zhao Wen deal with them. Don't forget, the 9th-rank experts of our family are different from those of other families. If you want to ask the 9th-rank experts of other families to take action, you have to pay a price, but for our family, you don't have to." Quat. Xiao Hai laughed. "Quat, that's true. Actually, I'm mainly worried about Miss Laura and the others. This matter has blown up so much, and ultimately, it's all because of us. I always feel a little apologetic." Quat. Grimm smiled and said, "Quat, I don't think it's a bad thing. No matter what, through this incident, we have already formed a close relationship with Laura and the Versailles family. This is a form of network. Sometimes, network is very important. In the past, our family did not have many connections, so no one helped us in critical moments. However, it was also because we were the subordinates of the old king. If we had such strong connections, the old king would not have valued us." Quat. Xiao Hai understood Green's meaning. The Buddha family used to be a solitary subject, a sword in the hands of the old king. This sword could only be held in the hands of the old king. If this sword suddenly became a member of a huge network of connections, how could the old king trust them? When the time came, the nobles would not even need to make a move. The old king would first take care of the Buddha family. Xiao Hai nodded. Quat, that's true. As long as the 3 of us have fought side by side, our relationship will naturally not be ordinary. Grandpa Green, if there's nothing else, we can go to Casa City in 2 days. What do you think? Green nodded. Quat, it's good to take a look at Cass City. The yard we bought in Cass City is still there. Young master, do you think we should set up a teleportation point there? Xiao Hai thought for a moment and shook his head. Quat, I don't think so. We're very close to Casa City. It'd be a loss if we built another teleportation point in Casa City. We can only build 10 teleportation points at most now. We've already built 4 and there are 6 left. We have to use them sparingly. Quat. Grimm thought about it and agreed. It was very convenient for them to go to Casa City now. Whether it was the xenomorphs or the wind-chasing horses, they could get to Casa City in a very short time. It was much more convenient than using the scaled horned horse. To set up a teleportation point just for half a day's journey, they were not that wide. Grimm was very clear about the use of the teleportation point. The teleportation point represented money, and in times of need, it could even save lives. Xiao Hai turned around and said to Green, "After this, we'll have to make a trip to the Beastmen Plains. We can buy more slaves there and plant more food for them. We have to set up a teleportation point there." Quat. Grimm nodded. Quat, I've been to the Beastmen's place a few times before, but it was during war. There were slaves there. Although their combat power wasn't strong, it was good to let them work. The slaves of the Beastmen were much stronger than ordinary human slaves. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded. He knew what Green was talking about. The orcs were divided into 3 classes. The highest class was the battle race. The battle race was the race with powerful combat power, such as the lion race, tiger race, wolf race, eagle race, snake race, and so on. The second class was the ethnic group. This race included some races that were not very powerful in combat but had a certain level of combat power, such as the cattle race and sheep race, the pig clan, and so on. The third race was the slave clan. These clans were the weakest among the orcs, such as the rabbit clan, the chicken clan, the rat clan, and so on. The slave clan also included some prisoners of war caught in the war with the human clan. These prisoners of war had a similar status as the slave clan. After they came to the orcs, some human clans married the slave clan's orcs and gave birth to a new clan, the half-beast clan. The half-beast clan was born as the slave clan. However, the slaves of the orcs were much higher in status than the slaves of the human race. The half-orcs were different. Their status was similar to that of the slaves of the human race. Of course, this was only on the surface. The slaves of the orc race were called slaves because they had masters. As long as the master wanted to, these slaves could be sold at any time. However, very few people on the continent would buy slaves from the orcs, because the slaves of the orcs were different from those in the Arcas Empire. The orcs didn't know how to plant anything. They mainly grazed, so the slaves didn't know how to farm either. They only knew how to graze. However, the Arca's empire mainly farmed, and there were very few grasslands that could be used to graze. Even if they bought orc slaves, they had to ask people to teach them how to farm, and they might not be able to do it well. This was much more of a loss than buying slaves on the mainland. However, this wasn't a problem for Xiao Hai and the others. They didn't have much land anyway. If they were to learn from the slaves, they should be able to learn quickly. Farming was both easy and difficult. As long as he had the guidance of his elders, it should not be a problem for him after a few more years. Xiao Hai really wanted to go to the orc prairies. There were many different types of monsters there, and there were many more that were suitable for humans. If they went there, they would be able to obtain a lot of monsters, and maybe they could level up their farm. At this moment, an eagle's cry was heard from the sky. An eagle descended from the sky. It was the eagle that Xiao Hai had given to Laura. However, this eagle had obviously not been modified by the space, so it had not turned red yet. Xiao Hai waved his hand, and the eagle walked into the house. Xiao Hai noticed that there was a small bag tied to the eagle's claw, and the bag contained many things. Xiao Hai untied the bag and saw a stack of red paper inside. It was the marriage certificate that Xiao Hai wanted. Xiao Hai looked at it and found that the craftsmanship was really good. Xiao Hai passed the marriage certificate to Green, and Green took it and looked at it carefully. It was well made, and the quality of the paper was also very good. There was also a piece of paper in the bag. This piece of paper was the information that Laura had given Xiao Hai. Currently, most of Laura's power was concentrated in the Duchy of Versailles. Although she could obtain some information from other places, it was not very detailed. Thus, she did not give it to Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai took a closer look at the report. The report was very detailed. Laura had written down the reactions of the various families in Casa City. Although there was nothing major happening in Casa City, Xiao Hai could see that there was an undercurrent. Obviously, those big merchants in Casa City also knew about Laura's actions. Those people were not stupid. Laura had her own intelligence network, and so did they. In addition, Laura had caused such a big commotion some time ago. If those people didn't get suspicious and find out something, they wouldn't give up. There weren't any real secrets in this world. As long as one investigated carefully, they would definitely be able to find some clues. Many of those big business families knew Aroga. One should know that Aroga was one of Carlo's most influential subordinates. Now that he was being detained by Laura, even an idiot would know that something must have happened between Laura and Carlo. All the big families on the continent had a certain understanding of the magician's family. They also knew the status of Laura and Kellen in the magician's family. Therefore, when Laura and Carlo challenged each other, those big business families had the intention to watch the show. However, they later realized that something was amiss. The Versailles family seemed to be involved in this matter. This made the large business families extremely puzzled. Although Lola had helped the Versailles family, she should not have such a big reputation to ask the Versailles family to help. Following their investigation, they immediately discovered Carlo's goal. It was too obvious. The second day after Aroga arrived in Cassar City, he went to the Duke's mansion to visit. On the second day, he was detained. Then, Laura went to Rocky Mountain and was attacked. After that, she returned with a large group of undead creatures. If they still didn't understand what was going on, they wouldn't be able to establish themselves in Cassar City. There was a power outage last night, and he was so depressed. To be honest, the branches of these large business families in Casa City had their eyes on Xiao Hai before. Their businesses were located in Versailles Duchy, so they knew about the business opportunities that Paradise's products represented before Carlo. However, these people did not make a move. They knew very well that Xiao Hai was the one who had ruined their plans. Although he had ruined their plans, he had done the Versailles family a huge favor. To the Versailles family, Xiao Hai was very important. Making things difficult for Xiao Hai was equivalent to slapping the Versailles family in the face. If they still wanted to do business in the Versailles Duchy, they could not touch Xiao Hai. In addition, those big business families didn't dare to provoke a black mage. Black mages were famous for being difficult to deal with on the continent. If you really provoked him, he might not rest until you were dead. Although they had big businesses, if they were pestered by a black mage, losses were inevitable. Businessmen were the most unwilling to spend money. They all paid attention to harmony to make money. To be honest, these big business families did not have a good impression of the Margender family, but now that the Margender family was powerful and in the limelight, they did not want to fall out with them. With regards to this matter, the major business clans still wanted to watch the show. However, they had still made preparations. These people from the major business clans did not think that the Versailles clan would lose. How could a major family that already had a duchy as their fief lose to a business clan? That was impossible. This was something that had never happened before. The great aristocrats had their own circle. The circle of the business families could not be compared with the circle of the great aristocrats, because the circle of the great aristocrats was more solid and stronger. It was not something that the business families could compare with. If the business family controlled money, then the great nobles controlled power. Sometimes you couldn't buy power with money, but with power you could get money. Things were that simple. It was precisely because of this idea that those big business families had made some preparations. They were not prepared to deal with the Versailles family. On the contrary, they were going to deal with the magicians. Although they were all business families, the magicians were too overbearing and had a bad reputation in the business world. Now that the magicians were going against the Versailles family, this was a good opportunity to deal with the magicians. Of course, they would not let it go. The intelligence that Laura gave to Xiao Hai didn't include all the information. No matter how powerful Laura's intelligence network was, it was impossible for her to find out such secret information. She only found out that some big business families were playing some small tricks. After Xiao Hai explained the matter to Grimm, he realized that the target of those large business families might not be the Versailles family. They had just offended the Versailles family, and if they were to deal with them again this time, it would be considered as thoroughly offending the Versailles family. They would not be able to do business in the Versailles Duchy in the future. Thus, Grimm thought that the target of those families might be the Magicider family. After letting Hawk go, Xiao Hai took out a few interspatial bags and gave them to Green and the others. These interspatial bags were from the seeds he had bought in the past, and some from the seeds he had bought recently. The land in the interspace was very large, and Xiao Hai had asked Kai to plant so many things that there were already quite a few interspatial bags. Green and the others each had one, so there were still quite a few left. Xiao Hai was prepared to take out all the interspatial bags. Of course, he couldn't use all of them. He was going to give a few to Laura, as interspatial equipment was very popular on the continent. Although the space in the portal bag was not very big, it was enough for Gurney and the others. If such a portal bag were to be brought to the mainland, it would cost at least a few thousand gold coins. After releasing Eagle, Xiao Hai and the others returned to the medium and went to the Iron Mountain Castle. Once there, Xiao Hai followed Clint out of the inner castle, planning to take a look at the outer castle. The moment he arrived at the outer castle, Xiao Hai became stunned. He had never imagined that the outer castle would be more beautiful than he had imagined. All the houses in the outer castle were now covered with rainbow flowers. Most importantly, all the windows were blocked by the small vines of the rainbow flowers. During the day, these vines would roll up, but at night, they would automatically put down like automatic curtains. This made Xiao Hai very happy. As soon as he saw the small vines, Xiao Hai immediately called Kai out. Kai liked to stay in the inner space. She was a plant spirit, and the interspace was the best place for plants to grow, so she naturally liked to stay in the inner space even more. As soon as Kai was called out by Xiao Hai, he asked in confusion, "Young master, what did you call me for?" Xiao Hai pointed at the thin vines and said, "Kai, these thin vines are pretty good, but what about in winter? Won't these thin vines be frozen by winter?" Hearing Xiao Hai's words, Kai couldn't help but smile. "Young master, you underestimate me. I'm from the Devil Realm, and the environment there is much worse than here. It's much colder there all year round, so I'm not afraid of the cold. Also, don't underestimate those flowers. They not only glow at night, but also emit a certain amount of heat when it's cold, so the temperature in the castle won't be too low in winter." Hearing Kai's words, Xiao Hai couldn't help but freeze for a moment. He really didn't know that Kai had such an ability. Kai looked at Xiao Hai and smiled. "Young master, you don't understand the situation in the demonic realm. The environment there is really too bad. If I didn't have so many abilities, how could I have gained the respect of the demonic creatures? Let me tell you, I don't just have these abilities. Some of the creatures in the demonic realm also rely on eating the leaves I grow for a living, so the people there are very respectful to me." Xiao Hai nodded his head, and a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. If Kai had such an ability, then could he use Kai's flowers to build a greenhouse during winter? If he succeeded, he would be able to plant the plants in his space in the winter, and he would be able to plant them outside as well. Xiao Hai gently shook his head and threw this thought to the back of his head. Now was not the time to think about this. Anyway, winter was still far away, and as long as Kai was here, it would be too easy to use the greenhouse again. Xiao Hai and Green slowly walked out of the castle. When they reached the outside of the castle, they saw that the slaves were busy working. The little vegetables that they had just planted had just sprouted. They had to watch and remove the little ones and the extra seedlings so that the remaining vegetables would grow faster and bigger. Seeing the green on the ground, both Xiao Hai and Green were in a good mood. Green's eyes were filled with tears. He thought back to when he first came to the black soil wasteland, the despair in his heart. At that time, he didn't have any other thoughts. He just wanted to save Xiao Hai's life. Who would have thought that they would end up like this? Next, Xiao Hai and Jilin went to the canyon to take a look. The corn there had already grown very tall. Because there were people taking care of it, it was growing very well. Xiao Hai was very satisfied. Then Xiao Hai took a closer look at the blue-eyed rabbits. They were also growing very fast. Perhaps it was because they had eaten the radish leaves in the space, so they were growing very fast. They were about to reproduce. This was what Xiao Hai was most happy about. The black soil wilderness was now on the right track. The land here was almost enough to feed them, which was a good result. After seeing these places, Xiao Hai and Green returned to the castle's living room. After the two of them sat down, Meg gave them the kaya. Xiao Hai took a sip of kia and sighed, "Quat, now I'm finally living a good life. Hee hee, Grandpa Green, don't you think so?" Grim nodded and smiled. Quat, that's right, we're finally starting to have some hope. Hee hee, when we first came to the Black Soul Wasteland, we didn't even dare to dream that we would have this day. If it wasn't for young Master's space, our beautiful family would be finished. Quat. Xiao Hai also smiled and turned to say to Green, "Grandpa Green, let's go to Casa City tomorrow and see Laura. I want to give her a few space bags and ask her to buy some fish for us to put in the moat. Now that we have Kai we can use her vines to make a fence and we'll be fine. Because of the crystal horn bugs, we can also put fish in the mountains and lakes. We can eat fish in the future." Jilin nodded. "Quat, that's right, young master. Do you think we can let Zhao Wen go into the swamp to catch magical beasts? She's very familiar with the swamp, so she should be fine, right?" Xiao Hai nodded. "I don't think so. However, we still have to be careful. If the other magical beasts in the swamp find out about our situation, it will be a huge problem for us. Didn't Zhao Wen say that there are more than 10 magical beasts above level 9 in the swamp? If these magical beasts come to find trouble with us, it will be even more dangerous than facing the people on the mainland." Quat. Jilin nodded his head. Xiao Hai said, "Let Zhao Wen catch some magical beasts on a small scale at the swamp. After the matter is over, we will go to the Beastmen Plains. There will definitely be a lot of magical beasts there. I believe that by then, the level of the ranch will definitely be raised." Quat. Clint nodded his head. He had some understanding of the Beastmen Plains and knew that there were many magical beasts unique to the continent. If he could really bring those magical beasts into the space, it would be difficult for the space to not level up. That night, Xiao Hai told Merlin and the rest that he was going to Casa City. They did not object to it at all. On the contrary, they were very supportive. Merlin, who had been dealing with the major aristocrats in the past, was very clear that if an aristocrat did not have any contact with others and kept himself in his own territory, he would not have any development. Although the Buta family did not have many connections in the past, they still had a lot of contact with the major aristocrats for the convenience of doing things. Due to Xiao Hai's identity, he had not been in contact with anyone before. This was very disadvantageous to their future development. Merlin hoped that Xiao Hai would go to Casa City more often and interact more with those with status. In fact, Merlin also had another plan, which was Laura. Now that Laura had become Xiao Hai's wife, she naturally hoped that Xiao Hai could have more contact with her and cultivate their relationship so that they could have a happy ending as soon as possible. The next morning, Xiao Hai led Green and Meg out of Rocky Mountain and headed straight for Kasar City. This time, Xiao Hai rode on the Xenomorph. It was the most comfortable ride, and it was fast and stable. It was even more comfortable than Xiao Hai's car on Earth. However, Xiao Hai still released a few wind-chasing horses to follow behind the alien. When they were about to reach Kasar City, Xiao Hai got off the alien and rode the wind-chasing horses into the city. The news of Xiao Hai's arrival in Kasar City spread to all the major and minor forces in the city the moment he entered the city. Xiao Hai was a mysterious existence to all the major forces in Kasar City. Everyone wanted to find an opportunity to get in touch with him, but he had been hiding on Rocky Mountain, so they never had the chance to. Xiao Hai's sudden visit to the city of Kasar shocked not only the merchants but also Ivan. However, Ivan did not act too outrageously. Although he wanted to see Xiao Hai, he was still Duke Versailles, the king of a country. It would be embarrassing if he went to see Xiao Hai like this. Of course, Laura had received the news at once. The moment she heard that Xiao Hai was here, she became stunned. She had just sent an eagle to deliver a letter to Xiao Hai yesterday. Why did he come here today? However, she didn't have time to think about it. She immediately said to Quat Nai go and call Grandpa Kunzhang. Also inform my father. Quat Nir replied and ran away. Lola immediately stood up and said loudly, "Sail." Although Sair was the head of Laura's security team, he wasn't very powerful. However, he was very loyal. He had followed Laura for a long time, so he wasn't a brainless warrior. Now, he could also deal with some things for Laura. He was more like a manager than a security team leader. Thales immediately ran in from outside. He was not wearing any armor and was only wearing a simple warrior's uniform. He immediately bowed to Laura and said, Miss Lola nodded and said, "Go quickly. Open the main door and be ready to welcome sir at any time. Oh, right, go and tell the kitchen to prepare some good food. No matter what, we have to make sir stay for a meal today." Quat. Thales replied before leaving. Laura also stood up and strode towards her room. After entering her room, she immediately opened her wardrobe and chose her clothes. After a while, she finally chose her favorite moon-white princess skirt and put it on. Kun and Karen went to Laura's study room, but they didn't see her. They asked the servants and found out that she had gone back to her room. Kun and Karen were both experienced people, so they immediately understood what was going on. Kun Zheng smiled at Karen and said, "Quite young Master Kellen, it seems like we have to quickly prepare Laura's dowry." Quat, I'll have to see the person first, Kellen said with a smile. All fathers were like this. Seeing his beautiful and capable daughter dress up for a brat he had never seen before, Clean felt a little sour in his heart. Kun Zheng naturally knew what Kellen was thinking. When Laura's mother got married, Kun Zheng had the same thoughts. Although Kun Zheng was not Laura's mother, they were like father and daughter. Therefore, Kun Zheng had the same thoughts as Kellen. Kun Zheng could not help but laugh when he heard what Kellen said. Quat, this is not up to you. At this moment, Laura came out of the room in a white one-piece princess dress made of high-quality cobweb, looking very beautiful. Karen couldn't help but smile when she saw Laura's appearance. However, when she recalled that Laura was dressed like this because of Xiao Hai, her expression darkened. Laura didn't notice this. She walked in front of the two and said, Dad, Grandpa Kun Zheng, do you think my dress is pretty? Do you want to change to another one? Quat, you don't have to change, Kun Zheng chuckled. Quat, our little Laura is the prettiest in this outfit. Quat, Karen's face darkened and she didn't say anything. Laura also noticed that there was something wrong with Kellen. She asked Kellen in confusion, Dad, what's wrong? Why did he look so pale? Who made you angry? Did the experiment fail again? Quat, I'm fine, Karen snorted. Quat, I'm very good. Quat, after saying that, he entered the study with a long face which made Laura confused. She didn't know what was wrong with Kellen. At this moment, the neighing of horses could be heard from outside, followed by Sale's voice. Quat, Mr. Xiao Hai is here. Please come in. The lady is waiting for you. Quat. When Laura heard Cyril's words, she immediately adjusted her dress and walked towards the door. When she reached the door, Xiao Hai, Green, and the others just happened to walk in. The three of them were not riding on their horses. The horses had been handed over to the servants in the Xin residence, and Cyril was leading the three of them inside. Laura immediately went up to him and bowed to him. Welcome, sir. Please forgive me for being late to welcome you. Xiao Hai chuckled. Quat, you're too kind, Miss Laura. I was just taking a stroll in the city on a whim today. I didn't have anything to do. On the contrary, I've disturbed you. Please forgive me. Quat. Quat, it's my honor that you can come, sir, Laura said with a smile. Quat, hello, Mr. Lin Ji and Miss Meg. Please come in. Quat. Green and Meg also bowed to Laura and then to Kun. They were then led to Laura's study room. The moment they entered the study, they were all stunned. Kellen was sitting there with a sullen expression. He was staring at Xiao Hai as if Xiao Hai was his enemy. This stunned Xiao Hai. He looked down at himself and found nothing wrong. He then looked at Kellen carefully and realized that he had never seen him before. For a moment, he had no idea how he had offended Kellen. Xiao Hai could not help but stop in his tracks. He turned around and said to Laura, Miss Laura, who is this? Laura also noticed that Karen's expression wasn't right. However, it wasn't the right time to ask Karen about it. She just smiled at Xiao Hai and said, This is my father. Hearing that it was Laura's father, Xiao Hai's heart tightened. He quickly walked forward and bowed to Kellen respectfully. Quat, Xiao Hai greets uncle. I've come to visit without permission. Please don't take offense. Quat. Xiao Hai smiled. Quat, uncle, you're too kind. It's just an injustice. Please don't take it to heart. Quat. Laura heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Kellen's reaction. She quickly said, Dad, you don't talk to Big Brother Hai like this anymore. Have a seat. There were no outsiders in the house, so Laura naturally called Xiao Hai Big Brother Hai. Hearing this, Kellen's expression turned ugly. However, Kren had received a noble's education since he was young. He politely invited Xiao Hai to take a seat. Xiao Hai, on the other hand, was a little nervous. He carefully sat beside Kren. Laura glanced at the people in the room and turned to Thales, who followed her in. Quat, Quat, Sale, you can leave now. Get 2 undead creatures to guard the door and no one else is allowed to come near. Be careful. If there's an emergency, you'll call me personally. Quat, Thales replied as he turned around and left. He even closed the door for Laura. Karen looked at Laura in confusion. Seeing that Thales had left, Laura turned to Xiao Hai and said, Quat, Brother Hai, there are no outsiders here. Take off your hat, Grandpa Green too. Meg, don't just stand there. Take a seat. Quat. Xiao Hai and Green chuckled and took off their hats and helmets. Karen looked at Xiao Hai in shock. He didn't expect Xiao Hai to be so young. In his opinion, no matter how young Xiao Hai was, he should be in his 30s. To be able to reach Xiao Hai's level in his 30s, he would already be a top genius. However, he didn't expect Xiao Hai to be less than 20 years old. Laura also sat down. After helping them to get on Kia, they retreated behind Laura. Laura looked at Xiao Hai and said with a smile, Big Brother Hai, you didn't come here today just to stroll around, right? What's the matter? Xiao Hai smiled. Quat, I really didn't come here for anything. I just wanted to take a look. Oh, I also have a few small gifts for you. Quat, with a wave of his hand, 3 interspatial bags appeared in Xiao Hai's hand. Xiao Hai placed the interspatial bag on the table and smiled at Laura. Quat, this is my gift to you. It's an interspatial bag with 10 square meters of space inside. Take a look and see if you want to use it. Quat. Laura and the others were stunned for a moment. They never thought that Xiao Hai would be so generous. He would give them a priceless spatial equipment. This was beyond their expectations. It's a festival, I'll strive for more. Without waiting for Laura to make a move, Kellen picked up an interspatial bag and examined it carefully. This interspatial bag looked like an ordinary bag. It was grayish-brown and had a small yellow hemp rope tied around the mouth. It didn't look special at all, and was even worse than some exquisitely made women's handbag on the continent. If you threw a bag like this in front of a noble lady or young lady and didn't tell them that it was an interspatial bag, they probably wouldn't even pick it up. They wouldn't even look at it. However, that wasn't what Kellen was looking at. He was looking for the magic array in the spatial bag. Kellen was a magic array researcher, and he loved to study the magic arrays on all kinds of magic tools. Most spatial tools had very delicate magic arrays on them, and these magic arrays could only be activated by spatial magicians of a very high level. Otherwise, the magic arrays would be useless. The so-called activation was actually a sealing process. When a spatial magician reached a high level, they could use their own magic power to separate a subspace and then seal this subspace. This was the activation process. The magic array on the spatial equipment was a very special sealing magic array. Its main function was to seal the secondary space that a spatial mage had separated so that people could use it at any time. For this reason, most spatial magic tools on the mainland were made of metal, and they were made of many kinds of metals. The sealing magic array had very high requirements for metal and was very difficult to make. For example, Xiao Hai took out an interspatial bag. This kind of bag, like magical spatial tool, had never appeared on the continent before. It's unheard of, so Kellen was naturally curious. Kellen took the portal bag and looked at it carefully, but he didn't find anything special. He then picked up the rope tied to the bag and took a closer look, but he still didn't find anything. He couldn't help but frown and open the bag. As soon as he opened the bag, the projection of a magic array suddenly appeared at the mouth of the bag. The magic array was blue, and it seemed to be glowing with a blue light. Cren pondered for a moment. He turned the opening of the bag, and the projection of the magic array turned in the direction of the bag. Cren covered the magic array on a chair and said, "Collect." The chair disappeared immediately. Karen then said, "Fire." The chair reappeared in its original position. Cren nodded. Quite as expected, this magic array is not used for sealing. It's used for collection and release. Good stuff. How is this made? As he spoke, he fell into deep thought. Xiao Hai and the others looked at Kellen with their mouths agape. Xiao Hai had wanted to explain to Kellen how to use the interspatial bag, but he didn't expect Kellen to be so smart. He actually figured out how to use it immediately. However, his reaction was a little too strange. Laura looked at Kellen's expression and knew that he was immersed in the research of magic arrays. Even if you were to fire a bomb in his ear, he wouldn't be able to hear it. She couldn't help but smile bitterly as she said to Xiao Hai, "Quat, brother Hai, don't mind him. My father is like that. He likes to study magic arrays and magic supplies. Once he starts studying, he will forget everything." Quat. Xiao Hai looked at Kellen and fell into deep thought. Kellen looked too much like those crazy scientists. They would forget everything for the sake of their research. Such people were worthy of admiration. It's rare to find someone like you, uncle. It's because of people like you that magic on the continent can develop to such a level, Xiao Hai said, shaking his head. When Laura heard Xiao Hai praising Kellen, she couldn't help but smile sweetly. She also picked up an interspatial bag and looked at it carefully. Xiao Hai smiled and said, "Quat, you've seen how to use it. This interspatial bag isn't very big. It's only about 10 cubic meters. It can't hold anything bigger than that." Quat. Laura said joyfully, "It's already very good. Now, almost all the spatial equipment on the continent is in the hands of those great nobles. How can we have it? I heard that the spatial equipment in their hands is not very big. This is very good." Quat. NBSB Xiao Hai smiled. "Quat, it's good that you like it. It's not hard for me to get it, but you can't take out too many. It'll be too obvious." Quat. Lola nodded. "Quat, brother Hai, don't worry. I won't reveal this easily. Is this what you came here for today?" Xiao Hai smiled. "Quat, yes, that's why I'm here today. I also wanted to take a look around Kassar City. By the way, I wanted to ask you to help me buy some fish. I wonder if you found anything." Lola frowned and said, "It's easy to buy these fish. I have connections. The problem is the transportation. The fish are very delicate. From the place I bought them to Rocky Mountain, I'm afraid less than 1 in 10 will survive. That's why I haven't bought them." Quat. Xiao Hai smiled. "Quat, so that's the reason. Then there's no problem. Contact the buyer and place the order. When the time comes, send someone to find me. I'll go and collect it myself." Quat. Hearing Xiao Hai's words, Lola quickly said, "Quat, okay, I'll contact them for you immediately. When I'm done here, I'll send someone to find you." Quat. Xiao Hai nodded. Just as he was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed. He raised his head and said to Jilin, "Grandpa Green, someone is attacking Rocky Mountain. We'll go back immediately." Clint was stunned for a moment before his expression changed. His eyes glinted with a cold light as he said, "You've got guts. You've come as expected." Then he stood up and put on his helmet. Xiao Hai also put on his mage hat. The three of them stood up. Xiao Hai turned to Laura and said, "Laura, something happened at Rocky Mountain. I have to go back immediately. I will come and see you in a few days if I have time." "Oh right, you guys have to be careful here. I'm afraid that Carlos sent the people here." Quat. Laura and Kun also stood up at this time. Their faces were also very ugly. They had also thought that the Majidera family might send people over, but they did not expect it to be so fast. Laura nodded to Xiao Hai. "Quat, don't worry, brother Hai. I'll be fine, be careful." Quat. Xiao Hai nodded in acknowledgement and led Green and Meg out of Zin Mansion. They rode their horses and quickly left Cass City. As soon as they arrived outside of Cass City, they found a place with no one around and entered the medium with their horses. Then they appeared in the courtyard of the Kingshi Villa in a flash. The manor was still relatively peaceful. After all, Kai was in charge of the manor. Even if the attackers could attack the mountain, they would have to get past Kai before they could enter the manor. Moreover, they hadn't even reached the top of the mountain yet. They were still fighting the undead creatures at the foot of the mountain. Xiao Hai and the other two appeared in the villa and immediately headed down the mountain. At the same time, Xiao Hai released Xiao Wen and Kai Er. Xiao Wen was still lying on Xiao Hai's head and Kai Er was sitting on his shoulder. Following that, Xiao Hai released his magical beast eagle. He wanted to see how many people would be attacking them this time. The three of them didn't rush and slowly walked to the foot of the mountain. However, they didn't walk out of the black fog. Instead, they stood inside the black fog. Kai Er waved her hand, and a screen-like projection appeared in front of Xiao Hai and the others. Since the area of the surveillance camera had increased, Xiao Hai could see the situation outside very clearly. There were some mercenaries fighting the undead creatures outside. Xiao Hai didn't leave many undead creatures here, but most of them were experts like Xiao Jia, Xiao Shi, and Xiao Jai. Most importantly, there were still Boff and the undead creatures that attacked Laura and were killed by the eagles. Xiao Hai released his eagles to see if the enemy had any reinforcements. These eagles were scouting the area from Casa City all the way to Rocky Mountain. Xiao Hai suspected that the enemy was trying to ambush their reinforcements. The real killers were on their way back from Casa City. However, the enemy would never have thought that Xiao Hai and the others would have space to return to Rocky Mountain in an instant. Soon, the eagles reported back that they did not discover any ambushes on the way. This was out of Xiao Hai's expectations. Although there were many mercenaries attacking Rocky Mountain, nearly 1,000 of them, there were no real experts. There were a few mages, but their levels were not very high. After releasing a few large-scale mages, their magic power could not keep up, so they did not pose any threat to Xiao Jia and the others. It was clearly impossible to attack Rocky Mountain with this kind of power. What was going on? Xiao Hai told Green his guess. Green shook his head and said, "Quite young master, I think we should go back to the outskirts of Cass City and slowly walk back to see if they have any ambushes. What do you think?" The reason why Grim said this was because there were too many ways to hide from people's detection in this world. Not to mention other ways, just the invisibility spell alone could hide them from those eagles. The other party really wanted to ambush them. They would definitely come up with a foolproof plan, not as sloppy as the previous ambush on Laura. The reason why they had been so hasty in ambushing Laura last time was that they hadn't been prepared enough. They hadn't expected Laura to dare to make a move. This time it was obvious that she had a plan in mind, so she must have been well prepared. Xiao Hai nodded. "Quite all right, then let's go back. We'll walk back slowly. I'll see if they have any backup plans." Quite after that, the three of them returned to the courtyard and joined Kassar City's group when they entered the realm. Then they sat on the xenomorph and quickly headed towards Rocky Mountain. Xiao Hai was in such a hurry because he wanted to put on an act. He wanted to make those people think that they were in a hurry to go back and rescue them, so they didn't have time to look around. He wanted to create an opportunity for those people to ambush him. Happy Dragon Boat Festival. As they were moving forward, Xiao Hai was observing the situation around them through the surveillance cameras. Green and Meg were also paying attention. Even if the invisibility spell could fool people, it shouldn't be able to fool the surveillance cameras. However, what made Xiao Hai feel strange was that they had been walking for more than 2 hours, yet they had not discovered any enemies. This was somewhat unexpected. After walking for about half an hour, they would soon reach Rocky Mountain. That was clearly not the best place to ambush. Green was also a little uncertain. He had the same thought as Xiao Hai, thinking that the enemy would ambush them on the way. However, they had not found anyone at all. This was really beyond his expectations. He looked at the screen in confusion and said, "Could it be that they didn't think of ambushing us on the way?" At that moment, a bunch of green dots suddenly appeared on the screen. The green dots were increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This made Xiao Hai and the others dumbfounded. They didn't know what was going on. Not long after, the green dots had surrounded them. Grim seemed to have thought of something, and his expression suddenly changed. One person can take on thousands of shadows. Xiao Hai and Laura were both stunned. They turned around and looked at Green in confusion, not knowing what he meant. Green looked at them and said, "Quite young master, you don't have to look anymore. There's only one person out there, but it can be said that there are 1,000 of them. This person is very famous on the continent. He's a very famous assassin on the continent. He works for money. Most importantly, this person is a grade 7 warrior and also a sorcerer. Quat, mutant warlock. Xiao Hai and Meg exclaimed at the same time. They had just talked about their own warlocks a few days ago, and they didn't expect to meet one today, and one that was coming to deal with them. Xiao Hai couldn't help but stop the aliens. There were at least 1,000 people surrounding them. The strangest thing was that these 1,000 people all looked the same, wore the same clothes, and held the same weapons. However, the postures they made were different. Green had calmed down. He looked at the people around him coldly and turned to Xiao Hai. What, that's right. Su Weiniang has a very strange and enviable special technique, the doppelganger technique. The doppelgangers he creates aren't fake or illusionary, but real people. Being attacked by his doppelgangers is the same as being attacked by himself. His doppelgangers have the same strength as him. Most importantly, his doppelganger technique can also clone his weapon. I heard that he can create up to 1,000 doppelgangers, so it's called one person can fight 1,000. Xiao Hai was stunned. I didn't expect there to be such a special technique. It's amazing. No wonder they were so confident. 1,000 people against us. If it was in the past, we would have been flustered for a while. But now, hehe. Hearing Xiao Hai's words, Kellen also laughed. Indeed, if they had encountered an arcane warlock like Su Weiniang in the past, it would have been a headache. However, they didn't have a headache at all now. Not to mention the 2 level 9 experts Xiao Hai had with him, even the number of eagles flying above their heads was more than 1,000. Green smiled. Quite young master, do you want to go out and meet this Su Weiniang? Although he's an assassin, he's honest and upright. He doesn't hurt the innocent. He's a good person. It's good to meet him. Quat. Xiao Hai smiled and nodded. He knew that on the Ark continent, most assassins were mercenaries. They were not hated by people. Only those who were notorious for their evil deeds were disgraced. Otherwise, no one would care about ordinary assassins. The 3 of them walked out of the alien's mouth and saw the formation outside. There were 1,000 people, all wearing leather armor and holding weapons. They were looking at Xiao Hai coldly. These 10 people all looked the same. They were about 18 meters tall, but they were very strong. Their hair was messy, as if they had never been styled. Their eyes were silver gray, which made their eyes look extremely cold. The weapon in his hand was a 2-handed axe. It looked very heavy. When he saw Xiao Hai and the others come out, his eyes could not help but flash. Standing beside Xiao Hai, Jilin looked at Su Weiniang and said in a deep voice, "Quad, I'm alone. I didn't expect to meet you here. How much are we worth?" Su Weiniang had expected that he would be recognized, so he was not surprised at all. He looked at Xiao Hai and the others coldly and said, 10,000 gold coins. I didn't think we'd be worth so much. Why? Xiao Hai laughed involuntarily. You're that confident in keeping us here. Su Weiniang looked at Xiao Hai and sneered, 1,000 to 3. I don't see any possibility of me losing. Who said 1,000 to 3? Xiao Hai smiled. Raise your head and look. Su Weiniang was stunned. He looked up at the sky and saw many black dots circling in the sky. There were more than 1,000 of them. Su Weiniang's face changed. Xiao Hai looked at Su Weiniang and couldn't help but smile. Quat, what's wrong? Who had more people now? You don't think I can't command them, right? Su Weiniang looked down at Xiao Hai and shook his head. Quat, I believe that you can command them, but I've taken their money, so I naturally have to work for them. Kill. With that, he roared and pounced towards Xiao Hai. Before Xiao Hai could move, the magic sealing scroll in Meiji's hand flipped, and the angel's protection instantly appeared on Xiao Hai's body. Xiao Hai did not stay idle either, and a large earth spell, Earth Spike, was already cast. This Earth Spike technique was a large-scale Earth-type offensive magic. The attack range could reach up to 100 meters from Fang Yuan. However, the damage was not very high. An ordinary warrior could dodge it with a leap. However, it was no good to use it to block the enemy now. The moment Su Weiniang was blocked, Xiao Hai waved his staff and stone giants appeared around Xiao Hai, blocking the attack for him. Grim did not help Xiao Hai. This was a rare opportunity for him to fight. He wanted Xiao Hai to try his hand. Since Xiao Hai had Zhao Wen and Kai by his side, he was not worried about his safety. At this time, the eagles in the sky also attacked Su Weiniang. The eagles shrieked and swooped down from the sky. They were not weak now, and their attack was really majestic and murderous. Su Weiniang had never thought that Xiao Hai would be so difficult to deal with. Most importantly, the information he had received only said that Xiao Hai was a black magician. It didn't say that Xiao Hai knew earth magic, or that he could command magical beasts in battle. The magical beasts were blood red in color, and it was obvious that they were not easy to deal with. Su Weiniang felt even more regretful when the eagles pounced on him. He didn't expect the eagles to be so strong, and their claws were very strange. When his axe blocked the claws, he felt his Du-Chi being consumed at a speed several times faster than usual. This made Su Weiniang complain in his heart. Suddenly, the xenomorph let out a shrill cry and pounced on Xiao Hai. It had turned into a zombie crocodile, and its speed was so fast that Xiao Hai had no chance of dodging it. Green and Meg were both shocked. They had been standing beside Xiao Hai the whole time and had not been on guard against the alien behind them. They did not expect the alien to make a move at this time. Just as Grimm's voice rang out, the alien had already pounced on Xiao Hai. However, the alien opened its mouth and swallowed Xiao Hai. At some point, Xiao Hai had turned back into a skeleton. Just as he swallowed Xiao Hai, a sword suddenly appeared above his head and stabbed into his skull. Clang! A gash appeared on the xenomorph's head. The strike was very powerful, and the xenomorph's head sank down and fell to the ground. Green and Meg finally understood that the alien was not trying to hurt Xiao Hai, but to save him. They didn't expect that there would be a powerful killer hiding nearby. If the alien hadn't acted in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. In reality, Xiao Hai and the others didn't realize that when the alien was about to move, Kai had already appeared on Xiao Hai's shoulder, and Xiao Wen had also appeared on Xiao Hai's head. Even if the alien didn't pounce on Xiao Hai would be fine. It was just that Kai, and Xiao Wen were still young, so no one noticed. The assassin who suddenly appeared wasn't in a good state either. The alien didn't just save Xiao Hai, it also attacked the assassins. One should know that the alien was a spirit-mutated undead creature. Spirit attacks were its specialty. The assassin couldn't withstand the sudden attack. However, that person had also received strict training. When he realized that his attack had failed, he immediately wanted to retreat. However, how could Grimm give him this opportunity? He took out his spirit wind sword and attacked the person. Xiao Hai's head was covered in cold sweat. He had never thought that the assassin's stealth technique would be so powerful that even Laura could not detect him. Xiao Hai's heart tightened as he thought of this. He turned to Kai and said, Kai, help Grandpa Green. We can't let that assassin escape. Kai replied. She didn't seem to have made any movements, but a space crack suddenly appeared beside the assassins who were fighting with Grimm. Then a few vines stretched out from the crack and went straight to the man. This sudden attack shocked those people. They dodged it with great difficulty, but they didn't expect that the vines would suddenly disappear. Just as they were surprised, a spatial crack appeared behind them silently. Then a few more vines stretched out and wrapped around him firmly. The tiny roots of the vines were like steel needles piercing into his body. He couldn't help but groan in pain. But things weren't over yet. The moment the roots pierced into the assassin's body, they began to suck his flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, the assassin disappeared on the spot. Xiao Hai and the others were certain that their eyes were not playing tricks on them. The assassin had indeed disappeared. All that was left was a tattered shirt and an almost transparent sword. Everything else had disappeared, be it skin, bones, blood, or flesh. They had all disappeared without a trace. It was as if the person had never existed in the world. Xiao Hai and the others stared at the assassin in a daze. After the vines sucked the assassin away, they swept up the sword and disappeared into the spatial rift. That assassin was at least a powerhouse of the 8th rank. How could a powerhouse of the 8th rank be sucked away by Kai in the blink of an eye? Not even a strand of hair was left behind. This was too powerful, right? The same thought flashed across Xiao Hai and the others' minds at the same time. If the assassin had not reached level 8, it would be impossible for him to hide from Grimm. If a level 8 assassin wanted to kill him, even Grimm would not be able to escape. In front of Kai, such strength had disappeared without a trace in just 2 moves. This kind of strength really made Xiao Hai and the others feel shocked. Xiao Hai turned his head and looked at Kai's cute little face. He felt as if she could grow a tail and 2 horns at any moment, turning into a little demon. Kai looked at Xiao Hai and asked, "What is it, young master? Is there something wrong?" Xiao Hai calmed himself down and said to Kai, you ate that assassin." Kai looked at Xiao Hai and asked, "What do you mean by eaten?" "He died, so he naturally became fertilizer." "I'm a flower, what's wrong with absorbing fertilizer?" In the Devil Realm, after the death of magical beasts and creatures in the Devil Realm, apart from those who turned into undead creatures, they would be attracted to me. Moreover, they would take the initiative to let me absorb them. What's so strange about that? Xiao Hai was speechless. For Kai this was indeed the case. Her original form was a plant, and there was no good or evil in plants. They had to absorb nutrients to grow. Xiao Hai didn't want to tell Kai that what he did was wrong because what Kai did wasn't wrong. At this time, Su Weiniang also seemed to have realized that the assassin had been killed, and his face couldn't help but change. The assassin was sent by his employer to complete the mission. The reward was 10,000 gold coins. However, the 10,000 gold coins were not for Xiao Hai's life. Instead, it was to help the assassin attract the attention of Xiao Hai's group and create an opportunity for the assassin to kill Xiao Hai in one blow. Assassins were not stupid. They would never earn money that they would never spend. Su Weiniang had asked around about Xiao Hai's strength before he took the mission. He was at least level 8 and had a few level 8 powerhouses with him. Su Weiniang would not take the mission if it cost 10,000 gold coins to kill Xiao Hai. It was too risky. However, the person who hired him was right. The 10,000 gold coins were only for him to help attract attention, which was why Su Weiniang accepted the mission. Now that the assassin was dead, it meant that he had failed the mission. He did not want to stay and fight Xiao Hai to the death. At this time, Xiao Hai walked out of the alien's body with Kai on his shoulder and Xiao Wen on his head. This way, nothing would happen. As soon as he came out of the xenomorph's body, he saw Su Weiniang and his doppelgangers who were fighting the eagle slowly disappearing. First, the doppelgangers were reduced one by one, and then Su Weiniang disappeared from the battlefield. Xiao Hai was stunned for a moment, then he immediately understood. Those Su Weiniang clones in the arena were all clones, and his real body was hiding somewhere. Green also saw the situation. He turned to Xiao Hai and said, "Quat young master, we can't let him escape. If he does, outsiders will know what happened here." Quat. Xiao Hai nodded and said to Xiao Wen, "Little Wen, find him and bring him back." Quat yes, Xiao Wen replied and flew up. Then he disappeared in a flash. Xiao Hai understood Green's intentions. If he let Su Weiniang escape today, then the fact that he knew earth magic would be exposed. In addition, he could command the eagles in the sky, and Kai was also in charge. All of these things were Xiao Hai's trump cards, so it was best not to let anyone know. Kai, didn't you just take that man's sword? Xiao Hai turned to Kai and asked, "Take it out and let me see." Kai replied, and a sword appeared in front of Xiao Hai. The material of this sword was very special. It seemed to be transparent, but it did not reflect light at all. It was also extremely thin. Most importantly, this sword was actually a flexible sword. Xiao Hai held the almost transparent sword in his hand. He could not believe that such a thing existed in this world. Even on Earth, it was not easy to make such a sword. How was this sword made on the Great Arc Continent? Looking at the sword, it seemed very sharp. Xiao Hai couldn't help but knock the sword with his evil spirit staff. However, he didn't expect that just as he knocked the sword twice, the skull's eyes would flash red. Then the skull's mouth suddenly opened and bit the sword. Before Xiao Hai could react, it had bitten off a piece of the sword. Then it took a few more bites and ate the sword. Xiao Hai and the others were dumbfounded. They didn't know what was going on. At this time, Kai turned to Xiao Hai and said, "Quat young master, the space has just analyzed it. This sword is made from the bone of an unknown beast. That beast bone is not only very sharp, but also very tough, and its hardness is comparable to steel. After being eaten by a staff, it can become a soft sword at any time. Even if you don't want to become a soft sword, the staff can become hard or soft, and it is very tough." Quat. This was an unexpected surprise. Xiao Hai looked at Kai and said, "Really? This staff has such an ability." Kai laughed. It didn't have one in the past. However, ever since Zioen and I entered the space has had this ability. With this ability in the space, the magic staff naturally also has it. Hee. Quat. Xiao Hai was overjoyed, but he unhappily picked up the staff to take a look. The staff was still the same, and there was nothing special about it. He couldn't help but hold the staff with both hands and bend it. He didn't expect that the hard, crystal-like staff would bend into a bow shape. Xiao Hai was stunned. He let go of the staff and it returned to its original form. Xiao Hai picked up the staff and knocked it on the alien beside him. Clang, clang, the staff was very hard. Xiao Hai nodded in satisfaction. This staff was flexible and hard according to his wishes. It was a good thing. At this moment, Xiao Wen flew over from the distance, and Su Weiniang was caught in her front claws. Not long after, Xiao Wen arrived in front of Xiao Hai and threw Su Weiniang to the ground. She shrunk herself and landed on Xiao Hai's head. "Quat, young master, this guy is really cunning. His original body is about 1,000 meters away from here, and he's hiding in the forest. It's really hard to find him. Quat, if he's easy to find, then our little Wen wouldn't have to do it herself," Xiao Hai said with a smile. "Quat, tell me, little Wen, what do you want to eat today?" Xiao Wen was only eating the blue-eyed rabbits that were produced in the origin space. She didn't eat much, and those blue-eyed rabbits tasted pretty good. They had become Xiao Wen's favorite food. Rabbit. Xiao Hai had expected this answer. Compared to Kai Xiao Wen was more like a child. It was just that Kai didn't have much contact with people, so she was a little naive. However, Xiao Wen was really like a child. Xiao Hai agreed to Xiao Wen's request and turned to look at Su Weiniang on the ground. Su Weiniang seemed to have just fainted, but he was not dead. Xiao Hai turned to Ji Lin and said, "Grandpa Green, what do you think we should do with him?" Grim was in a difficult position. If he kept Su Weiniang alive, he would be able to keep his secret. In that case, it would be safer to kill him and turn him into an undead creature. At this thought, Grim's eyes flashed with a sharp light. "Young master, only the dead can keep secrets. Kill him." Xiao Hai felt a little uncomfortable. He didn't blame Ji Lin for being cruel, but he wasn't used to killing people who didn't have the ability to resist. At this time, Su Wanli, who was lying on the ground, turned around and knelt on the ground. He said to Xiao Hai, "Please don't kill me, sir. I'm willing to become your slave. Please spare me." Xiao Hai and Green didn't expect Su Weiniang to wake up so soon. They looked at each other, and Xiao Hai turned to Su Weiniang. "Become my slave? Are you serious? Are you willing to take a blood oath?" This blood oath was not something that could be taken randomly. After the blood oath was taken, one could not go back on the oath, or else one would be punished. This was not like on Earth, where oaths were like eating cabbage. Once the blood oath was taken, it could not be violated. Otherwise, the blood in the entire body would flow backwards, and in the end, the heart would explode and one would die. Su Wanli hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and bit his finger to make a blood oath. As soon as Su Wanli made the blood oath, Xiao Hai felt a mysterious connection between him and Su Wanli. Su Wanli seemed to have become like the undead creatures. If Xiao Hai wanted Su Wanli to live, Su Wanli would live. If Xiao Hai wanted Su Wanli to die, Su Wanli would not live. Xiao Hai ignored Su Weiniang and turned to Green. Grandpa Green, it looks like our previous guess was correct. They really want to surround the location and attack the reinforcements. It looks like as long as we return, the alarm at Rocky Mountain will be lifted. Jilin nodded and turned to Su Weiniang. Su Weiniang, is it the magicians who hired you this time? Su Weiniang nodded and said, yes. The one who hired me this time is the fifth young master of the Manhwaedit family, Carlo. The assassin just now was also sent to me by Carlo. My main task was to help the assassin attract Master's attention so that the assassin could attack Master. Please forgive me, Master. Quat. Xiao Hai shook his head. Quat, we were enemies back then and we were on different sides. There was nothing between us. Just call me young Master from now on. I don't like people calling me Master. Quat, okay, Su Weiniang replied. He was relieved. He had been afraid that Xiao Hai would come after him for this. Now that he had made a blood oath to be Xiao Hai's slave, Xiao Hai had the right to punish him. This was his biggest worry. Xiao Hai didn't notice Su Weiniang's mood. They were going to buy slaves in the future anyway. Su Weiniang had already made a blood oath. A slave like this was more loyal than a slave bought. Therefore, Xiao Hai trusted Su Weiniang. Xiao Hai then said to Green, it seems like the magicians are really going to make their move. I don't think that assassin is from the magicians. He might be one of Carlo's men. This could be considered a test. The real attack is yet to come. Quat. Jilin nodded. Quat, maybe Carlo is not willing to give this piece of fat meat to the family, so he wants to make one last attempt. After all, the people he sent this time are all good except for the assassin. He even paid Su Weiniang to come. To Carlo, that little money is nothing. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded and sneered. Quat, if he wants to send people, I'll let him do it. If he wants to hire people, I'll let him do it. I'll see how much money he has to spend. Just wait, once we've dealt with him, we'll let Laura take over all the business in the Arca's empire. The Magalder family, HMPH, since they've provoked us, they won't have a good time. Quat, the magicians have been in the limelight for far too long, said Grim with a sneer. They really think of themselves as a big shot. What kind of family is the Versailles family? That was a pure, old noble family. The family had their own duchy and their own army. Could the Magical family compare to them? Moreover, the magicians have offended many people over the years, and those people are all trying to find trouble with them. At this time, they actually dared to offend us and even go against the Versailles family. They're really courting death. After this, even if the magicians don't die, they'll be skinned alive. It's just a matter of how many benefits we can get from it. Xiao Hai smiled. We don't need to think about the benefits. Let's just give them to Laura and Ivan. That way they can have a closer relationship with us. Hee. Besides, we don't have anyone to take the benefits, right? Quat, that's good, Grind nodded. Quat, hee, as long as young Master marries Lola, then you'll get both the money and the person. Quat, Grandpa Green, don't say such things. It's as if we're Chalora's money, Xiao Hai said impatiently to Jilin. Xiao Hai nodded. Quat, when we return to Rocky Mountain, we'll write a letter to Mrs. Laura. For now, let's go back and see what's going on. Quat. Green nodded while Su Weiniang stood behind Xiao Hai, listening to their conversation. To be honest, he did not know much about these things. He was just an assassin, and he did not work in the Versailles Duchy. He was not in the mood to know about the grudges between the two. However, now that he was Xiao Hai's slave, he naturally had to understand the situation here. Now that he heard Green's conversation, Su Weiniang was shocked. This actually involved the Macul and Versailles families. These two families were very famous on the continent. If things went wrong, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Su Weiniang was not angry at all. Instead, he felt lucky. If he had succeeded in dealing with Xiao Hai and the Versailles family found out, he would be finished. The Versailles family would not be polite to him. Even if he was a mutant warlock, he would not be able to escape death. As they were talking, they weren't too far from Rocky Mountain. Xiao Hai could hear the battle cries coming from there. Xiao Hai didn't stop the xenomorphs, but continued to rush straight for the mountain. Kai was sitting on Xiao Hai's shoulder. With a wave of her hand, the surveillance camera appeared in front of Xiao Hai again. Xiao Hai and the others were all looking at the screen carefully, so they didn't notice Su Weiniang's shocked expression. It was Su Weiniang's first time seeing a security camera projection. The projection was much bigger than the one in the villa, and he could see the people on it clearly. Xiao Hai carefully observed the situation on the battlefield. The people dressed as mercenaries were not very strong. They could not attack the mountain at all. Many people had died. Xiao Hai looked at the map on the screen and noticed that there were a few green dots on the mountain opposite Rocky Mountain. They seemed to be the commanders of this operation. Xiao Hai pointed at the green dots. The projection changed and enlarged the green dots. To Xiao Hai's surprise, 3 black magicians appeared where the green dots were. 3 black magicians and 2 mercenaries stood on a mountain opposite Rocky Mountain. They were looking at the xenomorphs. Su Weiniang was dumbfounded. This was beyond his imagination. It was not that he had not come into contact with magicians before. On the contrary, he had worked with many magicians to complete his missions, but he had never seen a magician like Xiao Hai. He had always thought that Xiao Hai was using magic. Magic on this continent was too amazing. No matter what kind of ability a person had, unless it was too extraordinary, it would be considered magic. He had seen some mages use detection magic before, but only the mages themselves knew about it. Furthermore, according to those mages, what they saw was also very vague and not clear. But Xiao Hai's was completely different. The person was like a real person. He could even see their movements clearly. Su Weiniang could even see the hair on one of the black magician's hands. Xiao Hai looked at the three black magicians carefully. At this moment, Grimm let out a sigh of relief and said, "This Carlo is really thoughtful. He actually found three black mages to deal with us. It seems that they want the three black mages to think of a way to restrain the young master's undead creatures. Hee, not a bad idea." A high-level black mage could snatch the summoned creatures of a low-level black mage, especially the native undead creatures. However, they had to be of a high level because they not only had to deal with the black mage, but they also had to be able to control the undead creatures. It was equivalent to dealing with the mental attack of two people. It was obvious that Carlo had gathered the three magicians to deal with the undead creatures. They said that they would deal with the undead creatures when Xiao Hai left. Since Xiao Hai wasn't around, it would be much easier for the magicians to deal with the undead creatures. However, Xiao Hai wasn't worried at all. His undead creatures were different from the ones that were commonly seen on the continent. Moreover, their levels were very high. Even if he didn't tame them, the mages wouldn't be able to tame them, let alone now. Why don't we keep them here? Xiao Hai smiled. How about they keep Xiao Zui and the others company? Xiao Zui and the others have been sent to follow Laura. We don't have enough people on hand. Green laughed. Quat, let them go first. Let them tell Carlo about our situation here, in case he still doesn't want to give up. Also, let the magicians know that we're not to be trifled with. Quat, that's good, Xiao Hai said with a smile. Quat, this kind of person can't pose any threat to us. Thousand Shadows, go out for a while and beat those mercenaries back. Quat. Su Weiniang was stunned. He didn't expect Xiao Hai to call his name at this time, but he didn't hesitate. He nodded and left the alien's body. When he was outside, he picked up a mercenary's sword, created a clone, and went straight for the mercenaries. Quat, young master, said Jilin. The undead creatures can finish off the mercenaries with a single charge. Why did you send Su Weiniang out? Xiao Hai smiled. Su Weiniang was sent by Carlo to deal with us. Now that he suddenly attacked the mercenaries, what do you think Carlo would think? Carlo will definitely think that Su Weiniang sold them out. He won't let Su Weiniang go. Under these circumstances, Su Weiniang can only follow us or he'll die. Although the blood oath is binding him, we have to cut off all his escape routes so that he can follow us in peace. Jilin was stunned. He didn't expect Xiao Hai to think this way. However, he thought that Xiao Hai was right. Although Su Weiniang wouldn't betray Xiao Hai because of the blood oath, he wouldn't betray Xiao Hai if he didn't give him a good beating. Even if he didn't dare to betray Xiao Hai, he might not put in any effort at all. If that happened, Xiao Hai would be annoyed. Xiao Hai didn't care much about Su Weiniang's departure. He was still paying attention to the three black magicians. He wanted to know what they would do. If Carlo had sent him to deal with them, his level should not be low. What methods would they have to deal with him? As he was thinking, the aliens suddenly moved. Xiao Hai was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood. The enemy wanted to control the alien and then deal with them. This was out of Xiao Hai's expectations, but he thought about it and understood. The enemy must know that they were inside the alien's body, so they wanted to deal with the alien. As long as they controlled the alien, they could deal with them through the alien. It was a good plan, but it was hard to say if it would work. Not to mention Xiao Hai's realm, the alien wasn't easy to deal with. The alien was a spirit-mutated undead. It was their bad luck that they found the alien. However, for safety's sake, Xiao Hai brought Green and Meg into the green stone villa through the medium. They sat in the living room and observed the situation outside. The xenomorph was obviously very irritable. It had realized that the enemy was going to attack it. Once Xiao Hai left, the xenomorph could deal with the three magicians without any worries. So as soon as Xiao Hai left, the xenomorph immediately pounced in the direction of the three magicians. Xiao Hai looked at the alien's movements and didn't say anything. If the three black magicians let go, everything would be easy. If they didn't, then they would have to stay here and be Xiao Hai's slaves. Meg took out a bottle of cocoa for Xiao Hai and Green and sat there, quietly staring at the screen with Xiao Hai and the others. The mercenaries had already lost more than 100 men, and they hadn't even managed to get to the foot of Rocky Mountain, which made them feel a little scared. Xiao Hai didn't want the other party to know too much, so he didn't send the eagles to help. Instead, he sent the undead creatures to deal with the situation. Xiao Hai and the others didn't really care about the situation on the battlefield. They just wanted to see if the aliens could take care of the three black magicians. The three black magicians didn't expect the alien to find them and come straight for them. They didn't know that Xiao Hai and the others had left. They thought that Xiao Hai and the others were still sitting inside the alien. They couldn't help but panic. When they panicked, their mental attacks on the xenomorphs naturally decreased. The xenomorphs knew mental spells and immediately knew what to do when they discovered the situation. They immediately strengthened their mental power and attacked the three black mages. Xiao Hai didn't teach it how to fight, but it learned how to defend and counterattack by itself. When he was attacked earlier, he did not display too much mental strength. He only protected himself from being defeated and then rushed towards the three mages. When the three mages were panicking and reduced their attacks, he suddenly launched a powerful attack, which caused the mental backlash of the three black mages. The mental backlash was the most terrifying thing for a magician. In the lightest case, it would damage their mental state and reduce their strength greatly. The worst case, their cultivation would be completely crippled, and they would become a cripple. In the worst case, they would become an idiot or die on the spot. In any case, none of them were light. The xenomorph's mental attack wasn't light at all. It landed heavily on the three magicians. The three magicians trembled and fell to the ground. The mercenaries standing beside the three magicians saw this and immediately ran over to help them up. They were all bleeding from their 7 orifices and no longer breathing. This shocked the 2 mercenaries. When they saw the aliens pouncing on them, they were shocked. Without saying anything, they immediately gave the order to retreat and ran away with the mercenaries. They didn't even clean up the bodies on the ground. "Quat, it seems like we have 3 more assistants this time," Xiao Hai said with a smile. "Quat, may Ji call Su Weining in." "Quat." "Quat, yes," Mei Ji replied and walked down the mountain. She knew that without Xiao Hai's permission, Su Weining would not be able to go up the mountain. Not to mention that he was a grade 7 warrior. Even if he was a grade 8 warrior, it would be impossible for him to attack the mountain with 1,000 of his clones. Seeing that the enemy had run away, Su Weining retracted his clone and waited for the alien at the foot of the mountain. The alien was on the mountain, so Su Weining thought Xiao Hai was still inside it. Not long after, the alien came down from the mountain with the 3 black magicians in its mouth. When it reached the foot of the mountain, it spat the bodies of the 3 black magicians on the ground, closed its mouth, and lay there. Su Weining didn't know what to do, so he could only stand beside the alien. At that moment, the mist on Rocky Mountain fluctuated. Su Weining immediately looked up to see who was coming down. When he saw who it was, Su Weining was stunned. He had never expected it to be Meg. "Su Weining, young master is waiting for you on the mountain." "Let's go," said Meg, glancing at Su Weining. She turned around and walked up the mountain. The alien ran a few steps and followed behind her. Su Weining didn't understand, but he didn't say anything and followed her up the mountain. Su Weining observed the surroundings as they walked up the mountain. He couldn't see anything because of the black fog, and he didn't know how many undead creatures were hidden in the black fog. He followed closely behind Meg, not daring to make any strange movements. Soon, they arrived at the green stone villa. Su Weining was stunned when he saw the villa. The beauty of the villa was beyond his imagination. He thought that the green stone villa was like the other places in Rocky Mountain, shrouded in black fog, gloomy and terrifying. He did not expect it to be a sea of flowers. The vines and the colorful flowers were dreamlike. Su Weining couldn't help but stop in his tracks and stand outside the green stone villa. Hearing the footsteps behind her stop, Meiji couldn't help but turn around and see Su Weining staring blankly at the flowers in the villa. She couldn't help but smile and shout, "Quat, Su Weining, what are you looking at? Come in, young master is waiting for you." Quat. Su Weining snapped out of his daze and followed Merlin into the courtyard. To be honest, Su Weining was still a little dissatisfied with Meg's attitude. In his opinion, she was just a maid, so there was nothing to be arrogant about. However, he didn't dare to show it. He had just started working for Xiao Hai, and he didn't know what Xiao Hai's temper was like. It wouldn't do him any good to offend Meg at this time. The xenomorph found a place to lie down after they left the courtyard. Meg led Su Weining to the living room in the backyard. Su Weining was stunned when he saw Xiao Hai and Green. Xiao Hai and Green had already taken off their hats. In Rocky Mountain, they didn't need to wear their hats anymore. Moreover, they weren't afraid that Su Weining would dare to tell anyone. If he did, he would break his oath and be courting death. What surprised Su Weining was Xiao Hai's age and Green's current appearance. Green and Xiao Hai were sitting opposite each other, each holding a cup of Coke. They were chatting as they drank. They didn't look like a magician and his follower, but rather like a family. Xiao Hai glanced at Su Weining and said, "I'm back." Su Weining came back to his senses and quickly bowed to Xiao Hai. "Quat, quat, yes, young master. What can I do for you?" Xiao Haiyao shook his head. "Quat, I don't have any orders. You've done well. Since you're with me, I have to let you know my identity." Quat. Su Weining stood there with his head lowered, but his heart was not calm. To be honest, he was not very happy to follow Xiao Hai. He did not know who Xiao Hai was or what he did. However, the situation was more powerful than the person. He had no choice but to become Xiao Hai's slave and make a blood oath. Hearing Xiao Hai's words, Su Weining couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. He could tell that Xiao Hai seemed to be saying that he had another identity, but he really couldn't figure out what Xiao Hai was. Xiao Hai looked at Su Weining and said, "You've already discovered the blood oath. From now on, you're on the same boat as us. I'm not afraid to tell you that if I reveal my identity, I won't be able to stay in Arca's empire for a day. Are you afraid?" Su Weining's heart skipped a beat. He knelt down on one knee and said to Xiao Hai, "Quat, don't worry, young master. I, Su Weining, may be an assassin, but I keep my word. I've already said that I'll follow you, so I'll naturally be loyal to you in the future. Don't worry, young master, quat. Xiao Hai nodded. All right, remember your words. Now listen carefully. My previous name was Adam Buda. I've changed my name to Xiao Hai Buda. I'm the current head of the Buda family, quat. Su Weiniang was stunned. He raised his head and looked at Xiao Hai in disbelief. He never thought that Xiao Hai would say that he was from the Buda family. The Buda family was now very famous on the mainland. It was not because of anyone else, but because the Buda family had been sent to the Black Soil Wilderness by the Arcas Empire. For so many years, it was the first time that a noble's fief had been assigned to the Black Soil Wilderness. Because of this, it was difficult for the Buda family not to be famous. He also heard that the Buda family's only remaining nouveau rich young master had drunk the water of nothingness. How could such a person be sitting there, dressed as a magician and bearing the title of a black magician, but using earth magic? Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai looked at Su Weiniang and continued, you don't need to doubt me. I'm Adam Buda, but I'm now called Xiao Hai Buda. This is the chief butler of our Buda family, Spirit Wind General Grimda, and this is his granddaughter Meg Buda. Su Weiniang believed him now. He quickly saluted Green, who was a famous level 8 master on the continent. He had heard of Green's name long ago, but he had never seen him. He also bowed to Meg. He now knew why she was so proud. She had the right to be proud. Although Su Weiniang didn't know that Meg was a level 6 sorcerer, he knew that she was Green's granddaughter, and that was enough for her to be proud. Everyone on the continent knew how important Green was to the Buda family. If it weren't for Green and Merlin, the Buda family would have been exterminated a long time ago. It was because of this thought that the little dissatisfaction in Su Weiniang's heart immediately disappeared when he heard that Meg was Green's granddaughter. Xiao Hai looked at Su Weiniang and said, Quat thousand shadows, I've told you my identity, so I'm treating you as one of us. You've already made a blood oath that you won't betray me for the rest of your life, but I still hope that you can become my true confidant. I'm not afraid to tell you that although I've drunk the void water, I'm also an occult warlock now. I also have a way to detoxify the poison of the void water. My Buda family will definitely prosper in the future. As long as you sincerely help me, I won't mistreat you in the future. But if you just want to work without putting in any effort and slack off, then don't blame me for being impolite. Su Weiniang bowed. Quat, don't worry, young master. I've already sworn to follow you. I'll do my best to help you. Quat. Su Weiniang didn't understand what Xiao Hai meant, but he still followed him out. Soon, a large group of undead creatures came in. They were zombies. Su Weiniang could tell that they were undead creatures because their faces were very stiff. Some of the zombies didn't even bleed after being injured, and they just stood there with a blank face. However, each of them had 1 or 2 corpses in their hands. Xiao Hai glanced at them and cast a spirit trapping spell on the 3 mages' corpses. The 3 mages turned into high-level undead creatures. Then, he cast a bone-forging spell on the ordinary mercenaries' corpses, turning them into low-level undead creatures. Su Weiniang didn't quite understand why Xiao Hai wanted him to see these. Xiao Hai smiled and kept all the undead creatures into his boundless space. Su Weiniang saw a flash of light in the courtyard, and then all the undead creatures disappeared. While he was still in a daze, the undead creatures reappeared, but with a huge change. The spirit-trapping technique and bone-forging technique that Xiao Hai had used earlier had turned human corpses into skeletons. However, the undead creatures that he had released this time were all zombies. The zombies that had been injured had already recovered, which made Su Weiniang extremely shocked. Xiao Hai turned to the 3 black mages and said, What are the 3 of you called? One of the zombie black magicians immediately stepped forward and bowed to Xiao Hai. Quat, young master, my name is Leica, and these 2 are my junior brothers. He is Trey and he is Mike. Come with me, I have something to ask you. Xiao Hai nodded. After saying that, he turned around and entered the house. Su Weiniang looked at the 3 zombie black magicians in shock. Su Weiniang had seen zombies before. When he was an assassin, he once worked with a black magician. The black magician's summoned creature was a zombie, but the black magician's zombie wasn't as smart as Xiao Hai's. It didn't look like a zombie at all. If it wasn't for the blank expression and the inability to move its eyes, Jian Zhen would have looked like a normal person. Su Weiniang suddenly understood why Xiao Hai had asked him to look at these zombies. These zombies were almost the same as humans, and they were absolutely loyal. Xiao Hai was telling him that if he dared to slack off or play tricks, he would turn him into a zombie. At the thought of this, Su Weiniang couldn't help but shiver in fear. He looked at the zombies and then at Xiao Hai, who had entered the house. He didn't dare to have any other thoughts. He walked quietly to Xiao Hai's back and stood there, more obedient than the undead creatures. Xiao Hai noticed Su Weiniang's movement. He smiled and didn't say anything. He just said to Leica, Leica, whose men are you? Quat, young master, Leica bowed. Quat, we are the subordinates of the king of the south, Boriaxu. Quat. Xiao Hai, Green, and the others were stunned. Leica's answer was really beyond their expectations. They never thought that Leica and the others were the subordinates of Borage, the king of the south. The king of the south, Boric, had a close relationship with the Buda family. The king of the south was born into the royal family, and it was said that he was the direct descendant of the emperor who founded the Arcas Empire. The founding emperor of the Arcas Empire had 21 sons. Only 2 of them were direct descendants, which were the children of the queen. The first was the 3rd prince, who was the 2nd king of the Arcas Empire, while the other was the 11th prince, who was the 1st king of the south. The old king of the Arcas Empire actually liked the 11th prince very much and had always wanted to pass the throne to him. However, due to the opposition of the queen and the ministers, he could only pass the throne to the 3rd prince. However, for the sake of the 11th prince, the old king gave the vast southern region of the empire to the southern king, so that the throne could be passed down for a long time. After so many years of development, the area under the jurisdiction of the southern king had become an independent king with an army of hundreds of thousands. Because it was next to the strongest country on the continent, the Rosen Empire, there were some small conflicts from time to time. Therefore, its combat power was very strong, and it had become a thorn in the heart of the past kings of the Arcas Empire. It turned out that the old king of the Arcas Empire wanted to deal with the king of the south, Boric, so he first found a reason to give Boric's fief to the Buda family, making it their fief. He wanted to plant a nail in the south, but he did not expect that he would die not long after. The Buda family was also driven to the Black Earth wilderness, and the fief was given to Boric. Grimm and the others had always felt that the old king's death had an unclear relationship with Boric, and the current state of the Buda family must have been related to Boric. Now that they had heard Boric's name, Green's expression changed, and killing intent appeared. Xiao Hai's expression didn't look too good either. Although he didn't know much about these things, Adam still had some impression of it, so Xiao Hai knew about it as well. Xiao Hai turned around and exchanged a glance with Green. In addition to the murderous look on their faces, they also saw the shock on each other's faces. This matter was related to the king of the south, which made it even more difficult to solve. Xiao Hai quickly said to Leica, "Since you are the subordinates of the king of the south, why would you help the magicians? What's going on?" Leica said, "Young master, we are Borage's men, and so is Carlo from the Manhwaedit family. Not long after Carlo entered the Arcas Empire, he joined Borage and helped him accumulate wealth. This time, it was because Carlo rescued Borage that Borage sent us in Shadowless Sword to help Carlo deal with young master." Quat. Xiao Hai knew immediately that Shadowless Sword was the killer who was too much of a threat to him. It turned out that these 4 people were all Boric's men. Jelen slammed the table and shouted, "Quat, good Boric, good Carlo. We're really fated. They won't let us off even with this." Quat. Although Xiao Hai's expression wasn't too good, he wasn't as excited. He turned to say to Green, "Quat, Grandpa Green, don't be so agitated. Boric doesn't know that they're dealing with us this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only sent these level 8 people. He should have sent level 9 people." Quat. Jerlin snorted and sat down. Xiao Hai turned to look at Leica and said, "Quat Leica, do you know how many experts Boric has under him and which forces are his subordinates?" Leica said, "Boric has quite a number of powerful people under him. There are nearly 100 grade 8 powerhouses, and I know of 5 grade 9 powerhouses. Other than Carlo, there are a few other mercenary groups. I'm not very sure about these. If I didn't have to cooperate with Carlo's operation, I'm afraid he wouldn't have told us about Carlo's identity." Quat. Xiao Hai nodded. This was in line with Boric's style. He waved his hand, signaling for Leica and the others to leave. Xiao Hai then turned to say to Green, "Quat, Grandpa Green, we have to tell Laura and Ivan about this. The enemy is too strong. We have to think of a way to deal with it." Quat. Grim nodded. "Quat, Borage is not that easy to deal with. He is a petty man who will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. It is all because of him that our Buda family is in this state today. This time we have killed so many of their people. He will definitely not let this matter rest. We have to make preparations in advance." Quat. Xiao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, we should help them prepare. Right, I will immediately write a letter to Laura and tell her about this. Then we will see how they react. If it doesn't work, it seems that we can only temporarily give in." Quat. Grim nodded. His mood was heavy as well. Boric's forces were too powerful. He already had 5 level 9 experts and more than 100 level 8 experts. This force was several times more powerful than the Versailles family. Even if Grim and the rest of them were added, they would still be no match for Boric. Moreover, Boric had also roped in a large number of great nobles around him. The power of those great nobles could not be underestimated. Under such circumstances, they might have to give in if things went wrong. This would still depend on the Versailles clan's attitude. After all, the Versailles family was one of the major nobles of the Arcas Empire. They might not want to go against Boric, but if the Versailles family backed out, they would have no chance of winning this time. They could only back down, and it was not just them, but even Lola would have to back down. Thinking of this, Xiao Hai felt extremely aggrieved. He had just made some progress here, but in the end, he found out that he had provoked someone he could not afford to offend. This feeling was really FC King. Xiao Hai and Jilin stood in the courtyard of the Qingxi villa, looking at the blood eagle flying in the sky. Their eyes were filled with impatience. There was nothing they could do about the overwhelming power. Xiao Hai and the others only returned to the living room after the blood eagle had disappeared. Meg sent Kier off, but Xiao Hai and Green were not in the mood to drink. He turned to Green and said, "Grandpa Green, do you think the Versailles clan will help us this time?" "I think it's best if we don't fight head-on with Boric now. We've just gained some strength, so it's not the time to fight head-on." Clint nodded and said, "That's right. Now is not the time to fight head-on, so I think it's better for us to take a step back for now. If Boric finds out about our identity, we won't be able to stay in the Arca's empire for a day. However, the Versailles family will be fine. After all, they are a great noble. The impact of touching them will be too great. However, I'm afraid that something will happen to Miss Laura." Quat. Xiao Hai laughed bitterly. "Quat, this time, we have really caused a lot of trouble for Laura. Just the Majidera family alone is enough to choke us. Now, with the addition of the King of the South, I'm afraid Laura can't stay in the Versailles Duchy any longer." Quat. Green smiled wryly. Su Weiniang stood behind Xiao Hai and felt a little strange. He noticed that although Xiao Hai was worried about the sudden appearance of the King of the South, he was mostly worried about others. He didn't seem to be worried about himself at all. Did they have a way to protect themselves? Xiao Hai suddenly stood up and turned to say to Green, "Quat, Grandpa Green, I think it's better for us to make a trip to Cass City. I'm afraid it's difficult to write it clearly in a letter. This matter is too big and concerns many aspects." Quat. "Quat, I also think that it's better to talk about this face to face," Grind said, nodding. "Quat, all right, let's go then, to Cass City." Quat. Looking at the sky, Meg said, "Grandpa, young master, it's getting late. I think we should go tomorrow. It doesn't matter what we need to do tonight." Quat. Grim and Xiao Hai looked at the sky. It was indeed getting late. If they were to rush to Kassar City now, it would be dark by the time they reached the city. Xiao Hai nodded and said, "That's good. Let's go tomorrow then. We can give Laura and the others one night to make arrangements. I think Laura will tell Ivan what we told her. We should know how Ivan will react when we go tomorrow." Quat. Jilin nodded and turned to look at Su Weiniang. "Should I bring 1,000 shadows?" Su Weiniang looked at Green in confusion. He had no idea what Green meant, but Xiao Hai knew. He looked at Su Weiniang and said, "Quat, don't doubt the person you use and don't use the person you doubt. 1,000 Shadows has already made a blood oath that he will be our family from now on. It's better to tell him about this." Quat. Green nodded, which made Su Weiniang even more confused. However, he did not say anything. He knew what Xiao Hai meant, which meant that Xiao Hai and the others had a bigger secret. Su Weiniang was touched. He was born a commoner. He went to school and learned martial arts. However, when he became a grade 4 warrior, his family was robbed of their property by a noble. His father was killed on the spot, his mother was beaten until she spat blood, and his sister was captured by the noble and tortured to death. When Su Weiniang found out about this, he wanted to fight with the noble, but he was severely injured. His mother had no choice but to take care of him while she was sick. In the end, she died of exhaustion. It was also when his mother died that Su Weiniang was triggered and suddenly had a special technique, which was his current incarnation technique. However, at that time, he was not a match for the aristocrat, so he ran away and became a mercenary. He did missions to earn money while cultivating like crazy. Finally, when he became a level 6 expert, he killed the aristocrat's family. At that time, he was not only a level 6 expert, but he also had 400 clones. The aristocrat was just a small aristocrat. He didn't have any strong experts in his hands, and they were all killed by him. After taking his revenge, he became an assassin and slowly made a name for himself. Many nobles tried to win him over, but he didn't agree. He hated those nobles. However, after a few years, Su Weiniang realized the difficulties of being a single warrior, so he tried to make some friends, one of which was a magician who was very close to him. Later, Su Weiniang found out that the magician he was close to was also a noble. The magicians invited Su Wanli to join their family. Su Wanli thought about it and finally agreed, but what he did not expect was that after he joined the mage's family, he found out that the mage did not trust him very much. He did not tell him about the family matters and even sent people to monitor him. In a fit of anger, Su Wanli left the family and became a freelance mercenary again. From then on, he no longer trusted anyone. He only acted alone. Even if he needed cooperation, it was only a temporary team. They would not be his teammates forever. However, Xiao Hai's words, "Don't doubt the person you use and don't doubt the person you doubt," had truly moved his heart. Although he had been forced to follow Xiao Hai's words had truly touched him. If Su Wanli was really a cold-blooded killer with a dark heart, he would remember that he had made a blood oath to Xiao Hai to trust him so much. He would also remember Xiao Hai's previous warning and would not be so touched. However, he was not a cold-blooded person. Although he had become an assassin, his blood was still warm. Otherwise, he would not have let go of the mage who did not trust him. It was also because of this that he was so touched by Xiao Hai's words, "Don't doubt the person you use and don't doubt the person you doubt." Xiao Hai looked at Su Weiniang and said in a deep voice, "Thousand Shadows, I'll tell you the truth. Rocky Mountain is just a temporary residence for us. It's a tentacle that we have extended into the Versailles Duchy. Our roots aren't here. In a moment, I'll take you to a place where our Buda family's roots are. That place is an eternal secret. You must remember not to mention it to anyone, not even in your dreams. Do you understand?" Xiao Hai stood up and said, "That place, other than Grandpa Green and the other elders of the Buda family, only the slaves we bought know about it. Those slaves will never betray us. Other than them, only you know about it. Thousand Shadows, whether our Buda family can prosper in the future depends on that place." Quat. Su Weiniang nodded hard. Xiao Hai helped him up and turned to look at the living room. He nodded to Green and said, "Let's go." After saying that, they appeared in the medium. Su Weiniang's vision blurred and then he appeared in a magical place. It was a prairie and in front of them was a villa and a large piece of land. The land was divided into many pieces and many things were planted there. Su Weiniang looked at everything in a daze. At this time Xiao Hai's voice was heard. "Quat, this is the place I mentioned. This is also my special technique. This is my space. In this place you have to listen to me. Quat." Su Weiniang looked at Xiao Hai in confusion. Xiao Hai smiled and said, "Quat, this is the special technique I got. You can plant things in this space and also rear some magic beasts. The undead creatures you see were all modified by this space. In this space I am God. Quat." Su Weiniang was shocked. He looked at Xiao Hai in shock and said, "Young master, you mean this space is like a subspace of a space teleportation equipment?" Xiao Hai smiled. "Quat, something like that. However, it's different from the preparation of a space. You can say that this is an independent space with its own unique laws. It's not a subspace. This space exists because of me. Quat." Su Weiniang looked at Xiao Hai in surprise and said, "That's great. With this space, the young master won't have to worry about being attacked. This is a great place." Xiao Hai was speechless. Su Weiniang's thoughts were the same as Green's. He wanted to use this space to hide. However, Xiao Hai was happy. He knew that Su Weiniang's words meant that his heart was on his side. "Quat, all right," Xiao Hai said with a smile. "Quat, let's go. Let's go take a look at our territory first." Quat, under Su Weiniang's confused gaze, they arrived at the Iron Mountain Fortress. As soon as they arrived at the Iron Mountain Fortress, Su Weiniang looked around in confusion and said, "Young master, what is this place? Why is there such a flower here?" He was obviously referring to the Hell's Rainbow flower. Xiao Hai smiled and said, "Have you forgotten where the Buda family's fief is? This is the Iron Mountain Fortress, and the Black Soil Wasteland is outside." Young master, Su Weiniang was shocked. "You're saying that the Black Soil Wasteland is outside? We've arrived at Iron Mountain Fortress in the Black Earth Wilderness from Kassar City in a short while." "Quat, that's right," Xiao Hai laughed. "Quat, we just ran from Rocky Mountain to Iron Mountain Fortress in a short time. Ha 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 ha." Quat, hearing Xiao Hai's words, Meg and the others also laughed. Su Weiniang didn't laugh. He was really surprised. It would take almost a month to get from Cass City to Iron Mountain Castle, even on a fast horse, but they arrived in the blink of an eye. This was too godly. At this time, Merlin and Blockhead also walked over. Merlin looked at Su Weiniang in confusion and said to Xiao Hai, "Young master, who is this?" The expression on Su Weiniang's face was so rich that Merlin could tell at a glance that he wasn't an undead creature, so he asked. Xiao Hai smiled and said, "He's our man now. Thousand Shadows has already made a blood oath that he won't betray us. Don't worry, Grandma Merlin. Thousand Shadows, this is Grandpa Green's wife. Grandma Merlin, these two are stone and wood." Quat. Su Weiniang knew that these people were the true confidants of the Buda family. He did not dare to be negligent and quickly went forward to greet them. Merlin did not say anything and politely returned the greeting. The same went for wood and stone. After Xiao Hai saw them bow, he turned to Mu Tou and Shi Tou and said, "Quat, Blockhead, Stone, show Thousand Shadows around and then bring him to the living room." Quat, Blockhead, and Stone responded and led Su Weiniang away. Xiao Hai and Green led Merlin into the living room. In the living room, Meg sent Kia to the others and sat down. Xiao Hai told Merlin about the news he had received from Leica and their decision. Merlin frowned and said with a dark face, "Quat, the young master is right. With our current strength, it's not suitable for us to fight head-on with Boric. It seems like we can only hide this time. Damn it, Quat." The faces of Xiao Hai and the others were extremely ugly. The attack from Boric and the others had dealt a huge blow to them. Their main source of income was in the Versailles Duchy. If they gave up all their businesses here, it would be equivalent to cutting off their source of income. This was a fatal blow to them. Merlin frowned. "Quat, but I'm afraid this matter won't be that simple. We have a grudge against Borage. If Borage finds out that we're hiding, will he run to the Black Earth Wilderness to cause trouble?" Green and the others understood Merlin's meaning. Although Boric did not know that they were from the Buda family had a feud with Boric. If Boric knew that Laura and the others had escaped, he would have no place to vent his anger. He might even send his men to the Black Earth Wilderness to find them. In that case, it would be very troublesome for them. Zhao Lin frowned and looked outside. He discovered that the seven-colored poisonous fog outside was much thicker than it had been a few days ago. It was almost the same as the poisonous fog in the corpse-rotting swamp. Moreover, the poisonous fog here was connected with the poisonous fog in the corpse-rotting swamp. From the outside, there was no difference at all. Xiao Hai could not help but have an idea. He chuckled and said, "Quad, it's fine, Grandma Merlin. You don't have to worry. Look, the Iron Mountain Fortress is surrounded by the seven-colored poisonous mist. If Boric really dares to send people here to cause trouble, we won't be polite and we'll just leave them here." Quat. When Merlin and the others heard Xiao Hai's words, they were stunned for a moment. Then they looked at the colorful poisonous fog outside and laughed. They understood Xiao Hai's meaning. Even if Borage was here to deal with them, he would not send all his forces. At most, he would send one or two ninth-level powerhouses. He might not even send a ninth-level powerhouse. In that case, if they dared to enter the territory of the castle, they would be courting death. In the past, Xiao Hai and the others had been afraid of level 9s. Now, however, they had two level 9s. If the enemy's level 9s dared to enter the poisonous mist, Xiao Hai and the others would no longer have to worry about being discovered. They could just kill them all. Jerlin slammed the table and shouted, "Quad, okay, let's do it. If Boric really dares to send people here, we'll make sure they don't return. It'll be our first interest. Anyway, this place is covered in poisonous mist, just like the rotten corpse swamp. Even if they die in there, no one will dare to say anything." Quat. At this moment, Su Weiniang and the rest had returned. Su Weiniang was overjoyed. He had never thought that Xiao Hai's storage space could be used to improve the land of the Black Soul Wasteland. He wanted to laugh when he thought of the size of the Black Soul Wasteland. He had already completely regarded himself as a member of the Buddha family. Firstly, it was because of Xiao Hai's trust in him. Secondly, he had already made a blood oath that he would never betray the Buddha family in his life. Xiao Hai looked at Su Weiniang and smiled. "Quat, how is it, Thousand Shadows? Is the environment here good?" "Quat, great." Quat. Su Weiniang nodded. "Quat, the environment here is really great, young master. As long as we can improve the land here in the future, our Buddha family will definitely be the most powerful family on the continent." Quat. Xiao Hai smiled, picked up a cup on the table, and handed it to Su Weiniang. "Drink this." Su Weiniang looked at the cup in Xiao Hai's hand in confusion. The cup was filled with water, so he didn't quite understand what Xiao Hai meant. Xiao Hai looked at Su Weiniang and said, "Quat, the seven-colored fog surrounding the castle is poisonous, just like the poisonous fog in the rotten corpse swamp. It can slowly poison people, and this water is used to detoxify them." Quat. Hearing Xiao Hai's words, Su Weiniang quickly drank the water in the cup. Suddenly, he felt a slight tightness in his chest. As soon as the water entered his stomach, the feeling disappeared. He realized that he had been poisoned. Xiao Hai had just remembered. They had all drunk the water from the interspace, which was why they were able to move freely in the poisonous fog. Su Weiniang, on the other hand, had never drunk the water from the interspace. Xiao Hai had been in the poisonous fog for a long time, so he was afraid that he was poisoned. He quickly gave Su Weiniang the interspace water. Merlin glanced at them. "Quat, all right, young master. I'll go make dinner. You guys can chat first." Quat. Then he left with Meg. Xiao Hai waved his hand. "Quat, take a seat." "Thousand Shadows," he said. "Quat, tell Blockhead and Stone about the current situation." Quat. Su Weiniang already knew the ins and outs of the matter, so it would be best for him to tell the story. Quat. Yes, Su Weiniang replied and told Mu Tou and Shi Tou what had happened. After so many things, the two of them had become more and more calm. They listened to Su Weiniang calmly. After Su Weiniang finished, Blockhead turned to Xiao Hai and said, "Young master, what do you mean?" Xiao Hai sighed. "We can only retreat." "Not only do we have to retreat, but even Miss Laura has to retreat. However, if Boric dares to send people here to find trouble with us, we will leave them here. After we retreat from Cass City, we can only go to the Orc Prairies to develop at Janshi." Mew Mew nodded and said, "That's good too. Young master, aren't you going to Cass's City tomorrow? I think you should have some business in the Beastmen Plains, but I think we should still be looking for a way out on the continent. The Beastmen Plains are lacking in resources, and we can't get much there." Xiao Hai nodded and said, "I thought about that too. If we don't have the space, we would be losing the Black Soil Wasteland if we go to other countries. But now that we have the space, we just need to build a teleportation point in another country. Our enemies are concentrated in the Arca's empire. As long as we go to other countries to develop, it will be a lot less troublesome." Quat. Clint nodded his head and said, "I agree with you, young master. With our current strength, we can live well no matter which country we go to. However, we can't lose the Black Earth Wilderness. There's no place more suitable for our development than the Black Earth Wilderness. If other countries want to go to the Orc Grassland, they have to pass through the Arca's empire, but we don't. As long as I have my realm, we can connect any place in the world with the Orc Grassland. This is our biggest advantage, young master. I think we should go to the Rossan Empire to develop. Although the Rossan Empire and the Arca's Empire are neighbors, there are conflicts between the two countries and their relationship is not very good. We should be very safe there." Xiao Hai nodded and said, then we'll discuss it with Laura tomorrow. At the same time, we'll see what the Versailles Duchy is thinking. If the Versailles Duchy really wants to fight with Boric, we won't leave. We'll fight with Boric. But I don't think the Versailles family will do that. After all, our enemy this time isn't just Boric, but the Magedal family as well. Quat. Clint nodded and said, even if the Versailles family is under Ivan's control, he wouldn't go against Boric. Plus, there's also the Magedal family. For the benefit of the Versailles family, Ivan will definitely withdraw from our alliance. Only Laura and I will be left. We won't be able to stop the Magedal family and the Boric family. Xiao Hai sighed. Quat, the problem is, what are Laura and the others thinking? Would she be willing to give up the entire Versailles Duchy? Everything here was created by her. To her, giving up this place is too difficult. Quat. Grimm and the others fell silent. They knew what it meant for Laura to give up her business in the Versailles Duchy. It was equivalent to giving up everything she had. It was too difficult for a person to do so. Xiao Hai sighed and said, if there is really no other way, then we can only bring Laura here. No matter what, Laura cannot stay in the Arca's empire anymore. Now, it is not only the Magicider family who wants to capture her, but also Boric. The Magicider family may not be strong in the Arca's empire, but Boric is different. He is the king of the south, a character who dares to challenge the king. Quat. Quat, it seems like that's the only way, Grimm nodded. Quat, we've implicated Mrs. Laura this time. No matter what, we can't let her be in danger. Quat. And BSB Xiao Hai sighed and said, in the end, it's because we're too weak. If we had Boric's strength, who would dare to do anything to us? HMPH, just wait and see. Sooner or later, I'll make sure that no one on the continent dares to look down on our Buta family. I'll make them feel fear when they hear our names. Green looked at Xiao Hai's expression and smiled. He didn't think that this was a bad thing. At the very least, Xiao Hai was in high spirits and full of fighting spirit. This was something that was rarely seen on Xiao Hai. Grimm noticed that after Xiao Hai had woken up from his coma, although he had been doing things steadily, he had lost a bit of his drive. He seemed to be too conservative, which was not good for the development of the family. Grimm had been thinking of ways to make Xiao Hai sharper, but he did not expect that this wish would come true. Compared to Xiao Hai's worry, Laura's situation could be described as deep as water and deep as fire. When Laura received Xiao Hai's letter, she was stunned. She had never thought that things would turn out like this. When Nier saw Laura sitting there in a daze without saying a word, she immediately felt afraid. She quickly ran to find Kun Zheng and informed Kellen. When Kun entered Laura's study, he saw her sitting on the sofa in a daze. She was holding a letter in her hand, but it was obvious that she was not reading it at all. Her eyes were blank and lifeless. Kun Zheng was shocked and immediately walked over. He said softly, Laura, little Laura, what's wrong? Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Laura jumped up and said with tears in her eyes, Grandpa Kun Zheng, what should we do? What should we do? Kun was shocked by Laura's appearance. He quickly said, what's wrong? What was happening? Little Laura, don't be anxious. Tell Grandpa Kun Zheng. Hearing Kun Zheng's consoling voice, Laura gradually calmed down. However, tears still flowed out of her eyes as she handed the letter to Kun Zheng while sobbing. Kun Zheng took the letter and read it carefully. The more he read, the uglier his expression became. He did not expect this to happen. Originally, the Magidera family was already enough to give them a headache. Now, with the addition of the King of the South, it was no wonder that Lola would lose her composure. After reading the letter, Kun Zheng slowly placed it on the coffee table. He looked at Laura and sighed. When he was reading the letter, Kun Zheng had already weighed the pros and cons in his heart. In the end, he realized that they could no longer stay in the Vansel Duchy. Not only the Vansel Duchy, but the Arca's empire as well. Kun walked to Laura's side and patted her shoulder. Quat, quat, all right, little Laura, it's not the time to cry. Let's think about what we should do. Quat. At this moment, Karen walked in from outside. When she saw how much Laura was crying, she couldn't help but exclaim, Laura, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Who's bullying you? Kun Zheng smiled wryly and handed the letter to Kellen. Kellen's expression changed after he read the letter. He knew very well what the letter meant. Although he didn't care much about the outside world, he still had some understanding of the King of the South. It was really difficult for such a powerful figure to suddenly intervene in this matter. Karen put the letter down and turned to Kun Zheng. Quat, Chief Uncle, what do you think? Kun Zheng frowned and said, there is no point in saying anything now. Even if the three of us work together, we cannot defeat Boric. I think we need to tell Ivan about this as soon as possible. Then, we need to prepare to leave the Versailles Duchy immediately. It would be best if we could leave the Arca's empire as well. Quat, we can go there if we leave the Arca's empire, Karen said with a frown. If we leave the Arca's empire, we can escape from Boric's pursuit. But what about the Magidera family? The Magedal family is very powerful in the entire northern continent. Even if we leave the Arca's empire, it will be difficult for us to escape their pursuit. Don't forget, we have already completely fallen out with them. Kun Zheng nodded. Quat, I know that, but in other countries, we just have to deal with the Magidera family. We don't have to be afraid of Boric anymore. This will be a strong enemy for us. Quat. Karen thought for a moment and nodded. Compared to facing two powerful enemies, it was undoubtedly much easier to face one enemy. Moreover, in other countries, the Magidals were not omnipotent. Laura had calmed down by now. She wiped the tears off her face and said, "Quad, I'll go to the Grand Duke's manor immediately and tell him about this. Grandpa Kun Zheng, you should prepare at home." Quad. Kun Zheng nodded. Lola stood up and asked Near to prepare the carriage. She had to get to the Grand Duke's mansion as soon as possible and tell Ivan about this. Ivan was good to her, so she could not hide such an important thing from him. When Lola arrived at the Duke's mansion, Ivan had already received the news. He immediately invited her to his study room. When he saw Lola entering the study room, he was stunned. Lola's eyes were still red. Obviously, she had just cried. Ivan did not know what could have made her cry like this. He quickly said, "Little Laura, what's wrong with you? What happened?" Laura forced a smile at Ivan and told him the contents of the letter that Xiao Hai gave her. Hearing her words, Ivan frowned as he didn't expect the situation to be so tricky. Laura looked at Ivan and said, "Quat, Uncle Ivan, this is really troublesome. We've already planned to temporarily withdraw from the Duchy of Versailles. You won't have to fight with Boric and the Magidera family anymore. What do you think?" Ivan looked at Laura and sighed. "Little Laura, Uncle can't lie to you. Our Versailles family is unable to participate in this matter, nor can we protect you. It's good that you're leaving, but don't worry, you can leave their shop here. I'll send someone to take over, and I'll still give you the monthly income. Just take it as me helping you look after the shop temporarily." Lola was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Ivan to make such a suggestion. She was touched. She knew that Ivan didn't mean to take over her shops. If he really wanted to, he wouldn't have to say these words. He could have just waited for them to leave. It was clear that he meant what he said. Laura knew that Ivan would be taking a huge risk if he did that. Not only would he offend Boric, but he would also offend the magicians. She didn't want to put Ivan in a difficult position, so she shook her head and said, "There's no need for that, Uncle Ivan. You may be the head of the family now, but the elders will object to your decision. It's not beneficial to the Versailles family. There are only disadvantages. They won't agree." Ivan snorted. "Quad I, Ivan, will never hit my friends when they are in trouble. Just leave the shop to me. As long as you leave, I can say that you sold the shop to me. They won't be able to say anything." Although the Southern King is powerful, a tall tree attracts the wind. Besides, our Versailles family is not weak. He won't dare to do anything to us. Quat. Lola had no choice. If she didn't agree, Ivan would think she looked down on him. She nodded and said, "Quad, all right then, I'll make some arrangements when I get back. I'll also discuss with Sir and ask him not to cut off the supply of products from Paradise." Quat. Ivan was stunned. He nodded and said, "That's good too. I want to see if they have any reason to snatch the store after you guys leave. If they still dare to do anything, don't blame me." Lola smiled and said, "We're leaving. The shop will naturally be taken care of by Uncle Juan. However, Uncle Juan can't take care of it for us for free. Let's take it as you're a shareholder. How about this? We'll split the profits of the shop 40-60. Quat will take 4, while the Versailles clan will take 6. Ivan's face darkened. "Laura, what do you mean? Are you looking down on your Uncle Ivan? I'm helping you look after the shop. How can I charge you so much money?" Laura smiled. "Quad, I didn't look down on Uncle Ivan, but don't you forget that you are the head of the Versailles family. If you don't think for the sake of the family, people will gossip about you. You can only help us if you are the head of the family, right? I'll let you take care of these shops and give you 60 of the profits. This way, the elders in your family won't be able to say anything, and I won't have to sell the shops at a low price, right?" Ivan calmed down. He knew that Laura was right. He was now the true ruler of the Versailles family, and he had to consider everything for the sake of the family. In fact, when he decided to help Laura deal with the magicians, the elders in the family were already dissatisfied. They felt that it was not worth it. If he helped Laura take care of the store and didn't get any benefits, the elders in the family would definitely not agree. Ivan felt a sense of impatience. Although he was in power now, he realized that there were still many things he could not decide. After all, the Versailles family was not in a position of absolute power. The elders still had a certain level of authority, and he could not ignore their feelings. Ivan looked at Laura, who was smiling at him. He forced a smile and said, "All right, we'll do as you say. However, if you return to the Versailles Duchy one day, I'll hand those shops over to you." Laura nodded with a smile, but her heart ached. She didn't believe that she would ever return to the Duchy of Versailles. She had offended the king of the south, Boric, in the Arca's empire. Except for a big family like the Versailles family, people like her had no way to survive. She would never be able to return to the Duchy of Versailles again, and she was afraid that she wouldn't even be able to return to the Arca's empire. After discussing this matter with Ivan, Laura left the Duke's residence and returned to the Zin residence. There wasn't the slightest bit of panic in Zin Mansion, mainly because most of the servants didn't know about this matter. It should be known that Laura controlled nearly half of the daily necessities market in the Duchy of Versailles. If they were to panic, the daily necessities market in the entire Duchy of Versailles would fluctuate, which was not something Laura wanted to see. When Laura entered the study room, she saw Kun writing letters. The finished letters were placed at the side. She picked up the letters and saw that they were all for the shop owners of the Red Spider Lily shop. It seemed like Kun was really going to disband the entire shop. Laura put down the letter and said to Kun Zheng, "Grandpa Kun Zheng, you don't have to write anymore. I've already spoken to Grand Duke Yuan. He'll take care of the store and we'll split the profits 40-60. We'll take 40 and he'll take 60. Quat." Kun Zheng was stunned for a moment before he put down the pen in his hand. He looked at Lola and said, "Did Ivan really say that?" He agreed. Lola nodded and said, "Yes, Grand Duke Ivan has agreed. From the beginning, he said he would help me take care of the shop. I saw that he was very serious and didn't look like he wanted to take over our shop, so I suggested that we split it 40-60, and he agreed." Quat. Kun Zheng thought about it and nodded. Quat, that's good, but you have to tell Grand Duke Ivan that all the managers here are our trusted men. If we need them in the future, he has to let them go. Quat. Laura understood Kun Zheng's meaning. For a merchant, talent was also very important. Even if they were to leave the Duchy of Versailles and the Arcas Empire, they would still make a living by doing business in other countries. It was impossible for them to do business without having someone they could trust, which was why Kun Zheng said that. Lola nodded. Quat, don't worry, Grandpa Kun Zheng, I'll let them know. But this way, the contents of the letter will have to be changed. Quat. Kun Zheng nodded and said, "Then let's change it to having them make a trip to Cass City tomorrow. When they arrive, we have to give them these instructions so that they can be prepared. I've already asked Thales to clean up our vault and pack up all the things we need to bring. Fortunately, we have the few dimension bags that Sir gave us. Otherwise, we really wouldn't be able to hold all these things." Quat. Laura smiled bitterly and turned to Kun Zheng. "Quat, where's my father? What's more important to him than his treasures?" Kun Zheng smiled bitterly. "He's gone to pack up his treasures." Laura could not help but smile bitterly. Of course, she knew what Kun was talking about. The treasures Kun was talking about were the books about magic circles that Kellen had collected over the years. There were also some experimental notes and some experimental products. Those things were more important than anything else in Kellen's eyes. Laura looked at Kun Zheng and asked, "Grandpa Kun Zheng, where do you think we should go this time? Are we going to leave the Versailles Duchy?" Kun Zheng put down his pen and thought for a moment. Quat, of course we can't leave directly. We only have two options now. One is to go to the Orc Prairies. We have some business there, so we'll go there directly this time. Whether it's the magicians or Boric, they aren't strong there. They won't dare to send experts to deal with us, so we'll be safe. Quat. Lola nodded and said, "There's no problem with going to the Beastmen Plains, but we can't stay there forever. There are only 3 ways to go to the other kingdoms on the continent from the Beastmen Plains. One is the Versailles Duchy, the other is the Elf Forest, and the last is the Sea Route. We definitely can't go back to the Versailles Duchy, so we can only take the Elf Forest or the Sea Route. They aren't very friendly to other races, so we can't be short on stuff this time. I'm afraid that won't work. The Sea Route is too dangerous. Although other countries have caravans going to the Orc grasslands, those caravans can visit pirates at any time, so it's not very safe. I'm afraid this route won't work, but what about the other one?" Kun looked at Laura with a smile and said, "Quat, the other one is simple. It's Xiao Hai. This time, Xiao Hai definitely can't stay in Versailles Duchy. Their identity can't be exposed. I heard that Boric was the reason why the Buda family was in trouble. If Boric knew that he was here, they would be in even more danger. Therefore, they would definitely leave. Xiao Hai must have a treasure that can leave without anyone knowing. If not, he would have been discovered when he bought the Versailles family some time ago. If we go to him this time, he will definitely be able to bring us out of here safely. However, I believe that the thing in his hands must be the most precious thing in his family. Even if he gives it to us, there will be conditions." Hearing Kun Zheng's words, Laura's face turned red. She recalled that Xiao Hai had indeed made a request to her. If she wanted to know the Buda family's secret, she would have to marry Xiao Hai. Thinking of this, Laura's face turned even redder. Kun Zheng looked at Laura with a smile. He was aware of Xiao Hai's condition. How could Kun Zheng not pay attention to Laura's contact with Xiao Hai? After all, Xiao Hai was the only man that Laura had taken a liking to in all these years. Therefore, every time Laura returned from Xiao Hai's place, Kun Zheng would find an opportunity to ask about what Xiao Hai had told them. Naturally, Kun Zheng would know about Xiao Hai's condition. Laura's face turned even redder when she saw Kun Zheng's expression. She knew that Kun Zheng must have known something, and the only person who could tell him was near. She did not blame for telling Kun Zheng about this. She was just embarrassed. After all, she was a girl and had feelings for Xiao Hai, so she was more afraid of Kun Zheng's gaze. However, she still gritted her teeth and said, "Then let's go to Big Brother Hai's place. That way we can go with Big Brother Hai and discuss our future plans with him. After all, we still have to work with Big Brother Hai in the future." Kun Zheng's eyes lit up when he heard Laura's words. He understood what she meant. It seemed that Laura had feelings for Xiao Hai. Her words meant that she had agreed to Xiao Hai's condition. Kun Zheng was actually quite fond of Xiao Hai. He knew that Xiao Hai must have obtained some kind of mystical technique. A person like him would have limitless potential in the future. Moreover, Laura liked him, so Kun Zheng was happy to see that happen. Laura glanced at Kun Zheng, who smiled and said, "Quite all right. Once we're done here, we'll head over to Xiao Hai's place. However, it's best if you write a letter to Xiao Hai, miss. Don't let him leave first, Quat." Lola nodded, but then she looked at the sky and said, "Quat, let's do it tomorrow. It's late now and we should rest earlier." "Oh right, Grandpa Kun Zheng, we've forgotten something." "Quat, what did you forget?" Kun Zheng asked, stunned. "Quat, forget about them." Quat, Laura's eyes flashed coldly. "Quat, forget about them, Quat." Kun was slightly taken aback when he heard Laura's words. Then his face darkened and he said, "Quat, that's right, I forgot about them. But I want to keep these people for now. We'll talk about it after contacting Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai is now a sorcerer, and we don't know what his special technique is. However, seeing that he has so many undead creatures under him, we know that he may have a way to turn those people into undead creatures. If we really don't need these guys, we'll let Xiao Hai turn them all into undead creatures." Quat. Lola did not object. She hated Carlo to the core now, and by the way, she also hated Olga and the others. Of course, she would not object to Kun Zheng's words. The two of them discussed for a while more and then went back to rest. After all, they couldn't appear too flustered now. Everything had to be normal, otherwise they might be seen through. The next morning, Xiao Hai and the others woke up early. After breakfast, Xiao Hai led Green, Meg, and Su Weiniang to Kassar City. When they arrived at Kassar City, the city gates had just opened. Xiao Hai and the others entered the city immediately and headed straight for Xin Mansion. Now that things were getting more and more urgent, they had to hurry. When Xiao Hai and the others arrived at the Xin residence, Laura already knew. She was just about to write a letter to Xiao Hai, but she didn't expect him to have already arrived. After leading Xiao Hai and the others into the study, Lola looked at Su Weiniang in confusion and said, "Big Brother Hai, who is this?" Lola was stunned for a moment, but she immediately bowed to Su Weiniang. Su Weiniang immediately returned the bow and stood behind Xiao Hai like a shadow. Xiao Hai turned to Laura and said, "I came to find you today because I wanted to know how your preparations are going. Did you explain the situation to Ivan? What are your plans?" Laura and Kun Zheng exchanged a look before turning to Xiao Hai. "Quat, I've already told Grand Duke Ivan. He said that he can't participate in this matter, but we can keep the store and he'll help us look after it. I've already talked to Grand Duke. We'll split the store's profits 40-60. He'll take 60 and we'll take 40. However, I hope that you won't cut off your deal with Grand Duke and continue to provide him with Paradise products." Xiao Hai heaved a sigh of relief. "Quat, that's good. It's not a problem to provide the products. It's best if your store can be preserved. I'm worried about this, Quat." Hearing Xiao Hai's agreement, Laura's face brightened up. However, she continued, "This time we are preparing to leave the Arca's empire. However, we need Brother Hai's help to send us to a safe place. What do you think?" Hearing Laura's words, Xiao Hai couldn't help but be stunned. When he saw her blushing face, he understood why she said that. Xiao Hai couldn't help but want to tease her. He smiled and said, "Quat, there's no problem in sending you to a safe place. However, do you agree to my conditions?" As soon as Xiao Hai said this, Green and the others stared at Laura, waiting for her answer. Laura's face turned even redder, but she still bravely raised her head and looked at Xiao Hai. "Brother Hai, please help me." As soon as she said that, Grim couldn't help but laugh. "Quat, Quat, good, that's great. It seems that we have to call Miss Laura young madam from now on, Quat." Laura's face turned even redder. Xiao Hai's face also turned red. He had not expected that Laura would agree. Therefore, he felt a bit embarrassed. However, there was also a bit of excitement in the embarrassment. Even if Laura didn't agree, he would still tell her his secret. Now that Laura agreed, it was even better. Kun Zheng heaved a sigh of relief. Although he had expected this day to come, he still felt uncomfortable when it came. After all, he had watched Laura grow up. Now that she had suddenly agreed to Xiao Hai's marriage, it was as if she was going to leave him forever. This made him very uncomfortable. After a long while, Xiao Hai finally calmed down. He looked at Laura and said, "Then what else are you not prepared for? If you need to take those things away, you can let me know and I'll help you take them away." Hearing Xiao Hai's words, Laura calmed down and said, "Quat, I've almost packed everything at home. There are a lot of things to take with me. I have a few space bags that Sir gave me, but I still need to load a few more trucks before I can take everything away. I also have to explain the things at home. I'm afraid it will take a few days, Quat." Xiao Hai thought for a moment and said, "All right then, I'll stay here for a few days. Please arrange rooms for us. When you're done with your matters here, we'll leave together, Quat." Lola was stunned for a moment, but she still nodded and said, "All right, there's a guest room in the residence. You can stay in the guest room for the next few days." Xiao Hai nodded. "Quat, tell Ivan to go to Rocky Mountain to pick up the goods every 5 days after we leave. Every time he arrives, he will knock on the ground 3 times in the yard. The next day, he can go to the warehouse to pick up the goods. If he doesn't knock, I won't send them the goods, Quat." Lola nodded and said, "Okay, I'll inform him. Oh right, I still have many of Carlo's men. I want to hand them over to you for punishment. What do you think?" Xiao Hai thought for a moment and said, "Sure, how do you want to deal with it? Are you trying to silence me?" Laura looked at Xiao Hai and sighed. "Quat, I don't want to silence them, but letting them go is too much of a threat. These days, Aroga and his men seem to be very honest, but they have some understanding of our place. I'm worried. Quat, all right, I understand. Leave it to me, Xiao Hai nodded. Lola nodded and turned to Nicole. Quat, take Brother Hai to the living room to rest and see if he needs anything. Quat, yes, replied Near as she walked to Xiao Hai's side. Xiao Hai stood up and said to Laura, we have to settle the matter here as soon as possible. The Boric and the magicians are keeping an eye on this place. We have to leave as soon as possible. Quat, Lola nodded, and Xiao Hai left with Nair. After Xiao Hai left, Laura turned to Kun Zheng and said, Quat, Grandpa Kun Zheng, we have to pack up the house as soon as possible. When the shop owners come, we'll let them know and leave immediately. Brother Hai is right, it's not safe here now. Quat. Kun Zheng nodded. Quat, don't worry. Keel and the rest are the most trustworthy people to pack the things. They're all determined to come with us so we can rest assured. Oh right, we forgot to ask Xiao Hai how many people he can bring at a time. Quat. Lola frowned and said, I also forgot to ask. Let's wait until mealtime. He's going to stay here for a few days anyway. There's no hurry. Quat. Kun Zheng nodded and smiled. Quat, I can see that Xiao Hai is very concerned about you. In fact, even if you didn't agree to his request, he would have taken us away. Lola rolled her eyes at Kun Zheng, then sighed. Quat, to be honest, I have a good impression of Brother Hai. We're in trouble this time. Only Brother Hai can help us, and only he's willing to help us. Besides, haven't you realized that he's not very good with words after the few times we've interacted with him? He doesn't talk much, and he doesn't know how to coax girls. Actually, the condition he proposed was a disguised marriage proposal. With his personality, it's already good enough that he could do this. Why wouldn't I agree? Laura finally calmed down. To be honest, as she had been in the business for many years and had many interactions with people, her personality was much more cheerful than Xiao Hai. In terms of love, she was braver than Xiao Hai. She dared to love and hate, which was why she agreed to Xiao Hai's conditions. Kun Zheng smiled. Quat, I was afraid that you couldn't tell. You're right, Xiao Hai doesn't really know how to get along with people. This doesn't match the rumors. Rumors say that he's a good-for-nothing rich kid, but it doesn't seem like it now. If you marry such a person, he'll definitely treat you well. It's much better than marrying those playboys. I'll be more at ease. Quat. Lola snorted. Quat, I'd rather find an honest man with no ability than those playboys. Xiao Hai is honest and capable. Of course I'd choose him. Quat, you're a young lady, yet you're not shy at all. Kun Zheng laughed heartily. To think that you'd say something like that. Laura was calm now. She chuckled and said, Quat, this is called seizing an opportunity. If I miss it, I'll be the one who's wronged. Didn't you see that Meg has been watching me from the side, he said. Kun Zheng laughed again, so did Laura. The gloominess in their hearts that they were about to leave had disappeared. Over the past 2 days, Laura had been feeling very depressed. The undertaking that she had worked so hard to build for so many years was forced to leave her hometown. How could she be described as depressed? It was also because of this emotion that Laura agreed to Xiao Hai's plan of saving her marriage and said those words. Now that she was smiling, the anger in her heart was mostly gone. After thinking about it, she realized that she had feelings for Xiao Hai, so there was no harm in agreeing to it. After a while, the two of them calmed down. Kun turned to look at Laura and said, Little Laura, you've agreed to Xiao Hai's conditions, but you have to think carefully. Xiao Hai is the only heir of the Buddha family. Green and the others will definitely let Xiao Hai marry and have more children. Only then will the Buddha family be able to flourish. If you're interested, you'll have to fight with many women for husbands in the future. Lola sighed and said, I know, but how many men on the continent only have one wife in their lives, especially those nobles? I like Big Brother Hai and he likes me. If one day he doesn't like me anymore, then I'll just live my life alone. Anyway, I can still live well without a man. Quat. Kun Zheng sighed. This was a woman's impatience. Even though on the Ark continent, women had the right to inherit the throne and their status was similar to that of men, if one were to really count, women's status was still lower. There was no other way. The two of them chatted for a while, and then the shopkeepers of Laura's shop came to Casa City. Yesterday, Laura had sent a letter to those shopkeepers, asking them to gather in Casa City today, as she had something important to tell them. The big merchants in Cass City knew that there was a storm brewing in Cass City, and that something big was about to happen. Therefore, they didn't find Laura's actions strange. These shop owners were all trusted subordinates of Laura and her people. She had done them a great favor, so they were all loyal to her. They also knew what had happened recently, so when they heard Laura calling them, they rushed over no matter how far they were from Kassar City. Some of them were far away, and they had been on the road since last night. They were all riding wind-chasing horses, and they changed horses with several others. Finally, at noon, they said all the shop owners had rushed to Kassar City. Laura didn't go to see those shop owners immediately. Instead, she told them to have a meal and rest and wait until the afternoon. In the afternoon, Laura invited Xiao Hai and the others to a restaurant for lunch. When they arrived at Laura's place, it was indeed different from Rocky Mountain's place. They ate high-quality steak, the dishes were also very good, and the wine was also high quality. However, Xiao Hai wasn't used to such food. He only had a piece of steak. After dinner, Laura invited them to the living room. After they sat down, she said to Xiao Hai, "Big brother Hai, how many people can you help me take away at one time? How many items? This way I can be prepared." Xiao Hai smiled. "Quat, don't worry. You can bring as many things as you want. The same goes for the people. However, there's one thing you need to know. The people you bring must be completely trustworthy." Quat. Hearing Xiao Hai's words, Laura's face lit up. "Quat, don't worry. Of course, it has to be someone I can completely trust. Otherwise, if the secret of the Buda family is exposed, it will be troublesome." Quat. Megger smiled. "Mrs. Laura hasn't married into the family yet, and you're already planning for the Buda family. Are you in a hurry to become the young madam?" Grim and Kunzheng laughed when they heard that. Lola's face turned red and she glared at Meg. "Quat HMPH, if you keep talking nonsense, I won't let Big Brother Hai marry you." Meg's face turned red. She didn't expect Laura to see through her thoughts. Xiao Hai didn't expect Laura to make fun of her about this. He felt a little embarrassed. He looked at Green and said, "Quat Grandpa Green, Grandpa Kunzheng, please leave us for a moment. I want to talk to Laura alone." Quat. Green and the others looked at each other and saw a smile in each other's eyes. They turned around and left, leaving Xiao Hai and Laura in the room. It was Laura's first time to be alone with Xiao Hai in the room. She looked at Xiao Hai nervously, not knowing what he was going to say. Xiao Hai looked at Laura with infatuation. His gaze made her heart beat faster. After a while, Xiao Hai said, "Laura, do you hate me?" Lola was stunned for a moment. She did not know what Xiao Hai meant. They were already engaged. Why did he suddenly mention hatred? Xiao Hai looked at Lola's confused expression and sighed. "If I didn't appear, all these things wouldn't have happened. You wouldn't have been forced to leave Casa City, leave the Arca's empire, and even give up everything you have. We grew up together, and when I was at my lowest point, she was always by my side and took care of me. I don't deny that I have feelings for her, but I also have feelings for you. I can't give up on either of you. Am I being too greedy?" Emotional scenes were clearly her weakness, but she finally managed to rush it out. Lola looked at Xiao Hai in a daze. She did not expect Xiao Hai to say something like that. It was too unexpected. But at the same time, she was also very touched. There were no laws on the Arc continent that stipulated monogamy. If Xiao Hai liked her, he could marry all the women he liked. Laura was completely fine with it, because this was how the Arc continent was. In Laura's opinion, Xiao Hai said those words because he really liked her. Because he liked and loved her, he thought that having someone else in his heart was a betrayal to her. Therefore, he felt guilty. This was what touched her the most. Laura stood up gently and walked to Xiao Hai. She looked at him and said, "Quat brother Hai, don't be like this. I don't blame you. To be honest, I'm really afraid that you won't accept me. After all, Meg has known you since she was a child, much earlier than I did. You're also the patriarch of the Buda family, and you're the only heir in the entire family. For the future of the Buda family, you can't just have me as your only wife. I don't object to you marrying Meg. To be honest, I've seen that Meg has feelings for you long ago, and I've been mentally prepared for it. You don't have to worry about anything." Xiao Hai looked at Laura. The reason why he told her all this was because he couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart. His worldview had been formed on Earth for nearly 30 years. It wasn't something that could be changed easily. Furthermore, Xiao Hai truly had feelings for Laura, so he felt sorry for her. Hearing her words, Xiao Hai felt a little better. He looked at her and suddenly held her in his arms. Lola was stunned for a moment, but she did not resist. Instead, she gently leaned her head against Xiao Hai's chest. The two of them did not speak, but at this moment they seemed so warm. After a long while, Xiao Hai said to Laura, "Quat Laura, I'm sorry for making you lose your business. This is your hard work. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't be in this state today. Quat." Laura sat up straight from Xiao Hai's embrace and looked at him. "Quat big brother Hai, don't say that. I'm where I am now all because of you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be where I am today. Besides, I'm your fiancé now. What's mine is yours. If you continue to be so polite to me, I'm going to get angry." Quat. Looking at Laura's fake anger, Xiao Hai's heart was filled with warmth. Laura's beauty, intelligence, and understanding all made Xiao Hai feel warm and touched. Xiao Hai couldn't help but hug Laura tightly in his arms, as if he wanted to merge her into his body. Laura could also feel Xiao Hai's excitement. In Xiao Hai's arms, she smiled sweetly. At this moment, their hearts were tightly connected and would never be separated. With a thought, Xiao Hai and Laura appeared in the mansion in the medium. Suddenly, Laura felt that her surroundings had changed. She was no longer in her study room. She looked around curiously and confirmed that she was no longer in her study room. "Big brother Hai, we seem to have arrived at a strange place," she whispered to Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai let go of Laura and smiled. "This is not a strange place. This is the biggest secret of our Buda family. This is my territory." Laura was stunned and looked around in confusion. Xiao Hai smiled and pulled her up. They walked out of the villa and looked at the land and grassland outside. Lola looked at all of this in a daze. She saw the oil trees, bamboo rice, radishes, and other crops in the field. Most importantly, she saw the hingfish in the hot spring. As soon as she saw this, the smart Lola immediately understood that this was the production area of Paradise Products. However, she really didn't know where this place was. Xiao Hai looked at Laura and smiled. Do you know why I've always said that I'll only tell you my biggest secret if you marry me? Because this is my biggest secret. This is the special technique I got. The whole space is mine. I'm the god here. The oil fruits planted here will ripen in a few days. The bamboo rice planted here will ripen several times a day. The water and soil here can turn the land of the black soil wilderness into cultivated land and grow plants. If I put the undead creatures in this space, they will become my summoned creatures. This is a world with infinite possibilities. Lola looked around in confusion. Although she could understand the first word of Xiao Hai's words, she did not understand what they meant when they were put together. Xiao Hai looked at Laura and smiled. Quote, to put it simply, this place is like the space in an interspatial bag. The only difference is that this space has its own law and is not a subspace. This place coexists with the space outside. The space outside cannot affect this place, and this place cannot affect the space outside. In this space I am God. Quote. Laura looked at the high-spirited Xiao Hai. She finally understood what he meant. This surprise was too big for her. She couldn't believe it. Xiao Hai glanced at her and smiled. Quote, don't be surprised. This space is the place where the products of paradise are produced. Without my permission, no one else can enter. This is the biggest secret of our Buddha family. If this place is exposed, there will be no place for me in the entire continent. Lola nodded. Quote, that's right. If people find out about this place, you won't be able to stay on the continent. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Quote. Xiao Hai looked at Laura and smiled. It's too late even if you want to tell others. Don't forget, you're my fiancée now, hee. After saying that, he hugged Laura. Laura rolled her eyes at Xiao Hai but didn't say anything. She just smiled. She knew that Xiao Hai had accepted her. Xiao Hai brought Laura to familiarize herself with the space and then went to the farm. After that, they left the space. The two of them went to Laura's study room and called Green and the others in. When Green and the others entered the room and saw the two of them, they smiled. They didn't ask what Xiao Hai and Laura had talked about, as it was their secret. Now that Laura knew about Xiao Hai's ability, she was even more confident. In the afternoon, she immediately gathered all of her subordinates. These were all the store managers. As long as she explained the situation to them clearly, the Red Spider Lily shop would be able to operate normally. In fact, the task was very simple. She told them that if they needed anything in the future, they could directly look for Ivan. However, for the convenience of communication, Laura still told them about the magical beast eagle. If Laura had any problems, she would let the magical beast eagle find them. If they had any problems with Laura, they could go to Rocky Mountain. After these matters were settled, it was time to deal with the people in Xin Mansion. It was impossible for Laura to take all of them away. Except for Kun Zheng, Karen, Nicole, and Keel, she only took away a portion of the most loyal servants. If the others wanted to be civilians, they could be dismissed with money. If they wanted to continue working in the Red Spider Lily shop, Laura would hand them over to Ivan. What was left was to pack up their things. In the future, they would not be staying in the Xin residence. Over the years, Laura and the others had accumulated quite a lot of good things. Of course, they could not leave them for others. They had to take them all for their own use. After dinner, Xiao Hai called Kellen, Kun Zheng, and Nai to his study room and brought them into the origin space. Since they would be following him from now on, he was not afraid of them leaking any secrets. Kellen was stunned as soon as he arrived. It was the first time he had seen such a good environment. He immediately fell in love with this place after doing magic experiments at home all the time. Without a word, he occupied the basement of the villa in the space and made it his laboratory. There was nothing Xiao Hai could do about it. If Kellen wanted to take it, so be it. To be honest, Xiao Hai admired Kellen a lot. Although the things that Kellen was researching were useless in the eyes of others, in Xiao Hai's eyes, Kellen's value was incomparable to anyone else. The Ark continent was still in the early stages of magic machine literature. If they wanted to develop further, they would have to rely on people like Kellen. Therefore, Xiao Hai did not feel disgusted by Kellen's actions. Then Xiao Hai brought Kun Zheng and the others to the Iron Mountain Fortress. After all, it would be their base from now on, so he had to inform Kun Zheng and the others. After showing them around, they returned to the mansion in the realm and discussed what they should bring. Laura suggested a big purchase, and Xiao Hai and the others didn't object. Without Xiao Hai's space, Laura and the others wouldn't be able to take so many things away. However, with Xiao Hai's space, Laura was more confident. She didn't want to throw away anything she saw. Not only did she take away everything in the Xin mansion, but she also started to purchase large amounts of living supplies. Of course, it was impossible to keep the items from the Red Spider Lily shop. Under Laura's request, truckloads of items were moved into Xin mansion and were all kept into Xiao Hai's origin space. There were a lot of things to prepare, so they had to postpone their departure time. Fortunately, Laura had already handed over the shop to the Versailles family. Now, the shop had been completely handed over to the Versailles family to manage. As for the items that Laura had taken away, they would have to be deducted from Laura's profits. Laura didn't take these items for her own use. She wanted to sell them in the Orc Prairies. Xiao Hai had asked Laura about it. She indeed had business in the Orc Prairies. Therefore, Xiao Hai told her about his intention to do business there. Laura naturally agreed. This way, they could have more materials for the colored goods. In 10 days, a full 10 days, the people of Cass City discovered that carriages of all kinds of supplies were being pulled into Xin residence. The entire Xin residence was like a giant beast that could never be satiated, constantly devouring those things. They could only see the things entering, not the things leaving. Although the people of Cass City felt that it was strange, they did not say anything. Lola had also chosen things very appropriately. Other than the things that originally existed in the Xin residence, the rest of the things were things that could be used in the Beastmen plains. It must be known that the things that were suitable for Kassar City might not be suitable for the people of the Orc Prairies. The things that were needed in the Orc Prairies were different from what the civilians of Kassar City needed. It was precisely because of this that their actions didn't cause any fluctuations in the prices of daily necessities in the Versailles Duchy. The large trading companies were also very willing to sell these items to Laura. The big trading companies weren't very clean either. They often did business with orcs and smuggled things. Therefore, they knew what Laura was going to do when they saw the things that Laura and the others bought. They didn't stop her. After all, they would make less money by selling the things to Laura, and they could quickly transport the things from the rear. There was nothing strange about it. On the 10th night after Xiao Hai arrived at Cass City, Xiao Hai, Laura, Kunzheng, and Green gathered in Laura's study room. Laura was holding a report in her hand as she said to everyone, "Quad, I've just received news of the situation in the Duchy of Versailles. Today, a few groups of mercenaries entered the Duchy of Versailles and are currently moving towards Kassar City. The situation is unclear." Quat. Quat, what's there to be confused about? Kunzheng snorted. Quat, they're here to deal with us. They must know about Xiao Hai's arrival in Cass City. They're trying to wipe us out this time. Quat. Grim nodded and said, I think so too. HMPH, let them come. We'll take care of them and leave immediately. I want to see what they can do to us. Quat. Laura turned to Xiao Hai and said, Brother Hai, shouldn't we deal with Aroga and the others? Why didn't you do anything to them these days? Xiao Hai nodded. Quad, it's time to solve it. They know too much these days. We have to solve it. I didn't want to kill these people who can't fight back, but now I have no choice. Quat. Hearing Xiao Hai's words, Laura and the others understood that Xiao Hai was trying to find an excuse for himself. An excuse that he had to kill Aroga and the others. This kind of behavior might seem laughable, but in a sense it had its merits. At the very least, it would make Xiao Hai and the others feel better. After dinner, Aroga and the others returned to their rooms. All of their weapons had been taken away. After a few days of observation, Aroga knew that Laura and the others had made up their minds to kill them. However, there was nothing else that Aroga could do. They didn't have any weapons, and they were surrounded by the undead creatures. No one could escape. The only thing they could do now was to stay in their rooms. If Laura really wanted to kill them, they could only fight her to the death. Sorrow. Aroga had never felt so sorrowful before. He thought back to how high-spirited he used to be. In the entire Arca's empire, no matter where he went, as long as he revealed his identity as Carlo's manager, no one would dare to look down on him. But now he had fallen into such a state, waiting for death. He was like a blue-eyed rabbit transported into a slaughterhouse, waiting for someone to stab him in the back. This feeling was really unbearable. He had thought about fighting back, but it was useless. No matter how much trouble they caused, the undead creatures wouldn't care about them. However, as soon as they got close to the undead creatures, they would attack them immediately. They wouldn't kill them but would break their legs and throw them into the courtyard. It was that simple. If they were humans, he could have tried to contact them and give them benefits to get them to spare his life. Unfortunately, they weren't facing humans but undead creatures. A group of undead creatures that wouldn't be bribed. No matter how many schemes he had, he couldn't execute them. These days of mental suffering had made him feel as if he had aged 10 years. He never thought that he would have such a day. He also never thought that Laura would be so ruthless. She had actually raised them up and was ready to kill them at any time. However, these days, a belief had been supporting him. He believed that Carlo would send someone to save him. As Carlo's trusted manager, he knew very well that not only was the Magidera family behind Carlo, but also the king of the south, Boric. At a critical moment, Carlo would definitely ask Boric to help. This was the spiritual pillar that allowed Aroga to hold on. For the past few days, Aroga had been working hard to gather information on Laura. As long as they didn't leave the courtyard, they could move freely in the Xin residence's courtyard. Aroga wanted to gather more information on Laura so that he could use it in the future. He was very clear about what Laura had done these days. Because of her actions, he was more determined to survive. Laura's actions obviously meant that they were going to escape. If they were going to escape, there was only one explanation: the enemy was coming. Laura only had one enemy, Carlo. It was precisely because of this fact that he was even more determined to live. At the same time, Aroga also noticed the few warehouses in Xin Mansion's backyard. Those few warehouses seemed to never be filled. Cart after cart of things were pulled in and out empty. However, he did not realize that those warehouses were full. It was as if those warehouses were bottomless pits. Aroga did not think that there would be invisible storage equipment in the warehouse. He only thought that there must be a secret tunnel or something like that in the warehouse. He had moved everything out of the warehouse. He had secretly recorded all this and was ready to tell Carlo. However, he also knew that it would be very difficult. Laura would not let them go, especially when he saw the carts of supplies being pulled into the Zin mansion. He knew that Laura would not let them go, but he still held on to a glimmer of hope and hoped that he could survive. As usual this evening, Oroja had already counted the time. It had been 10 days since Laura started transporting a large number of items to the Zin residence. By right, the items that were transported in could even fill up the entire Zin residence. However, the strange thing was that those items disappeared as soon as they entered the Zin residence. Oroja really didn't know where Laura had taken those items to. Hearing this, Aroga lay quietly on his bed, thinking about Laura's actions these days. He didn't understand why Laura would suddenly do this. She dared to challenge Carlo all of a sudden. What did she have? Just because of what Ivan said. That's not possible, right? As he was thinking about this, he suddenly smelled a fragrance. The fragrance was getting stronger and stronger, and he suddenly felt that it was getting harder and harder to breathe. He was jolted awake and wanted to jump out of his bed to warn everyone that Laura had poisoned him. However, even though his head gave the order to jump up, his body didn't follow it. His body seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and it simply didn't listen to his command. He wanted to shout, but he found that even opening his mouth was difficult. Oro couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of poison is this? It's so powerful." That was his last thought. This was the rainbow flower's poison. Xiao Hai had asked Kai to poison them. They had to die, but they couldn't make too much noise. The rainbow flower's poison was stronger than before because of the space's enhancement. In the past, the rainbow flower's poison could only be considered a slow-acting poison, but now that he had added the space pesticide, it had become a highly toxic poison. Overnight, the three of them died without a trace. Xiao Hai had turned them into undead creatures. However, the things that were known to the three of them were limited. Apart from knowing Carlo's relationship with Boric, he didn't know as much as Leka and the others. Although he did mention some things about Carlo, it was no longer important. Compared to Boric, the powerful king of the south, Carlo was at best a clown. On the 11th day, Laura and the others were no longer transporting supplies to the Zin residence. They had transported too many supplies over the past few days, and if they were to continue transporting them, it might affect the daily necessities market in the Versailles Duchy. Laura didn't want to offend the Versailles family at this final moment. Laura had also started to send people out. She gave money to those who wanted to become free civilians and let them go home. The rest were those who were loyal to her. Kun Zhang had already counted them. There were a total of 54 of them. 22 of them were warriors, while the rest were family slaves. They were brought along by Laura when she was developing the Duchy of Versailles. These people weren't in charge, and what they did wasn't very important. However, it had to be said that they were the most loyal group of Laura's subordinates. 3 of them were carpenters, 3 of them were blacksmiths, and 6 of them were in charge of taking care of Laura's magical beasts. In Earth terms, these people were coachmen. In addition to these people, the rest of the people were their family members. There were men and women. The men were generally servants at home, and the women were maids or cooks. In addition to Laura, Kun Zhang, Nicole, Karen, Kiel, and Sean, there were a total of 60 people who had joined the Buda family. From today onwards, they were no longer members of the Makito family, but members of the Buda family. Xiao Hai had sent them off after they had gathered, leaving only Laura, Green, Kun Zhang, Nier, and Meg to accompany him in the Zin residence. They were waiting for Carlo and the others to come. Weren't there already a few groups of mercenaries coming to Cassar City? They wanted to take care of these people and then leave. This time, they had been forced to leave Cassar City and the Duchy of Versailles. They had been holding a grudge in their hearts, and if they didn't vent it, they would feel terrible. Xiao Hai and the others knew that the mercenaries would arrive at Cass City in the next 2 days, and they would probably take action at that time. They had been completely well-behaved for the past 2 days and closed the door to the Zin mansion. No one went out and no one came in. Compared to the busy situation 2 days ago, it was as if they were in 2 different worlds. Although the forces in Cass City felt that it was strange, they were not too surprised when Laura sent people a few days ago. They only felt that Laura and the others had secretly left, and the people of the big trading companies did not care about where the supplies were brought into the Zin mansion. Every big merchant like Laura had their own secret passage, and there were more than 1 or 2 companies with secret passages. They could completely transport the goods through the secret passage. Large trading companies had their own way of survival. The headquarters of the large trading company in the continent's first medium-sized city market almost all had secret passages leading to the outside of the city. This was almost an open secret, but no one knew how deep their secret passages were and where they led. It could be said that the secret passage was the last way for these big merchants to save their lives. It was the most secret existence of a family. Except for the core members of the family, no one knew where the passage was, so no one in the big merchants cared about the whereabouts of the materials. On the contrary, the attitude of Laura and the others made the people of the big trading companies think of another point. It should be known that this secret passage was the most important lifeline of every family, and it couldn't be moved unless it was a life and death situation. Now that Laura and the others had moved this secret passage, it meant that they were already at the critical moment of life and death. This made the big families who didn't know that Boric was involved in this matter feel really confused. Those big families thought that Laura was doing this because the Versailles family was no longer supporting her. Laura couldn't win against the Magicider family, so she had to give up everything here and run away. However, those big merchants still didn't touch Laura. In their opinion, although the Versailles family wouldn't help Laura deal with the magicians, Laura wasn't someone to be trifled with. A few days ago, Xiao Hai had entered Xinfu and didn't come out. Those people had all seen it. Xiao Hai's strength was very strong, and this was publicly acknowledged. They didn't want to provoke a powerful black magician. The business in Laura's shop was still going on as usual. No one dared to snatch any business from her. This was because Laura and the Versailles family had already publicly announced that Laura had transferred the Paramita flower shop to the Versailles family. From now on, the Paramita flower shop belonged to the Versailles family. The major trading companies paid more attention to this news. The Red Spider Lily shop currently controlled about 40% of the daily necessities market in the entire Versailles duchy. This share was too high. Previously, the Red Spider Lily shop was in Laura's hands. Laura only cooperated with the Versailles duchy and didn't suppress them too much. However, it was different now. All the shops were in the hands of the Versailles family. In other words, in the Versailles duchy, the Red Spider Lily shop was the most powerful merchant in the entire world. It meant that the country controlled the majority of the daily necessities market. In the future, it would be impossible for them to cause any trouble in the daily necessities market. It was precisely because they knew that Laura was about to leave that they were no longer in the mood to pay attention to her. Instead, they focused their attention on the Red Spider Lily shop. Now that the Red Spider Lilies had belonged to the Versailles family, it was hard to tell what changes would happen to the daily necessities market in the Versailles duchy in the future. The mercenaries didn't make Laura and the others wait too long. On the 15th day of Xiao Hai's arrival, the mercenaries had already entered the city. The Versailles family had their eyes on the mercenaries as soon as they entered Cassar City. They knew everything about the mercenaries, and they even told Laura and the others about it. Ivan felt guilty towards Laura, so he wanted to make it up to her. In the past few days, Laura and the others had not been idle. They had sent all the people who were willing to follow her to the Iron Mountain Fortress. Xiao Hai had already decided not to keep anyone in Rocky Mountain. Kai had put away the rainbow flower vines, and the black mist had also dispersed. However, because that was Xiao Hai's territory, no one dared to enter without his permission. Not many people had the courage to go to places where black magicians used to live. They were afraid that there was poison there. In addition, there were clear rules about personal property on the mainland. For example, if someone barged into Rocky Mountain that Xiao Hai had bought, Xiao Hai would be fine even if he killed the person. After sending those people to the Iron Mountain Fortress, Xiao Hai wouldn't have to worry about them running away anymore. Even if there were spies among them, Xiao Hai wouldn't be afraid. There were undead creatures guarding the Iron Mountain Fortress and eagles patrolling in the sky. Even if those people knew the situation there, they wouldn't be able to spread the news. Additionally, they had also decorated the Iron Mountain Castle in the past few days. Laura had moved all the items from Xin Mansion over. Xin Mansion was not small and had many good items. Previously, Xiao Hai had not decorated the Iron Mountain Castle at all. He only put some simple and crude furniture there. Now, after Laura moved the items from Xin Mansion into the Iron Mountain Castle, it really looked like a rich aristocrat. These days, Xiao Hai took them around the Iron Mountain Fortress, including the lake in the mountain, the mine, and the rabbit farm. Kun Zheng, Laura, and the others were amazed as they had not imagined that Xiao Hai could build such a place in such a short period of time. With these things, Xiao Hai's farm was upgraded, and he could raise another 100 animals. This made Xiao Hai very happy, and he immediately raised some long-haired pigs. The long-haired pig was rated as a level 4 in the realm, but outside the realm, it was only a level 1. It did not have any offensive capabilities and was the most common carnivore on the continent. Xiao Hai didn't keep too many long-haired boars. The Paramita flower shop wasn't under Laura's control, and it would be inconvenient to cooperate with the Versailles family. Hence, Xiao Hai kept these long-haired boars for the sake of storing them. First, he wanted to provide them with meat, and second, he wanted them to be useful in the future. Over the past few days, Laura and the others had gained a good understanding of the spatial realm. They were already used to the various magical aspects of the spatial realm. However, the one who was the most carefree now was Kellen. Ever since Kellen had obtained the basement of the spatial villa as his laboratory, he rarely came out. He was busy every day, and only when he was tired would he come out to take a nap or go out to the grasslands to relax. His days were free and unfettered. In Xiao Hai's opinion, Kellen was even more of an otaku than he was on Earth. He barely left the house. Other than eating and sleeping, he would stay in the lab. When he was bored, he would take a walk outside the villa, but he never mentioned leaving the inner space. In his own words, he didn't like to meet so many people. When he was in the Xin residence, he didn't really leave the residence. When he was tired of staying in the house, he would walk around the courtyard. It had been a long time since he left the Xin residence. Xiao Hai was speechless when he heard this. Kellen could be considered the otherworld's version of the ultimate otaku, even more so than Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai was also very impatient. It was very difficult for a shut-in to come into contact with the world, not to mention that Kellen was a shut-in who was dedicated to research. It was just like a person who was devoted to a career. It was too difficult to change, but Xiao Hai didn't want to change him. The space had expanded a lot, so he could go out and walk around if he wanted to. If he didn't want to, he could just stay in his room. The air in the space was fresh, so he wouldn't be in danger. It was good for his body. Xiao Hai didn't ask much about what Kellen was researching. Even if he did, he wouldn't understand. Kellen was researching magic arrays. Although Adam knew about the existence of magic arrays in the past, with his ignorant and incompetent personality, he wouldn't have come into contact with them. Xiao Hai was busy every day and didn't have time to come into contact with magic arrays, so he didn't understand anything. But even so, there would be people keeping watch at the Xin residence every day because Ivan would send them information from time to time. Xiao Hai and the others were counting on this information. The information they received today was simple. The mercenaries would come to deal with Laura tonight, and they had told Ivan to stay out of tonight's business. Ivan wanted to scold them away, but for the sake of the Versailles family, he had to swallow his anger. However, he had also told them not to make too much of a scene, or else he would not show them any mercy. Some people might think that these 2 chapters were a little slow, but in fact, these 2 chapters were answers to some questions raised by some readers in the book review section. I won't reply to them one by one in the book review section. Laura held the report in her hand and smiled bitterly at Xiao Hai. The situation is more powerful than the people. Boric, the king of the south, told the Versailles family to ignore tonight's matter, so the Versailles family had no choice but to agree. Fortunately, Duke Ivan is a good person. Otherwise, he would pretend to cooperate with us while helping the Southern King deal with us. Even if we have Brother Hai's space, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape this calamity. Quat. Kun Zheng nodded his head. He understood Laura's intentions. Even though Xiao Hai had his own personal space, he would not have come to Kassar City if not for the fact that Ivan had stopped forming an alliance with them. If not for the fact that so many things had happened at the same time, Laura and Xiao Hai would not have ended their relationship so quickly. Love was a process. Love at first sight only existed in legends. Even if it did exist, it would not happen to Xiao Hai and Laura. However, it was undeniable that Laura had a good impression of Xiao Hai because she had saved Xiao Hai's life. Xiao Hai also had a good impression of her because she looked like Taylor. In addition, she had been helping him sell the crops from the realm. This was equivalent to helping Xiao Hai by a large margin. Xiao Hai's impression of her deepened. Both of them had a good impression of each other, but because of the short time, they didn't show it. But this time, it happened too suddenly. They had to leave their home and face the ignorant future. This was the time when people were the most vulnerable. When people were vulnerable, it was often easier to generate a kind of passion and impulse. Even if it was a small emotion, it would be magnified infinitely. Xiao Hai and Laura had a good impression of each other. Under the influence of this emotion, the two of them finally had a spark and revealed their feelings for each other. That was how they got to where they were today. Now that the matter had been settled, Xiao Hai and Laura could face each other calmly. Their feelings had already found a home and they had already acknowledged each other as their lovers. Naturally, they could face each other calmly. People were like this. When something happened, they would feel uneasy and retreat before facing it directly. However, when he really faced it and resolved the matter, he would naturally be calm. All of this was just a coincidence. If it wasn't for Carlo's group, none of this would have happened. Even if it did happen, it wouldn't have happened so quickly. It could be said that Carlo's group's actions had acted as a catalyst, speeding up the speed of everything. Xiao Hai smiled and said, "You can't blame Ivan for this. He has a big family to manage. It's already very good that he can do this. After all, he can't be like us, giving up everything here and leaving the Arca's empire. As long as he is in the Arca's empire, he will have to give Boric some face, but this is nothing. We can deal with this attack on our own, Quat." Lola smiled. "Quat, that's right. We can handle it ourselves. It's a good chance to vent my anger. I haven't been able to vent it these days, Quat." Kun Zhang and the others laughed. They were not afraid of the incoming attack at all. So what if it was a 9th rank expert? They had 2 9th rank experts here. As long as they used the Black Mist spell to cover Xin Mansion, the people outside would not be able to see what was going on. They could just start fighting here. However, Boric did not dare to send a rank 9 powerhouse to Kassar City to kill them. If he really did send a rank 9 powerhouse, that would be equivalent to falling out with the Versailles clan. The rank 9 powerhouses of the Versailles clan would not be polite. This was also an unwritten rule on the continent. In a city guarded by a rank 9 powerhouse, other rank 9 powerhouses could not enter without reason, or else they would be regarded as a challenge. Although the Versailles family's wind Saint Boff had entered the Carrion Swamp and his fate was unknown, there was still the primordial Chaos Sword Saint in charge. This Lord Sword Saint was very famous on the continent, and ordinary people didn't dare to lightly provoke him. It was precisely because of this that Xiao Hai and the others were not worried. As long as they were not level 9 experts, Grim would be able to handle them. They had nothing to fear. At this moment, Grim's expression suddenly changed, and he said in a deep voice, "Who's there? Come out. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." An eerie voice said, impressive indeed. As expected of a peak rank 8 powerhouse to actually be able to see through my spirit stealth. Hearing this voice, Xiao Hai and the others immediately moved. Meg had already taken out the magic sealing iron scroll. Xiao Hai had an extra light protection spell on him, and Kun was protecting Lola behind him. Grim stared at a corner of the room and said coldly, "Quad a grade 8 black mage is suddenly powerful. It's a pity that your spirit stealth technique is not good enough. Quad." Spirit stealth was a high-level black magic. The main use of this magic was for assassination and could also be used to avoid enemies. It was specially used by black mages, and other mages could not learn it. Once the spirit stealth technique was used, it would be like a spirit, invisible and shapeless, making people unable to sense its existence. It was precisely because of this characteristic that it was called the spirit stealth technique. Grim had seen this kind of ghost stealth before. On the battlefield, both sides would use all means to kill each other. Grim was famous for being a spirit wind general at that time, so naturally he would not be lacking in assassinations. He had seen this kind of ghost stealth more than once or twice, so he was very experienced. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to detect the approaching people. The man chuckled when he heard Grim's words. Although he was laughing, the gloominess in his laughter did not weaken at all, making people feel particularly uncomfortable. As the laughter continued, the figure slowly appeared. He was wearing a black magic robe that looked a little old, and he held a wooden magic staff in his hand. Although the magic staff was made of wood, it was black in color and was more than 2 meters long. There were many strange symbols engraved on the staff, and the head of the staff had a very strange shape which looked very strange. "Who are you?" Grim coldly looked at the man. "Who sent them?" The mage smiled and bowed to them. "Quat, please allow me to introduce myself. I am an elder of the Black Mage Alliance, Maru." Nehai and the others looked at Maru in confusion. This was the first time they had heard of the Black Magician Alliance. Even the well-informed Laura and the others had never heard of such an alliance on the continent. Maru obviously saw their confusion, and he smiled. "I know that none of you have heard of the Black Magician Alliance, but this is not surprising. It has only been 5 years since the establishment of the Black Magician Alliance. Besides some of the Black Magicians in the Alliance, no one else knows of the existence of this organization." "Don't waste your breath," said Grim with a frown. "Just state your purpose in coming." Maru did not get angry. He just smiled and turned to Xiao Hai. "I'm here to invite Mr. Xiao Hai to join the Black Magician Alliance." Xiao Hai and the rest were stunned when they heard Maru's words. Xiao Hai looked at Maru in confusion. "Why did you invite me?" "Please allow me to take a seat," Maru said with a smile. Maru had been very polite and courteous all this time, just like a gentleman. This lowered Xiao Hai and the others' guard. With Green around, Xiao Hai didn't have to worry about his own safety. He asked Meg to put away the angel's protection and invited Maru to take a seat. After Maru sat down, Meg poured him a glass of cocoa. Maru thanked her politely, which made Xiao Hai even more curious about him. From the beginning until now, Maru's behavior was even more like a noble than Xiao Hai's, a noble who was extremely elegant. Maru took a sip of kia and put it down. He looked at Xiao Hai and said, "Quat, Mr. Xiao Hai, as a black magician, you must have felt that the black magicians on the continent have been isolated. It is very inconvenient for them to walk around. Most people think of us as more terrifying existences than mercenaries, assassins, thieves, and liars. It is as if we are demons that will eat people at any time." Xiao Hai was touched by this. Although the black mages looked impressive and no one dared to provoke them, as Maru had said, the black mages had been isolated by the people of the mainland. In the eyes of the mainland, the black mages were synonymous with evil, which was not a good thing. Seeing Xiao Hai nod, Maru continued. "In fact, at the beginning, the people on the continent didn't think of black mages this way. Although black mages' behavior is strange, the potions and black magic that we developed are very helpful for people's treatment. Also, because we black mages can summon dark creatures, we are an indispensable fighting force for the major aristocrats and major forces. With us, no one would dare to be arrogant in the dark. This time, it was Kun Zheng and the rest's turn to nod. Kun Zheng and the rest had lived for many years and knew that what Maru said was true. In the past, many nobles and countries liked to hire black mages because their characteristics determined their combat power at night. Back then, black mages were an indispensable existence in the military of various countries. Now, there were almost no black mages in the military of various countries. Maru's smile grew wider when he saw everyone's reaction. However, he quickly kept his smile and said to Xiao Hai and the others, "Quat, but this situation changed slowly. I don't know when it started, but the people on the continent began to spread that the black mages were the symbol of evil, the embodiment of the devil. Slowly, people began to isolate the black mages. We didn't realize this problem at first, but when we discovered this problem later, the people on the continent had already isolated the black mages." Quat. Maru's voice was heavy. It was obvious that the severity of the problem had exceeded his imagination, which was why he was so serious. Once a profession was isolated by everyone, it would have no way to continue existing. It was destined to be destroyed. This was because if a profession wanted to be passed down, it needed people. The most important thing was people. Once no one thought highly of this profession, no one would want to join it. A profession that had lost its inheritance was like a family that had lost its inheritance. It would be destroyed sooner or later. It was because of this that Maru and the rest realized the seriousness of the matter. The inheritance of the black mages was about to be broken. No one was willing to learn black magic. This was not good news for them. Maru continued, "After we discovered this situation, we immediately began to investigate. Such rumors would not appear on the mainland for no reason. Someone must have done it on purpose. After careful investigation, we found out that all of this was pushed by the people of the Church of Light." Quat. To be honest, this answer was not out of Xiao Hai's expectations. Currently, black magicians were isolated on the continent, while light magicians were more respected. The reason why light magicians had such a status was because they hunted and killed black magicians everywhere. If those rumors had nothing to do with the light mages, no one would believe them. However, for those in power, this matter did not seem to be a bad thing. The doctrine of the Church of Light was to let ordinary civilians know their place and not resist the ruler even if they had a hard time. Because in the doctrine of the Church of Light, the reason why you suffered was so that you could go to heaven after death. What kind of place was heaven? No one had seen it before, but according to the doctrine of the Church of Light, it was the most beautiful place in the world. People there did not have to do anything, but there were endless food and beautiful clothes to wear. There was no doubt that such a doctrine was more beneficial to the rulers, so the rulers of the countries did not oppose the preaching of the Church of Light. They also adopted a laissez-faire attitude towards the suppression of the black mages. Maru saw that Xiao Hai and the others were not surprised. He could not help but smile bitterly. He secretly laughed at himself for being slow to realize. Xiao Hai and the others had obviously expected this outcome, but he and the others took such a long time to realize. Maru smiled bitterly. Quite it was because of this that some knowledgeable black mages on the continent spontaneously organized and formed the Black Mage Alliance. The Black Mage Alliance has two main goals. One is to fight against the Church of Light, and the other is to pass on black magic. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded and looked at Maru. "So you came to me. You just want me to join the Black Magician Alliance because I'm also a black magician." Maru nodded and said, "Yes, because you are also a black mage. For a black mage like you, the Church of Light will definitely find time to deal with you. Zhao Jia, who came to deal with you some time ago, was actually also from the Church of Light. He was sent by the Church of Light to deal with you. What you don't know is that the power of the Church of Light is far stronger than what they show." Quat. Xiao Hai and the others looked at Maru. Maru looked at them and said in a deep voice, "Quite you wouldn't have thought that there are many small duchies on the continent that are already under the control of the Church of Light. The King of the South, Boric, is also a guardian knight of the Church of Light. The reason why Boric came to deal with you is not only because of Carlo, but also because of the wishes of the Church of Light." Quat. This was beyond Xiao Hai's expectations. They did not expect that the King of the South, Boric, would become a guardian knight of the Church of Light with his great power. It was too surprising. Maru looked at Xiao Hai and continued, "Quat, don't be surprised. The Church of Light is actually composed of 3 parts. The first is the archbishops led by the Pope, the second is the Knights of the Round Table made up of guardian knights, and the third is the Association of Walkers made up of the ascetics. Although these 3 parts belong to the Church of Light, they are relatively independent. The archbishops led by the Pope are mainly responsible for managing the daily operation of the Church of Light, while the Knights of the Round Table are mainly responsible for protecting the Church of Light. The Walker Society's main task is to spread the faith." Xiao Hai and the others listened quietly. Seeing how detailed Maru was, it was obvious that they had been investigating the Church of Light for a long time. It seemed like the saying, "the person who knows you best is your enemy," was true. Although the Pope manages the daily operations of the Church of Light, he doesn't have the power to manage the Knights of the Round Table and the Association of Walkers, Maru continued. Although the Knights of the Round Table of the Church of Light was called the Knights Association, most of them were people with real power in various countries. Each of them had an extraordinary identity. They formed the management of the Knights of the Round Table and managed some armed forces of the Church of Light. In addition to the archbishops, the Pope also controlled some unknown forces of the Church of Light, such as some assassin organizations and some mercenary groups. Compared to these two, the power of the Association of Travelers was slightly weaker. They could be said to be the most devout believers in the Church of Light. They usually wore coarse clothes and traveled all over the continent all year round. On one hand, they spread the teachings of the Church of Light, and on the other hand, they taught people how to cure illnesses. They had no money on them, so they either hunted for food or relied on others' alms. Therefore, the Association of Adepts was usually composed of mages. However, as the life of the Church of Light was getting better and better, fewer and fewer people were willing to be ascetics. There aren't many real ascetics left. At this point, Maru could not help but show a look of admiration. It was obvious that he still agreed with the ascetics, even though they were now enemies with the Church of Light. This was the first time Xiao Hai had heard of ascetic training. It sounded like a monk, but it was a little different. It sounded much stronger than a monk. Maru sighed and said, if the Church of Light were like the ascetics, then the continent would be blessed. Unfortunately, there are not many mages who can bear the hardships of the ascetics. The Church of Light is now controlled by the Pope and the Knights of the Round Table. They are unscrupulous in ways to improve the status of the Church of Light in the people's hearts of the continent and try to make money from their own hands. They are greedier than businessmen and more unscrupulous than politicians. Quat. At this point, Maru was already gritting his teeth. It was obvious that the suppression of black magic was led by the Pope and the Knights of the Round Table. Maru calmed himself down and turned to Xiao Hai. Quite, you may not have thought that the undead mercenary group that was targeting Laura was actually controlled by the Church of Light. The 3 assassins that followed Zhao Jia to deal with you were also the real mastermind behind the scenes. It's just that no one knew about it. HMPH, the Church of Light, they pretend to be compassionate on the outside, but secretly they are doing evil things that are even more evil than the devil. Quat. Xiao Hai and the others were stunned. This news was too shocking for them. They couldn't link the undead mercenary group and the shadow assassin group with the Church of Light. Maru knew this information and had obviously done a detailed investigation on them. It seemed that the Black Magician Alliance wasn't a good person. Xiao Hai and Laura were both stunned. Then they looked at each other. Although Maru's words did not seem like anything, he had revealed to Xiao Hai that the Black Mage Alliance might be short of funds. The two of them were not stupid. There must be a reason for Maru to be so honest with Xiao Hai. At first, Xiao Hai did not know the reason, but now he did. To put it bluntly, it was money. Maru looked at the two and knew what they were thinking. He said with a serious expression, please don't misunderstand, Mr. Xiao Hai. I'm not asking you to join the Black Magician Alliance for your money. Although the Black Magician Alliance is an alliance organization, there is no hierarchy. The alliance doesn't have a leader, only an elder council. The elder council doesn't order a magician to do anything. Even if they want a magician to do something, they have to listen to the magician's own opinion. Or is it because you are a black mage? We will invite all the black mages on the continent, except those controlled by the Church of Light, to join the alliance. Are there any requirements after joining the alliance? Xiao Hai nodded. Maru knew that there was a chance when he heard Xiao Hai's words. He immediately said, Quad, I don't have any excessive requests. I only have 2 main requests. 1, if you encounter any trouble in the future, you must help. 2, you must find a way to collect all the information about the Church of Light, and you can also deal with the Church of Light on your own. These are the only 2 requests. Quad. Xiao Hai nodded. Then what can the alliance provide me? Of course, I'm not talking about funding, but help in other areas. Maru smiled. Quad, of course there will be. The alliance can provide you with information and manpower. Of course, you will have to pay a portion of the money to the alliance. You will also have to pay those people a commission. Quad. Xiao Hai nodded. He could accept these conditions. If the Black Magician Alliance was really that loose, there would be no problem for him to join. Maru looked at Xiao Hai and laughed. Quad, as long as you join the alliance can provide you with ordinary information. If you want the alliance to help you investigate some special situation, or if you want to investigate someone, the alliance will charge you a certain fee. The fee will be based on the difficulty of the investigation and the identity of the person. Of course, the alliance will also release some tasks. For example, if there are some mages who want to know the situation of a specific person, the alliance can pay you a commission for helping them. If a mage needs those magic beasts, you can help to catch them and the alliance will give you a commission. Xiao Hai laughed. This Black Magician Alliance was really interesting. Why did it sound like the mercenary guilds that were common in novels on Earth? What they did was really similar to what the mercenary guilds did, but their targets were all black magicians. Xiao Hai smiled and asked, "Do I need any hand gestures to join the alliance?" When Maru heard Xiao Hai say that, he knew that Xiao Hai was tempted. He quickly said, "There's no need for any gestures. As long as you agree to join the alliance, it'll be fine. In the future, you can't spread the matters of the alliance and you can't betray the alliance. If you agree, take this and you'll be an official member of the Black Magician Alliance." As he spoke, he took out a small badge. This badge was only the size of a 1 yuan coin on Earth. On the front was a pattern of dark clouds covering the sun, but on the back was a small pin-like thing that could be attached to the clothes. Xiao Hai took a closer look at the simple badge and looked up at Maru. "Such a simple badge, aren't you afraid of being forged?" Maru smiled and said, "It won't. Although this badge is not eye-catching, the metal used to make it was accidentally obtained by an elder in our alliance during a magic experiment. This metal is not hard, but it is very malleable. After it has a fixed shape, if it is deformed by an external attack, it can slowly return to its original shape. There is a number on the badge, so no one can block it." Quat. Memory metal. No matter how Xiao Hai listened to it, he felt that this thing was like memory metal. He did not expect to see it on the Ark continent. Xiao Hai picked up the small badge and looked at it carefully. However, he couldn't tell anything from it. He put the badge back on the table and turned to Maru. "If the alliance really doesn't have so many rules, I agree to join." Maru couldn't help but be overjoyed. He had a certain understanding of Xiao Hai and knew that he was very strong. Zhao Jie and the others had gone to deal with Xiao Hai, but they had disappeared without a trace. The undying mercenary group had also disappeared from the continent after being forced back by Xiao Hai when they attacked Laura. All of these proved Xiao Hai's strength. With such a powerful magician joining the Black Mage Alliance, they would have more strength. This was what Maru was most happy about. Obviously, the Black Magician Alliance was much better than the Church of Light. Their goal was very simple. Just like what Maru had told Xiao Hai, they wanted to help the Black Magicians and pass on their black magic. The second was to fight against the Church of Light. Compared to the Church of Light, the organization of the Black Magician Alliance was too loose. However, it lacked a sense of utility. This was why Xiao Hai joined the Black Magician Alliance. Seeing Xiao Hai keep the badge, Maru was relieved. He smiled at Xiao Hai. "Quite okay, you'll be a member of the Black Magician Alliance in the future. The main purpose of our alliance is to help the Black Magicians and fight against the Church of Light. You don't have to worry about being bound by any restrictions." Quat. Xiao Hai laughed. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Since Mr. Maru is here, we have to treat him well. Laura, get the servants ready. I'll treat Mr. Maru to a meal later. After that, I'll treat him to a good show." Quat. Lola smiled. "Quite okay, I'll get someone to prepare it. There are still a few hunchback fish left. I'll treat you to it, Mr. Maru." Quat. After that, he instructed Nai to go and prepare. Maru looked at them with a strange expression. He had heard of Laura's name before. It seemed like Laura and Xiao Hai weren't just partners. However, they were simply benefactors. The two of them were acting too close. Most importantly, Maru heard that Laura was going to treat him to a plate of Hingyu. Although the Hingyu wasn't a high-level magic beast, it was still very unpalatable. Maru was only a black mage, so he had never eaten Hingyu before. When he heard Laura's words, he was a little surprised. The hinkies that Laura took from Xiao Hai were either gifts or eaten by her. She didn't sell them at all. Therefore, people on the continent didn't know that Laura had so many hinkies. Maru was a little flattered by such treatment. After all, the Hyuding was a tribute. With the current status of the Black Mages, few people had ever eaten it. He did not expect to have the good fortune of eating it today. Maru understood what Xiao Hai meant when he said he wanted to invite him to watch the show. He had done his research before coming here. In the past 2 days, Boric had sent people to Kassar City. It seemed that they were going to deal with Xiao Hai and the others. He didn't understand what Xiao Hai and the others meant. Looking at Xiao Hai and the others, it seemed that they were waiting for something. After hearing what Xiao Hai said, Maru immediately understood that Xiao Hai was waiting for the people that Boric had sent. However, Maru did not say anything. If he wanted to stay, so be it. After all, Boric was also a member of the Church of Light, so it would be good to take care of them. "Mr. Maru, may I know how many people are in the alliance?" Xiao Hai asked. Maru nodded and said, "Of course, we have more than 13,600 people in our alliance. Although this number seems a lot, you have to know that we have invited all the black mages on the continent to join. Although some black mages can't be contacted and some are unwilling to join, we have contacted about 40 black mages on the continent. In the end, there are only so few people. Our days are really not good." Quat. Xiao Hai nodded. He wasn't very familiar with the situation on the Ark continent, but he could tell from the Duchy of Versailles that the population on the Ark continent was quite large. It seemed to be even larger than Earth, so the population should be no less than Earth's. Under such circumstances, a continental-based organization like the Black Mage Guild only had about 10,000 members. This ratio was really too small. Don't tell me that our alliance isn't like the Church of Light, which controls a few mercenary groups. Xiao Hai turned to Maru and asked. Maru laughed. Quite as you know, we are an alliance. The power directly under the alliance's command is not very large, but some mages have established their own forces, just like you. You already have a lot of power in your hands. If necessary, the alliance can ask you for help. The power around you is actually a part of the alliance's power. However, we are not like the Church of Light, where we give direct orders. We usually ask the mages to do things. If you don't want to help, we won't be able to avoid it. Xiao Hai asked curiously, if he doesn't help, will the alliance still provide him with information? Wouldn't that be a huge loss for the alliance? Maru chuckled and said, the alliance is not a business. The main purpose of the alliance is to help the black mages and let black magic be passed on to fight against the Church of Light. Whether you help the alliance or not is to tell the black mages that they are willing. You cannot force them. Quat. Xiao Hai admired Maru and the others. Up until now, everything the alliance had done was really beneficial to the black mages. It was also very low in utility. It could be seen that these people were really dedicated to helping the black mages. Xiao Hai nodded solemnly and said to Maru, Quat, Mr. Maru, please help me tell the elders that if there's anything I can help with, please don't hesitate to ask. I'll definitely help if I can. Quat. Maruha laughed. Quat, okay, I'll definitely tell him. Xiao Hai, we black magicians have been forced into a corner. If we don't work together, we'll be the ones who suffer in the end. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded. Although he wasn't a real black magician, he could still help a black magician. The most important thing was that if he helped a black magician, he would have a backer. If he had any problems in the future, he could ask the Black Magician Alliance for help. This was very important for his future development. By then, the food was almost ready. Xiao Hai and the others moved to the dining room, and Meg immediately served the food. In fact, the food was prepared in the space by Merlin and the others. Laura and the others had asked someone to arrange it, but it was just a cover. Although Maru had invited Xiao Hai to join the Black Mage Alliance and had no ill intentions towards Xiao Hai was not prepared to tell Maru about this space. It was his biggest secret. Besides Laura and the others, who were closest to him and would not betray him, he would not casually tell anyone. Xiao Hai did not hide anything from the slaves because they would never betray him. Furthermore, the slaves would never go to the mainland by themselves. If they did not have a master to lead them to the mainland, they would definitely be captured as escaped slaves. Hence, Xiao Hai was not afraid that they would spread the news. The meal was very sumptuous. The main course was hunchbacked fish, beef, pork, rabbit meat, and a variety of magic vegetables. Maru looked at the table full of dishes and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Because of the suppression of the Church of Light these years, the life of the Black Magician had not been good. He hadn't eaten such a meal for a long time. Maru had a great time eating, and he also discovered something shocking. The meat on the table was like the meat of high-level magic beasts and contained a high amount of magic elements. Maru was a magician. He was very sensitive to magical elements. In addition, the things that Xiao Hai had prepared were all products of the realm, including the beef. It was a common carnivorous beef on the continent called barbarian beef. Barbaric bulls were a very strange type of magical beast. They had no hair, thick skin, and a lot of meat. They were also very strong. This kind of bull could be used to plow the land or to eat meat. Laura used to raise a few bulls, but she didn't raise them for farming. She raised them for meat. In the past, Laura had raised many wind falcons, which ate meat. Later on, she raised a few eagles, which also had a large appetite. In order to provide meat for the wind falcons and eagles, she always kept a few barbaric bulls. Later, Xiao Hai had kept them in his space. The level of the raging bull in the realm was not very high. It was only level 4, and that was the realm's assessment. On the Ark continent, raging bulls were only level 1. The highest level of the creatures in the realm was over level 50, while the most powerful magic beasts on the Ark continent were only level 9. Level 10 magic beasts were like gods, only existing in legends. Therefore, the evaluation of a magic beast in the realm and outside the realm was different. The reason why Xiao Hai wanted to keep the bulls was to eat meat. Once he got used to the meat produced in the space, he always felt that the meat from outside didn't taste right. Therefore, the food that Xiao Hai and the others were eating now was all produced in the space. The realm's products were definitely of high quality. The ingredients were good, so the taste of the food was naturally better. In addition, the food was cooked using the methods of Earth, which made Maru's appetite even bigger. After dinner, they went to the living room again. Nicole and Meg brought them a cup of tea. Xiao Hai took a sip of tea and looked at Maru with a smile. Sir, do you think the food tonight is delicious? Maru laughed. Quite delicious, too delicious. These must be the famous products of paradise on the continent now, right? It's indeed extraordinary. I didn't expect Mr. Xiao Hai to have such a good item. No wonder Boric and the others are after it. That's right, Xiao Hai smiled. There are always people who want good things. As he said that, Xiao Hai's expression suddenly changed. He turned to Maru and smiled. Quat, I didn't expect this actor to come right after dinner. Interesting, Quat. When Maru heard Xiao Hai, he knew that a good show was about to start. He laughed and said, Quat, that's good. We'll watch a good show after dinner. Hee hee, I hope it'll be more exciting. Xiao Hai smiled and turned to Laura. Quat, open the door. The actors are already on stage. We're just here to watch the show, so we can't not give them some face. Quat. Lola smiled and nodded. Nicole and Meg ran over and opened the door and windows of the living room. Maru then realized that the entire courtyard was filled with undead creatures. Some of them were dressed as warriors, while others were dressed as mages. They were all standing still in the courtyard like statues. Moreover, the entire courtyard had already been covered by a layer of black mist, making it impossible to see the situation outside the courtyard at all. However, he could hear a series of light footsteps coming from outside the courtyard. There seemed to be quite a number of people. Maru looked at Xiao Hai in surprise. It was obvious that Xiao Hai was the one who released the undead creatures. However, Maru didn't know how Xiao Hai released the undead creatures. There was no movement or mana fluctuations at all. This was truly shocking. Many black mages would learn some methods to hide magical waves. After learning this method, they would use some low-level spells. Even a mage would find it difficult to sense the magical waves. It was the best way to launch a sneak attack. However, this could only be done when the mage was not on guard. If the mage had already noticed you, it would be difficult to use this method. The method to hide the magical wave could not make it disappear completely, only weaken it. When people were not paying attention, they would not be able to discover this weak magical wave. As long as they paid attention, they would still be able to discover it. When Xiao Hai's undead creatures were summoned, Maru didn't sense any magical fluctuations, which was the most shocking part. Of course, Maru did not know that Xiao Hai was not using an ordinary dark summoning spell. If he had known, he would not have been so surprised. Xiao Hai did not pay any attention to Maru. He was only looking at the Xin residence's main door. He really wanted to know how the other party had entered the Xin residence. Did he break through the door or climb over the wall? Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Xiao Hai, Laura, and the others were stunned. Someone was knocking at the door at this time. Xiao Hai could not help but chuckle. Quat, hey, everyone in the family is resting. If you have anything to do, come tomorrow. Quat. Hearing Xiao Hai's words, Laura and the others all laughed. For someone to knock on the door at this time, needless to say, it must be someone sent by Boric to deal with them. The other party's knocking method was to make them nervous and feel that they were being looked down upon. However, Xiao Hai's joke-like answer had completely ruined their plan. They had become the laughingstock of Xiao Hai and the others. As expected, after hearing Xiao Hai's words, a voice immediately came from outside. Junior, you have guts. After he finished speaking, a loud bang came from the Xin residence's main door. The two thick wooden doors had already fallen to the ground. Xiao Hai and the others did not pay attention to the door that had fallen to the ground. Instead, they looked out the door. They wanted to know who had come this time. There were 5 people standing outside the door. They were all wearing white magician robes and holding white magic staffs in their hands. One look at their attire, and Xiao Hai knew that they were light magicians. Their levels were not low either. The 5 light mages were standing on a very luxurious carriage. The carriage was completely white, and it seemed to be glowing in the night. The ones pulling the carriage weren't ordinary horse-shaped magical beasts, but 2 lion-shaped magical beasts. These 2 lion-shaped magical beasts were also white in color, and not only did they look mighty, but they also gave off a holy feeling. Lola whispered to Xiao Hai, the carriage is made of sacred light wood. It seems like they are from the Church of Light. Their status is not low either. From the looks of it, they should be white bishops. The one pulling the carriage is a 6th grade light element magic beast, a moon lion. It has strong combat power and can use light magic. Quat. Behind the 5 white-robed bishops stood a row of knights. These knights were dressed in a very unique way. They were all mounted on white single-horned warhorses, which were also clad in bright silver armor. Every knight was wearing bright silver full-body armor. They held a knight's spear that was nearly 4 meters long in their right hand, and a tower shield that was nearly as tall as a man in their left hand. Their head armor was inserted with lightning white feathers. Under the tip of their knight's spear, there was a small triangular flag. The tip of their spear was pointed to the sky. The small flag fluttered in the wind. Xiao Hai looked at the knights and muttered, Quad, I have to say, these guys look pretty good. I just don't know if they're humans or ghosts in their knight armor. As soon as Xiao Hai finished speaking, one of the 5 white-robed bishops said to Xiao Hai in a deep voice, You are Xiao Hai, dirty black magician. Today you will disappear forever under the light of God. Xiao Hai looked at the 5 white-robed bishops and smiled. Don't you guys have to say these lines? Why did he say it so smoothly? For the sake of today's operation, you must have agreed to the Versailles clan's conditions, right? Let's hear it. If the conditions you offer are enough to move me, I might kill myself without you doing anything. It will save you a lot of trouble. Hearing Xiao Hai's words, Laura burst into laughter. She really did not know that Xiao Hai could be so lazy and rascally to say such words. Xiao Hai was a cheerful person, but he had been alone at home for too long, so he was a little depressed. After coming to the Ark continent, he had to face the pressure of life, so he was no longer in the mood to joke. Today he had joined the Black Magician Alliance and was ready to leave the Duchy of Versailles. He felt more relaxed, so he could not help but joke a few times to provoke the white bishops. The white-robed bishops did not expect Xiao Hai to be so relaxed after seeing such a lineup. The white-robed bishop standing in the middle could not help but say with a furious expression, "Quat Junior, how dare you speak such nonsense? For a filthy life like yours, the only way out is to be purified under the light of God. Quat." Xiao Hai laughed and said, "That's a good choice. However, you came at the wrong time. God's light can only purify others during the day. At night, God's light is replaced by darkness. Hee, I have my eyes on your carriage, the big cat that pulls the carriage in the night behind you. I think I will reluctantly turn you all into my slaves." Quat. Maru had been sitting beside Xiao Hai the whole time. To be honest, he was feeling very nervous. The white-robed bishops of the Church of Light were second only to the Pope and the red-robed archbishops. Each of them was at least a seventh-tier magician. In addition, the magic staffs in their hands, the carriages they sat on, the magical beasts that pulled the carriages, and the clothes they wore were all magical equipment that could enhance their mana. If they were to really fight, their strength would not be lower than that of an 8th-tier powerhouse. 5 8th-rank light mages, in addition to the Knights of Light behind them who were wearing light magic equipment. This kind of fighting power was not to be trifled with. Light magic was the nemesis of black magic. This saying was true. No matter how strong a black magician was, they would always be at a disadvantage in front of a light magician. The other party had sent such a strong force to deal with Xiao Hai. This was already a great show of respect for Xiao Hai. However, Maru did not expect Xiao Hai to deal with them so nonchalantly. He really admired Xiao Hai. After Xiao Hai finished, he turned to Laura and said, "Laura, what do you think? If a black mage were to sit in a carriage made of sacred light wood, pulled by a moon lion that had been turned into an undead creature, and driven by a white bishop that had been turned into an undead creature, then he would definitely be very cool." Laura and the others were all stunned. Although she had absolute confidence in Xiao Hai, they were still shocked when they heard what he said. They could not be blamed for being shocked. Xiao Hai's words were simply too shocking. If Xiao Hai really did that, it would be equivalent to giving the Church of Light a tight slap in the face in front of the entire continent. The Church of Light would definitely not let the matter rest. Maru was the most shocked of all. He was one of the first to join the Black Magician Alliance. All these years, they had been secretly fighting against the Church of Light. It was because of this that he was very familiar with the strength of the Church of Light. To be honest, there were not many people on the continent who would dare to do what Xiao Hai had said. Even a 9th-rank expert would not dare to do so. After all, the Church of Light had more than one 9th-rank expert. Most experts of the 9th rank wouldn't be so bored as to do such a thing. But Maru was also very excited. For so many years, although the Black Magician Alliance had been fighting against the Church of Light, they had always done it in secret. Most people on the continent did not know about it. They were afraid of the Church of Light's revenge, so they only did small things. They had never even thought about the method that Xiao Hai had mentioned to deal with the White Bishop. The few White Bishops were also stunned, but what followed was boundless anger. No black mage had ever dared to speak to them like this. A light mage at the level of a White Bishop was no less powerful than a middle-ranked noble on the mainland. Now someone actually dared to speak to them like this, completely disregarding them. This really made them angry. The white-robed bishop was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He shouted, "Dirty black mages, your thoughts have been poisoned by the devil. You'd better come and accept God's baptism." Xiao Hai laughed heartily and looked at the white-robed bishop. "Did you get your head caught in the door just now?" He could even say such words. You can go to the continent and ask anyone, see if they will extend their head for you to chop off. Is the Church of Light run by such idiots? The bishop's eyes were red with anger. As he was saying something, the bishop beside him said in a deep voice, "We are not from the Church of Light. We are just mercenaries who can't stand the evil deeds of the black mages." Xiao Hai glanced at the bishop. Unlike the other bishops, this bishop was calm and did not seem to be angry at Xiao Hai's words. Xiao Hai could tell that this person was a scheming person with one look. This person was even more difficult to deal with than the previous ones. However, he didn't care. He just smiled and said, "Quat, we don't lie in front of an honest person. We know who you are. There's no need to talk about evil or not. The Church of Light isn't that clean. Don't waste your breath. Let's see the truth." Quat with a wave of his hand, a few undead creatures dressed as mages stood in front of the white bishop's carriage. The undead creatures were Xiao Zui, Xiao Jia, Xiao Shi, Xiao Jai, Leica, and Boff. The 15 undead magicians looked quite scary when they stood there. Xiao Hai was afraid that someone would recognize them, so they looked like skeletons instead of zombies. The white bishops were even angrier when they saw Xiao Hai's reaction. They were light mages, the nemesis of the undead. Xiao Hai was actually using the undead to deal with them. This was simply contempt. The white-robed bishop who spoke to Xiao Hai first could not hold it in any longer. He shouted angrily, "Junior, I'll let you know today that God's glory is everywhere." He raised the staff in his hand as he finished speaking and began to chant a spell. a white beam of light shot toward Xiao Zui and the others. It was a level 6 light type AoE offensive spell, Holy Light Descent. Maru sat quietly beside Xiao Hai. He was still upset about Xiao Hai's argument with the White Bishop. However, when he saw that Xiao Hai had sent the undead creatures to deal with the White Bishop, he couldn't help but worry. He felt that Xiao Hai was too much of a burden. After all, the White Bishop was not to be trifled with. However, a shocking scene appeared. One of the undead creatures walked out of the group. This skeletal mage was also wearing a white magic robe and holding a white magic staff. He didn't seem to be making any big moves, but he cast a light spell, Light Guardian, and blocked the undead creatures. Other than Laura and the rest, the other white bishops were so shocked that they had forgotten how to move. Maru even stood up in shock. They had thought that the skeletal mage would use black magic to resist the light spell that the white bishop had cast. They had not expected that he would also use light magic. The skeleton magician was Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia was a light magician. After the space was improved, the power of his magic was preserved. Therefore, he was naturally using light magic. But this was what shocked Maru and the rest the most. They had never seen an undead creature use light magic before. Jian Zhen must be joking. It was like seeing a person cutting themselves with a knife. It was a suicide. Xiao Hai did not move. This was the effect he wanted. He wanted to show Maru that he was not afraid of the Church of Light. At this moment, Xiao Zui and the others moved as well. Xiao Zui and the others were true black mages. They cast black magic the moment they attacked, and they attacked the white bishops in an overwhelming manner. Xiao Jai and the rest of the team moved as well, along with Boff and the others. Xiao Shi and Xiao Jai were both earth element mages, while Boff was a wind element magus. Together with Xiao Zui and the rest, the attack was a triple elemental spell, and it was a magnificent sight. The movement of Xiao Zui and the others had also brought back their souls. Maru looked at Xiao Hai in shock and said, "Mr. Xiao Hai, what is going on? Why are your undead creatures able to use light magic?" Xiao Hai smiled and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Maru. Sit down and let me explain. This undead creature that can use light magic is the one that attacked me a while ago, Kellen. After I killed him, I turned him into an undead creature." Who would have thought that he would suddenly mutate and become an undead creature that can use light magic? I was shocked at first, but I couldn't figure out what happened. Quat. After hearing Xiao Hai's words, Maru was relieved. It was known that when black mages created undead creatures, there would be mutations sometimes. Therefore, although Xiao Jia's ability was strange, it was not completely inexplicable. Although he was relieved, Maru still found it unbelievable that an undead creature could use light magic. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it even if someone told him. Maru then felt that something was wrong and turned to Xiao Hai. What about the other skeleton mages? What was going on with them? Why are they all high-level undead creatures? It was impossible for low-level undead creatures to use magic. Hence, when Xiao Zui and the rest used magic, Maru knew that they were high-level undead creatures. Xiao Hai smiled and said, "To be honest, I have to thank this magic staff that I got by accident. I don't know when this magic staff was made, but I got it by accident when I was hunting magical beasts in the forest. This mage has a very magical ability. As long as I use bone forging technique, he can enhance the bone forging technique to spirit trapping technique. That's why all the undead creatures I took in are high level." Quat. Maru's eyes lit up as he looked at the evil spirit staff in Xiao Hai's hand. Xiao Hai, on the other hand, was laughing in his heart. He had heard Lord Wei Xiaobao say that a lie must be 90 true and 10 false. Therefore, his lie was a mix of truth and lies, making it impossible for anyone to find out. At this moment, the few white-robed bishops could no longer withstand the attacks from Xiao Zui and the others. The Knights of Light behind them had also noticed this. They shouted, and the Knights of Light immediately laid down their spears and charged straight into the Xin residence. Xiao Hai didn't move, but the undead creatures dressed as warriors formed a square formation and blocked the entrance of the Xin residence. In an instant, the entrance of the Xin residence had become a battlefield. Xiao Hai wasn't worried at all. No matter how powerful the Knights of Light were, they had the advantage in numbers. On the other hand, his undead creatures were all grade 7 warriors. They were not to be underestimated. He believed that the undead creatures could withstand the Knights of Light's attack. The battle at Xin residence was so lively, but the surrounding people seemed to have all fallen asleep. There was no sound at all, allowing them to fight to the death here. Normally, the city guards would have arrived by now if there was such a huge commotion. However, it seemed like the city guards were on holiday today. There was not a single person to be seen. It seemed like the Church of Light had informed Ivan beforehand. Xiao Hai could understand Ivan's reaction. Even though the Versailles family was a big family, Boric and the Church of Light had come together this time. Even the Versailles family had to give way to such a powerful force. Ivan had already done them a great favor by sending them a letter in advance. Just as Xiao Hai had expected, the Knights of Light were blocked by his undead creatures at the main entrance and couldn't break into Xin Mansion. At this moment, figures suddenly appeared on the walls surrounding the Xin residence. These people climbed onto the walls and immediately jumped over them. These people were all dressed like mercenaries and held weapons in their hands. One look and it was clear that they were here to deal with Xiao Hai and the others. Maru also noticed these people. Although they were dressed as mercenaries, their movements were very neat and they had good cooperation with each other. One look and one could tell that they were not ordinary mercenaries, but an army that had received formal military training. Xiao Hai also saw the mercenaries. This time there were a few hundred mercenaries who climbed over the wall. Once they entered the courtyard, they did not immediately attack Xiao Hai's group. Instead, they stood in place and organized themselves. Although it only took a little time, it allowed them to form a square formation before they attacked Xiao Hai's group. However, Xiao Hai wasn't in a hurry. There were still many undead creatures around him. He had only used the humanoid undead creatures and hadn't touched the beast undead creatures yet. Xiao Hai had already counted the number of cavalrymen that had attacked from the main gate of Xin Mansion. There were a total of 18 cavalrymen, 18 of the 6th rank who were extremely well coordinated. Soon, both Maru and the white-robed bishops realized something. Xiao Hai's undead creatures were too special. They weren't afraid of the Knights of Light at all. The weapons and armors of the Knights of Light were enhanced with light magic. In addition, the knights were very powerful. Xiao Hai only used less than 100 undead creatures to withstand the attacks of the Knights of Light. This was unbelievable. Knights were different from ordinary warriors. In many people's perception, knights were of a higher level than warriors, and knights could be described as nobles among warriors. An ordinary warrior would at most have a set of leather armor and a weapon. Some of the worst ones only had a set of warrior clothes and a weapon. They could not be called warriors. However, a knight must first have a mount, then an armor, and then a weapon. A warrior couldn't have only one weapon. At the very least, he must have a knight's spear, a tower shield, and a heavy sword. Only then could he be called a knight. A warrior only needed to take care of himself. Even if his weapon was damaged, he only needed to change it. The cost would not be too high. However, a knight not only had to take care of himself, he also had to take care of his mount. Their knight's spear was also a weapon that was very easy to break. Once it was broken, they had to replace it. The price of a knight's spear was much more expensive than ordinary weapons. For these various reasons, in the eyes of ordinary warriors, although the knight was very powerful, it was also a profession that burned money. If one was not a noble or rich person, there was no way to become a knight. It was also because knights were rich that many knights would bring a knight attendant. This knight attendant would usually take care of the knight's life, take care of the mount, and guard the knight's side during battle. A knight's combat power was undoubtedly strong, and this was related to their mount. The stronger the mount, the stronger the knight's combat power. Of course, the stronger the mount, the more money it would cost to take care of it. As for the Knights of Light, their mounts were magical beasts of the 5th rank, unicorns. Unicorns were a type of light magic of the 5th rank. It was said that they were related to the guardian sacred beast of the elves, the magical beast of the 9th rank, unicorns, by blood. They were very powerful in battle and had great weight, making them a very good mount. Most of the Knights of Light of the Church of Light used this unicorn as their mount. Not only were they powerful in combat, but they also looked very mighty. If they were ordinary warriors, 100 of them would not be a match for 18 level 6 heavy armored knights. The knights could easily tear apart the phalanx formed by warriors with the help of their horses' power. A few charges could kill 100 warriors. But this time, the Knights of Light didn't encounter ordinary warriors, but a square formation of undead creatures that were equivalent to level 7 warriors. The knights' charge was always successful, but they couldn't tear apart the square formation of these undead creatures, which was a rare thing. It was a piece of cake for Knights of Light to deal with ordinary undead creatures. Their weapons were enhanced with light magic. As long as they touched the undead creatures, they could cause great damage. However, the undead creatures they encountered this time were not ordinary. They were not afraid of light magic. Maru was dumbfounded. Although he had seen the battle between the undead creatures and the Knights of Light before, the battle today was beyond his knowledge. The undead creatures and the Knights of Light fought head-on without being at a disadvantage. This was so unreal in his opinion. The undead creatures were still fending off the mercenaries' attacks, while Xiao Hai and the others sat there calmly, watching the battle as if they were watching a show. Maru really didn't know what Xiao Hai was thinking. He really wondered if Xiao Hai was a madman. If he wasn't, who would do such a thing? He didn't know if it was right to let such a madman join the Black Magician Alliance. At this moment, Laura looked at the people outside and turned to Xiao Hai. Big brother Hai, it's about time. Don't drag it out too long, or it'll be hard to explain to Grand Duke Yuan. Xiao Hai nodded and waved his hand. A large number of undead magical beasts suddenly appeared in the Xin residence. These undead creatures all had one characteristic: they were huge. Each undead creature was 2 to 3 meters tall, and some were even 5 to 6 meters tall. Their bodies were dark green skeletons with sharp spikes on them. One look and one could tell that they weren't to be trifled with. As soon as the undead creatures appeared, the spikes on their bodies flew out like arrows, attacking the mercenaries. A large number of them were shot down. After the bone spikes, the undead creatures immediately rushed over, but Maru noticed that a large group of humanoid undead creatures appeared behind the mercenaries. These undead creatures seemed to be death warriors, and they specialized in assassinations. They quietly attacked the mercenaries behind them, and many of them were killed before they even realized that there were people behind them. This change of events happened too quickly. The mercenaries didn't have time to react, and more than half of them were killed. The remaining ones were surrounded by the undead creatures and couldn't escape. The undead creatures that were dealing with the mercenaries were only a small portion. Most of the undead creatures surrounded the Knights of Light and the white-robed bishops. Maru didn't know what to say. He didn't expect Xiao Hai to have so many undead creatures. Moreover, these undead creatures were stronger than the last. This time, the Church of Light was bound to suffer. The few white-robed bishops had also realized that the situation was far from good. They had not expected Xiao Hai to be this powerful. They could no longer care about their image. All of them began to fight with their lives on the line. They knew that if they did not fight with their lives on the line, they would have to stay here forever. Xiao Hai stood up and stared at the 5 white bishops. He knew that the 5 white bishops were the main force. Anyone could run, but not the 5 of them. Xiao Hai had already secretly ordered Heir to take action as soon as she detected any movement from the 5 white bishops. She had to make sure that the 5 white bishops remained. The reason why Xiao Hai had asked Heir to prepare was because Xiao Hai noticed that one of the white bishops was too calm. When he released the undead magical beasts, the other white bishop's expressions changed. There was only one exception, and that was the white bishop who was extremely calm when he spoke to Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai thought that he was a scheming person. NBSB, the white-robed bishop, was too calm, and his calmness did not seem to come from his strength. Xiao Hai had seen it, and the white-robed bishop's strength was average. Among the 5 white-robed bishops, he could only be considered average. However, this person was too calm and he was fearless. Such a person would definitely have a trump card hidden up his sleeve, and it would be a trump card that no one knew about. That was why Xiao Hai was paying special attention to him and had Heir be ready to deal with him at any time. Laura and the others also perked up, and everyone fixed their eyes on the white bishops. They all knew that it was impossible for these white bishops to escape. Maru did not know, but they knew that they had 2 grade 9 experts in their hands, and they were ready to attack at any time. With these 2 grade 9 experts, even if the other party had ancient magic tools, they would not be able to escape without the salvaging teleportation scroll. A war was full of coincidences. However, as long as one was prepared, one could actually turn all coincidences into inevitability. For example, Xiao Hai's team had prepared themselves and waited for the enemy to come. If the enemy did not come, it would be fine. But if they did, there was no way they could escape. As the mercenaries fell one by one, there was no longer any suspense on the battlefield. The operation of the Church of Light and Boric had completely failed. At this moment, 3 black figures suddenly appeared on the white bishop's carriage. Before the white bishop could react, 3 swords had already taken the lives of 3 white bishops. Although the white bishops had all used light-based magic shields, the magic shields were unable to block the sword's attack, and the 3 white bishops died in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the expression of the white bishop that Xiao Hai had been paying attention to finally changed. He gritted his teeth and glared at Xiao Hai. Then he reached into his clothes, trying to find something. At this moment, 2 vines suddenly extended from the ground and pierced through the chests of the remaining 2 white bishops. When the white bishop reached into his clothes, his body flashed with a white light. He blocked the vines, but failed to do so and was stabbed to death on the spot. His eyes were still filled with disbelief. Maru stared at the scene in a daze. Even the 18 Knights of Light were stunned. They could not believe that the 5 white bishops had died just like that, especially the white-robed bishop who wanted to take something out of his arms. The white-robed bishop had a very deep background. Although the Knights of Light did not know what he wanted to take out, they knew that the white-robed bishop was carrying a magic item, a ring of protection. The ring of protection was a relatively common magic item on the continent. This magic item was named after a magic array researcher who used a magic array to seal some protection magic into the ring after a long time of research. The ring of protection was also divided into grades. The low-level ring of protection was a one-time item. It was made of some special wood or stone, and it could only seal some low-level protection magic. It was relatively cheap and common. A high-level ring of protection was made of alloy and could seal high-level magic. It could also be used repeatedly, so it was a relatively precious magic item. As for the white-robed bishop's father, he was a red-robed cardinal, an expert of the 8th rank. In order to ensure his safety, he had given the white-robed bishop a high-grade protective ring, which could block 5 attacks from an expert of the 8th rank without breaking. However, that pitiful ring was unable to block Kai's attack. Kai was a powerhouse that had surpassed the 9th rank, and any one of his attacks had the power of a 9th rank expert. As such, the ring of protection of the White Bishop was naturally unable to block it. The 18 Knights of Light all knew the identity of this white-robed bishop. This time, the white-robed bishop had followed them here for a meritorious service. He did not really want to fight, and he did not expect to die here. It didn't matter if he died, but if he died, the knights wouldn't be able to live either. The father of the White Bishop would never let them go. The eyes of the Knights of Light turned red. They knew that they had to die here today no matter what. If they died here, their families would be fine. They might even get some compensation. However, if they went back alive, their families would be in trouble. These Knights of Light were trained by the Church of Light. The Church of Light had selected some talented children from a young age and began to train them. Therefore, there was no problem with their loyalty to the Church of Light. Moreover, their detailed information was saved in the Church of Light. It was also because of their loyalty that they would never betray the Church of Light. Therefore, they were very clear about many things in the Church of Light. They knew that the Church of Light was not as bright as it looked. There were many dirty things in it, but they did not dare to betray the Church of Light. It could be said that they were men of sacrifice in the Code of Knights. The 18 Knights of Light did the same thing almost at the same time. They threw away their tower shields and stuck their spears into the ground. Then they took out their heavy swords from their saddles and cut off their left arms. Xiao Hai was taken aback, not understanding what they were doing. However, Green shouted, "Quat, young master, kill them." They want to offer sacrifices, Quat. Sacrifice was a knight's unique skill. When a knight used this skill, it meant that he was risking his life. He offered his blood and flesh to the god of knights in order to obtain power that was much stronger than his own strength. However, after using sacrifice, the knight's life would come to an end. The power obtained from sacrifice could only last for an hour. After an hour, the knight's life would be gone. Therefore, sacrifice was also called a suicide skill. A knight who had used the sacrifice would usually be able to obtain power 2 levels higher than his own strength. In other words, these Knights of Light could reach the level of an 8th-tier Grand Knight after using the sacrifice. On the continent, a 8th-tier Grand Knight was already considered a master. They were almost invincible under the 9th tier. Xiao Hai sneered. With a wave of his hand, a few vines emerged from the ground and pierced into the knights' heads. The 18 Grand Knights were killed before they could even make a sound. Although the sacrificial ceremony was very powerful, it required some time to prepare. Those 18 Knights of Light had been killed by Kai before they could complete the sacrificial ceremony. Xiao Hai couldn't wait any longer. Since he had already asked Kai to attack twice, he didn't care if he had to attack a few more times. Kai killed all the remaining mercenaries in an instant, and the battle was over. It wasn't because those people were too weak, but because Kai was too strong. Even if those Knights of Light completed the sacrifice, they would only be at level 8. A level 8 powerhouse was too weak in front of a level 9 powerhouse. Just like Grim, a peak level 8 warrior, when facing a level 9 powerhouse, he didn't even have a chance to fight back. These mercenaries and knights who hadn't reached level 8 couldn't possibly be a match for Kai, who was more powerful than Boff. In an instant, the Xin residents quieted down. Xiao Hai waved his hand, and the undead creatures picked up all the corpses and put them into the space. Of course, Xiao Hai didn't put away the living unicorn and moon lion. He could only put them away after Maru left. After keeping the body, Xiao Hai turned to look at Maru and said, "Quat, Mr. Maru, we'll be leaving soon. You should leave as well. It's best to leave Kassar City as soon as possible when it gets dark." The Church of Light has suffered such a big loss, so they won't let this matter rest. I won't be contacting you for a while. If there's really something, go to Rocky Mountain and knock on the ground 3 times. Then write down what happened on a piece of paper and put it in your room. I'll contact you when the time comes. Quat. Maru gave Xiao Hai a deep look. He realized that Xiao Hai really had a lot of secrets, and his strength was beyond his imagination. However, he was not prepared to ask. Since Xiao Hai had joined the Black Magician Alliance, the stronger he was, the better it would be for the Black Magician Alliance. There was no need to ask. He might end up offending Xiao Hai. Maru took a deep breath and nodded. "Okay, we'll contact each other in the future. Mr. Xiao Hai, if you need any help from the Alliance, don't hesitate to contact us. This is a member of the Black Mage Alliance in Kassar City. If you need anything, you can look for them." After he finished speaking, he handed Xiao Hai a small notebook. It was obvious that this small notebook was prepared a long time ago, but it had just been taken out now. Xiao Hai did not stand on ceremony. He took the small book and nodded. "Quat, all right, I'll contact you if there's anything. Won't be seeing you out." Quat. Maru nodded and saluted Xiao Hai and the others. In a flash, he disappeared. Xiao Hai asked Kai. After confirming that Maru had really left, Xiao Hai kept the sacred light wood carriage, the moon lion, and the unicorn. Then Xiao Hai turned to look at Laura. Laura also looked at Xiao Hai. Then she took a deep breath and looked at Xin Mansion seriously. She then turned to Xiao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, let's do it." Xiao Hai nodded and tapped his staff on the ground. Then he disappeared from the courtyard of Xin Mansion with Laura and the others. As soon as they disappeared, the ground of Xin Mansion began to shake violently. However, the shaking area was very small and did not affect the neighbors next to Xin Mansion. Not long after, there was not a single intact building in the Xin residence except for the walls. All the houses had collapsed. There was really a secret passage in Laura's residence, but it had disappeared without a trace under such violent shaking. This was an earth magic spell that Xiao Hai and the others had discussed beforehand. They did this to eliminate any traces. Although there would not be any problems if they left through the space, they still had to destroy the Xin residence to avoid suspicion. This was also the reason why Xiao Hai felt sorry for Laura. After entering the interspace, Xiao Hai first sent the moon lion and the unicorn to the farm. As soon as Xiao Hai entered the farm with the two magical beasts, a system notification immediately rang out. Quat discovered unicorn-like animal, level 25, can be raised in the space. Maturity time is 36 hours. It gives birth once every 12 hours, a total of 8 times. Animal data can be purchased in the space store. Quat new mutant lion-like animal found. Level 30, can be raised in the space. Maturity time 40 hours. Gives birth once every 12 hours, a total of 8 births. Animal data can be purchased in the space store. Quat due to the discovery of a new animal, the realm has met the upgrade requirements and has been upgraded to level 6. Quat. Xiao Hai was taken aback. To be honest, he was not surprised by the realm's upgrade. He just didn't expect the unicorn and moon lion's ratings to be so low. Xiao Hai was right. The unicorn and moon lion were indeed rated a little too low. After all, they were both level 5 and level 6 magical beasts on the Ark continent. They were considered to be quite powerful among the magical beasts. However, the ranches only rated them at level 25 and 30. That was not very impressive. The animals in the space store were cranes at level 25 and hippopotamuses at level 30. Although cranes could fly and hippopotamuses were not weak, they were far from being comparable to magical beasts. Why did the space have such a low rating for these two magical beasts? However, this thought only lingered in Xiao Hai's mind for a while before he gave up on it. After all, there were many magical beasts in the Ark continent. When he leveled up, he would be able to buy them from the space store and compare them with the magical beasts in the Ark. What Xiao Hai needed to deal with now were the corpses of the 5 white bishops. These white bishops were the core members of the Church of Light. They must know more about the Church of Light. This information would be of great use to him. No matter what, his two identities were considered enemies of the Church of Light. He had to understand the Church of Light more to know himself and his enemy. When Xiao Hai returned to the mansion, Laura was sitting in the living room in a daze. It was obvious that she was in a bad mood. Xiao Hai didn't say anything. He just walked to Laura's side and put his arm around her shoulders, sitting beside her quietly. Xiao Hai knew that Laura wasn't in a good mood. How could she be in a good mood when she saw the home that she had built with her own hands being destroyed? At this time, any words of comfort would be unnecessary. As long as he silently accompanied her and gave her a strong shoulder, it would be enough. Laura gently leaned on Xiao Hai's shoulder as tears flowed down her face. Xin Mansion was not just a simple mansion. It contained her career, her sweat, and her tears. It was also the home in her heart. Xiao Hai tightened his grip on Laura's hand and said in a deep voice, "Quat, don't worry, Laura. We'll go back sooner or later. When that time comes, we'll build an even bigger and more beautiful Xin residence." Quat. Laura's eyes were still wide open. Xiao Hai whispered, "All right, don't cry anymore. You won't be pretty anymore if you cry. Although you've lost a Xin mansion, you've gained space, Iron Mountain Fortress, and me. What else are you not satisfied with?" Hearing Xiao Hai's words, although the tears in her eyes had not stopped, she still laughed. Seeing that, Xiao Hai continued, "Quat, don't cry. If Kun Zheng's grandfather and the others see this, they'll think that I'm bullying you. If your father sees this, it'll be even worse. He'll probably blow up my house." Quite as soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud boom and the entire villa seemed to shake. Hearing this voice, Laura wasn't surprised at all. Instead, she laughed even harder and shed even more tears. This time, however, they were tears from laughing. Xiao Hai couldn't help but pat his head and mumble, "Here you go again, Laura. Don't you want to go down and see Uncle? The power of the explosion this time isn't small." Laura shook her head with a smile. She had laughed so much that she was almost out of breath. She couldn't answer Xiao Hai's question at all. Xiao Hai was also very impatient. Ever since Kellen had turned the villa's basement into a lab, there would be an explosion every few days. Sometimes there would be several more. Xiao Hai and the others had gotten used to such explosions. However, there was one thing that Xiao Hai was a little resentful about. Kellen did his experiments without any time limit. Sometimes when Xiao Hai was sleeping soundly at night, he would be awakened by an explosion. Then he would be in a tragic state. When Xiao Hai was on Earth, he was an otaku writer. Because he stayed up late for a long time, he had a slight neurasthenia. Once he woke up in the middle of his sleep, it was difficult for him to fall asleep again. Therefore, when Karen's place exploded, Xiao Hai was in a terrible state. He did not even think about sleeping that night. However, Xiao Hai couldn't say anything to Kellen, so he could only bear with it. However, things were much better now. Even if there were explosions at night, Xiao Hai would only turn over and sleep. He had to admit that humans' ability to adapt was really terrifying. After a while, Laura finally stopped laughing. She turned to look at Xiao Hai and said, "Quat big brother Hai, you haven't dealt with the bodies of the white bishops. Shouldn't you do something?" Xiao Hai nodded. "Quat, it's time to deal with it. Let's see if we can get anything out of it. There's also a white-robed bishop who seems to have quite a few good things on him. I'll bring them over for you to use." Quat. "Quat, if there's really a good magic item, it's better to let my father study it," Laura said with a smile. "Quat, maybe he can really develop something good." Quat. Xiao Hai smiled impatiently and followed Laura outside the villa. He released the corpses that he had collected. He first turned the ordinary mercenaries into undead creatures, leaving only the two leaders to become high-level undead creatures. Then he asked the two leaders. These mercenaries were indeed sent by Boric. They were a regular mercenary group, but they were Boric's men, and the mercenary group was also controlled by Boric. Other than that, there wasn't much information. After all, a mercenary group like theirs could only be considered an outer force of Boric, and they couldn't come into contact with the core. Xiao Hai didn't get anything useful from them, so he gave up. He turned the 18 Knights of Light into high-level undead creatures. The 18 Knights of Light knew more things, but most of them were about the apologetic Knights of the Church of Light, which was also the commonly used Knights of Light. There were only 500 Knights of Light, and a large number of them did not ride unicorns. Unicorns were magical beasts of the fifth step, and they were not easy to obtain. The Knights of Light actually had 1,000 people. Among them, there were 200-years-old unicorn knights. This time, in order to deal with Xiao Hai, they had sent out 18-years-old unicorn knights. It could be seen that the Church of Light had attached great importance to him, a black magician. However, these Knights of Light only knew so much. They were not the administrative staff of the Church of Light, so they did not know much about the secret forces of the Church of Light. Although Xiao Hai was a little disappointed, he didn't say much. These Knights of Light had become undead creatures and didn't look any different from before. Even their severed left hands had grown back, making them stronger than before. After Xiao Hai recalled the knights, he turned the 5 white-robed bishops into undead creatures as well. The white-robed bishop who tried to take something out of his chest was called Linsabak. His father, Runebak, was one of the red-robed archbishops of the Church of Light. Meanwhile, this Linsabak really did have some good stuff on him. Not only did he have a high-level guardian ring, but he also had an ancient magic scroll, the non-directional teleportation scroll. Scroll was not given to Lindsay by Runebak, but by Lindsay's own hands. He was a selfish person by nature, and although his father was very good to him, he didn't mention it to his father after he got the scroll. Instead, he kept it in secret and always carried it with him, afraid that he would lose it. Everyone who had seen the scroll had been killed by Lindsay, so no one knew that he had an ancient magic scroll in his hands. Xiao Hai was in a daze as he held the ancient magic scroll in his hand. He had thought that an ancient item would have been worn out after so many years. However, he did not expect that the scroll was not old at all. Instead, it was shining with a golden light as if it was made of gold. However, Xiao Hai was sure that the scroll was not made of metal. At this moment, a notification sound suddenly came from the space. Quat unknown magic item discovered. Analyzing the item's function. The item is a simple spatial magic item. It can create a space tunnel with an indefinite direction and distance. Extraction function. It can be added to the staff of the evil spirit. Using the staff of the evil spirit can create a space tunnel with an indefinite distance and indefinite distance. Quat. Quat unknown magic item discovered. Analyzing the function of the item. The item is an automatically triggered protective magic item. It can automatically generate a shield to protect the host when the host is suddenly attacked. Extraction function, enhancement function, and function added to the evil spirit staff. The evil spirit staff can automatically generate a shield to protect the host when the host is attacked. Quat. Quat multiple magic arrays have been discovered. Retrieve the magic arrays and store them in the space file for the host to check at any time. Quat. Xiao Hai and Laura listened to these notifications in a daze. This time the notifications were not short, but Xiao Hai and Laura understood everything. Simply put, the space had extracted the power of the ancient magic scroll and added it to the evil spirit staff. It had also extracted the power of the ring of protection and enhanced it before adding it to the evil spirit staff. It had even extracted the few magic arrays and saved them. He also extracted the magic array from the armor of the Knights of Light and added it to the undead creatures in the space. He also added the magic array to the summoned creatures such as the stone giants, making the stone giants stronger. Xiao Hai had never thought that the realm would have such an ability. It was too powerful. He could now use the evil spirit staff as a protective ring, and he could also use it as a non-directional transmission scroll. Both of these were life-saving. Xiao Hai let out a sigh of relief and calmed himself down. He handed the magic scroll and the ring of protection to Laura and said, "This ring of protection can still be used. You can take it. That magic scroll is not very useful to us. Let Uncle study it." Laura didn't say anything. She just nodded and took it. She wasn't going to be polite with Xiao Hai. After all, the space had already extracted the abilities of these two items and stored them in the evil spirit staff. Xiao Hai could use them at any time. There was no point in being polite. Xiao Hai glanced at the other white bishops. They had brought some things with them, but none of them were as good as Linsabak, as Xiao Hai only took one look at them before throwing them into the warehouse. After dealing with these things, Xiao Hai turned his attention to the few white bishops. To be honest, compared to the things he had obtained, Xiao Hai was more interested in what kind of information these white bishops could provide him. To him, information was even more precious than those things. Xiao Hai, Laura, Green, and Kunzhang were all sitting quietly in the living room of the villa, listening to Linsabak's report on the Church of Light. Xiao Hai had asked the white bishops about the Church of Light after he had dealt with their belongings. As expected, the one who knew the most about the Church of Light was Linebecker. Hence, Xiao Hai asked Linebecker to stay behind and called Green and the others back. He wanted Linebecker to tell them everything he knew about the Church of Light. The Church of Light was much more powerful than Xiao Hai and the others had imagined. There were already dozens of duchies on the continent that were under their control. Many of the great nobles in the few large empires even had names in the Church of Light, becoming guardian knights or elders of the church. Unfortunately, as a white-robed cardinal, he did not know much, even though he had a red-robed cardinal as his father. He only knew a portion of the grand dukes and nobles who had joined the Church of Light, and nothing else. Other than the nobles, Linsabak also knew that a few mercenary regiments and medium-sized caravans belonged to the Church of Light. He was in charge of a few of them. Other than that, Lindsay did not know much about the Church of Light, but even so, Xiao Hai and the others had also benefited greatly from this. They now had a more direct understanding of the strength of the Church of Light. The Church of Light was really too powerful. When Xiao Hai heard that the Black Magician Alliance had more than 10,000 black magicians, he thought that the Black Magician Alliance's strength was not bad. However, when compared to the Church of Light, it was far too weak. The Church of Light's method of recruiting aristocrats to become guardian knights and guardian elders was really smart. In this way, all the great aristocrats and grand dukes were pulled into the ship of the Church of Light. If the Church of Light needed any help, they would naturally help. The power of these people should not be underestimated. Even if they did not help openly, as long as they said a word, the small aristocrats who were fawning over them would immediately get things done. It was precisely because of this that the Church of Light had developed so quickly in recent years. Moreover, the Church of Light not only pulled these great nobles to join, but also joined in the development of their own forces. They even used all kinds of interests to tightly tie these great nobles to their war chariots. Because of the help of these great nobles, the mainland rejected black mages so much, and black mages were isolated by the people of the mainland in a short time. Compared to the Church of Light, the Black Mage Alliance was far inferior. Maru did not mention how many nobles had joined the Black Mage Alliance, which was obviously a weakness of the Black Mage Alliance. It was important to note that the ones who ruled the continent were still the aristocrats. The attitudes of the aristocrats would affect the civilians under their rule. Once the civilians had preconceived ideas, it would be very difficult to make them change. Compared to the Church of Light, the biggest failure of the Black Magician Alliance was that the Black Magicians had never had a unified command, while the Church of Light was almost the base camp of the Light Magicians. All the Light Magicians were members of the Church of Light. They had a unified command, so their actions were naturally more targeted. They naturally had the upper hand when fighting with the Black Magicians who were scattered like sand. Although the Black Mages had established the Black Mages Alliance, this alliance was still too loose. It was impossible to achieve the success of the Church of Light. However, Xiao Hai did not think that the Black Magicians would be suppressed by the Church of Light so easily. The Black Magician Alliance was a loose organization with a lot of freedom. It was also because of this that they could spread everywhere. If the Church of Light was the sun at midday, then the Black Magician Alliance was a dark cloud in the night sky. There would always be a place for them to survive in places where the sun could not reach. Moreover, the Church of Light was not without danger. They were developing very quickly and were desperately trying to attract the nobles. This was an unstable factor for any big empire. No one knew when those big empires might fall out with the Church of Light. At that time, the Church of Light would not be so arrogant. Xiao Hai felt that if the big empires really started to deal with the Church of Light, they might give the Black Magicians a chance. The big nobles never wanted to see one family monopolize the world. They wanted to play with balance. To deal with the Church of Light, there was no one more suitable than the Black Mages. Once the Church of Light threatened their rule, the big empires would start to balance each other and form a force to fight against the Church of Light. The Black Mages were the most suitable. Of course, this was only Xiao Hai's guess. It was still unknown whether the other empires would do so. There was freedom of belief on the Arc continent. There were all kinds of beliefs. If the big empires wanted to deal with the Church of Light, they could also use other forces. They did not have to use Black Mages. could be seen from the attitude of the big empires towards the Church of Light suppressing the black mages that they did not have a good impression of black mages. So, if the big empires wanted to deal with the Church of Light, they might not necessarily use black mages. After hearing Linsabak's introduction, Green and the others were in a heavy mood. The strength of the Church of Light was beyond their imagination, and it would be even more difficult for them to move around the mainland in the future. Xiao Hai waved his hand and put Linsabak away. He then turned to Green and the others. Grandpa Grim, Grandpa Kunzhang, what do you think? Grim pondered for a moment. Quat, he's not to be trifled with. It seems that we still have to carry out our plan. It's better to hide in the orc grassland for a while. Quat. Kunzhang also nodded and said, although the Church of Light is powerful, their influence cannot extend to the orc plains. The orcs only believe in one god, and that is the orcs. The god of light that the Church of Light believes in cannot survive in the orc plains. No one will listen to them. I think we should stay in the orc plains for a while. When the situation has died down, we will come back. Quat. Merlin nodded and said, Quat, that's good too. The Church of Light only knows of young Master Xiao Hai's identity, but not the Buddha family's identity. Otherwise, we will not only have to face the Church of Light, but also the entire Arca's Empire's nobles. If that's the case, we can only hide in the orc prairies for the rest of our lives. Instead of that, it's better to say that they haven't discovered our identity yet. We can hide in the orc prairies and do business with the orcs. This way, they won't be able to figure out our background. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded and said, but even if we go to the orc prairies, we still have to be careful. We bought so many supplies this time, and people will know that we are going to the orc prairies. Whether it is the Church of Light or Boric, they have both suffered a great loss in our hands. They will definitely take revenge on us. I'm afraid that even if we hide in the orc prairies, they will not let us go. Quat. Quad, after these few attacks, even if those guys want to take revenge, they'll have to think about it carefully, Grim said with a smile. Quad, I'm afraid they'll have to send out rank 9 powerhouses the next time they come to deal with us. Quat. Kunzhang chuckled. Quat, that's impossible. As long as we're at the orc prairies, they won't dare to send a 9th tier powerhouse to deal with us. Human 9th tier powerhouses can't enter the orc prairies. Otherwise, they'll be killed on the spot by the 9th tier powerhouses of the orc race. They might even start a war between the humans and the orcs. Neither the Church of Light nor Boric would have the guts to do that, right? Clint smiled. He knew about this matter as well. Back then, he had participated in the war with the Beastmen. The Beastmen loved to fight. If the humans really dared to send a rank 9 powerhouse to the Beastmen plains to cause trouble, then what awaited the humans would be the tens of thousands of armored cavalry of the Beastmen. Laura smiled and said, Quad, actually, we're thinking too much. Even though Linsabak said a lot, don't forget that he also mentioned that the Church of Light isn't very powerful in the Rossan Empire. The Rossan Empire is the most powerful country on the continent, and it's extremely powerful. It's very difficult for the Church of Light to win over the nobles of the Rossan Empire. Once the king of the Rossan Empire finds out, the Church of Light will no longer be able to stay in the Rossan Empire. This is also an opportunity for us. With the realm, as long as we set up a teleportation point in the Rossan Empire, we can slowly develop in the Rossan Empire, and we don't have to fear the Church of Light. Kunzhang shook his head. Quad, it's better for us to be careful. Although the Rossan Empire is strong, they don't seem to like black mages. If the Church of Light uses the excuse of dealing with black mages to deal with us, it won't be good. Quat. Lola nodded, but Xiao Hai smiled and said, in fact, we have been talking about my identity as a black magician. Don't forget that my magician can also use earth, wind, and light magic. Light magicians are all from the Church of Light, so it's not easy for me to pretend to be one. However, I can pretend to be an earth magician and wind magician. No one will find out about this, right? So what if the great nobles of the Arca's Empire know of my Buddha family's identity? The Rossan Empire and the Arca's Empire are not friendly neighbors. They would not help the nobles of the Arca's Empire to deal with us, right? Hearing Xiao Hai's words, everyone's eyes lit up. They had forgotten about this. Xiao Hai could now use 4 types of magic. He couldn't use black magic and light magic, but he could still use the other 2 spells. He could still pretend to be a magician. This was a good idea. However, Merlin frowned and asked, is this okay? Other than black mages, almost all other mages don't wear magic hats. If the young master doesn't wear a magic hat, his identity will be discovered. Although we don't have to worry about the Arca's Empire's nobles taking revenge on us when we talk about the Rossan Empire, everyone knows that the young master drank the water of the void. If they find out the young master's identity, then we will be in even more trouble. After all, the water of the void is said to be unsolvable. If people know that we can cure it, we'll be in big trouble. Even if young master says he can't, it'll still be big trouble if people find out the secret of the evil spirit staff. Many people will come to snatch it. Xiao Hai smiled. Quad, it's fine. I won't pretend to be a magician then. I'll pretend to be a mutant warlock. I don't need to cultivate mutant techniques anyway. Quad. Green frowned and said, actually, it's not wrong to say that young master is an Esper. It's just that young master's Esper ability is too powerful, so it's better not to let them know. However, if young master really reveals his identity, then there will be problems with the source of our items. So no matter what identity young master appears in, we can't let those people know young master's identity. Quat. Kun Zheng nodded. Quat, that's true. If those people find out about Xiao Hai's identity, it'll be a huge problem for us. How about this? How about wearing a mask? In any case, there are many mystic warlocks on the continent who dress up in a different way. Xiao Hai just needs to wear a mask and no one will recognize him. Xiao Hai frowned. Quat, but if I do that, I won't be able to wear this magic robe. This magic robe was given to me by Laura. I like it very much. Quat. Hearing Xiao Hai's words, Laura's face turned red while the others laughed. Laura felt even more embarrassed. Although she felt sweet inside, she still pinched Xiao Hai. Laura's action naturally couldn't be hidden from Green and the others, and they laughed even louder. Only Meg's expression was a little startled, which was clearly seen by Laura, who had been paying attention to her. Merlin smiled. Quat, don't worry, young master. We can change the appearance of your magic robe. Anyway, an arcane warlock can wear whatever they want. As long as we change the style of the magic robe, no one will be able to tell. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded. Quat, it's fine to wear a mask, but I don't want to wear a mask that covers my entire face. It's too stuffy. Quat. Everyone laughed again. It seemed like this matter had been settled. It could be said that the matter of the Versailles Duchy had come to an end. After everyone had stopped laughing, Merlin said, Quat, if we want to go to the Orc Prairies, we need a place to settle down. Although I have some business there, it's not very big. Those who do business with me are only from some ethnic groups and not the battle tribe, so the income is not very high. The manager I left there is called Adai. He is very loyal and can be completely at ease. However, he is only in charge of the work there. You should know that the orcs are different from other places. We usually negotiate a deal with the buyer and then transport the goods over. If we put all the goods there, they might be robbed. Xiao Hai and the others didn't know much about business and didn't have much contact with the orcs, so they didn't know much about it. Kun Zheng nodded and said, what we need to do now is to establish contact with a battle tribe. As long as we do business with them, no one will dare to touch us when we reach the orc prairies. When we move around in the prairies, we can also raise the battle tribe's flag. No one will dare to touch the battle tribe's things. Xiao Hai didn't know what was going on, but Grim knew that the warrior race was the king of the grassland. In fact, the entire orc grassland was made up of countless bandits of all sizes. The bigger the tribe, the bigger the bandit. If the tribe was small, they were small bandits. Big bandits robbed small bandits, and small bandits robbed even smaller bandits. This was the law of survival in the orc grassland. Because of this, whenever the orcs couldn't survive, they would rob others to keep themselves alive. This was the reason why the orcs and the humans were at war. Those battle clans were the most powerful clans among the Beastmen. They were also the largest tribes and the largest bandit groups. It wasn't safe to do business on the prairie if you only did business with some ethnic groups or some ordinary battle clans. You would only be safe if you did business with some powerful battle clans. Every battle tribe had their own battle flag. This battle flag represented the dignity of that battle tribe. Anyone who dared to offend this battle flag would be hunted down and killed by that battle tribe. The great battle clans were very respectful to the merchants who worked with them. In order to ensure the safety of the merchants, they would give their war flags to the merchants so that they could stick them on their carriages. This way, they could ensure the safety of the merchants. Otherwise, the merchants could be robbed by the small tribes at any time on the prairie. It was not very safe. What's the best-selling item on the plains? Xiao Hai nodded. Kun Zheng smiled. Quat, food is the first priority, followed by salt and weapons. These things are the most in demand on the grasslands. Quat. Xiao Hai smiled and said, we can't do anything about salt and iron, but food is not a problem. When we get to the orc grassland, they won't care where we get our food from. Even if it's stolen or robbed, it's the same for the orcs. We can grow more food in the space and supply it to the orcs. Quat. Kun Zheng nodded and said, that's what we're thinking as well. The price of food is extremely high in the Beastmen's territory. If we can buy food at a low price, we will definitely become the most popular merchant in the battle tribe. Furthermore, the Beastmen have very little vegetables. We have space there, so we won't have to worry about transporting vegetables. We can transport more vegetables there, and I believe it will sell well. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded. Quat, we can't do anything else, but we can open up the supply of vegetables and food. We can even get a large number of demonic beasts in exchange. This is a good thing. Quat. Laura smiled and said, you have everything here, so I'm not in a hurry. However, I think we should set up the teleportation point at the orcs first, then go to the Rossan Empire and set up the teleportation point there. We can't keep the magical beasts we got from the orcs prairie and not sell them. We can buy them to the Rossan Empire. That way, the food and magical beasts can be turned into money. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded. Quat, that's good too. "Oh right, Laura, where are your people at the Orc Plains?" Lola quickly said, "We're near the three bends of the Yaga River." The Yaga River is one of the two largest rivers in the Orc grasslands. The three bends got its name because of the many bends in the river. The water is relatively gentle. It's not far from the border of the Versailles Duchy, the Iron Wall Fortress. It's only a 5-day journey. Although Xiao Hai had never been to the Orc grassland and was not familiar with the situation there, he had a certain understanding of the Yajia River. The Yajia River originated from the ice plains in the extreme north. It was one of the 5 forbidden areas on the continent, just like the Rotten Corpse Swamp. The Yajia River crossed the entire Orc grassland and entered the Duchy of Versailles. After entering the Duchy of Versailles, it was renamed as the Jade Belt River. That's right, the Yajia River was the upper reaches of the Jaded River, so there were detailed records of the Yajia River in the Duchy of Versailles. The Yajia River was also the most famous river in the Orc grassland. It was the mother river of the Orcs. The Orcs couldn't live without water, and the Yaga River had a large flow and was very gentle. Not only could the Orcs get water from the river, but they could also catch fish. To the Orcs, the Yaga River was like their mother, raising them for generations. That place isn't far from Versailles Duchy. Xiao Hai nodded and said, "Oh right, what race did you come into contact with? Is it safe?" Laura smiled and said, "It's safe. My business is only in contact with 2 races. One is the bull race and the other is the pig race. Both races are ethnic. The bull race is good at raising bulls, and the pig race is also famous for raising pigs. These 2 orc races are very gentle and are close to the Versailles Duchy. The magical beasts they produce are mostly carnivorous, so their income is not bad." Quat. Xiao Hai nodded. He didn't know much about the orcs. There were thousands of them. For example, the cattle clan was divided into rhinoceros, yaks, barbarian cattle, long-horned cattle, water buffalo, and dozens of other races. Xiao Hai didn't have the ability to remember all of them. It was like memorizing a big book. Xiao Hai nodded. "Quat, then we'll go to the 3 curves first and then head into the Orc Plains. The Orc Plains are too big. Even if we set up a teleportation point there, we'll have to choose a good place. It'll have to be a settlement for a large tribe." Quat. Laura thought for a moment, and her eyes suddenly lit up. "Quat, I thought of a place, but it's too far away. It's in the depths of the Beastmen's grasslands, a holy place for the Beastmen." Quat. Hearing Laura's words, everyone in the room knew where she was talking about. Although they had never been there before, they had all heard of it. It was the only city in the Orc Prairies, the Beast God City. The Orc God City was extremely famous in the Orc Prairies. The prairies were all boundless fields, with no mountains or rocks, so it was extremely difficult to build a city there. The establishment of the Beast God City was a miracle created by the Orcs. The Beast God City was the holy land in the hearts of all the Orcs. It was made from the soil of the grasslands, withered grass, and mud. The water used to make the mud was not ordinary water, but the blood of various magical beasts raised in the grasslands, so it was called beast blood soil. And because the grasslands also lacked wood, Orc City used magic beast bones instead of wood. It was because of this that it was called Beast God City. It was said that in order to build the Orc City, all of the Orc tribes had to live frugally for decades, using who knew how many magic beasts. That was the holy land in the hearts of the Orcs. The location of the Beast God City was not far from the northern ice fields. The Orcs believed that the Orcs had defeated the demons there, and that was where the Orcs had become today. Therefore, they built the Beast God City there to commemorate the Beast God. Furthermore, the Beast God City didn't have a city lord, nor did it have any defenses. However, it was the safest city on the continent. There were close to 1 million beastmen in the city, and no one was allowed to use force or steel within 1,000 miles of the city. If they were found, they would be executed on the spot. This was a rule set by the Beast God City since it was built. No one was allowed to break it. The people living in the Beast God City were all powerful battle clans, and they were not of the same race. It was a place where different races lived together, and the violent beastmen were the most well-behaved. After many years of development, the Beast God City had become the largest trading center in the Beastmen Plains. There were merchants of all races doing business in the city every day, making it extremely lively. Although violence was not allowed in the Beast God City, if a foreign merchant dared to lie to the Orcs, he would be in trouble. The violence was not allowed in the Beast God City, which referred to the war between tribes. If an outsider dared to cause trouble in the Beast God City, there would be law enforcement in the city. Those Orcs were not to be trifled with. They would kill without asking for the reason. If you dared to lie to the Orcs, no matter which tribe you were from, you would not have a chance to explain. "Let's kill him first." However, for merchants like Laura who didn't want to make money, the Beast God City was the best place to go. Although there weren't any shops in the Beast God City, they could set up a tent there to do business. In the past, Laura had also wanted to go to the Beast God City, but she was too small in scale and wasn't qualified to do business there. If you didn't have enough goods, you would be too embarrassed to go. The lowest price for doing business there was tens of millions of kilograms of food or tens of thousands of magical beasts. Laura didn't have that much capital back then. However, things were different now. With the spatial ring, if Xiao Hai were to plant all the bamboo rice, he would be able to store more than 20 million jin of bamboo rice a day. This was not a small number. With such a large amount of grain as a foundation, Laura would certainly dare to do business in the Beast God City. For these reasons, the Beast God City was very famous on the continent. No matter which race it was, they had all heard of it. After all, the Beast clan was one of the major races on the continent, and the Beast God City was the holy land for them. Kun immediately nodded upon hearing Laura mention the Beast God City. I also think that the Beast God City is the most suitable place. As long as we do our business properly there and don't deceive those beastmen, we won't have to worry about not having any business. Most importantly, our safety is absolutely guaranteed there. No one is allowed to fight within 1,000 miles of the Beast God City. Even the beastmen don't dare to fight there, let alone us foreigners. If anyone dares to pay us, then they'll be courting death. Quad, I agree. I've heard that there are 5 rank 9 experts guarding the city all year round. These rank 9 experts usually don't interfere, but if any expert dares to cause trouble in the city, they'll immediately kill them. These 5 people are known as the 5 Great Guardians of the city. Quat. Kun Zheng nodded. Quat, that's right. These 5 experts are all well-known experts in the human-beast hybrid clan. Their combat strength is extremely powerful. Not only that, there are a few large tribes living near the Beast God City all year round. There are also rank 9 experts in those large tribes. If anything happens in the Beast God City, those rank 9 experts can arrive in a flash to ensure the safety of the city. It can be said that there are no less than 10 rank 9 experts in the Beast God City. Quat. Xiao Hai was a bit surprised. He had never thought that the defenses of the Beast God City would be so strong. 10 level 9 experts were almost as strong as the defenses of the Flower City. However, this was good. No matter what Xiao Hai's identity was, it was nothing in the Orc prairies. The Orcs would not give in to humans. Even if he killed and committed heinous crimes, he was just a human in the Orc prairies. They would not care what crimes he committed in the humans' territory as long as he was obedient in the Orc prairies. This was exactly what Xiao Hai wanted. The Church of Light was too powerful among the humans, so he had to stay out of the way. Xiao Hai's realm could provide food, which was what the Orcs needed the most. So as long as Xiao Hai could get in touch with the Orcs, the Church of Light would not dare to touch him. Thinking of this, Xiao Hai could not help but smile. Quat, that's good. As long as the Orc God City is safe, we can do business there without worry. How about this? We'll set off tomorrow and have the Eagles bring the evil spirit staff to the Orc grasslands. Then we'll take the carriage to the Orc God City. Not only will we be able to understand the Orcs' living conditions and habits, but we'll also be able to find out what they need and look at the terrain along the way. What do you think? Clint nodded and said, I agree. In the end, our biggest secret is still the realm. Upgrading the realm as soon as possible is our top priority. As for the Beastmen prairies, not only are there many magical beasts, but there are also all kinds of plants. Even if these plants aren't magic plants, they add up to a lot and are very helpful for the human world's upgrade. The ranch's level is too low. I think we should upgrade the ranches as soon as possible. Quat. Laura and the others nodded in unison. They had some understanding of the magical power of the space. This space was really magical. If they could upgrade it as soon as possible, it would be very beneficial for them. Lola nodded and said, okay, I think we'll do it. Although it will take a long time, it will benefit us greatly. Let's do it. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded and said, then we should prepare the food now. We can't lack food when we trade with the Orcs in the future. The transformation plan of the Black Soil Wasteland has to be carried out as soon as possible. Also, we have to prepare more carriages. We will go to the Orc grassland and buy some food for every tribe we visit. This will make them more popular. Quat. Lola nodded and said, using food to clear the way is the best move. We can lay down the foundation in advance and let those great battle clans know about us. This will be of great help to us when we move into the Beast God City. You must know that it's not easy to occupy a piece of land there. Quat. Kun Zheng nodded and said, in the past, we wanted to do business in the Beast God City, but we gave up because our foundation was too weak. However, we still have some understanding of the situation there. The Beast God City has a permanent population of nearly 1 million people and can be considered a big city. However, all the major businesses on the continent had their own shops there, and now all the places that can be occupied have been occupied. I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to go there again. If we can show that we have a large amount of food to sell, then we will have a better chance of occupying a place there. Lola nodded. Quad, in the Orc plains, the Orcs still have the final say. As long as we make them think that we are good people, we can occupy a piece of land in the Beast God City. Then we will definitely be able to gain a foothold there. Quat. Kun Zheng glanced at Xiao Hai and said with a smile, there's no need to be so curious. Although the Beast God City has been built, there aren't many buildings that have been built with the blood of beasts. Most of the area is empty. There aren't any shops there, most of them are just tents, so if you want to open a shop there, you just need to occupy a piece of land. Xiao Hai nodded. In an era without high-rise buildings, how big would a city with a population of 1,000,000 be? And this city was built entirely with beast blood and mud. How many magical beasts would he have to kill? To be honest, it was already a miracle that the orcs were able to build that city. How much pressure did they need to do that? If they were to build buildings everywhere in the city, needless to say, the amount of beast blood soil needed would be an astronomical figure. The Beastmen might not be able to afford it. Thinking of this, Xiao Hai's eyes lit up. There are oil trees here in the realm, and we can bring quite a few rocks over. As long as we occupy some space, we can build a house made of wood and stone. It'll be the only one in the Beast God City, and it'll be hard for us not to be famous. Laura smiled and nodded. Quat, that's good. The orcs are very direct. If we want to gain respect from the orcs, we can't hide. We have to show our strength and let the orcs know that we have this ability. Only then will they value us. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded and said, okay, then it's decided. Kai arrange for more bamboo rice to be planted in the space. But we can't stop planting oil fruit trees either. We have to plant more. We will focus on these low-end products first. Quat. Kai replied and went to prepare. The next morning, Xiao Hai followed the plan they had discussed the day before and released 2 blood eagles. He handed the evil spirit staff to the blood eagles and had them fly directly in the direction of the Iron Wall Fortress. The Iron Wall Fortress was far away from the black soil wilderness. It would take about half a month to get there by carriage and about 10 days by horse. Of course, this was the normal speed, not the actual journey. The Iron Wall Fortress was the first line of defense of the Versailles Duchy against the Orc grassland. It was also the strongest line of defense. The Versailles Duchy had 20,000 elite bull guards stationed there all year round. If the orcs did not send an elite army, even if they sent 100,000 troops, they would be able to hold them off for a few days. The most important thing was that the Versailles family had left behind an army of mages in the Iron Wall Fortress. This army of mages could not be called an army, but a small team. There were a total of 50 mages, and they were all between the 4th and 6th grades. There were also about 200 mages between the 1st and 3rd grades. On the mainland, there were many mages between the 1st and 3rd grades, and these mages could only muddle along in some mercenary groups. Their days were not very good. Therefore, they liked to guard the Iron Wall Fortress. The treatment in the Iron Wall Fortress was good, and as long as there was no war, it was very safe. Although there were not many people in this mage army and their levels were not high, they could still exert great power in a real war. Ordinary soldiers would not be that powerful. Mages could use some large-scale offensive magic, which was really useful in battle. For example, an ordinary soldier was like a warrior with a rifle. He could only attack one at a time like a single-shot rifle. A mage was like a machine gun. He could fire continuously and cause mass destruction. That was the difference. The Iron Wall Fortress was called the Iron Wall Fortress because the bull guards of the Duchy of Versailles had a very glorious record here. They used 50,000 men to block the attack of 500,000 orcs for half a month. When the reinforcements from the Arcas Empire finally arrived, there were less than 5,000 of the 50,000 bull guards left, and the entire Iron Wall Fortress had been dyed red with blood. The bull sprinting guards became famous after this battle, and the Versailles family also became Grand Dukes after this battle, establishing the current Versailles Duchy. It could be said that the Iron Wall Fortress was not only famous among the humans, but also among the orcs. Many of the orcs' invasion plans had been delayed in front of the Iron Wall Fortress. Xiao Hai and the others sat in the living room, watching the scenery on the screen. To be honest, Xiao Hai did not know much about the Versailles Duchy. During his time in the Versailles Duchy, he only knew about the situation between Montenegro Fortress and Cassar City. He knew nothing about other cities. He could take the opportunity to take a look now. Although he could only take a cursory glance, it was better than nothing. When the sky turned dark, the Blood Eagle had already flown out of the Versailles Duchy and officially entered the Orc grassland. It was a few hundred miles away from the Iron Wall Fortress, but they had not seen the Orc tribe yet. This wasn't strange. The orcs wouldn't get too close to the Iron Wall Fortress. If they did, the fortress's defenders would come out and eliminate them. They were afraid that the orcs were here to spy on them. The orcs could accept such a situation, just like how the humans couldn't casually send too many armed personnel into the orc prairies. Now that they were a few hundred miles away from the Iron Wall Fortress, Xiao Hai recalled the Blood Eagle. They were ready to set off in a carriage the next day. After all, they had arrived at the orc prairies. If they wanted to do business with the orcs, they could not rely on the eagle to fly in the sky. That night, Xiao Hai found some time to improve the soil in the black soil wasteland. Due to the upgrade of the realm, he could improve more land every day. He could improve 1,000 mu of land a day, which was not a small number. However, Xiao Hai was very careful. The soil he improved was all inside the poisonous mist. He did not touch anything outside the mist. After being irrigated by space water for a long time, those common vegetables outside the Iron Mountain Fortress had already been ready for harvest. By contrast, those niblets in the canyon of the Iron Mountain Fortress were going to be ripe. This was good news for Xiao Hai. Using the space water for irrigation could speed up the ripening of crops, which was very important to Xiao Hai. Laura was also very busy. She had never been to Black Earth Wilderness before. Now that she knew that this place would be her home in the future, of course, she started to understand Black Earth Wilderness. Only after this did Laura realize how vast the Black Dirt Wilderness was. This ignited her passion, and she began to regulate the entire Black Dirt Wilderness, preparing to go all out. Xiao Hai was also impatient with Laura's enthusiasm. However, he had no choice. Laura was like a child who had just gotten a new toy and was fiddling with it non-stop. If he didn't let her do it now, she would definitely not agree. Fortunately, Xiao Hai and the others came out of the medium the next morning. This time, only 3 people came out with Xiao Hai: Laura, Meg, and Near. Xiao Hai was naturally happy with the company of 3 beautiful women. A while ago, when Xiao Hai and Laura confirmed their relationship, Meg seemed a little unhappy. However, Xiao Hai was busy at that time and couldn't have a heart-to-heart talk with her. After that, he didn't know what Laura had said to Meg, but now she was happy. Although Xiao Hai didn't know why, he was relieved as long as she was happy. The 4 of them were now sitting in Laura's original carriage, which was being pulled by a divine snow horse. Behind their carriage was a large row of other carriages. These carriages were all the property of Laura's shop. When Laura left, she naturally brought these carriages with her. These things were very useful. Now that they were going to the Orc grassland, these carriages were of course useful. The carriages were all loaded with food. Because they had to travel for a long time, there was not a lot of food. Each carriage weighed 1,000 pounds, so there were 50 carriages in total, which was 50,000 pounds of food. 50,000 caddies of food was not a small amount for a small tribe, but it was not a lot for a mid-sized tribe. The drivers of the 50 carriages were all undead creatures. Apart from driving the carriages, they could also protect the carriages. The other undead creatures had been thrown into the black soil wasteland by Xiao Hai. When the 4 of them appeared on the grassland, they weren't too surprised because the scenery here was too similar to the one in the origin space. The scenery in the origin space was also a grassland, and it was even more beautiful than the Orc grassland. Therefore, the scenery here didn't attract them too much. In addition to the undead creatures driving the carriages, Xiao Hai also released 100 blood eagles. These blood eagles weren't used for attack, but mainly to monitor the surrounding situation. The Orc prairies weren't safe, so it was safer to have the blood eagles watching. Xiao Hai looked around at the grassland, while Meg was looking at Xiao Hai with a hint of infatuation and shyness in her eyes. Seeing Xiao Hai's expression, Meg immediately recalled what Laura had told her 2 days ago. Laura realized that after seeing the intimate behavior between her and Xiao Hai that day, Meg's expression had been very unnatural. The smart Laura immediately understood what was going on. Meg was worried. Therefore, Laura had a private talk with Meg. From Xiao Hai, she knew that Xiao Hai had feelings for Meg and would never forget them. Since she had decided to marry Xiao Hai, she naturally hoped that everything would be fine around Xiao Hai and that nothing unpleasant would happen, especially if there was no fire in his backyard. Now that their foundation was too weak and they had too many things to do, Xiao Hai didn't have to do anything if they were to start a fire in their backyard. He could just put out the fire every day. Therefore, as Xiao Hai's wife, Laura felt that she had to eliminate this unstable factor in its budding stage. Therefore, she took the initiative to find Meg and had a deep conversation with her. Laura didn't say much. She only told Meg that Xiao Hai had already told her when he proposed to her that he would marry them, so she didn't need to worry. Meg didn't expect Laura to be so direct and she felt a little embarrassed. However, she had accepted Laura long ago, so their relationship had become even better after that time. The 2 women loved the same man, so they naturally thought of him. On the Ark continent, men were powerful and it was normal for them to have a few wives. They were not jealous, which saved Xiao Hai a lot of trouble. Xiao Hai did not know about this. To be honest, he was really stupid when it came to relationships. Fortunately, he had a good wife like Laura. Otherwise, it would have been a problem. It was because of that conversation that the knot in Meg's heart had been untied, and the last bit of worry in her heart had disappeared, so she was so happy. For Meg, titles and such were not important. She only wanted to stay by Xiao Hai's side. Therefore, when she heard Laura say that Xiao Hai would definitely marry her, nothing else was important to her. Laura also noticed Meg's reaction, but she didn't say anything. She just felt a little sour in her heart. She couldn't help it. Meg had known Xiao Hai earlier than she did, so it was useless even if she was angry. Her heart was already firmly tied to Xiao Hai. At that moment, the eagle that Xiao Hai had sent to the east suddenly returned and circled above Xiao Hai's head. Xiao Hai knew that something was happening in the east. Although the blood eagles could not speak, they could understand Xiao Hai's words. Hence, Xiao Hai and the others spent a few days teaching the eagles how to use their own flying postures and cries to deliver simple information to them. In terms of flying, they circled in the air a few times, and the number of people and the number of shouts represented the number of cavalrymen. Therefore, these eagles could now be regarded as the simplest air scouts. NBSB Xiao Hai carefully looked at the eagles. After they had left, he turned to Laura and said, "There's a situation in the east. There's a 1,000-man cavalry coming towards us, but it doesn't look like they're orcs." Lola froze for a moment, then her expression changed. Quat, I know. It's the bull guards from the Ironwall Fortress. They patrol this area once every half a month or so. It seems like we're unlucky today. Then what should we do? Xiao Hai frowned. Why don't we hide in the space first? Lola shook her head and said, "There's no need for that, but we can just give them some money. After all, we all know that we buy food from the orcs. Also, the Duchy of Versailles hopes that everyone can buy more food from the orcs. As long as the orcs don't lack food and drink, they won't deduct from the border. The main purpose of these cavalrymen is to see if any orc tribes have come here." Xiao Hai nodded and turned to Laura. "You have experience in this kind of thing. How much do you think we have to pay to pass the test?" Lola smiled and said, "I'm afraid it's 1,000 gold coins and I can't pay it. It's best to ask Grandpa Grimm to do it. Grandpa Grimm is a level 8 expert, and those knights don't dare to make things difficult for him. If I go, they won't let us off so easily because I'm a woman." What? Xiao Hai's face changed. "Do they still dare to be rude?" Lola smiled bitterly and said, "Don't forget where we are. If they really want to be rude to us, they will definitely kill us all. Then they can push the blame to the orcs. This is not the depths of the orc grassland. It is still an area controlled by the Iron Wall Fortress. Those bull guards can turn into bandits at any time." Isn't Grand Duke Ivan going to do something about it?" Xiao Hai asked in a deep voice. Lola smiled bitterly and said, How? The soldiers in the Iron Wall Fortress had to maintain their wildness. Moreover, the border between the Iron Wall Fortress and the Orc Prairies meant that they lacked resources. The soldiers had been stationed here for a few years. They were depressed and needed a way to vent their frustrations. Therefore, those in power would not turn a blind eye to such things. Moreover, the merchants who came to the Orc Prairies to do business were smuggling and providing resources to the enemy. It was against the law. Therefore, even if the soldiers were killed, they would still be killed. No one dared to say anything. Xiao Hai nodded and entered the medium. He called Green out from the Iron Mountain Castle and told him everything. Xiao Hai took out an ordinary bag, filled it with 1,000 gold coins, and gave it to Green. Then he appeared on the carriage with Green. Xiao Hai then released a wind-chasing chariot for Green to ride. The convoy did not stop and continued moving forward. Xiao Hai also knew that it was impossible for them to outrun the galloping bull guards. This place was too empty, and the galloping bull guards were not far from them. They would arrive soon. As expected, in less than an hour, they heard a soft rumble from the east. The experienced soldiers could tell that it was a large group of cavalrymen. Xiao Hai and the others turned around and saw a group of 1,000 cavalrymen coming from the east. They were moving very quickly. Xiao Hai and the others immediately stopped. However, they did not surround the carriages in a circle to defend against the enemy like the other teams, as they had no use for it. Laura and the other two were hiding in the carriage. The three of them were rare beauties, and if the cavalry saw them, it would cause a lot of trouble. When Xiao Hai was on Earth, he had heard of a saying, "A female pig is as good as a Daio-chan after serving in the army for 3 years." The cavalrymen stationed in the Ironwall Fortress might have been stationed there for more than 3 years. If they were to find Laura and the other two beautiful women who were not inferior to Daio-chan, it was hard to say whether they would turn into orcs. Xiao Hai walked out of the carriage and stood quietly on the platform in front of the carriage. He was wearing a black magician's robe and holding an evil spirit staff in his hand. It was quite intimidating. Clint was standing beside the carriage. He was not wearing any armor, only a simple warrior's uniform. He did not wear a mask, and his hair was very neatly combed. The spirit wind sword was at his waist, and he had the typical look of a head chief. This was exactly what Xiao Hai wanted. The troops stationed at the Iron Wall Fortress would not recognize Grimm. With Grimm's current status, it would only make it difficult for them to figure out their background. If they did, they would not dare to act rashly. Otherwise, they might end up in a huge battle. Xiao Hai wasn't afraid of the cavalrymen, he just didn't want to get into a conflict with them. After all, Ivan treated them well. Very quickly, the cavalrymen were only 100 meters away from Xiao Hai's group. However, they did not attack Xiao Hai's group. Instead, they all stopped and stood there, sizing them up. Xiao Hai was also sizing up these people. They were riding on third-grade magical beasts, flame horses. The horses were wearing heavy armor, and everyone was wearing heavy cavalry armor. They also wore battle helmets with 2 bull horns on their heads. The iron masks on their helmets were kept in their helmets and were not let down. Although these cavalrymen had been running for a long time, neither they nor their horses showed any signs of fatigue. Their armor was not very clean, and some parts were even a little damaged, but it did not affect their imposing manner. These cavalrymen had an imposing aura. Xiao Hai, who had killed before, knew that it was a murderous aura. It was a murderous aura that only soldiers who had experienced life and death had. The leader of the cavalrymen was a man with a big beard. He was very tall and had a knife scar on his face, which made him look very ferocious. This person was currently looking at Xiao Hai and the others coldly. Xiao Hai didn't say anything, he just waved at Green. Green bowed to him, then rode his horse towards the cavalrymen. About 20 meters in front of the cavalrymen, Grim saluted them with a standard noble's bow and said, "Soldiers, please. My master knows that you've been working hard patrolling the border, so he specially ordered me to send you a small gift. Please smile." After saying that, he took out the cloth bag that contained 1,000 gold coins and shook it gently. Grim didn't mean to insult those people. These soldiers who were patrolling the border had encountered this kind of thing many times. As long as they shook the money bag, they would know whether it was a gold coin or a silver coin from the sound. As long as they put the bag in their hands, they would know how much money was in it. Therefore, Grim shook the bag gently to let those people know that it was a gold coin. The leader of the cavalrymen could tell that the bag was filled with gold coins. His eyes went blank as he looked at Grim and said, "Oh, your master knows the rules, but a routine inspection is still necessary." Grim's expression changed. He had already heard from Laura that as long as they paid the money, these cavalrymen would not be checked. Why did they still have to check now? Could it be that they were looking for trouble? At the thought of this, Gerlin's expression turned cold. He sat up straight on his horse and looked at the captain with a cold glint in his eyes. "Oh, isn't it against the rules for you to do this?" Grim's voice was not loud, but all the cavalrymen heard it clearly. Moreover, Grim's aura suddenly changed because of his words. From an ordinary old man, he suddenly became a level 8 great warrior with an amazing aura. This made the captain's face change. The leader of the cavalrymen was also a level 6 knight. It was because he did not see through Grim's strength that he gave it a try. After trying it out, he found out that Grim was actually a level 8 master, and not an ordinary level 8 master. Grim also had a strong military aura on him. This made the leader of the cavalrymen understand that he was not to be trifled with, and could not be trifled with. The captain immediately said, "Hee, I was just joking with you. Since you know the rules, then we will naturally follow them. Please, quat." As soon as Grim returned to the carriage, Xiao Hai waved his hand and the carriage slowly drove into the depths of the grassland. The leader of the cavalrymen did not pick up the money bag immediately. Instead, he looked at the direction of the carriage and pondered. A knight beside the captain whispered to him, "Captain, what's wrong?" The leader of the cavalrymen came back to his senses and looked at the cavalryman. Quat, nothing, I just remembered something. I remember hearing from Cassar City that the mage who helped our Versailles family out was a black mage, and he had a grade 8 warrior by his side, right? The captain was also a member of the Versailles family, which was why he had said, "We the Versailles family." The knight beside him was also a member of the Versailles family. When he heard the captain say that, he was stunned for a moment before saying, "Captain, you mean that convoy just now? Was it the magus who helped our Versailles family out of trouble?" The captain nodded. "Quat, the 8th floor is right. All right, don't think too much. Take the money and we'll go." Quat, the cavalryman responded and squeezed his horse's belly to gallop forward. He circled around the money bag and lowered his body. He had already taken the money bag in his hand. He returned to the captain's side and said to him, "Captain, it should be 1,000 gold coins." When the cavalrymen were out of sight, Laura and the rest walked out of the carriage. They glanced at the cavalrymen before Laura turned to Grim and said, "Grandpa Green, if it wasn't for your tough attitude, those guys wouldn't have let us go so easily. It was really close." "Quat, it's fine," Grind said with a smile. "Quat, I've seen many of these things. They're just putting on an act. It's nothing." Quat. Lola smiled and said, "Quat, this kind of thing happens all the time in the orc prairies, but most orcs will only take food if they come to rob. As long as they don't resist, they won't hurt people. This is an unwritten rule of the orc prairies. They hope that we can bring more food next time. If they kill us all, no one will give them food. Also, in the eyes of the orcs, we humans all look the same, so they don't have to worry about us in the future. If Grandpa Grim has something to do, you can return to the Black Dirt Wastelands." Grim smiled and said, "There's nothing much to do back there. We're just preparing some things for the winter in the Black Earth Wilderness. Kun and the others are there, so there's nothing much to do. I'll follow you. If there's anything, I can come out and solve it." Quat. Laura smiled. "Quat, okay, but the scenery here is really not that good. It can't be compared to the space. It's boring." Quat. Quat, the grass in this space is almost all the same height, so of course it's more beautiful than here. It's just that it looks a little rigid. It's the same everywhere. There will be some changes here in the Beastmen Plains. Quat. Lola smiled. What Grim said was right. In the space, whether it was the back view of the farm or the pasture, there would not be much change. Everything was digitized. The grass was the same, even the length and the number of leaves were the same. It seemed that there was no change. As he was speaking, Grim suddenly saw a few small flowers blooming in the grass in front of him. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and rode over. He jumped down from the back of the horse, took out the spirit wind sword, and dug out the small flowers from the roots. Seeing Green's expression, Xiao Hai and the others were stunned for a moment. Then they immediately understood what Green meant. As expected, Green returned to the carriage with a few flowers covered in dirt. He handed the flowers to Xiao Hai and said, "Quite young master, this is the most common flower in the orc grassland, star grass. This star grass is unique to the orc grassland and is the most common kind of hemostatic herb. Ordinary orcs will pick this grass and dry it in the sun. They will use it to stop bleeding when they are injured. It is very effective." Quat. Xiao Hai looked at the flower in his hand. The plant was only about 30 centimeters tall, and there was nothing special about it. It was like a small plant with a small flower on it. The small flower had 5 petals and looked like a small star. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Hai kept the star grass into the origin space. A notification immediately came from the space. Quat new plant discovered. Identifying plant. The plant is a type of hemostatic herb from the herbaceous family. It has low hemostasis ability but strong vitality. Evaluation grade, plant grade 5, 1-season plant, ripens in 10 hours, plant data transformation, can be purchased in the space. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded his head and turned to look at Laura and the others. They were looking at him as well. Xiao Hai couldn't help but smile. Quat, it's nothing. The realm rated it as a level 5 plant, the kind that ripened in 10 hours. It didn't manage to level up. Quat. Although Grimm and the others felt a little regretful, it was also within their expectations. If a random grass could upgrade the space, then the space would be more than level 20 now. Laura's eyes glowed as she looked around, as if she was looking for something. Xiao Hai smiled. This was the first time Laura had encountered such a situation, so she would definitely be curious. Nicole was also very curious. However, she was not interested in plants. She was particularly interested in magical beasts. Compared to Laura, Meg was much calmer. She had seen the space upgrade too many times, but this time the space didn't even upgrade, so what was there for her to be happy about? However, this was a good start. The realm would only give levels and experience points to the plants that weren't in the realm. As soon as they entered the grassland, they found a plant that wasn't in the realm before. It was a good start. Grimm glanced at Laura and smiled. What? There are actually many kinds of plants on the prairie, but we aren't orcs, so we don't know much about them. I heard that there are many kinds of grass in the orc prairie. Some places are suitable for cattle, some are suitable for sheep, and some are especially suitable for horses. When it comes to understanding the prairie, we can't compare to the orcs. Laura smiled and said, of course. The orcs have lived here for generations. The grasslands are their home. Of course, they know it better. However, as long as we can buy some orc slaves in the future, this problem can be solved. Quat. Jerlin nodded his head. Laura's words were right. The ones who had the deepest understanding of the grasslands were not the battle tribes, but the slaves. The slaves on the prairie were different from the slaves of the human race. The human slaves had to be marked, but the slaves on the prairie were divided into different races. The slaves of the slave race could be recognized at a glance without any marks. Moreover, the slaves on the prairie had much more freedom than the human slaves. Most of them relied on the battle tribe to survive, to graze for the battle tribe, and to work for them. It was because of this that the slaves were very familiar with the plants on the prairie. They knew where the grass was good, where the water was good, and where the magic beasts were suitable to raise. There was a reason for the slaves to do this. To the orcs, magical beasts were everything. No matter how powerful an orc's battle clan was, their wealth was measured by the number of magical beasts they had. Almost all of the magical beasts of the battle clan were raised by the slaves. As long as the slaves were raised well, the orcs would reward them. Therefore, the orc slaves were very hardworking. Because of this, Xiao Hai and the others only needed to buy some orc slaves to gain a complete understanding of the plants on the prairie. In fact, many orcs didn't realize the importance of this knowledge to them. Although the orcs on the prairie had their own words, they didn't have any records about this. In the orc plains, the average race didn't have any slaves because they weren't very strong. If they had a large number of slaves, they would be taken by the battle race and they might be exterminated. This was normal in the plains. Many people were exterminated by the battle tribe because they had too much wealth and couldn't protect it. Their people were also reduced to slaves. This was the law of survival on the prairie. Green nodded. Quat, buying slaves is a must, but don't be in a hurry. We have to take it slow. First, we have to understand the situation of the Beastmen plains. Quat. Lola nodded and smiled. Quat, what I know is what Adai told me. Also, the information I've collected before isn't comprehensive. I'll have to understand it myself. Quat. Jerlin nodded and looked around. There were no signs of a tribe. He turned to Xiao Hai and said, "Young master, let's hurry. Only the Ironwall Fortress's cavalry will appear on this road. The Beastmen won't come. We have to find the Beastmen tribe as soon as possible and stay there for a while." NBSB Xiao Hai nodded. Quat, that's good. If we encounter a tribe, we can trade with them. I want to see what the orcs look like. Quat. Laura also laughed. Orcs rarely went to places where humans lived. In some small places, people had never seen orcs in their entire lives. Because they had to hurry, their speed was slightly increased, but they didn't meet anyone that day. This was normal. The orc grassland was too big, and they were now in a buffer area between the orcs and humans, so there were few people. At night, they didn't encounter any orc tribe, so they could only put everything back into the space and spend the night there. Night passed uneventfully. Early the next morning, Xiao Hai and the others ventured deeper into the grasslands. However, Xiao Hai had thought things through and walked very slowly. He kept looking around along the way and even dug up a lot of grass and flowers to put into the inner space. Unfortunately, they only encountered the most common plants. Although the interspace collected some, they didn't give much experience. Now that the interspace was over level 20, it would be very difficult to level up. However, Xiao Hai didn't give up. He understood the logic of little by little making an ocean. Now he could only take it slow. There was no use in rushing. If he really wanted to count, there were definitely more plants in the corpse swamp than in the orc grassland. However, at the same time, the corpse swamp was also very dangerous. If the level 9 experts in the corpse swamp knew about Zhao Wen's participation and Kai's arrival, they would definitely not let them off easily. Therefore, Xiao Hai wanted to focus his attention on the orc grassland. At noon, an eagle's cry attracted Xiao Hai's attention. He raised his head and saw a blood eagle circling in the sky, chirping from time to time. Xiao Hai looked at it for a while before turning to Laura. "Quat, there's a small tribe not far ahead. There are only a few hundred people. We should be able to reach there by night. Let's rest there for the night." Quat. Lola didn't object. She nodded and said, "Okay, but we still have to be careful. Those orcs are likely to become bandits. I think we should call out more undead creatures so that the orcs won't dare to act recklessly." Xiao Hai smiled. "Quat, there's no need. Don't forget that I'm a magician now. I believe that even the orcs wouldn't dare to mess with us. Don't worry, Quat." The small, colorful flag was a symbol of the orc tribe. Any orc tribe, big or small, would hang a small, colorful flag. To the orcs, the colorful flag meant peace, luck, and good luck. To the orcs, the colorful flag was like a rainbow, which would only appear after the rain. To the orcs, the rain was very important. When it rained, the river would become bigger, and they would have more water to use. When it rained, the grass on the grassland would grow more luxuriant, and their magic beasts would grow fatter. If the magic beasts grew well, they would have more wealth. That was why all the orc tribes would hang colorful flags. On the grassland, as long as you saw the colorful flag, you would know that you were near the orc tribe. This was common knowledge among the people who came to the grassland. Xiao Hai had already known this from the miscellaneous notes he had read. Xiao Hai let out a long breath and turned to Laura and the others who were chatting in the car. "I see the colored flag." Of course, Laura understood what Xiao Hai meant. She immediately got out of the car and followed Xiao Hai's gaze. As expected, a colorful flag appeared in her sight. Lola let out a breath. "Quat, we finally see the orc tribe. That's great. Tonight, we might be able to drink milk wine and eat roasted lamb." Quat. Xiao Hai chuckled. To be honest, after walking on the vast and seemingly uninhabited prairie for a day, the sudden appearance of the colorful flag really made him feel refreshed. It was like a person living in the dark suddenly seeing a glimmer of light. Not long after, Xiao Hai and the others saw a stretch of tents. These tents were very large. On top of one of the tents, there was a large flag. On the flag was a drawing of a cute little pig. Xiao Hai blinked his eyes and confirmed that he was not mistaken. The drawing on the flag was indeed a cute little pig. Xiao Hai turned to look at Laura in confusion and asked, "Laura, what tribe is this?" Laura also saw the small pig flag on the tent and couldn't help but smile. "Quat, do you see the little pig on the flag?" Was the little pig's stomach especially big? This was a branch of the pig race, the big-bellied pig race. This kind of pig race wasn't very tall, at most about 2 meters. They were considered small among the orcs, but their bellies were very big. Their bellies were exposed all year round, but they shouldn't be underestimated as they were the toughest part of their bodies. This tribe was only a race, and their combat power wasn't very strong. However, they had a unique skill, and that was to drink. Then, they used their big bellies to spray out the water in their bellies, forming water arrows to hurt people. The water they spray out can reach 30 meters away, and its power is equivalent to a human's arrow. It is because of this special ability that they have not become slaves. Xiao Hai was very curious. He felt that the world was so big that there were all kinds of strange things. To think that such a race existed, it was very interesting. Xiao Hai turned to Laura and asked, "What's the personality of this kind of clansman? You won't suddenly become a bandit, right?" Lola shook her head and said with a smile, "No, they're very easygoing. They're a branch of the Fragrant Pig clan. As long as you don't bully them, they won't steal things. They're also a very friendly clan. They mainly rear coiled sheep for a living." Quat. Xiao Hai knew that the coiled sheep was a first-tier magic beast. It was the most common magic beast in the orc grassland. Its skin could be used to make clothes, its fur could be used to make blankets, its meat could be eaten, and its horns could be used to make weapons. It could be said that the orcs could not live without the coiled sheep. It was rare to see people raising coiling sheep where humans lived because they were only used to living on the grassland. They would get sick when they came to humans. Therefore, to the orcs, coiling sheep was the greatest gift from the beast god. Xiao Hai nodded. Quat, that's good. Let's rest here today. If they need it, we can buy them the food. By the way, how do we trade with the orcs? Laura smiled and said, this isn't difficult. As long as we bring food over, they will take the initiative to trade with us. However, they will usually use the magical beasts in their hands to exchange for it. They won't directly use gold and silver to trade. Only some large battle clans will directly use gold and silver to trade. Therefore, we still need to turn the magical beasts they trade with us into money. Quat, then how much bamboo rice do you need to exchange for a cold goat? Xiao Hai asked. 1,000 pounds, Lola said with a smile. 1,000 jin, you're not joking, Xiao Hai said in surprise. Laura's price was too shocking. The reason why Xiao Hai was so surprised was due to the size of the coiled sheep. An adult coiled sheep could grow to 15 meters and weigh 400 kilograms. It would not be a problem for it to carry an adult. Moreover, a coiled sheep could produce 100 kilograms of wool at a time. If a coiled sheep was transported back to Versailles Duchy, it would cost at least 15 gold coins even if it was killed and sold. It would be good enough if they could buy it for 1 gold coin. 15 times the profit, wasn't that too high? Laura knew what Xiao Hai was surprised about. She smiled and said, Quat, this sounds very high, but it's not as high as you think. You should know that the goods transported to the orc grassland are all smuggled. In the process of smuggling, you need to bribe the city defense army and open up various joints. This is not a small expense. Moreover, it may be robbed when you reach the grassland. So if you really calculate it, the cost of transporting 500 kilograms of bamboo rice to the orc grassland is about 3 gold coins. This cost will increase again. By the time we reach the mainland, the cost of a coiled sheep will be around 7 to 8 gold coins, and this doesn't include being robbed. You should know that almost all the people who come to the orc prairies to do business will be robbed, except those who cooperate with the war clans. If we calculate it 10 times, ordinary merchants will be robbed 3 to 4 times out of 10 times. In this way, they can only earn 4 to 5 gold coins at most from the last coiled sheep, which is already very good. Xiao Hai nodded. He could understand this. If the cost was high, the price would naturally go up. If the cost was too low, no one would do this business. In the end, the ones who suffered the most were not the humans, but the Beastmen. If things went wrong, the Beastmen might even invade the border. Quat, what price do you think we should pay them? Xiao Hai turned to look at Laura. Quat, yes, Lola said with a smile. Quat, a lamb weighing 2,000 caddies. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded. He didn't have as high a cost as those merchants. The bamboo and rice were produced in the realm, and he could store the coiled sheep in the warehouse without any bribing. There was almost no extra cost. 2,000 caddies of coiled sheep was almost his net profit. Also, 2,000 caddies of coiled sheep wouldn't have much impact on the food price of the entire orc grassland. This price was very reasonable. Nicole and Meg stood behind them, listening to their conversation quietly. Meg didn't feel anything. For her, all she needed to do was to take care of Xiao Hai. Business matters were always settled by Xiao Hai and the others, so she didn't feel jealous at all. Although in the eyes of outsiders, she and Laura were love rivals, in Meg's eyes that was not the case at all. She didn't want to fight with Laura for anything. She just wanted to stay by Xiao Hai's side and be satisfied. Moreover, Laura was really talented and strong in business, which she couldn't compare with. Meg had already reserved a table for herself, so she wouldn't be jealous of Laura. On the contrary, the more capable Laura was, the happier she would be, because the more capable Laura was, the stronger the Buta family would be, and that was exactly what she wanted to see. They chatted as they walked. Soon they were almost at the tent. The people in the tent also noticed them. Immediately, more than 20 figures rushed towards them, followed by some dogs. When the people got closer, Xiao Hai realized that they were all cavalrymen. However, what made Xiao Hai want to laugh was that their mounts were all pigs. That's right, it was a pig. A type of pig that was close to 2 meters long and weighed more than 1,000 jin. It had 2 long fangs. The knight riding on the pig immediately reminded Xiao Hai of a person, Zhu Beiji. It was too similar. They looked like Pixie, who was dressed in plain clothes. These people all had leather hats on their heads and leather clothes on their bodies. However, they had a big pig's head on their thick necks and their white bellies were exposed. A layer of black fur could be seen on their bellies. As long as they changed into a monk's robe and held a palade, they would be like Zhu Beiji. They didn't even need to put on makeup. Xiao Hai wanted to laugh, but he felt that it was too impolite. If he laughed at the orcs and caused a conflict, it wouldn't be good. So he held it in and slowly calmed his emotions. Beside the big-bellied, pig-headed knights, there were a few dogs. These dogs were very special. Each of them was about 1 meter tall and had long fur. However, they ran very fast and didn't bark randomly. 2 sharp fangs were also exposed outside their lips. They were not to be trifled with. Xiao Hai and the others immediately stopped. They weren't on guard and put on a friendly look. As expected, the pig knights also slowed down. Xiao Hai then realized that these big-bellied, pig-headed knights were all holding weapons. Their weapons could be described as simple and crude. They were huge sheep heads with a wooden handle. Some of them were not even made of wood but made of animal bones. However, Xiao Hai didn't dare to look down on such weapons. The sheep heads used as weapons were all very large. One look and one could tell that they were heavy. If they were hit by these things, they would definitely break their bones. Laura hurriedly saluted to the few big-bellied pig tribesmen and said, "Quat, dear pig friends, we are just merchants of the human race. We have no ill intentions towards you. Please allow your loyal shepherd dog to return to its owner." Quat. The big-bellied pig tribesman naturally saw the convoy behind Lola. One of the pig tribesmen in the lead quickly put down the goat head bone hammer in his hand and bowed to Lola. "Quat, quat, dear human merchant, please forgive our rudeness. You know that I have to ensure the safety of my people in the grasslands." Quat. After saying that, he shouted twice, and the few dogs immediately returned to their side obediently. At this time, Laura also came down from the carriage, and the pig clan members also jumped down from their mounts and walked towards Laura and the others. The two sides stood 2 meters apart. Laura bowed to the pig and said, "Chairman of the Peach Blossom Chamber of Commerce, Laura, greets the pig tribe's warriors." Xiao Hai and the rest also bowed to the pig. The pigman was extremely polite, and he bowed towards Laura as well. "Quat, quat, big-bellied pig tribe, goat head hammer tribe's chief spear greets the beautiful Miss Laura." Quat. This spear was more than 2 meters tall. When the 1.8 million tall Laura stood in front of him, she looked like a child. However, he was extremely polite now, which made Xiao Hai have a good impression of him. Laura smiled. "Quat, dear leader Spear, my caravan and I would like to spend the night in your camp." "May I?" Spear laughed and said, "Beautiful Mrs. Laura, this is what we've been looking for. Please get on the carriage and follow us to my camp. I'll kill the lamb, make milk tea, serve milk wine, and treat you with our best food." Quat. Xiao Hai looked at the distant pig tribesmen and turned to Laura. "Will they really kill the sheep and wait for us?" Laura smiled and said, "They will. The orcs on the grassland are very welcoming to merchants. As long as there is no hostility, they are very hospitable. Big brother Hai, bring some vegetables out. For them, there is nothing better than vegetables." Quat. Xiao Hai nodded and placed some vegetables on one of the carriages. The vegetables were still fresh as if they had just been picked. After making preparations, Laura's team slowly headed towards the camp of the Sheafed Hammer tribe. Laura wasn't surprised by the strange name of the Sheafed Hammer tribe. There were all kinds of strange names in the orc grassland. She wouldn't even be surprised if it was called the Sheafed tribe, let alone the Sheafed Hammer tribe. Before they even entered the village, a few goats ran out of the camp. These goats were all adult goats, and on their backs were a few children of the big-bellied pigmen. These children looked like they were in their teens. They were all wearing leather clothes, had big bellies and silly little pig heads. They looked very cute. The children ran to Laura's carriage and looked curiously at Laura and Xiao Hai, who was wearing a magic robe. The tallest child walked to the carriage and bowed to Laura. "Respected merchant lady, my father asked me to help you." It seemed like this child was Spear's child. "Quat, my lovely young warriors." Lola immediately smiled and said, "Please lead the way." Quat. Hearing Laura call him a young warrior, those little pigs became very happy. One of them stuck out his little belly and walked in front of the carriage happily. The orcs valued warriors the most. If you called someone a warrior when you praised them, they would definitely be very happy. It was Laura's first time coming into contact with the orcs, so she tried it on these children and it seemed to be effective. Laura looked at the children and turned to Xiao Hai. "If you praise them, you have to call them warriors. No matter how cute that child is, you can't touch their heads or else they will get angry. You can't not drink when you're here, and you can't not drink the wine offered by the master. That will be regarded as disrespecting the master. If they give you any gifts, you must accept them, or else the master will think that you're looking down on them." Xiao Hai and the others nodded. These were things that the orcs were afraid of, so they had to remember them. They didn't want to get into conflict with the orcs over such a small matter. Soon, they arrived at the campsite of the Sheephead Hammer tribe. Spear was standing there waiting for them. Behind Spear were 3 young girls from the big-bellied pig tribe. Each of them was holding a bowl of wine. This was Xiao Hai's first time seeing the pig race girls. The 3 of them were not much bigger than Laura. Their bellies were not big and their figures were very well developed. They were wearing leather skirts, and although they also had pig heads, their heads were much smaller than Spear's. They looked very cute, especially with their long hair and accessories on their heads. Although they had pig heads, they were not annoying. Laura took the lead to get off the carriage and walked to Spear. Spear smiled and said, "Quat, beautiful lady, please drink this wine that represents the friendship of the Goat Head Hammer tribe." Quat. With a wave of his hand, the 3 pig clan girls immediately walked over. Laura didn't stand on ceremony. She took a bowl of wine from one of the girls and took a sip before spilling the wine on the ground. This was a special treatment that the orcs gave to women. Women could drink a mouthful of wine from each bowl and spill the wine on the ground, while men had to drink it all. After drinking 3 bowls of liquor consecutively, Laura's face blushed, making her more beautiful. However, besides Xiao Hai's group, Spear's group didn't know how to appreciate her beauty. In their eyes, all human women looked the same. Therefore, Spear called Laura beautiful miss out of courtesy. The orcs usually toasted to their leaders. The others did not receive such treatment, so Xiao Hai and the others did not get to drink the wine that Spear offered. After drinking, Laura turned to Spear and said, "Quite respected patriarch, please allow my servants to set up the tents. Also, please don't prepare too much food. My servants are all undead creatures and they don't need to eat." Quat. Spear was stunned for a moment. He looked at the zombies standing next to the carriage and quickly realized that they were different. However, he didn't care and just nodded. "Quat, all right, this way please, beautiful lady." Quat. Laura turned around and glanced at Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai nodded and waved his hand. The undead creatures immediately went to build their campsite, which wasn't far from the campsite of the Goat Head Hammer tribe. Moreover, the undead creatures that Xiao Hai brought out this time were the ones that were originally led by Aroga. Although some of the undead creatures were death warriors, many of them were coachmen and workers of ordinary merchant groups. As such, they were no strangers to setting up camp. Once Xiao Hai gave the order, they would do it. Spear also glanced at Xiao Hai. To be honest, Spear didn't have a good impression of Xiao Hai, who was wearing a black magic robe. He always felt that Xiao Hai gave off a gloomy feeling, and this feeling made him hate it. At this moment, a few undead creatures carried a large pile of fresh vegetables and walked over. Laura smiled at Spear and said, "Respected clan leader, please accept my little gift." These vegetables were all fresh, and there was not a small amount of each. They were all placed in baskets, and they looked tender and lovely. Spear's eyes lit up immediately. These were fresh vegetables, and to the orc tribe this was a rare good thing. Laura didn't stand on ceremony and followed Spear to the largest tent in the middle. The vegetables had already been collected by Spear's men. Xiao Hai wanted to laugh when he saw how careful they were. They were just some ordinary vegetables. He didn't know that because the orcs lived on the grassland and lived a life of chasing water grass, they almost didn't grow vegetables. Vegetables were brought by human merchants, but because vegetables were not easy to preserve, they didn't see many pieces of vegetables all year round. Sometimes, if they were lucky, they could dig up some wild vegetables on the grassland, which were rare delicacies for them. Now that Laura had given them so many vegetables at once, it was really very precious to Spear. Therefore, his respect for Laura had increased by another notch. The few of them entered the tent under Spear's lead and found that there were already 2 pig tribe women in the tent. These 2 pig tribe women were also wearing leather robes and were busy working in the tent. The 2 women quickly saluted when they saw Spear and the others come in. Xiao Hai and the others saluted them back and then carefully examined the tent. There was a pillar in the middle of the tent that supported the top of the tent, and the surrounding walls were made of animal skin and felt. The skin was made of wood and animal bones, which were very warm. The ground in the tent was carpeted, and there was a fire pit in the middle of the tent. There was a copper pot on the fire, which was steaming hot. The fragrance of milk tea was coming out of the pot. After a day's journey, Laura and the others were really tired. After drinking a bowl of steaming milk tea, they immediately felt much better. When Spear saw their expressions, he also revealed a smile. A pig's mouth was originally big. When he laughed, his mouth became even bigger, making Laura and the others want to laugh. After the few of them put down their tea bowls, Spear's wife poured them milk tea again. Spear then said, "Quat, beautiful lady, may I ask how much food you have brought this time?" "What is the price?" Beastmen like to be direct, so Spear didn't beat around the bush and directly asked about Laura's price. Spear had already noticed that Laura and the others had only brought food, which was very important to any Beastman tribe. Laura smiled and said, "Respected chief, we have brought a total of 50,000 caddies of grain this time. It's all bamboo rice. To show your hospitality, I'm willing to use 2,000 caddies of grain to exchange for a plate of lamb. Is that okay?" Spear looked at Laura with uncertainty and said, "You mean 2,000 jin of bamboo rice in exchange for a coiled sheep? You're not wrong." This was the first time that Spear didn't add the words, "beautiful young lady," when he was talking to Laura, which showed how shocked he was. Laura smiled. "Quite yes, leader Spear. I said 2,000 caddies of bamboo rice in exchange for a plate of lamb. I didn't say it wrong. You didn't hear it wrong. Quat." Spear became excited. He stood up and gave a very solemn chest salute to Laura. "Quat, beautiful Miss Laura, your generosity is like the beautiful Yeager River. From today on, you are the most distinguished guest of the Goat Head Hammer tribe." Laura smiled and said, "Dear leader of the Spear clan, we are friends now. Friends should not be so polite. Let me introduce you. This is my fiancé, Xiao Hai. He is a mage. In fact, these grains are produced in his territory. He also set the price." Quat. The reason why Laura introduced Xiao Hai in such a way was that she didn't want to steal his limelight. At the same time, she could tell that Spear didn't like Xiao Hai very much. Laura didn't want Xiao Hai to be neglected, so she introduced him in the same way Spear did. As expected, after hearing Laura's introduction, Spear immediately bowed to Xiao Hai with his hand on his chest. "Respected Mr. Mage, please forgive my rudeness." "Quat, you're welcome, clan leader Spear." Xiao Hai quickly returned the bow. "Quat, I know that people don't like my identity, but I still hope to be friends with you." Quat. When Spear heard what Xiao Hai said, his expression turned serious. Quat quat, dear Mr. Xiao Hai, your heart is as broad as the grassland. Today I must treat you with the best things. Quat, I won't stand on ceremony then, but please allow me to give your adorable son a present. Xiao Hai smiled. With that said, he turned his hand and an iron shield appeared in his hand. The iron shield was not very big. It was just a round shield and not a tower shield. Xiao Hai and the others had bought it when they went on a shopping spree in the Duchy of Versailles. The workmanship was average, but for the planes that lacked iron, it was an incredible gift. Spear received the round shield happily and thanked Xiao Hai. Spear did not have any thoughts about Xiao Hai's sudden appearance. The orcs were a small tribe on the edge of the human race. They did not have much contact with humans. To them, mages were a very mysterious profession. The reputation of human mages was also exaggerated by the orcs. Therefore, Xiao Hai, a fake magus, had performed outstandingly in front of Spear. It wasn't a surprise to Spear. It was getting late, so Spear turned to Xiao Hai and said, Brother Xiao Hai, the bonfire outside has been lit and the lamb has been placed on the fire. Come with me and enjoy the passion of the orcs. Xiao Hai had already taken off his mage hat. Since no one here knew him, he stood up with a smile. Quat quat, all right, Brother Spear. I've been craving for the orcs' pan-baked lamb for a long time. Quat, after he finished speaking, he was pulled out of the tent by Spear. They went outside the tent to take a look. Sure enough, a bonfire had been lit in the open space of the tent. A few huge goats were being roasted on the fire, sizzling with oil. A pig-headed man was turning the goats while another was paying attention to the fire. Some pig-headed women were carrying jars of milk wine and placing them around the bonfire. Spear pulled Xiao Hai to sit beside the bonfire. 2 plates and a bowl of wine were placed in front of them. One of the plates was filled with fine salt while the other was empty. The bowl was filled with wine. The moment the pigmen saw Spear, 2 burly men immediately walked over and took away the empty plate in front of Xiao Hai and Spear. The 2 men walked to the plate of lamb and took out their daggers. They cut off 2 pieces of lamb and placed them on the plate, which they then passed to Xiao Hai and Spear. Spear's wife also took out a dagger and placed it in front of Xiao Hai. Spear smiled at Xiao Hai and said, Quat, Brother Xiao Hai, this dagger is my favorite. I'll give it to you today. You can use it to taste our orc tribe's roasted lamb. Quat. Xiao Hai looked at the dagger. It was curved and looked like a small one. The handle and sheath were made of goat's horns and carved with beautiful patterns. It looked like an exquisite piece of art. NBSB Spear laughed and patted Xiao Hai's shoulder hard, almost causing Xiao Hai to fall to the ground. This made Spear laugh even louder, and even the surrounding pigmen laughed along. Xiao Hai was also helpless. His body was really too weak, and the orc race was famous for their strength. Even if they were not the big-bellied pig race of the battle race, they were still much stronger than ordinary humans. How could Xiao Hai bear this? The roasted lamb was placed in front of Xiao Hai. Spear picked up a dagger and cut off a piece of meat. He dipped it in salt and ate it in one bite. Xiao Hai did the same. He pressed his hand on the sheep and cut off a piece. He dipped it in salt and put it in his mouth. First, the salt melted in his mouth. He felt a salty taste in his mouth, followed by the fragrance of roasted meat. The taste of the meat was completely different from that of the humans. It was very fragrant, and the atmosphere made it even more delicious. Xiao Hai felt that this was the best meat he had ever had. After swallowing the mouthful of meat, Xiao Hai was still reminiscing about the taste. It was fragrant. It was really fragrant. It was different from the milk tea. Although the milk tea was fragrant, it didn't have any rancid taste. On the other hand, the roast meat was very rancid. However, the rancid taste enhanced the taste of the roast meat, making it even more irresistible. While Xiao Hai was still reminiscing about the taste of the roast meat, Spear picked up his wine bowl and said loudly, My clansmen, let us raise our fragrant wine and welcome our friends from afar. Brother Xiao Hai, come, cheers, FCK, the crowd shouted. After he finished speaking, he finished the milk wine in one go. Seeing this, Xiao Hai could only finish the wine in his bowl as well. Fortunately, the alcohol content of the milk wine wasn't very high. Coupled with the milky fragrance, the taste was really good. It wasn't hard to drink, so Xiao Hai didn't make a fool of himself on the spot. After a bowl of wine, Spear didn't mention toasting anymore. He just chatted with Xiao Hai. However, every time he drank, he didn't forget to call Xiao Hai along. Soon the 2 of them had drunk 3 bowls of milk wine and 2 pieces of roasted mutton. Frankly speaking, Xiao Hai didn't have a big appetite. However, he didn't know what was going on today. Maybe it was because the mutton was too fragrant, or maybe it was because the milk wine was too delicious. After eating 2 large pieces of mutton, he found that he could still eat. This was really out of his expectations. At this moment, a pig race girl started singing a song unique to the Beastmen. The melody was long and melodious, and Xiao Hai and the others couldn't help but cheer. Roasting meat over a bonfire in the middle of a boundless grassland, the atmosphere was really good. It made people unconsciously excited, and the atmosphere became even more lively. In the end, Xiao Hai didn't even know how much milk wine he had drunk or how much roasted meat he had eaten. He didn't even know how he returned to his tent because he had drunk too much. Laura and the others didn't drink too much. The orcs didn't try to persuade women to drink. They would drink if they could and drink milk tea if they couldn't. As long as they were full and happy, they would be fine. Xiao Hai was sent back to the tent by the pig clan. As Xiao Hai was already unconscious, Laura and the others naturally couldn't return to the origin space, so they could only stay in the tent. As Xiao Hai and the others were leaving tomorrow, they didn't set up more tents. They only set up one tent which was originally for show, but now it could only be used as a living space. The undead creatures stood beside the carriage one by one. Since they wouldn't feel tired or cold, they didn't mind standing. The next morning, Xiao Hai woke up. Although he was drunk the day before, he had to admit that the orc's milk wine was really good and did not get him drunk. Xiao Hai only felt very thirsty but did not have a headache. He only felt dizzy. Feeling as if his esophagus was on fire, Xiao Hai immediately conjured some space water and drank it. Only then did he feel better and his mind cleared up. After waking up, Xiao Hai realized that Laura and the other two were all sleeping in the tent. On his left was Laura, on his right was Meg, and behind Laura was Near. He had actually slept with 3 beauties without his knowledge. Xiao Hai looked at the situation in a daze. He didn't know what to do at the moment. Of course, he couldn't force Laura and the others to do it at this time. However, the current situation made him excited. Just think about it, back on Earth, Xiao Hai was still a shut-in. He had never slept in the same bed as 3 beauties before. Even though he didn't do anything, it was still a rare experience for Xiao Hai. Especially now, there was a faint fragrance in the bed, which made Xiao Hai's heart flutter. Looking at Laura's white and tender skin, Xiao Hai couldn't help but feel an itch in his heart. He bent down and wanted to kiss her. However, Laura suddenly turned over, waking Xiao Hai up. He hurriedly took a deep breath and looked at Laura and Meg deeply. Then he stood up quietly and walked out of the tent. However, Xiao Hai didn't notice that the moment he walked out of the tent, Laura and Meg opened their eyes at the same time. They both looked at the entrance of the tent and then looked at each other. They both saw a smile in each other's eyes. It was obvious that they had woken up earlier than Xiao Hai, but they were just pretending to be asleep. Naturally, both of them had noticed Xiao Hai's actions. Laura turned over on purpose, and when she saw Xiao Hai acting like a frightened rabbit, both of them almost laughed out loud. However, the two of them were touched. Xiao Hai's behavior was out of respect for them. It was a respect that came from love. If Xiao Hai had kissed Laura under such circumstances, it didn't mean that he loved her. On the contrary, it might mean that his desire for her was greater than his love. When it came to love, everyone had their own way of expressing it and understanding it. However, there was one very important thing. If you love someone, you must respect them. Don't let others look down on you. If Xiao Hai forced a kiss on Laura, she might not resist. However, she would be disappointed in Xiao Hai. This meant that Xiao Hai didn't really understand her. Laura was a very self-disciplined girl. She hoped that her other half would respect her. If Xiao Hai forced a kiss on her, she would not resist, but she would not cooperate either. This was because there were still Meg and Near in the tent. If she cooperated with Xiao Hai's kiss and was discovered by them, they might think that she was frivolous. This was unacceptable to the self-disciplined Laura. If Xiao Hai truly loved her, he would not force a kiss on her. If he did, it would mean that Xiao Hai did not understand her personality and did not care about her feelings. This would make Laura very sad. However, it was clear that Laura's worries were in vain. Xiao Hai did a good job. He did not force a kiss on Laura. Instead, he walked out of the tent. This was the result that Laura wanted the most. However, Meg's thoughts were a little different from Laura's. She wasn't jealous. She knew that Xiao Hai liked Laura, and she also knew that Xiao Hai liked her. However, if Xiao Hai forced a kiss on Laura, she would be very disappointed because she would think of Xiao Hai before he went to the Black Soil Wasteland. Of course, Xiao Hai didn't know what the two girls were thinking about. He just wanted to kiss her in that atmosphere. Now that he had come out of the tent, of course, he didn't have that feeling anymore. Walking out of the tent, Xiao Hai took in 2 breaths of fresh air. After looking around, he found that the women of the pig tribe had already woken up and were busy working in the camp. Some were squeezing goat milk, some were feeding the lambs, and some were cleaning up the mess from last night. The moment they saw Xiao Hai, they all bowed to him. Xiao Hai hurriedly returned the bow. It had to be said that the life of an ordinary race of orcs was very hard. People like Spear didn't have slaves and had to do everything themselves. Their main income came from buying coiled sheep and buying some wool products. The wool products made by the orcs were very famous on the continent. Not only were they thick and warm, but they were also very durable. Most importantly, the patterns on them had strong orc characteristics, making them look rough and mysterious. They had a kind of exotic beauty, so they were very popular. However, there wasn't a unified production line for these sheep's wool products. They were all made bit by the orcs using the traditional crafts passed down from generation to generation. These sheep's wool products were not only their main source of income, but also a necessity for their daily lives. Xiao Hai didn't look at the women working. Instead, he set his eyes on Spears and the others, Mounts and the prairie dogs. These savanna dogs were extremely similar to the savanna mastiffs that Xiao Hai had seen in his previous life. They looked even more ferocious than the savannah mastiffs. After all, these dogs were magical beasts. As for the mounts of Spear and the others, Xiao Hai was even more curious about them. These animals that looked like close relatives of wild boars were really too big and tall. In Xiao Hai's eyes, they were simply a miniature version of an elephant. What was even rarer was that they were extremely fast. They were really a good mount. Perhaps it was because he had a drink with Spear last night, but neither the dogs nor the pigs showed any hostility to Xiao Hai. Some of the dogs even wagged their tails at Xiao Hai. Just then, Spear's voice was heard. "Brother Xiao Hai, you're up so early. Did you have a good time drinking yesterday?" Spear patted Xiao Hai's shoulder and said, "Brother Xiao Hai, you're too polite. It's the Beastmen's honor to host a friend, ha 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 ha." Xiao Hai had a better understanding of the orc's forthright attitude. However, he still couldn't stand Spear's enthusiasm. Xiao Hai shook his numb shoulder and smiled bitterly. He then turned to Spear and said with a smile, "Brother Spear, I will not be polite with you. I can give you 50,000 kg of grains. However, I want some crouching sheep and a dog. It would be better if you could give me one of your mounts. Is that okay?" Spear smiled and said, "No problem, I can give you the dog. This pig is a battle beast unique to our big-bellied pig clan. Even if I give it to you, you won't be able to use it. However, it just so happens that a pig gave birth to piglets 2 days ago. I can give you a piglet and 30 lambs. What do you think?" Spear looked at Xiao Hai firmly after he finished speaking. He was really afraid that Xiao Hai wouldn't agree to it, because in his opinion, Xiao Hai was already at a disadvantage in this deal. Xiao Hai shook his head. "Quat, brother Spear, you're too kind. If you give me a dog, a pig, 2 blankets, and 10 sheep, the 50,000 caddies of food will be yours." Quat. To Xiao Hai, this was more than enough. He could have 3 more types of magical beasts in his inner space. He had also obtained 10 cold hairs and 2 blankets. He had only paid 50,000 pounds of bamboo rice. If he sold these things on the mainland, he could get a few hundred gold coins. He had already gotten a good deal. Spear didn't think so. In his eyes, Xiao Hai had suffered a huge loss. He quickly shook his head and said, "Brother Xiao Hai, you'll be at a disadvantage this way. Beastmen will never let their friends suffer. You have to accept the 30 lambs. We made the blankets ourselves, so you can have them." Xiao Hai laughed heartily and patted Spear's arm. He was short, so he couldn't reach Spear's shoulder. "Quat, brother Spear, you don't have to be so polite with me. Didn't Laura say yesterday that these grains were produced in my territory? I grew them myself and didn't buy them, so I didn't have much capital. I've already made a lot of money from 10 coiled sheep. My brothers, I can't let you suffer a loss, right?" Spear looked at Xiao Hai with a complicated expression. He patted Xiao Hai's shoulder and said, "Quat, brother Xiao Hai, from today on, you are my true brother. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen a human like you. You are different from the other humans I've seen before. Some humans are like vampires, but you are a generous person. I'm willing to give you the war flag of my people, not the kind of war flag that is given to the caravans, but the war flag of a brother." "Quat, what's the difference?" Xiao Hai asked, puzzled. "I've heard that many large caravans have obtained the war banners of the battle tribe. Could it be that those war banners are not used by the battle tribe?" Spear laughed and said, "Quat, my brother, you know too little about us orcs. We have many kinds of battle flags. One is the flag that we use in battle, but we can't give it to others because it represents our honor. The other is the flag that we give to merchant groups. Although it looks the same as the flag we use, any orc can tell the difference with a glance. The third is the flag that we give to our brothers. Although this war flag isn't the one we use in battle, it represents friendship. Whoever gets this war flag will also get the friendship of us. As long as you are an orc, you will know that you are a true friend of us as soon as you see this war flag. No matter where you go, you will get the corresponding respect. Although our big-bellied pig clan is just a race, not a battle clan, as long as you get this war flag of friendship. It's much safer than the war flags given to merchants by the war race because the orcs would never attack their friends." Spear laughed and said, "My brother, you're too polite. Beastmen don't need to be so polite. But brother, you have to be careful. I heard some time ago that there are jackal people in the vicinity. They are a group of real robbers and thieves. They can't even be considered beastmen. You must be careful of those guys." Quat. Xiao Hai nodded. He knew about the Jackal tribe because all the books that recorded the orcs would mention them. They were said to be more cold-blooded than the snake tribe, more cunning than the fox tribe, and more cruel than the wolf tribe. Not only were they not welcomed by humans, but the other races also disliked them. The Jackal race was a very special race. They were not as strong as the lion race, not as fast as the wolfman race, and they were not as smart as the foxman race. However, they had one thing that none of the 3 races had, and that was their survival ability. The places where the Jackal tribe lived were generally the places with the harshest conditions in the orc grasslands. In order to survive, they could only keep fighting, hunting, and snatching, because if they didn't do so, they would starve to death. There was nothing that the Jackal tribe didn't dare to take, no matter what tribe they were, as long as they thought there was a chance they would take it. Moreover, the Jackal tribe was the best hunter. They were the most united, the most patient, and also had a cunning that the other orc tribes didn't have. All of this made them the most famous hunters in the orc grassland, and also the most unpopular hunters. The orcs didn't like them because they robbed everything, and the humans didn't like them because they didn't leave any way out. Even if the other orcs robbed human merchants, they wouldn't hurt or capture them because they needed the human merchants to bring food back to the grassland. On the other hand, the jackal people were completely different. Not only did they rob things, but they also robbed people. They would also capture human merchants and sell them as slaves. Many human slaves on the grasslands were produced in this way. Many human merchants had been captured and sold by the Jackal tribe after being robbed by other beastmen. It could be said that this was a race that would do anything to survive. There was another reason why the Jackal tribe was so unpopular with the orcs. They didn't have their own battle flag. The battle flag was the orc tribe's honor and symbol. The Jackal tribe didn't have their own battle flag, but it didn't mean that they didn't have one. They had a lot of battle flags, but most of them had been snatched from other tribes. They would use these battle flags as bait. For example, they would wave the battle flags of some weaker orcs and wait for human merchants to come to them to stay. They could call it robbery. In the entire human-wolf hybrid clan, only the members of the Jackal clan would do such a thing. The other clans, including the fiercest human-wolf hybrid clan and the most cunning human-fox hybrid clan, would not do such a thing. They had their own honor and would not do such a thing. The Jackal tribe relied on these actions to become the most notorious bandits on the orc grassland. They were called the most shameless bandits and thieves by the orcs and the cunning dogs by the humans. Hence, when Xiao Hai heard that the Jackal tribe was nearby, he was shocked. He quickly said, "Brother Spear, you know that the Jackal tribe is around here, so why are you still here? You should leave this place as soon as possible." Spear nodded. "Quat my brother, I know. We're preparing to leave in the next 2 days. It's also because I heard that the Jackal tribe was coming out. That's why I was so nervous when I found you. Quat." NBSB Xiao Hai nodded. "My brother, for the safety of the pig race, we have to finish the trade as soon as possible. You guys have to leave as soon as possible. After breakfast, we will leave the food for you. You just have to prepare what I want." "Quat, brother, where are you going?" Spear asked Xiao Hai. "Should they return to the stone city of the human race, or should they head deeper into the grassland? If you want to go deeper into the grassland, you must be careful. When you see an unfamiliar tribe, you must first see what race it is and then approach it." Xiao Hai was touched. He didn't expect that the careless pig clan would think so much for him. He smiled and said, "Quat my brother, don't worry. Don't forget that I'm a mage. If those people from the Jackal tribe dare to attack me, I'll teach them a lesson." Quat. "Quat my brother, I almost forgot that you're an omnipotent mage." Spear laughed. "Quatahaha, I hope those despicable thieves won't meet you." Quat. Xiao Hai laughed as well. The two of them walked towards the center of the campsite. At this moment, a young lady from the pig race walked over with 2 large bowls of goat's milk. "Quat my brother, come and try it. This is the freshest goat's milk on the grassland. It's the best breakfast." Quat. Xiao Hai looked at the 2 bowls of goat's milk and was speechless. The goat's milk had not been heated. It was directly squeezed out and served. This was the first time Xiao Hai had seen someone drink goat's milk like this. Although this was the first time he had seen someone drink goat's milk like this, Xiao Hai was too embarrassed to reject Spear's kind offer. He took the bowl of goat's milk from the pig tribe girl and drank it in one gulp. It was unbelievably strong. The goat's milk was not processed or seasoned in any way. It was impossible to imagine how strong it was. Even if Xiao Hai did not refuse to eat strong, he still felt that his mouth was full of strong smell. It was so strong that he was about to vomit. However, after enduring the stellar energy, what followed was a sweet fragrance. It was a fragrance that did not belong to any kind of seasoning. It was a natural, milky fragrance. That taste suddenly made Xiao Hai shut his mouth. He wanted to reminisce about it. When Spear saw Xiao Hai's expression, he couldn't help but laugh. "My brother, I'm really starting to doubt if you're a human or a beastman. You know, many humans throw up fresh goat's milk when they drink it, and they don't dare to drink it again after that, but you seem to be savoring it. Hahaha, brother, don't tell me you have beastman blood." Xiao Hai turned around and looked at the guy with a pig's head. He suddenly saw a trace of slyness in the guy's small eyes. He couldn't help but punch Spear's arm and said, "Good, you actually want to see me make a fool of myself. Hahaha, to be honest, this fresh goat's milk is really fragrant." To Spear, Xiao Hai's fist was no different from a tickle. However, he liked Xiao Hai's performance. He laughed and patted Xiao Hai's shoulder, causing Xiao Hai to grimace. At this moment, Laura and the others walked out of the tent. She had already woken up, but the reason why she didn't come out until now was that she was afraid that Xiao Hai would suspect them. Seeing that Laura and the others had come out, Spear immediately asked his wife to prepare the meal. The breakfast was very simple, consisting of goat's milk and hand-grabbed rice. After breakfast, Xiao Hai ordered the undead creatures to unload the food from the vehicles and put them in the camp of the Goat Head Hammer tribe. Meanwhile, Spear took out 5 of the best blankets, 5 of the best carpets, 10 of the strongest crouching goats, 2 of the strongest piglets, and 2 of the best grassland mastiffs and handed them to Xiao Hai. NBSB Xiao Hai wanted to decline again, but was rejected by Spear with a straight face. Xiao Hai could only accept it and bid farewell to Spear. He then led the convoy deeper into the plains. Although Xiao Hai had only been in the grassland for a few days, he found himself falling in love with the orcs. The orcs were simple, cute, and friendly to their friends. They were not as fickle as the humans. They were much simpler and more direct. Friends were friends, and enemies were enemies. This was why they always suffered when interacting with humans. Laura was now staring at the big-bellied pig tribe's battle flag on the roof of the carriage in a daze. She didn't know much about the battle flag of the orcs, and she believed that many human merchants didn't know the secret of the battle flag of the orcs. Therefore, she was very surprised that Spear had given it to Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai looked at the campsite of the Sheephead Hammer tribe with a nostalgic look. Then he looked back at Laura and said with a smile, "What's wrong? Why do you keep staring at that war banner?" Laura turned to look at Xiao Hai. "Don't you think it's strange? Their Goathead Hammer tribe is just a small tribe, and the big-bellied pig tribesmen are just a race. A battle flag given by such a tribe is completely useless, and they usually wouldn't give battle flags to others." Xiao Hai smiled and told Laura about the flag that Spear had told them about. After Xiao Hai finished, Laura looked at Xiao Hai with bright eyes and said, "That's great. I heard that once a beastman acknowledges a human as his friend, no beastman will attack him." "Big Brother Hai, it seems like we've gotten a big bargain this time." Xiao Hai nodded and said in a deep voice, "Quad, I also think that Spear is really good to us. However, he told me something. He said that he recently heard that there are people from the knolls around here." Quat. Laura froze for a moment before her expression changed. "Quat, the Jackal clan. Is it really the Jackal clan?" Xiao Hai nodded and said, "It's really the Jackal tribe. Their appearance here is a huge threat to Spear and the others. Do you think we can help Spear and solve this problem?" Laura was taken aback. She had never thought of this. She had only thought that they wouldn't have to be afraid even if there were members of the Jackal tribe, but she didn't expect Xiao Hai to help Spear solve this problem. She understood what Xiao Hai meant. Now that they had the Blood Eagle, they could cover a large area. As long as the Blood Eagle strengthened its investigation, they would definitely find the Jackal clan. With their strength, they would definitely be able to eliminate the Jackal clan. As long as they eliminated the Jackal clan, it would be considered as helping Spear and the others. Otherwise, Spear and the others, who only had a few hundred people, would definitely be attacked by the Jackal clan. In BSB, besides, the gnolls might have some magical beasts that we've never seen before, like the water-spraying pigs that Spear and the others have, Xiao Hai said with a smile. Hearing Xiao Hai's words, Laura and the others couldn't help but look at the car behind them. There were 2 piglets on the car, which were exactly the same as the spraying piglet that Spear and the others were riding on. These fountain pigs were only raised by the big-bellied pig clan. The big-bellied pig clan always thought that they were related to these fountain pigs by blood. This was not an insult to the orcs, but a tradition of the orcs. The orcs always thought that they were the offspring of humans and magic beasts, so they called some magic beasts that had similar abilities bestial relatives. Quat, these fountain pigs were the bestial relatives of the big-bellied pig clan. This was because these pigs were like the big-bellied pig clan. They could drink a lot of water, and during battle. In BSB, they could spray water out of their stomach to hurt their enemies, but the water they could spray was even further than the big-bellied pig race, reaching about 50 meters. The big-bellied pig race could spray water 5 times, but the spray pig could spray water 10 times. As they were still very close to Spear's campsite, Xiao Hai didn't put the water-spraying pigs, grassland mastiffs, and crouching sheep into his origin space. It wouldn't matter if they stayed for a while longer. The 2 piglets were placed on the carriage, while the savannah mastiff and the coiling goat followed beside the carriage. There was a blanket and carpet in the carriage behind. Laura looked at the 10 blankets and smiled at Xiao Hai. "We really made a big profit this time. Not to mention the crouching sheep and fountain pigs, even those carpets are worth a lot of money. You must know that the handmade carpets and carpets of the orcs are very popular among the humans." "Quat, that's exactly why I want to help Spear," Xiao Hai said with a smile. "Quat, with the Jackal tribe around, it's too dangerous for Spear and the others." Quat. "Quat, all right, let's do it," Lola nodded. "Quat, it's good for us anyway." Quat. Xiao Hai smiled and gave an order to the Blood Eagles. At this moment, Heir said, "Young master, can you let me raise those 2 little pigs? They're so cute." Xiao Hai was speechless when he heard what she said. The 2 little pigs were really cute now. Their fur was black and white. One of them had a black mark on its left eye and the other on its right eye. It was as if someone had beaten them black and blue. They looked funny and cute. No wonder she liked them so much. "Quat nai Xiao Hai said with a smile, "I'm going to keep these 2 in the origin space. When they grow up and give birth, I'll take 2 out for you to take care of, okay?" Because of her innocence, Xiao Hai and the others had treated her like a little sister. That was why Xiao Hai spoke to her in such a tone. Nicole tilted her head in thought for a moment. Finally, she nodded and said, "All right, when they give birth, young master must give me two." Xiao Hai nodded with a smile. He knew that she liked to raise magical beasts, so he was not surprised by her request. Xiao Hai looked around and saw that they were quite a distance away from the Ram Hammer tribe. There was no one else around, so he asked Laura to stop the carriage. Then he put the coiling sheep, fountain pig, and grassland mastiff into his origin space. Then they entered the Q zone. The animals were still in the warehouse. Xiao Hai needed to bring them to the farm, and the farm would give them an evaluation. As soon as Xiao Hai and the others entered the medium, they heard a series of knocks on the door. Xiao Hai was stunned. He looked around and saw Green and the others standing at the Iron Mountain Fortress, knocking on the ground anxiously. Xiao Hai was stunned for a moment, but he immediately understood what was going on. At the same time, he felt guilty. He had drunk too much last night, so he did not return to the space or the Iron Mountain Castle. Green and the others must have been very worried about him, and he probably did not sleep well last night. Seeing this situation, Xiao Hai could not be bothered to level up his ranches anymore. He immediately brought Green and the others into the realm. As soon as Green and the others entered, they saw Xiao Hai standing there with a guilty look on his face. Green quickly went up to him and carefully sized him up. "Young master, are you all right? Why didn't you go back to Iron Mountain Castle yesterday? We were so worried that we didn't sleep all night." Xiao Hai said guiltily, "I'm sorry, Grandpa Grim. Yesterday we encountered a big belly pig tribe. You should know that those orcs don't die when they drink. I drank too much yesterday, so I didn't return to the space. I'm sorry, Quat." Hearing Xiao Hai's words, Kellen heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, "Quat, so he drank with the orcs. No wonder. If the orcs don't make him drunk, they won't let him go." Quat. Kunzhang, who was talking to Laura, laughed when he heard Green's words. "Quat, yes, those orcs would die if they saw wine, so it's normal for Little Hai to be drunk by them. By the way, Little Hai, what good stuff did you get this time?" Before Xiao Hai could say anything, Laura smiled and said, "Quat, this time I really exchanged for a few good things. There are 5 high-quality human beast blankets, 5 carpets, 10 cold sheep, 2 water spraying boars unique to the big belly pig tribe, and 2 mastiffs unique to the grassland." Quat. Kunzhang and the rest knew how much food they had brought with them this time, so when they heard Laura's words, Kunzhang nodded his head and said, "Not bad. It's not much different from the normal price." Laura smiled and said there wasn't so much at first, but Spear felt that Big Brother Hai was his true friend, so he gave us more. It's impossible to not take it. Actually, these things aren't much. The most important thing is that we got 3 more magic beasts. Quat. Kunzhang and the others understood Laura's intentions. They had obtained 3 types of magical beasts this time, which meant that the farm would most likely be upgraded again. "Then what are we waiting for?" Kunzhang immediately asked. "Quickly release it and upgrade the farm." "It won't be that easy," Xiao Hai laughed. "The 3 demonic beasts we brought this time don't seem to be that high in level. The ranches won't level up so easily." Grim smiled and said, "It's okay, take it slow. We've just entered the orc grasslands, haven't we? I've heard that every race of orcs has their own magical beasts. If we can collect all those magical beasts, I'm afraid that the ranches will be upgraded to the highest level. I really want to see what the ranches will be like when they're upgraded to the highest level." Quat. "Quat, I hope so," Xiao Hai said with a smile. "Quat, but it's not easy to get those magical beasts. If I didn't hit it off with Spear, he wouldn't have given me the fountain pig. Moreover, the one he gave me was still a piglet, not an adult one. From this, it can be seen that the orcs are very interested in their unique magical beasts." Quat. Kunzhang smiled bitterly. "Quat, I forgot about that. The Beastmen call their unique magical beasts bestial kin. In their eyes, those unique magical beasts are their kin. If it were you, would you give away your kin?" Xiao Hai and the others fell silent when they heard Kunzhang's words. It was difficult for humans to understand the concept of treating demonic beasts as family. However, it was perfectly normal for the Beastmen. Xiao Hai thought of the pets of some lonely old people on Earth. Those old people really treated their pets as family. They would even leave a large inheritance for their pets after their deaths. Compared to those old people, the orcs were not as crazy, but they treated magical beasts as family. Xiao Hai didn't say anything. He just brought them to the ranch and released the coiling sheep, water spraying pig, and grassland mastiff. As soon as the 3 magical beasts were released, the space's prompt sounded. Quat, new animal discovered. Checking animal. The animal is a mutated sheep-type animal. The realm's evaluation is that it's a level 3 animal, replacing the sheep in the realm. Maturity time, 8 hours. It can give birth 8 times, 7 times for wool and the last time for sheep cubs. It can give birth to 8 cubs each time. Each time it can produce 100 kilograms of wool. It needs to eat 2 pellets of feed per hour. The host can purchase them from the store in the realm. Quat. Quat, new animal discovered. Checking animal. Animal is a mutated pig-type animal. The realm's rating is 20. It will mature in 20 hours. It can give birth 10 times. Each time it will give birth to 10 cubs. It will eat 5 grains of feed every hour. The animal is digitized. The host can purchase it from the store in the realm. Quat. Quat new animal discovered, detected. Animal is a mutated canine animal. The realm's assessment is level 15. It will mature in 20 hours and can give birth 5 times. Each time it gives birth, it will give birth to 9 puppies. It will eat 2 grains of food every hour. Every time the animal gives birth, there is a 10 chance that a new mutant will appear. The mutant will be a level 30 magical beast. Other data will not change. The animal is digitized, and the host can purchase it from the store in the realm. Quat. Xiao Hai was a little confused when he heard the 3 notifications. Other than the water-spraying pig, the other 2 notifications were a little off. The notification from the coiling sheep was too special. It had given birth 8 times, but 7 of them were wool, and the last one was a baby sheep. Xiao Hai had never encountered such a thing before, but the grassland mastiff's notification had a 10 chance of producing a mutant, and it was a level 30 magic beast at that. What was going on? Xiao Hai quickly opened the store page in the ranches and saw the pictures of the 3 monsters. However, the picture of the coiled sheep took up the position of the sheep in the store page, so he couldn't see anything else. Xiao Hai took another look at the map of the Savannah Mastiff. There was nothing different. What was going on? Why did the Savannah Mastiff have a certain probability of producing mutants every time it gave birth? Xiao Hai stared at the picture of the Savannah Mastiff and looked at it carefully. The word 9 kept flashing in his mind. He seemed to have caught on to something, but the thought kept on flashing through his mind, so he couldn't fully grasp it. Laura walked to Xiao Hai's side and said, "Big brother Hai, what's going on? How could that kind of grassland mastiff have a mutant?" From the sound of the notification, it seems that this mutant's combat power is equivalent to a magical beast of the 5th or 6th rank. Combat power. As soon as Laura mentioned the word combat power, Xiao Hai finally connected all the clues in his head together. He finally understood why the Savannah Mastiff could have mutants. Not all dogs on Earth could be called mastiffs. Xiao Hai had heard a saying before, 1 out of 9 dogs will be called a mastiff. Quat, in other words, even among real mastiffs, only 1 out of 9 would be called a real mastiff. A mastiff was not just a name, it was also a symbol of combat power. The pair of Savannah Mastiffs could give birth to 9 puppies at a time, which was exactly what the saying, 1 mastiff is born out of 9 dogs meant. It was probably because of this that the space had such a mutation. To put it bluntly, this mutation was the mastiff of the 9 dogs that give birth to 1 mastiff. Once he thought through this, Xiao Hai turned around and smiled at Laura. Quat, it's nothing. This mutant is just a mutation of an ordinary grassland mastiff. That's why it's so powerful. It's fine, Quat. Laura replied with an "oh," but she was still a little unhappy. Quat, 3 types of demonic beasts, yet none of them have leveled up in the farm. What a pity, Quat. Xiao Hai smiled and said, "There's nothing to feel sorry for. The further we go, the harder it will be to level up. It's fine. Let's go out. We shouldn't raise our stock for now. We'll raise it after the Black Soil Wasteland has been transformed into a larger area and our business in the Rasen Empire has started to develop." Quat. Lola did not object. Although their cooperation with the Versailles family was still ongoing, they were not prepared to increase the intensity of their cooperation. It was better to wait until they started their own business in the future. After settling the matters at the farm, Xiao Hai and the others returned to the farm villa. After they sat down, Xiao Hai told Green and the others about how they got in touch with Spear, the meaning of the orc flag, and other things. Xiao Hai felt that it was better to let Green and the others know about these things, because they might be in contact with more orcs in the future. The experience gained from this contact with Spear and the others might be useful in the future. Moreover, if they encountered any problems in the future, Grimm might have to step in to solve them, so it was best to let Grimm and the others better understand the situation of the orcs, and of course, the meaning of the orc war flag. At the same time, Xiao Hai also told Green and the others that he wanted to help Spear and the others get rid of the Jackal race. Grimm and the others listened quietly. To be honest, if Grimm and the others were to make contact with the orcs, they would not be as successful as Xiao Hai. They would be like the other humans on the continent, trying to obtain the most benefits from the orcs. However, Xiao Hai's sincerity and generosity had won the friendship of the orcs. It could be said that he had not only gained material things from this deal. The most important thing was that he had gained the friendship of precious beasts, especially the flag of friendship that Spear had given him. Only when Xiao Hai finished did Jerlin let out a long sigh of relief. He looked at Xiao Hai with a complicated expression and said, "Quite, young master, you've done well, even better than me. Hee hee, young master, you're all grown up now. You can handle all kinds of situations by yourself." "I'm relieved now, Quat." Looking at the excited Green, Xiao Hai could not help but smile. "Quat, Grandpa Green, don't be so agitated. I still have a lot of things that I can't do without you. By the way, do you think it's possible for me to help Spear and the others destroy the Jackal tribe? Grim nodded and said, sure, why not? For us, it's not difficult to deal with a jackal tribe, and we can also gain some benefits from it. Most importantly, we must get our hands on the unique animals of the jackal tribe. This is very important for us to come to the ranch. Quat. Kunzheng nodded. Quat, it's best if we can leave some traces at the scene and let others know that we did it. This way we might be more popular with the other beastmen. Quat, Xiao Hai and Laura laughed when they heard Kunzheng's words. Of course, they would not do such a thing. Kunzheng was only joking. Although the orcs hated the Jackal clan, they were still a part of the orcs. No matter what the Jackal clan did to the other orcs, it was an internal matter. If the orcs found out that a human had killed a member of the Jackal clan on the orc grassland, it would be hard to say what kind of reaction it would cause. After chatting and laughing for a while, Green and the others returned to the Iron Mountain Castle. Although there were not many things to deal with in the Iron Mountain Castle, it was not a small matter either. Xiao Hai even released 2 coiled sheep to see if they could be raised in the Iron Mountain Castle. At the same time, he also gave Green and the others the blanket and carpet. After that, Xiao Hai led Laura and the others back to the carriage. The carriage had not stopped for a moment and had been moving forward. However, they were now on a grassland and the surroundings looked the same. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to clean up more plants, Xiao Hai would not have stayed outside. After this trip, Xiao Hai filled the carriage with food again. They had plenty of food anyway. As long as the carriage was filled with food, they would be warmly welcomed when they met the orc tribe. To be honest, it was quite boring to just travel like this. Fortunately, Xiao Hai and the others were collecting plants from all over the place, so it was not too boring. However, the variety of plants in the grassland was quite good. Other than some specific places, the rest of the place was almost full of grass. The grass grew almost the same, so Xiao Hai and the others could not tell the difference. Laura's side was still fine. The 3 of them had a lively conversation, which made Xiao Hai very depressed. He didn't know how she had so many things to talk about. When it was almost noon, Xiao Hai and the others were about to enter the medium to eat. An eagle's cry in the sky made them stay outside. They knew that the jackal race had been found. Xiao Hai fixed his eyes on the blood eagle in the sky. The blood eagle kept circling in the air. Laura and the others were also looking at the blood eagle. They really wanted to know what kind of information the blood eagle would bring back. Xiao Hai understood what was going on in no time. The blood eagle's ability to scout from the sky was very strong because of its good vision. In addition, they understood Xiao Hai's intentions. It was best that they did not act as air scouts. The information brought back by the blood eagle was very important to Xiao Hai. The information was that 2 orc tribes were fighting. One of them was the Tauren tribe and the other was the Jackal tribe. Xiao Hai frowned. He didn't know if he should intervene in this situation. It wouldn't be good for a human to interfere in the battle between the orc tribes. After thinking for a while, she couldn't come up with an answer. She turned to Xiao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, what do you think we should do?" Xiao Hai thought for a moment. Quat, let's go and take a look. Just pretend to be passing by. Don't flip your hand first. Quat Lola nodded, and Xiao Hai immediately directed the carriage towards the battlefield. The battlefield wasn't close to their current location. Otherwise, Blood Eagle wouldn't have taken so long to send back the news. In order to get to the battlefield as soon as possible, Xiao Hai put all the food trucks back into the origin space and only drove Laura's truck forward. This way they would be able to move much faster. After more than 2 hours of rushing, they were finally about to reach the direction of the battlefield that Bloodied Eagle had seen. There were bursts of battle cries coming from ahead, and they could still hear them clearly. Xiao Hai didn't expect the battle between the 2 tribes to last so long. It was already noon, and when Blood Eagle found them, the 2 sides were already fighting. In other words, from the time Blood Eagle found them until now, the Taurens and the Gnolls had been fighting for at least 3 hours. This was not a short time. Xiao Hai slowed down and released the carriage again. Then he slowly made his way to the battlefield. He knew that the 2 sides were still fighting, so he was not in a hurry. Soon, Xiao Hai and the others approached the battlefield. From afar, it looked like a campsite. The size of the campsite wasn't big, about the same size as the Ram-Head Hammer tribe. In the middle of the campsite, there was a flag with a bull's head. Laura looked at the flag and her expression changed. Quote, the flag of the Ox-Headed King. Why is it the flag of the Ox-Headed King? Ox-Head King's flag, Xiao Hai asked in shock. Are you saying that's the flag of the Bull-Headed King? There was a reason why Xiao Hai was so surprised. The Ox-Head King flag was not something that just anyone could use. Only the king of the Ox-Head human race, the Hercules Ox clan, could use it. Although there were so many races in the orc grassland that the orcs themselves didn't know how many there were, the first major race had a royal family. For example, the Tauren race had many races, such as the barbarian race, the rhinoceros race, and so on. However, these races all belonged to the same major race, the Tauren race. The king of the Tauren race was the Herculean bull race. All the men in the Herculean bull race were born warriors. They didn't have any hair on their bodies, and their skin was golden. This golden skin had extremely strong defensive abilities. They also had the blessing of their bloodline talent, which made them as powerful as the most famous battle race among the orc race. If it wasn't for the fact that many ordinary members of the Ox clan didn't have high combat strength, the Ox clan could also be considered as one of the combat clans. On the prairie, whether a clan was a combat clan or not was not judged by the combat strength of one or two branches, but by the combat strength of the entire clan. Many branches of the Ox clan had low combat strength, which pulled the whole clan behind. In the end, they could only be a nation, not a combat clan. However, regardless of whether it was a race or a battle race, they were also divided into 3, 6, or 9 grades. For example, the lion and tiger races of the battle races were the top battle races because of their powerful combat strength. The status of the Ox race was similar to the lion and tiger races. They were also the top existences among the races. Even some low-level battle races didn't dare to be rude to the Ox race, especially the Hercules Ox race. The Herculean Divine Ox clan was extremely powerful in both combat and defense. Furthermore, their beast soul possession was also extremely powerful. This made it so that no other clan dared to underestimate them, much less provoke them. Orcs were different from humans. Humans cultivated battle energy or magic, but orcs cultivated beast soul skills. The so-called beast soul skills were actually a special cultivation method for orcs. Every orc teenager would hunt a demon beast by himself when he was 10 years old. Then he would use a secret technique of the beast clan to absorb the demon beast soul into his body. Every time he fought, the demon beast soul would help the orcs fight. However, this beast soul skill also had a restriction. This restriction was the bloodline restriction, which referred to the difference in race. For example, the slaves of the orcs could also practice beast soul skills, but they could not attract beast souls with too strong a power. If they forcibly absorbed it, they would be devoured by the beast soul in the end. In a light case, the beast soul would leave their body and their bodies would be damaged. In a serious case, they would be controlled by the beast soul and become a complete beast. And the strength of the magic beasts attracted by a beastman determined his fighting strength, and whether a magic beast was wild or not also determined the strength of the magic beast. For example, a magical beast of the 5th rank that was kept at home would never be able to defeat a wild magical beast of the 5th rank. A wild magical beast of the 5th rank would be constantly fighting from the moment it was born. They would fight against beasts, humans, and nature. Their combat skills would be much stronger than that of a magical beast of the 5th rank that was kept at home. After absorbing a magic beast's soul, the orcs would also gain some of the magic beast's combat experience, which was very important to the orcs. As for the weaker beastmen, they simply didn't have the ability to kill magic beasts themselves, so they could only use some magic beasts they had at home to make up for the numbers. This way, their fighting strength would naturally be weaker. The biggest difference between an ordinary battle clan and a nation was that the beast souls of the battle clan were usually carnivorous animals and hunters, while most of the beast souls of a nation were herbivorous animals, which were the targets of hunting. The absorption of a beast soul was not done casually. For example, if you were from the Ox clan and wanted to absorb the beast soul of a lion-type magical beast, the success rate was very low. Even if you successfully attracted it, it would not be of much help to the improvement of your own strength. On the contrary, it would have some bad effects because the compatibility of the beast soul was not enough. The best beast soul for the Ox clan was a cow-type magic beast. If there were no cow-type magic beasts, it was best to attract the beast soul of other herbivore magic beasts instead of carnivores. This was the experience that the orcs had concluded after years of exploration. As for the Herculean Divine Ox clan, their beast souls could be considered unified. It was an earth-type magical beast of the 6th rank, the stone-skinned ox. The stone-skinned cow was a magical beast with extremely strong defense and immense strength. In the magical beast world, there were not many magical beasts that could surpass the stone-skinned cow in strength. After many years of experimentation, the Herculean bull clan had finally decided that the magical beast they would absorb would be a stone-skinned bull. This was because the attributes of this stone-skinned bull were almost the same as the Herculean bull clan. After absorbing the beast soul, the compatibility was the highest. Therefore, the Herculean bull clan had used their own power to raise this stone-skinned bull. Of course, this rearing wasn't really rearing them. Instead, they chased the stone-skinned cows to a pasture and didn't let them run away. The cows could still move freely on the pasture. If they encountered any danger, the Herculean Divine Bull tribe wouldn't help them. They would let the stone-skinned cows face it themselves. This was considered wild. This was also the common practice of some of the powerful battle clans of the orcs. They would go through a long period of experiments to find the most suitable magic beast for their race to absorb the beast's soul. Then they would raise this kind of magic beast in a semi-free way. When someone in the clan needed to attract the beast soul, they would go there to kill the magic beast and absorb the beast soul. This way, they could ensure the combat power of their race. After so many years of development, the more famous battle races among the orcs now had their own set of perfect cultivation systems, and the overall combat power of the entire race was much stronger than before. And some small tribes or weaker races couldn't raise magic beasts like the big battle clans, so their fighting strength didn't increase much. This also caused the powerful battle clans to become stronger and stronger, while the weaker clans became weaker and weaker. The Herculean Divine Ox tribe was a tribe, but they were allowed to rear magical beasts. This was enough to prove their strength, and even the great battle tribes were not willing to provoke them. It was for this reason that Laura was so surprised when she saw the flag of the ox head. The jackal race was always picking on the weak. They would never provoke a powerful race like the Herculean bull race. Why did they suddenly attack the Herculean bull race? Also, why would the Herculean Divine Ox clan come to a place like this? This place wasn't far from the Iron Wall Fortress. It was considered a peripheral area in the Orc Prairies. It shouldn't be a place for a powerful race like them. Xiao Hai and Laura looked at the Minotaur King's flag and were speechless. Seeing the flag here, things were not as simple as they had thought. If they went over now, it was hard to say what the consequences would be. If the Herculean Divine Ox tribe came here, it must be for something important. If they rushed over so rashly, even if the Herculean Divine Ox tribe had defeated the Jackal tribe, they would probably turn around and kill them to keep their mouths shut. Laura took a deep breath and looked at the flag on the tent. It was indeed the flag of the Bull King. She turned to Xiao Hai and said, "Quat big brother Hai, it's indeed the Minotaur King's flag. What should we do?" Xiao Hai furrowed his brows. He wasn't too sure right now. The Jackal race actually dared to attack the Herculean Divine Ox race. This in itself was extremely unreasonable. Xiao Hai felt that there was something strange about this matter, but he couldn't put his finger on what it was. Xiao Hai took another look at the battlefield and sighed. "It's no use. We're too close to the battlefield now. They've already discovered us. Let's keep moving." Laura took a look at the battlefield and found that someone had already noticed them. It was too late for them to turn around. They weren't afraid that the other party would do anything to them, but don't forget that their carriage still had the Big Belly Pig tribe's friendship flag. Even if they could escape, they would bring quite a bit of trouble to Spear. After all, there was no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. Whether it was the Herculean Bull tribe or the Knowles tribe, Spear and the rest of the small Sheephead Hammer tribe couldn't afford to offend either. Xiao Hai and the others slowly made their way towards the battlefield. Their reaction was clearly out of the expectations of both sides. The attacking side was the Jackal tribe, while the defending side was the Herculean Divine Ox tribe. This time, the Jackal tribe had mobilized a lot of people, nearly 2,000 of them, and they surrounded the small camp that could only accommodate a few hundred people and attacked it continuously. The Herculean Divine Ox tribesmen on the defensive side only numbered about 300, but they were all elite soldiers. They wore leather armor and held double-edged heavy axes in their hands, but they did not have mounts. Their mounts were parked in the camp. They were huge khaki-colored bulls that were more than 3 meters tall. These bulls only had a layer of fine hair on their bodies, but they were extremely strong and muscular. They had a pair of large horns that were nearly 1 meter long and extremely sharp. These bulls were now standing in the camp. They stomped their hooves uneasily, as if they couldn't wait to charge up and fight. Xiao Hai finally understood why they were called the Herculean Divine Ox tribe. These people from the Herculean bull race were more than 5 meters tall, and their muscles were as well built as bodybuilders. If they were to go to Earth to participate in bodybuilding competitions, even Schwarzenegger would have to step aside. Their skin was golden in color and shone with a metallic luster, just like the actors on Earth who wore gold powder on their bodies when they played the 18 Bronze Men. It was a huge bull's head with a pair of horns that were 1/2 meter long. The huge double-edged battle axe in his hand was more than 3 meters long. Just by looking at the axe, it was definitely more than 200 pounds. Although they were few in number, they formed a circle and guarded the big tent in the middle of the camp like an iron wall. Not a single Jackal tribesman could break in. In front of them, there were already many Jackal tribesmen's corpses. On the other hand, the Jackal people were much worse off. These Jackals were all riding on their mounts. Their mounts were animals that looked like wolves and dogs, very similar to the Jackals on Earth, but they were much larger. They were nearly 2 meters tall, with sharp claws and teeth and cold eyes. All of these showed their extraordinary attack power. Few of the Jackal people wore leather armor. They were only wearing the ordinary leather clothes that the orcs usually wore. They were only about 17 meters tall, and the weapons in their hands were of all kinds. Their heads were like jackals, and their eyes were flashing with a ferocious light. Xiao Hai didn't expect the Jackal race to be so short. They were even shorter than the average human. It was a surprise that they could become the most outstanding bandits on the grassland. At this time, the two sides also saw them. Xiao Hai did not move forward. Instead, he had the carriages form a circle, ready to resist the enemy. Xiao Hai had done this to test the waters. He wanted to see if the people of the Herculean Divine Ox tribe would ask him for help. If they did, he could help them. If they didn't, then he would just wait here. Xiao Hai's actions stunned both sides. They had seen many human merchants, but this was the first time they had seen a human merchant as bold as Xiao Hai. Normally, the human merchants would do some research on the grassland in order to know what was going on. Other human merchants would try to stay as far away from them as possible when they were in the middle of a battle. However, Xiao Hai's group had walked right up to them and even tried to resist. How could they resist an enemy with only a few people in their group? It was no wonder that the Jackalans and the Herculean Divine Ox had such thoughts. Right now, there were only about 50 people in Xiao Hai's merchant group. With 50 coachmen and Xiao Hai's group of 4, it was just a pack of poker cards. They dared to put on a fod to resist the enemy. One was a powerful race, the Herculean Divine Ox tribe, while the other was the most notorious bandit on the grassland. This gave people the feeling that their heads were being kicked by mosquitoes. At this time, a man suddenly walked out of the tent in the middle of the Herculean Divine Ox clan. He was also a member of the Herculean Divine Ox clan, but he was obviously not from the Herculean Divine Ox clan. He had fine black hair on his head and was only about 2 meters tall. His pair of horns were not very long either. They were long horizontally. He wore a black robe and held a walking stick made of beast bones in his hand. The walking stick was only about 1 meter long and looked like a walking stick. Xiao Hai was taken aback. This was the first time he had seen an orc in a robe. Most orcs wore leather clothing, but this Tauren was wearing a magic robe. Most importantly, this nearly 2 meter tall Tauren gave Xiao Hai the impression that he was very thin. At this moment, Laura suddenly said, "It can't be wrong. There must be a high-level figure of the Herculean bull tribe here. Otherwise, there wouldn't be an orc prophet following them." Xiao Hai was stunned. It wasn't that he hadn't heard of the orc prophet profession. On the contrary, he had heard of it before, and it was very famous. Prophets were a very respected profession among beastmen. They couldn't practice beast soul skills, but they could predict the future by roasting beast bones and looking at the cracks on them. They could also use bone tablets made from special magic beast bones to use the soul summoning technique to summon beast souls to attack. The status of prophets among beastmen was even higher than that of mages among humans. Because of the status of a prophet, only great war clans had prophets. Not only were these prophets useless, but they were also very smart people. In Great War clans, they usually played the role of military counselors. "Is that the prophet of the orc race?" Xiao Hai turned around and asked Laura. Lola nodded and said, "He is a prophet of the Water Buffalo clan. The Water Buffalo clan is known as the smartest clan of the Tauren clan. Most of the Tauren clan's prophets were born in the Water Buffalo clan. Because of this, although the Water Buffalo clan's combat power is not very high, they have a high status in the Tauren clan." Quat. The Water Buffalo prophet also saw Xiao Hai and the others. His eyes flashed with confusion. Then he saw the Big Belly Pig tribe's friendship flag on the roof of Xiao Hai and the others. His eyes couldn't help but shrink. As a prophet of the orcs, he could naturally tell that it was a battle flag that represented the friendship of the orcs. If Xiao Hai and the others could obtain this battle flag, it meant that they had obtained the friendship of an orc tribe. This was a goal that ordinary merchants would never be able to achieve in their lifetime. Obtaining the friendship battle flag didn't just mean that you had obtained the friendship of the orcs. It also meant that the orcs no longer treated you as an outsider. In other words, Xiao Hai and the others could be considered orcs when they moved on the grassland. Xiao Hai didn't know about this. Even if he did, he wouldn't have much of a reaction. As long as the battle flag was useful, it was fine. He just didn't want to cause trouble. When the orc prophet saw the flag on Xiao Hai's carriage, he was stunned for a moment. Then he turned around and went back into the tent. After a while, another person from the Hercules Ox tribe walked out of the tent. This Herculean Divine Ox tribesman looked very young. He was only about 2-3 meters tall, and his muscles weren't that exaggerated. Moreover, he didn't wear any leather armor, but instead wore a black cotton shirt. Although the style of this cotton shirt looked simple, it could be seen that the material of the shirt was very good. It should be known that the orcs didn't produce cloth, so cloth was also a very popular item in the orc prairie. Only some people with status would wear cotton clothes. The clothes made of such good material must have a high status among the orcs. Xiao Hai then carefully observed the Herculean Divine Ox. He discovered that the man had 2 golden hoops on his horns. When the sun shone on them, they flickered with a golden light. Seeing this, Xiao Hai knew that the Herculean bull warriors must have been protecting this person. Seeing the prophet standing behind this person, he knew that this person's status was not low. Xiao Hai looked at the person from the Herculean Divine Ox tribe, and the person from the Herculean Divine Ox tribe looked back at him. Xiao Hai's black magician's robe was simply too eye-catching. It was difficult for that person not to notice him even if he wanted to. At this moment, the members of the Jackal tribe suddenly moved. A group of 200 cavalrymen from the Jackal tribe rushed towards Xiao Hai's group. However, Xiao Hai didn't do anything. He wanted to see what these people from the Jackal tribe wanted to do. If these people from the Jackal tribe didn't attack him directly and only threatened him, he wouldn't fight back. However, if these people from the Jackal tribe attacked him without saying anything, he wouldn't be polite either. Without waiting for the Jackalans to run to Xiao Hai's car formation, the leader of the Herculean Bull clan said, "Human friends, come to our camp. I will guarantee your safety." The Jackalans were all armed, and they didn't seem to be slowing down at all. It looked like they were ready to kill them on the spot. Xiao Hai snorted coldly and waved his evil spirit staff. More than 100 undead creatures appeared outside the fleet. These undead creatures weren't in the form of humans, but were in the form of magical beasts. They weren't zombies, but skeletons. Xiao Hai did this because he didn't want to hide their identities. If they walked around the Orc Plains in the future, they would definitely attract the attention of the merchants. The merchants would definitely check their identities. Xiao Hai revealed his identity as a black magician to let them know that he had arrived at the Orc Plains. Xiao Hai had brought these undead creatures into the boundless space yesterday to deal with this kind of situation. As long as a black mage didn't use human undead creatures, they wouldn't be hated, especially in the Beastmen prairies. In the prairies, everything was decided by strength. Even if you used humans to form an army of undead creatures, the Beastmen wouldn't be too disgusted. As long as you were strong enough, they wouldn't provoke you. Xiao Hai had 1,000 undead creatures in beast form in his origin space. 100 of them would be enough to deal with such a situation, so he didn't release all of them. Even so, the Jackal tribe members were shocked. The undead creatures that Xiao Hai released were all huge. In front of them, the Jackal tribe members were like children who weren't even 10 years old standing in front of a giant man. These undead creatures were now at level 7, which was stronger than the Jackal tribe. In addition to the difference in size, the 100 undead creatures actually surrounded the 200 Jackal tribe members. Before the other Jackal tribe members could react, the undead creatures charged forward twice and exterminated the 200 Jackal tribe members. Although humans would be hunted down by orcs if they killed them in the orc prairies, the situation was different if they were in self-defense. The orcs would not care. When Xiao Hai released the undead creatures, the young leader of the Herculean Bull clan knew that Xiao Hai would be able to deal with the Jackal clan. However, he didn't expect that Xiao Hai would be able to deal with the Jackal clan so quickly. As the prince of the Herculean Bull tribe, he knew more about magicians than the average beastman. However, he had never seen a magician in action before. After all, he had lived in the Beastmen prairies, and human magicians couldn't attack as they pleased. When Xiao Hai saw that he had dealt with the members of the Jackal clan, he couldn't help but turn to the young man from the Herculean Divine Ox clan and say, "Quat, my dear orc brothers, let's work together to deal with the enemy, and then have a good drink or two. What do you think?" The Herculean Divine Ox clan member was stunned when he heard Xiao Hai's words. Then he thought about it and understood what Xiao Hai meant. Xiao Hai wanted to help him, but he was afraid of hurting his reputation. That was why he said that the two of them had joined forces to deal with the Jackal clan. Although he understood Xiao Hai's good intentions, the pride of the Beastmen race did not allow him to do so. He shouted, "My human brother, mighty Divine Ox clan, Wares would like to ask you to help him chase away those hateful mutts." Xiao Hai was taken aback for a moment before he burst out laughing. He liked Wells, and Wells was very honest. He was afraid that Wells wouldn't let him help, so he said that he wanted the two of them to work together. However, he didn't expect Wells to be so proud. He didn't want to take advantage of him. Their conversation was naturally heard by the members of the Jackal tribe. They couldn't help but panic. They had already seen the combat power of the undead creatures that Xiao Hai had just released. To be honest, they weren't confident that they could deal with them. If the 300 warriors of the Herculean Bull tribe were added to the mix, they wouldn't be able to gain an advantage. Just as they were about to make adjustments, a large number of undead creatures suddenly appeared around them. These undead creatures were the same as the 100 undead creatures that Xiao Hai had released earlier. They were all in beast form and were gigantic. These 1,000 undead creatures surrounded the 2,000 Jackal tribe cavalrymen. What was the most tragic situation for cavalry? It meant being surrounded and losing the space to charge. A knight who had lost the ability to charge was often not as terrifying as an infantry. The reason why the Jackal tribe had become the most famous bandits on the grassland was because of their mounts. Their mounts were the wind-type magical beast Shining Hu. Shining Hu was the relative of the Jackal tribe, a 5th-tier magical beast. It was known for its speed and agility. It was because of this that the Jackal tribe could come and go like the wind on the grassland, making it impossible for people to catch them. But now they were surrounded. They had lost their mobility, which they were most proud of. The small and thin members of the Jackal tribe had really become decorations on the coffee table. It was a complete tragedy. However, they soon realized that they weren't decorations on the coffee table. It wasn't appropriate to describe them as decorations on the coffee table. It was more appropriate to describe them as kitchen decorations. When they were surrounded by the undead creatures, they were destined to meet a tragic end, a tragic one. While the members of the Jackal clan were still panicking and didn't know how to deal with this situation, Xiao Hai had already given the order to attack. 1,000 tall undead creatures launched an attack on the Jackal clan. Weyers was slightly taken aback when he saw this, but he quickly regained his composure. He naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to beat a dog while it was down, and immediately gave the order to attack. The Herculean Bull clan's warriors had been surrounded and attacked by the Jackal clan the entire time, and they had been feeling extremely aggrieved. When they heard Weyers' order to attack, they looked as if they had taken stimulants. They shouted and called for their own mounts. They mounted the bulls and charged towards the Jackal clan. The mounts of the Herculean Divine Ox clan weren't the stone-skinned bulls. The stone-skinned bulls had great strength and defense, but their speed wasn't very fast, so they weren't the best choice for cavalry. Therefore, the Herculean Divine Ox clan chose another type of demonic beast as their mount, the Earth Elemental Bull. The Earth Elemental Cow was a type of 5th-tier magical beast. They were not slow, had decent defensive capabilities, and were very strong. They were the most suitable mounts for the Herculean Divine Ox clan. However, the Earth Elemental Cow was not a relative of the Herculean Divine Ox clan. The Herculean Divine Ox clan had always thought that their relative was a stone-skinned cow. The process of them killing the stone-skinned cow and absorbing its soul had always been thought to be a process of combining with their relative. This was a special case in the Orc Prairies. The beasts of the Beastmen plains usually treated their soul beasts as their mounts. Very few treated their soul beasts as their own like the Herculean Divine Bull clan. Xiao Hai looked at the charge of the Herculean Divine Ox tribe. He couldn't help but admit that the charge of the Herculean Divine Ox tribe was really powerful. That kind of charge was several times stronger than the legendary heavy armored cavalry on Earth. You can imagine what it was like to swing a heavy axe over 200 jin in the air during the charge. There was a saying in the China martial arts world that if a weapon was really rotated, it would weigh 1 tael to 1 jin. In other words, if you were to rotate a weapon that weighed 1 jin in your hand, you could exert a force of 10 jin. However, during the charge of ancient Chinese cavalrymen, they would not really rotate the hand-held sword in their hands. Their sabers were usually laid flat on the saddle and used the horse's power to kill the enemy. It was precisely because of this that the people of ancient Chinese grasslands used curved sabers. This was because scimitars were more lethal in such a cavalry charge. As for the charge of the Herculean Divine Ox tribe, they didn't just lay their weapons down. Instead, they were truly swinging their 200 jin heavy axes. If that was the case, coupled with the collision force of the Earth attribute bulls, how much force would a swing of the axe have? Xiao Hai really couldn't figure it out. Xiao Hai was a fan of the military, so he knew that the reason why ancient cavalry didn't swing their weapons when they charged was that it could easily cause their shoulders to be dislocated. Therefore, if the ancient cavalry used a long weapon when charging, they would not hold it with their hands. Instead, they would hold it with their hands and clip it under their arms. Moreover, most cavalrymen would use their daggers at that time. They would not really stab the enemy directly. Instead, they would raise the daggers high the moment they hit the enemy. They would not hit the enemy directly. They would only touch the enemy once and then immediately break the daggers. Otherwise, the daggers would break. This was the charge of ancient China knights, but the charge of ancient foreign knights was different. They wore heavy armor and held straight spears in their hands. However, it should be noted that the spears in their hands were made of a very brittle wood. In the process of charging, as long as they hit the enemy, their spears would break. If a cavalryman was excellent at riding, only the front part of his spear would break, and the other parts could still be used. This problem had also been considered when China houses were made. Therefore, the poles of the houses were not made of a whole piece of wood, but made of strips of steel, just like the steel wires today. They were not only tough but also hard. Therefore, when attacking the enemy, there would be a certain buffer. Cavalrymen could use this force to remove the poles. Just like what had been said just now, with a tap, the poles would be lifted off the horses. The strength would not be too much. This way, the pole of the taxi would not break. It could be said that the cavalrymen of ancient Earth didn't use the power of humans when they charged, but the power of horses. This time, the Herculean Divine Ox clan didn't just use the power of the Earth attribute ox, but also their own power. The power of these two powers was even greater when superimposed. Of course, this was also directly related to the fact that the people on the Ark continent had better physiques than those on Earth. The plants on the Ark continent had sufficient magical elements, and the elemental abilities of the spatial chi were much more powerful than those on Earth. Under these circumstances, the creatures on the Ark continent were naturally much stronger than those on Earth. That was why they could do what people on Earth couldn't. If Xiao Hai had to use a single word to describe the charge of the Herculean Divine Ox tribe, it would be beautiful. This was the only word Xiao Hai could think of. Beauty, a beauty of cruelty, a beauty of power, a beauty of killing. The battle was basically over with the charge of the 300 Earth-traveling ox cavalrymen. It didn't mean that they had exterminated all the Jackal tribesmen at once. Their charge had eliminated more than 400 Jackal tribesmen, while the remaining Jackal tribesmen were all killed by the undead creatures released by Xiao Hai. After a single charge, the 300 Earth-attributed Ox cavalrymen returned to the campsite. They were staring at the corpses of the Jackal tribesmen outside the campsite in a daze. It wasn't that they hadn't seen corpses before. The knights had been sent to protect Weirs, and they were all battle-hardened. They just sighed. They never thought that close to 2,000 Jackal tribe knights would be wiped out just like that. At this moment, a large mass of black chi suddenly enveloped the battlefield. When the black chi slowly dispersed, there was nothing left on the battlefield. If it weren't for the grass that had been broken and trampled, no one would believe that it had once been a battlefield. At this moment, Xiao Hai's carriage slowly entered the campsite. The carriage stopped about 20 meters away from Weirs. Xiao Hai, Laura, and the others alighted from the carriage and slowly walked towards Weirs. The earth-traveling bull cavalry wanted to stop them, but Weirs ordered them to retreat. Xiao Hai led Laura and the other two to a spot 2 meters away from Wells. He then gave Wells a standard chest salute and said, "My brother Weirs, how are you? Xiao Hai sends you his most sincere blessings." Wells saluted with his hand on his chest, then hugged Xiao Hai and laughed. "Brother Xiao Hai, you really are an amazing magician. You actually used one spell to defeat the Jackal tribe. From today onwards, you are my closest friend." Xiao Hai was not used to Weirs' sudden enthusiasm. After struggling out of Weirs' embrace, he panted, "My brother Weirs, don't hug me like that anymore. I almost died from your strangling." Xiao Hai's words made all the orcs present burst into laughter. They found that they were starting to like Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai said everything he had on his mind. He was very sincere, unlike the hypocritical humans they had seen before. Laura and the others laughed as well. They realized that Xiao Hai was more open and carefree when facing the orcs than when he was facing the humans. This was something that they had never expected. Weirs invited Xiao Hai into his tent. Compared to Spear's tent, Weirs' tent was much more luxurious. The tent was covered with a fine wool carpet, and there were tables and chairs inside. This was something that was rarely seen in the Orc Plains. Moreover, most of the tools in the tent were made of silver, which fully showed the extraordinary status of the owner. However, to Xiao Hai's surprise, there was not a single woman or child in the camp. In the tent with a few hundred people, there were only Weirs and the prophets, and no one else. Xiao Hai stood up and saluted Yale. Towards the orc prophet, one had to maintain respect. This was something that all humans who had come to the plains had to remember. Xiao Hai bowed and said to Yale, "Hello, respected prophet. This is my fiancée Laura. This is also my fiancée Meg. This is Neil." Xiao Hai also introduced Laura and Meg to Wales and Yale. This was the first time he had publicly introduced Meg as his fiancée. This was also how Laura told Xiao Hai to introduce him. Laura thought that this was the fairest way to Meg her. Hearing Xiao Hai's introduction, Mei Ji couldn't help blushing, but she was secretly happy. Her identity was finally confirmed, and her only worry was gone. Weirs wasn't surprised by Xiao Hai's introduction. It wasn't just the humans who allowed a man to have multiple wives. It was the same for the Beastmen. In reality, the Beastmen's situation was much more serious than the humans. It was said that there was a horse patriarch who had more than 30 wives and was nicknamed the Stallion. Weirs politely saluted Laura and Meg before they sat down. After taking a sip of milk tea, Weirs looked at Xiao Hai and said, "Brother Xiao Hai, how did you get that big-bellied pig clan's war flag?" NBSB Xiao Hai smiled. "Quite a while ago, I helped the pot-bellied pig tribe's goat-head hammer tribe a little. The goat-head hammer tribe's leader, Brother Spear, gave me that flag of friendship." Quat. Weirs didn't mention that the flag was a flag of friendship because he wanted to see if Xiao Hai knew what it meant. Now that Xiao Hai had said it, Weirs understood that Xiao Hai knew what it meant. Wales nodded. "Quat, it seems that you have helped him a lot. Otherwise, he would not have given you the friendship battle flag. Hee. Brother Xiao Hai, I see that you are a businessman. Is your carriage full of food?" Xiao Hai nodded. "Quat, that's right, Brother Weirs. I can't really be considered a proper merchant. I have a territory and it produces food. I have a large amount of food to sell, most of which is bamboo rice." Quat. Hearing Xiao Hai's words, Weirs' eyes lit up. "My brother, what's the price of your food? 2,000 caddies of grain for a plate of lamb." Xiao Hai replied with a smile. Weirs was taken aback, then his eyes lit up. "My brother, are you saying that 2,000 jin of grain can be exchanged for a lamb? Are you sure you're not wrong?" Xiao Hai smiled. "In fact, this is only the price for outsiders. If you are a friend, the price can be lowered. I don't want to hide it from you. I have an elder who likes to study magic beasts, so as long as it's a special magic beast unique to the grasslands, I can pay a lot of money for it. Of course, if you need food, I can also use food to exchange for it. Go and bring some fresh vegetables for the Weirs brothers as our first meeting gift." Meg responded and walked out of the tent. Weirs and Yale listened to Xiao Hai's words in a daze. They had never expected Xiao Hai to propose such a condition. It was completely beyond their expectations. Weirs looked at Xiao Hai and said, "My brother, how much food can you provide? I mean, how much food do you have on hand? However much you want, I'll have it." Xiao Hai said as he looked at Wales. Mad. These words were simply too arrogant. Yale and Wares felt that Xiao Hai's words were too arrogant. After all, Wares' status was clear. If he really wanted to do business with Xiao Hai, the amount of food he would need would be an astronomical figure. Wares looked at Xiao Hai and said, "My brother, I think I forgot to introduce myself. I am the seventh son of the Herculean Divine Ox Clan's patriarch. If I really want to do business with you, I will need a lot of food." Quat. Xiao Hai smiled. "Quat, it's fine, my brother. I know your identity is not ordinary. You have a prophet as your teacher and can wear a gorgeous robe. Your identity is definitely not ordinary, but please don't worry. I've said before that I'll have as much food as you want. I'm not bragging. You can calculate how much food your entire Herculean Divine Ox tribe needs, and then we'll talk." Quat. Wares looked at Xiao Hai in confusion. He didn't understand where Xiao Hai got his confidence from. Food had always been the most exported commodity to the orcs by the humans. At the same time, it was also the most powerful weapon the humans used to suppress the orcs. It was because of this that the food prices had always been high among the orcs. Although the humans had transported a lot of food to the Beastmen plains, it was still not enough for the huge population of the Beastmen. Every year, many Beastmen had to eat mutton for a long time to tide over the food shortage. Eating mutton for a long time wasn't a good thing for the orcs. Eating sheep was more of a loss than exchanging it for food, but they had to do it because of the lack of food. Actually, it wasn't that the human race didn't want to transport food to the orc grassland. From the perspective of the human merchants, if they transported food to the orc grassland, they could exchange it for the coiled sheep. That was money, so why not do such a business? But the problem was that the human race did not have that much food. Currently, all the major countries on the continent were not turning a blind eye to the sale of grain to the orc grasslands. They could sell it, but they could not go too far and affect the price of grain on the continent. Otherwise, the royal family would not be polite. Due to these reasons, the orcs had a huge shortage of food every year. Even if they were willing to trade for the food, they had no choice because there was no food. Wares didn't quite believe Xiao Hai's words. Even if Xiao Hai had a territory and planted bamboo and rice there, it wouldn't be enough to fill the shortage of food in the Beastmen plains. What right did he have to be so arrogant? Compared to Wares, Yale felt even more strongly that something was wrong. Xiao Hai seemed to be overconfident. This caused Yale's heart to clench, and he suddenly thought of some bad things. In the past, some human merchants had said this to the orcs. In the end, it was proven that those human merchants were all liars. They either didn't have enough food, or they simply used moldy food to deal with them. If it was moldy rice, it was still okay. After washing it a few times, it could still be eaten. However, if they didn't have that much food, and the orcs relied on the food to survive through the winter, the outcome would be tragic. Yale clearly remembered that 5 years ago, there had been a great war tribe that, because of this swindler, had suffered a food crisis. In the end, they had all starved to death. In addition, because that tribe had been eating large amounts of lamb, they had suffered great losses, and even now they had yet to recover. Yale was afraid that Xiao Hai was someone like that. If Xiao Hai really wanted to use this method to deal with the Herculean Divine Ox tribe, then his appearance here was no coincidence. Hearing Yale's words, Wells knew that Yale had something to say to him in private. He didn't continue to talk to Xiao Hai about the food issue. Instead, he nodded and said, "Quite yes, look at me. I was too focused on talking. Brother Xiao Hai, you should set up the camp first, and then we can have a good drink or two." Quat. Xiao Hai could tell as well, so he didn't say he would. He just smiled and stood up. "Quite all right, Brother Wares. I'll go and build the camp first. The vegetables will be sent over in a while." Quat. After saying that, Xiao Hai led Near and Laura out of the tent after bowing to Wells and Yale. At this moment, Meg and a few undead creatures came out of the tent with a few baskets of vegetables that Xiao Hai had just placed in the carriage. After all, the vegetables couldn't be left outside for too long or they would lose their freshness. Xiao Hai didn't let Meg into the tent. He only asked her to pass the food to the warrior of the vigorous Divine Ox tribe who was standing guard outside the tent. Then he led the group back to the carriage. It was very convenient for them to set up the campsite today. The vehicles had already formed a circular formation. As long as they put a tent in the formation, they would be able to set up the campsite. When they returned to their own camp, their tents were already set up. Xiao Hai, Meg, and the others also returned to their tents. Xiao Hai's tents were very simple. The ground was covered with rabbit skin and there were not many decorations inside, making it seem very empty. After they sat down in the tent, Laura smiled at Xiao Hai and said, "Big Brother Hai, you're too impatient. I'm sure Wells and Yale think you're a scammer." "Why?" Xiao Hai laughed. "Do beastmen often encounter such liars?" Laura's expression turned serious. "Quat will have to see if this tribe is worth cheating. If an orc tribe is too powerful, they might encounter this kind of liar." Quat. Hearing Laura's words, Xiao Hai felt that there was a hidden meaning behind her words. He looked at her in confusion and asked, "What's the meaning of this?" Laura glanced at Xiao Hai and laughed. "Quat, it means that those scammers aren't real businessmen. They all have powerful backgrounds." "Quat, you're saying that those scammers were ordered to do this by someone?" Xiao Hai asked, taken aback. Who was it? Why? Laura smiled bitterly and said, Quat, who else could it be? Those who are afraid of the power of the Beastmen. Among them are the Versailles family and the Arcas Empire's royal family. Many merchants on the Beastmen plains are their eyes and ears. As long as they find out that a tribe is very powerful, they will think of ways to make that tribe weak. There is no way to make a tribe weak than to cheat. This method doesn't require much manpower, money, or force. That's why many people are using it. Xiao Hai really didn't expect this to be the reason. He was stunned for a moment before saying, no wonder just now, Yale interrupted Wells. It seems that Yale also thought that we were scammers. It's also my fault. I was too confident just now. Laura laughed. Quite, you can't be blamed for this. You're telling the truth. It's just that Yale doesn't believe you. When we get to know each other more, they'll believe you. Oh right, Big Brother Hai, don't you think that there's something strange about Wells' camp? Zhao Xiangdong nodded. Quite, it's a little strange. This camp is full of combatants. There's not a single woman. This doesn't seem to make sense. Quat. Lola nodded. Quat, I can see that too. But looking at Weyers, it doesn't seem like he has anything important to do. Why would they come here? Meg, who hadn't spoken all this time, said, could it be that Weyers also came out to gain experience? Weyers is the seventh son of the Herculean Bull clan's patriarch, which is equivalent to a prince. Human nobles usually send their children out to gain experience. Weyers is also a noble, so it's possible that he also came out to gain experience. Laura and Xiao Hai were stunned. Then Laura chuckled and said, it seems that we have thought too much about this matter. Yes, I have also heard that the princes of the big races of the orc race will also come out to train. It seems that Weyers is the same. However, it is also strange that he was besieged by the Jackal race. Xiao Hai nodded. Quat, this matter is a little strange, but it's not something we should be concerned about. Anyway, we've achieved our goal. We've gotten rid of the Jackal tribe, haven't we? Unfortunately, there are no living ones. However, there are still 2 living mounts of the Jackal tribe, which are now in the warehouse. After the battle had ended, Xiao Hai had stored the corpses of the Jackal tribe members into his dimensional space. Afraid that Yale and the others would become suspicious, Xiao Hai had even used a black mist technique to cover the entire battlefield before storing the corpses of the Jackal tribe members. He wasn't in a hurry to turn the Jackal tribe members into undead creatures. He still wanted to obtain some information from the Jackal tribe. However, he couldn't let Weyers and Yale know about this. Thus, he used a black mist spell to cover the entire battlefield. When the black mist disappeared, the Jackal clansmen's corpses had disappeared as well. This would make Yale and the others think that Xiao Hai had already turned the Jackal clansmen's corpses into undead creatures and kept them in his summoning space. This was also a common practice of black mages on the continent. After killing an enemy, they would turn the enemy into an undead creature and then put it into their summoning space. This way, not only could it deter the enemy, but it could also increase their own power. Thus, Yale and Weyers didn't suspect Xiao Hai's actions in the slightest. Lola nodded. Quat, let's wait until nighttime to deal with the Jackal tribe. We don't know when Weyers will come and find us. We shouldn't go into the space. Quat. Xiao Hai nodded. He didn't want to enter the space at this moment. What Xiao Hai and the others didn't know was that right now, Weyers and Yale were also discussing them. Seeing Xiao Hai and the others leave the tent, Weyers turned to Yale in confusion. Teacher, why didn't you let me continue the conversation with Xiao Hai? If he has a lot of food and it's cheap, then it'll be a good thing for our vigorous Divine Ox clan. Yale glanced at Weyers, then shook his head. I don't think what Xiao Hai said is true. Does he really have grain? Don't forget the lesson from the Black Bear tribe 5 years ago. The lesson that Yale was talking about was the one time they had been scammed. At that time, a human merchant who had worked with the Black Bears on many occasions had promised to prepare food for the Black Bears for the winter. Because their previous cooperation had been very pleasant, the Black Bears had never thought that the other party would lie to them. In the end, the Black Bears had also not bought food from other merchants for the winter. But in the end, the human merchant disappeared and never appeared on the grassland again. When the Black Bear tribe realized that they had been tricked, it was already too late. They didn't store any food that winter. In addition, the snow was heavy in the winter, so it wasn't easy to send troops to plunder. The entire Black Bear tribe was in danger of running out of food. In the end, the Black Bear tribe had no choice but to eat the goats and other demonic beasts to tide over the crisis. Even so, many of the Black Bear tribe's slaves had starved to death. The Black Bear tribe, which had been strong for a period of time, had become weak. If it wasn't for their powerful combat abilities, they would have been exterminated by others. At that time, this matter caused a huge reaction in the Orc Prairie. There was even a period of time when all the races in the Orc Prairie stopped doing business with human merchants. Many human merchants lost their capital because of this. Hearing Yale's words, Wells couldn't help but be startled. Quat, no way. I don't think Xiao Hai is that kind of person. He's also holding the friendship flag of the orcs. Teacher, are you overthinking? Yale shook his head. Quat, it's always good to be careful. We have to always remember the Black Bear tribe's lesson. Whether or not Xiao Hai has those rations, we can't bet everything on him. Quat. Weyers didn't object to this. It was too risky to bet everything on one person. He wouldn't do it, so he didn't object to Yale's words. Yale looked at Wells and continued, "Wells, don't you think that it was very strange for us to be attacked today? Since when did those dogs have the guts to attack us?" "Then what do you mean, teacher?" Weyers asked, stunned. Yale said, "This is strange. Although it said that some dogs dare to rob anyone, there were old people and women in their teams when they robbed in the past. They usually acted as a whole tribe. However, the people who attacked us today are all young and strong. There are no old people or women. Have you heard of any jackal tribe that can send 2,000 young and strong people to rob? Besides, we're only here to travel, so we didn't bring too many valuables. We're also protected by 300 warriors. With our strength, we're much stronger than the average small tribe, but those dogs still came straight at us. This doesn't seem like their style, so I said this matter is very strange." Hearing Yale's words, Weyers' expression kept on changing. He wasn't an idiot, he understood what Yale meant. Although Weyers was the seventh son of the Herculean Bull clan's patriarch, he was the son that his father liked the most. Moreover, Weyers had been very smart since he was young. This might not be a big deal to the humans, but it was a great advantage to the Beastmen. Orcs were straightforward. Generally, people who weren't very smart would be seen as stupid and gullible by others. Therefore, orcs attached great importance to smart children and would choose a prophet as their teacher from a young age to teach them. Such children were often the next clan leader of their race. Wells had been very smart since he was young, so his father had chosen Yale to be his teacher when he was 5 years old. It was like a secret eye, telling everyone that he was going to groom Wells as his successor. If Weyers' other brothers were only average, then it wouldn't be a problem. The Herculean Bull clan could smoothly complete the handover of their old and new members. However, the problem was that Weyers' other brothers were also extremely powerful. This was troublesome. Weyers' big brother, Garther, had followed his father since he was young and had always fought for the Hercules Bull clan. In the circle of orcs, he was known as the bull-headed god of war. His strength was comparable to a human rank 8. Among the orcs who admired the strong, Garther was very famous. Among the Hercules bulls, Garther's prestige was also very high. Although Garther wasn't as smart as Wells, he had been helping Wells' father manage the clan's affairs all these years. His performance was commendable. So many people in the Hercules Bull clan supported him and wanted him to be the next chief. Wells' second brother, Paul, wasn't worth paying attention to because Paul was a very hot-tempered person. Although he was very strong and loved to fight, he was obviously not suitable to be the patriarch. However, Paul had a good relationship with Garther, so he had always supported Garther as the patriarch. Weyers' third and fourth brothers had died in battle when they were still in their teens. Not many people in the family could remember their names. Wells' fifth brother, Hales, had been ill since he was young. He would fall sick half a year. He was forgotten by the clan and posed no threat. Wells' sixth brother, Mendes, had a good relationship with Wells and had taken care of him since he was young. However, he was still young and couldn't help much. Weyers had two younger brothers, but they were still young and didn't even have the qualifications to gain experience, let alone help. Wells still had 4 older sisters, but they were all married to another powerful Tauran race, the bullfighting race. Wells had a good relationship with his second and third sisters, while his eldest and fourth sisters had a good relationship with Geether. Thus, if one were to really count, Jasser's face to the Herculean Bull clan's chief was slightly bigger than Weyers'. Wells had been learning from Yale since he was young, and ever since Yale had become Wells's teacher, Wells's brand had been deeply imprinted on him. He was determined to help Wells become the clan leader, and so he had taught him with great care. The reason why Yale was so dedicated to teaching Wells was not only because he was Wells' teacher, but also for the Water Buffalo clan. Although the Water Buffalo clan had a very high status among the Tauran clan and had many famous prophets, if Wells lost in this battle for the throne, he would definitely be suppressed by Jackal. By then, Yale's life would not be good. The Water Buffalo clan that Yale was born into would probably not be in a good state either. It was precisely for this reason that Yale had to help Wells ascend to the throne. Only by doing so would he be able to ensure the benefits of the Water Buffalo clan. The Water Buffalo clan was the smartest clan among the Tauran. In addition, Yale wasn't young anymore, so he had seen many of such brotherly conflicts. Thus, he had been telling Wells about these things since he was young. Moreover, Wells was extremely intelligent. When Yale mentioned the strange parts of the attack, Wells immediately understood what Yale meant. Seeing that Wells wasn't saying anything, Yale didn't say anything either. He knew that Wells didn't want to have a falling out with Geether. Although Wells was young, the education he had received since he was young made him understand that if he fought with Geether, no matter who won, the Hercules Ox tribe would be the one to suffer in the end. Thus, he had never wanted to fight Geether. However, since Weyers had been too smart since he was young, Jackal had always treated him as an opponent and made things difficult for him. For the sake of his own safety, as well as for the sake of Yale and the others, Weyers had no choice but to retaliate. Thus, the war between him and Jackal had begun. The fight between the two of them had always been kept in the dark and not out in the open. Moreover, they had a sense of propriety in their fight and did not go overboard. They had never done anything that threatened the other party's life. This time it was a little strange. At this thought, Weyers couldn't help but frown. Quat, I feel that this matter is a little strange. According to teacher, this matter may be caused by Jackal. Does he want to kill me now? No way, if he dares to lay a hand on me, father will not let him go. In that case, he has even less hope of becoming the patriarch. Although second brother is not suitable to be the patriarch, fifth brother is not suitable either, but sixth brother's performance these years is still okay. Little 8 and little 9 will grow up one day. It's not that no one can become the patriarch except for the two of us. It's not good for him to get rid of me at this time, right? Upon hearing Weyers say this, Yale felt extremely puzzled. Frowning, he said, if he really did this, then unless he's confident that he can immediately become the patriarch after getting rid of you, the patriarch won't let them go. But now that the patriarch is in good health, it's impossible for him to become the patriarch again, and he doesn't dare to make a move on the patriarch. After all, those great elders won't agree to it. It seems that this matter really doesn't seem like his doing. Could it be that someone else wants to deal with us? Weyers frowned as well. There were too many suspicious points in this matter, and he couldn't figure it out at the moment. Suddenly, Weyers thought of something. He turned to Yale and said, Teacher, do you think this matter has something to do with Xiao Hai? Yale thought for a moment, then shook his head. No, Xiao Hai is a human. A human can't command the Jackal race. You just saw that the Jackal race is dead. If Xiao Hai is with the Jackal race, he wouldn't have killed them so badly. Then who could it be? Wales nodded. I've never heard of that race having any contact with the Jackal race. The name of the Jackal race on the prairie is too bad. If someone were to be found to be in contact with them, that race's reputation would be bad as well. No one should have such courage, right? Yale nodded in agreement. The Jackal tribe's attack this time had been far too strange. The Jackal tribe had always been known for taking advantage of others and not suffering any losses. When faced with a tough opponent, they wouldn't even try to fight back. This time, however, they had suddenly sent out 2,000 people to kill them. This caused Yale and Weyers to be at a complete loss. The two of them continued their discussion for a while. In the end, Weyers changed the topic to Xiao Hai. Weyers looked at Yale and said, Teacher, if Xiao Hai really has a lot of food and he's selling it to us at that price, should we take it over immediately? Yale's idea wasn't bad. Because of Gassal's presence in the Herculean Bull clan, no matter what Wells did, there would be someone to stop him. Thus, Yale had asked Wells to leave this matter to the bullfighting clan and the water bull clan. In the Orc Prairies, if any of the royal families wanted to choose their own patriarch, it wasn't their family's business. It was the business of all the branch families of the large family. The words of these branch families could sometimes affect the ownership of the patriarch. For example, the Herculean Divine Ox clan was the royal family of the ox-headed human clan. If they wanted to choose their own clan leader, it was not just their clan that had the final say. They also had to seek the opinions of the other branches of the ox-headed human clan. The reason for this situation was that although the royal family of a large clan couldn't command the branch clans in normal times, when there was a big war, the royal family had to take on the heavy responsibility of leading all the branch clans of the large clan. For example, if a war broke out between the orcs and the humans, the battle race would be the main force of the orcs. They would usually choose a general to lead all the orcs, and the chief of each major race would be the general. They would manage all the major races and all the sub-races, which were the officers under the general. At this time, they had to listen to the chief, so the position of the royal chief of each major race was very important. Right now, within the Herculean Bull tribe, Jackal was the strongest and had a deep foundation. If Wells continued to fight with Jackal, he would probably lose. Hence, Yale had long wanted Wells to interact with the other tribes of the Herculean Bull tribe. The matter with Xiao Hai had given them a good opportunity. Food was something that all the Beastmen lacked. To the Beastmen, no matter how much food they had, it would never be too much. Hence, Weyers had made the right decision by using food to build a relationship with the bullfighting clan and the water buffalo clan. After thinking this through, Wales nodded and said, I think it's fine. My sister is with the bullfighting race, so there won't be any problems with contacting them. The water buffaloes are your own race, so there won't be any problems. We'll talk to Xiao Hai about this when we get out. Yale nodded, then looked at the sky outside. It's almost ready outside. Let's go out in a while. By the way, Xiao Hai has sent some food over. Let's go and take a look. Weyers nodded. To the people of the grasslands, fresh vegetables were a luxury. Even the mighty Divine Ox tribe, a royal family, could not eat them so easily. Weyers thought that Xiao Hai had only given him vegetables that were easy to preserve like the demonic raccoons, so he did not pay much attention to them. Wells followed Yale out of the tent. It was only the afternoon, and the weather was quite good. As soon as the two of them came out of the tent, they were dumbfounded. They saw a dozen or so baskets placed outside the tent, each of which contained a type of vegetable. These vegetables were quite common on the continent, and so Wells and Yale naturally knew each other. There was nothing to be surprised about. What they were surprised about was that these vegetables were actually very fresh. It was as if it had just been taken off. The two of them looked at each other and saw a trace of shock in each other's eyes. The reason they had come to this place was just as Meg had guessed. They had come to gain experience. This was a process that every young and high-level orc had to go through, and Weyers was no exception. No one would care about you when you went out to gain experience, but there was a rule that you couldn't bring more than 500 guards. This was a rule shared by all orc races. The reason why the young men of the orc clan had to bring the guards was related to the situation in the orc prairies. The prairies was too big and dangerous. It was hard for one person to survive in the prairies. In order to ensure the safety of the young men, they had to bring the guards. Most of the young people who came out to gain experience were princes of major clans and other people with status. Those who did not have high status had to follow their own tribes around every day and still needed to gain experience. They had already started fighting with the adults of their tribes at a young age, so they did not need to gain experience at all. In other words, this experience was actually to let the second generation of the rich and the second generation of the officials in the major tribes go out to see the world and wear down the air of wealth on them. Weyers' main purpose in coming here was to visit the Iron Wall Fortress and see the human cities. Weyers was still young, so he didn't participate in the last war between the humans and orcs. Although the orc god city was here, there was no real stone city. Thus, Weyers had always been curious about the human stone city. He wanted to take this opportunity to visit it. Even though Weyers had never been to the Iron Wall Fortress before, he knew the route. They were still a few days away from the Iron Wall Fortress, and it was impossible for the vegetables to be produced there. In other words, Xiao Hai's vegetables were transported here from an even further place. It meant that these vegetables had been on the road for at least a few days. However, they were still fresh as if they had just been picked. That was amazing. Yale turned to glance at Wells. Without saying anything, he turned and returned to the tent. Upon entering the tent, Yale said to Wells Weyers, "It looks like we'll have to reevaluate Xiao Hai's strength." Wales nodded, then looked at Yale with a puzzled expression and said, "Teacher, why are those vegetables fresh? What kind of preservation method did they use?" Yale smiled. "Quad, I'm guessing that he has a piece of spatial equipment." Spatial equipment is something that human mages have researched and developed. There is a subspace sealed within this type of equipment that can be used to store items. Items can be stored in this subspace for a much longer period of time than items that can be stored outside. Xiao Hai might have something like this in his possession. However, I really didn't expect that he would be willing to use a spatial equipment to store vegetables. Quat. Weyers had heard of the preciousness of spatial equipment, but the Beastmen didn't have any, so he didn't know much about it. However, in his opinion, spatial equipment was also very precious. Otherwise, so many human merchants would use spatial equipment to transport food and other things to the grassland. They would not have to use carriages like now. Weyers' eyes lit up when he heard that. "Teacher, does that mean that Xiao Hai has a way to transport food from the humans faster?" If that's the case, I think he might be telling the truth when he said he had a lot of food. Yale nodded and said, "It seems that his strength is indeed not bad. However, we still have to be careful. Right now, although our Herculean bull race isn't the strongest race among the Beastmen, our strength is definitely not bad. Even among the battle races, our bull race can be ranked in the upper middle. If it weren't for the fact that there are a few branches holding us back, we would have long become a battle race. This kind of strength will indeed make many people jealous. It's hard to guarantee that we won't be targeted by those scammers of the human race." Quat. Weyers also understood this. The orcs had been cheated by humans too many times, so many that they couldn't even count it. Thus, they were very wary of humans. This was also why very few human merchants could get their friendship flags. The orcs wouldn't give the friendship flag to someone they didn't trust. They thought it was the greatest blasphemy. In fact, for so many years, no human merchant had ever gotten the friendship flag of the orcs except for Xiao Hai, even the friendship flag of a small tribe like the Sheephead Hammer tribe. It could be said that the friendship flag on Xiao Hai's car had improved Weyers' impression of Xiao Hai. It was also because of that flag that Weyers wanted to work with Xiao Hai. Weyers let out a long sigh. "Quad, I really hope Xiao Hai is a good businessman. If he really has a lot of food and is willing to sell it to us orcs, I'm willing to give him the friendship flag of the Herculean bull tribe." Quat. Yale looked at Weyers. He understood what Weyers meant. What the Beastmen lacked the most was food. If Weyers could really solve the Tauren tribe's food problem through Xiao Hai, then he would be even closer to the position of patriarch. Yale hoped that was the case as well. However, he was also very wary of Xiao Hai. After living with a large race for a long time and even secretly fighting with Jasser and the others, Yale still had a dark heart. The tent was silent for a while. After a long while, Yale said, "Let's take a look outside. I'm more and more curious about Xiao Hai. If he's really a liar, he must be a special one. A liar with a space teleportation equipment, I don't think he's a commoner." Weyers also revealed a smile. Indeed, if a liar had a space teleportation equipment, he was also a great liar. Looking at the time, Weyers smiled and said, "Teacher, let's go out. I promised Xiao Hai that I would treat him to a good drink." Yale chuckled and the two of them walked out of the tent for the second time. Outside the tent, a bonfire had already been lit, and the lamb had already been placed over the fire to be roasted. This was how the Beastmen treated their guests. To them, treating them with roasted sheep was the highest form of courtesy. Although Weyers and the others were out for training, the Beastmen would bring their sheep wherever they went. They would graze and train at the same time. This was the Beastmen's life. In fact, these coiled sheep were also their food, so no matter where they went, they would bring them with them. Originally, it was impossible for them to keep the sheep today. Even if they repelled the attack of the Jackal tribe, the sheep would be taken away by the Jackal tribe. However, they were lucky today to have met Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai had exterminated the Jackal race, and not a single one had escaped, so the sheep were preserved. Weyers would not be stingy with a few sheep. Although Weyers had brought a few warriors with him, they were the most elite warriors. They had been the guards of the Herculean Bull clan's higher-ups for many years, so they knew as much as ordinary beastmen. Moreover, they did a better job than ordinary beastmen because they had to learn how to serve people when they followed the higher-ups. The lamb was already being roasted on the bonfire. What was rare was that there were tables set up beside the bonfire. This was very rare. There was milk wine placed beside each table. On the table were 2 plates and a wine cup. It was worth mentioning that whether it was the plates, wine cups, or the wine pot, everything was made of silver. All of this showed that the owner's identity was extraordinary. It was impossible for an ordinary small tribe to have such equipment. The orcs lived in the water and grass. If they used a car to load these things, it would take up several cars, which would bring great inconvenience to their migration. However, some large races would still prepare these items in order to show off their status. As a strong contender for the patriarch of the Herculean Bull clan, Weyers' status was naturally not ordinary. If he could bring these items, it would naturally not be enough. After many years of development, although the high-level young people of the orc tribe still maintained the tradition of going out to gain experience, because of the protection of guards and the filial piety of some small tribes, their experience had completely changed. It was not much different from traveling. Seeing that they were almost ready, Weyers turned to look at Yale. "Teacher, you can sit here. I'll go get Xiao Hai." Yale didn't object. As they saw it, putting aside the question of whether or not Xiao Hai was a swindler, he was a powerful magus. This fact alone was enough to earn him the respect he deserved. For Weyers to personally invite Xiao Hai over, that was enough to show how much respect he had for Xiao Hai. Weyers walked towards Xiao Hai's campsite with 2 guards following behind him. The 2 guards did not carry any weapons. To orcs, it was impolite to meet their friends with weapons in hand. Xiao Hai's campsite was quite a distance away from Weyers' campsite. However, Weyers did not ride on his mount. Instead, he walked to Xiao Hai's campsite. Due to the previous battle, Xiao Hai's tent was surrounded by a fleet of grain trucks. Undead creatures stood inside the fleet like statues. At first, Weyers thought that the undead creatures were just ordinary human drivers, but when he walked in front of them, he realized he was wrong. They weren't humans at all. No matter how outstanding a warrior was, they couldn't stand still for such a long time without blinking or breathing. Weyers wouldn't feel uncomfortable facing a human warrior, but he still felt uncomfortable facing these undead creatures. After all, he had only seen a few humanoid undead creatures. Just as Weyers didn't know if he should call out to Xiao Hai loudly and talk to the moving corpses, Xiao Hai had already led Laura and the others out of the tent. Xiao Hai had long known from the undead creatures that Weyers was here. Of course, he wouldn't be too ostentatious. After all, Weyers was a prince. If he was too ostentatious, he would be suspected of being arrogant. The moment Xiao Hai came out of the tent, he smiled at Weyers. "Brother Weyers, have you finished roasting the lamb and waiting for me? Ha ha ha, I'm famished." Weyers clearly liked Xiao Hai's way of speaking. He smiled and said, "Brother Xiao Hai, the mutton is ready and the milk wine is filled. It's just waiting for us to finish it." Xiao Hai laughed heartily as he followed Weyers into his tent. When he saw the layout of the camp, Xiao Hai couldn't help but be stunned. He really didn't expect Weyers to be so well prepared when he was out. If it wasn't for the fact that there were many large vehicles around the camp, he would have thought that Weyers had brought spatial equipment. Yale was currently seated at a table, waiting for Xiao Hai and the others. There were many small tables set up around the bonfire, and each table could only fit 1 person. What was worth mentioning was that these tables were not very large. Behind the tables was a small carpet, and the person had to sit on the carpet. Upon seeing Xiao Hai's group arrive, Yale stood up to welcome them. Xiao Hai and the others hurriedly saluted Yale. After all, the status of a prophet in the orc prairies was simply too special. They didn't dare to be the slightest bit disrespectful. There was a saying in the orc prairies, "Offending a prophet is equivalent to offending all the orcs." Quite of course, this saying was only suitable for humans, and it didn't have much effect on the orcs themselves. However, even the chief of a big orc clan wouldn't easily offend a prophet. After greeting each other, they sat down. Then someone served Xiao Hai and the others some roasted mutton. According to the orc tradition, they had to eat the mutton first before drinking. This showed how important food was to them. After taking a bite of the roasted lamb, Wales picked up his silver cup and bowed to Xiao Hai. The two of them were not far apart, but because of the distance between the tables, they were now more than 2 meters apart. Wales gratefully nodded at Xiao Hai. He raised his glass and said, "Please." Xiao Hai also said, "Please," and the two of them drank the milk wine in their glasses in one go. After drinking a cup of milk wine, Wales began to chat with Xiao Hai about some common topics. The two of them ate roasted mutton and drank milk wine as they chatted. However, Xiao Hai did not feel as happy as when he was at Spear's place. It was not that the food was bad, but the atmosphere was not. Back at Spear's place, they had just been eating and drinking happily without any schemes. However, here, Xiao Hai could feel Wales and Yale constantly observing him. This made him feel very uncomfortable. After finishing the third cup of milk wine, Wales said to Xiao Hai, "Brother Xiao Hai, do you really have a lot of grain to sell?" Xiao Hai nodded. "Quite yes, there are a lot. I want to trade for some special magical beasts. Coiled sheep will do too. Of course, wool products will do too. Quat." Wales looked at Xiao Hai and said, "Brother Xiao Hai, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that food is too important to us orcs. I really want to know how much food you have so that I can work with you. I also want to know the quality of your food." Quat. Xiao Hai smiled. "Quat, it's nothing. I can tell you that I have more than 100 million caddies of bamboo rice in my hands now. There will be more in the future. Is it about the quality? How about this? You can let your guards go to my carriage to take the food. You can take any bag from the carriage, but you can take a few more bags and bring them here for you to take a closer look." When Xiao Hai mentioned that he had more than 100 million caddies of grain, Wales sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the largest amount of grain he had ever heard of. If he could really get all of this grain, the Herculean divine ox tribe would not have to worry about food for a long time. Wales listened to Xiao Hai's words in a daze. Although 100 million caddies of grain was not enough for the entire Tauran tribe, it could be used for a long time for the Herculean divine bull tribe alone. At this moment, Yale was also stunned for a moment. However, he immediately reacted. He called over 2 warriors from the Herculean bull race to retrieve the food from Xiao Hai's carriage. He wanted to see if the food that Xiao Hai had brought was good or bad. The orcs attached great importance to food, so they were even more strict about the quality of food. Although many orcs were illiterate, they didn't even need to look at the rice. They could tell the difference between good and bad rice by weighing it with their hands. It was just so magical. Yale's actions brought Wales back to his senses. Wales glanced at Xiao Hai and said, "Brother Xiao Hai, do you really have 100 million jin of grain?" Xiao Hai shook his head. "Quat, that's not all. To be honest, I can get 100 million caddies of grain every once in a while. My territory is huge, so I plant all the bamboo rice in batches. I can harvest them every once in a while, hee. Quat." Wales was stunned again. Then his expression changed. "Brother Xiao Hai, I treat you as a brother, don't lie to me. Although I don't know how to farm, I know that to harvest 100 million caddies of grain, a large piece of land is needed. Can you really harvest 100 million caddies of grain in a short time? How big is your territory?" Xiao Hai looked at Wales and suddenly felt sad. He knew that the food here was extremely precious, but it seemed like the merchants had not told Wales the truth. The production of bamboo rice was very high. Even outside the realm, the production of bamboo rice wasn't much lower than inside the realm. As long as there wasn't any man-made destruction, the production of bamboo rice wouldn't be affected too much. The bamboo rice produced on the continent was enough to feed all the races on the road, including the orcs, elves, dwarves, and even magic beasts. If the humans were willing to make a deal with the orcs wouldn't have to worry about the food crisis, and the price of food wouldn't be so high. However, the orcs didn't know how to farm. Therefore, when human merchants traded with the orcs, they would say that it was very difficult to grow crops. It would also lower the production rate, giving the orcs the illusion that it was difficult to grow crops and the production rate was low. In this way, they didn't need to lower the price of grains. It could be said that they were sucking the blood of the orcs. Xiao Hai put down the goat horn knife in his hand and turned to Wales. "Quat, my brother Wales, I've told you before that I'm not a proper merchant. I produce my own food, and I'm very clear about the production of food. Don't be fooled by those cunning merchants. Take bamboo rice, for example. Bamboo rice only needs 10,000 mu of land, and its production can reach 100 million caddies. It can mature once every 3 months. If the weather is good and it can be planted in winter, it can be harvested 3 times a year on 10,000 mu of land, as long as there are no natural disasters or man-made destruction. My brother, I have no problem producing 100 million jin of food in a short period of time." Wales and Yale both looked at Xiao Hai in a daze. To be honest, they really didn't understand what Xiao Hai was saying. Orcs didn't know how to farm, just like how humans didn't know how to herd livestock. To humans, herding livestock was too difficult. Why did the magical beasts always get sick? In contrast, farming was too difficult for orcs. Why did the crops always die? This was an unsolvable problem. It was because of this that the human merchants said that grain was like a treasure in the world. The orcs believed it because, in their opinion, farming was indeed a very difficult thing. However, when Xiao Hai told them that the human race produced a lot of food, Wells and Yale couldn't quite accept it. The two of them looked at Xiao Hai in a daze. They really hoped that Xiao Hai was lying, because the data he gave was far from what the human merchants had said. After a while, Weyers stammered, "Are you telling the truth?" Xiao Hai nodded. "Quite, of course it's true. Beastmen usually can't go to the large grain-producing areas of the human race to take a look. As long as they go to the large grain-producing areas, they should know that this is true. However, the large grain-producing areas of the human race usually grow wheat instead of bamboo rice." Quat. At this moment, the two guards that Yale had sent out had returned. Each of them had 4 bags of rice under their arms. One had to know that each bag of rice weighed 100 jin, and each of them was carrying 400 jin of things. Moreover, they were still running. The Herculean Divine Ox clan really lived up to their reputation. The two guards placed the 8 bags of food in front of Wells. Wells and Yale stood up at almost the same time, walking over to the bags of food. The two of them opened one each. Inside the bag was bamboo rice. It was a little yellow, as if someone had smeared a layer of oil on it. It looked shiny and was the best bamboo rice. Almost instinctively, Yale poured out the entire bag of rice, causing the ground to be filled with rice. Xiao Hai wasn't angry. He knew why Yale had done this. There must have been a human merchant who had tricked them. He had placed some high-quality bamboo rice on top of the bags of rice and placed some moldy rice under them. That was why Yale had done this. Looking at the rice on the ground, Yale picked up a handful and sniffed it. Then he put it in his mouth and chewed. Slowly, he stood up and turned to look at Xiao Hai. "Mr. Xiao Hai, is this the quality of all your rice? All of them are the same. You can check as you wish." Xiao Hai nodded. Weyers didn't say anything. He walked back to the table and poured himself a glass of milk wine. He drank it in one gulp and put down the glass. He looked at Xiao Hai and said, "Brother Xiao Hai, I would like to have a good chat with you." Seeing Weyers' expression, Xiao Hai knew that what Weyers was going to say was the most important thing. He nodded, "Sure, Brother Weyers. The 3 people beside me will never betray me. Where are the people beside you?" Weyers glanced at the guards beside him and said in a low voice, "They can also be completely trusted. If he used someone, he would not doubt them." Weyers had already displayed his demeanor as a king. The reason why he was so confident that these people would not betray him was because their families were all under his control. If they dared to betray him, he and his family would be finished. Weyers had been taught to be a king since he was young, so he knew that it was not enough to be a king. Not all of his men were gentlemen. To a gentleman, you could use the methods of a gentleman to deal with a villain, but if you still used the methods of a gentleman, you would suffer a great loss. None of the guards said anything, but they all looked at Weyers with gratitude. It could be said that Weyers' words had won the hearts of the 300 guards. Because of this, Weyers only dared to control their families in secret. He didn't dare let them know. If they found out, he wouldn't have anyone he could use. This was a contradiction between the superiors. They knew how to control their subordinates and how to win their hearts, but they always thought that it was not enough to win their hearts. They had to add an insurance to their hearts. Xiao Hai glanced at the guards. He knew what Weyers meant, but he didn't say anything. He just smiled. "Then, my brother Weyers, what are you waiting for? Speak." Weyers looked at Xiao Hai and said, "Brother Xiao Hai, as you know, I am the 7th prince of the Herculean bull tribe. In fact, I am one of the candidates to become the patriarch of the Herculean bull tribe. My main competitor right now is my big brother, Jasser. My big brother has the most battle achievements in the Herculean bull tribe and is the most popular. I am not qualified enough, so I want to work with you." Quat. Xiao Hai quietly listened to Weyers' words. To be honest, he felt that Weyers' words were quite melodramatic. It seemed that all the large races and kingdoms would encounter such a situation. Brothers fighting was something that all families with high positions could not avoid. Weyers saw that Xiao Hai was silent and continued, "If you really do have that much food in your hands, I would like to cooperate with you and use your food to solve the food problem of our Herculean Divine Ox clan. This way I can win the hearts of the people. Perhaps I will be the next patriarch of the Herculean Divine Ox clan. As long as I become the patriarch, you will be the only grain merchant of our Herculean Divine Ox clan." This temptation was huge. The only grain merchant of a race was an irresistible temptation for any merchant. How much food does a race need in a year? No one had calculated it seriously, but they were sure that it would be an astronomical figure, especially for a race like the orc race. Almost all orcs could eat more than humans. They needed several times more food than humans. If it became the only food for a race, that merchant could instantly become one of the largest merchants on the continent. Unfortunately, Xiao Hai could not be considered a proper businessman. However, Xiao Hai would still fulfill Weyers' request. He looked at Weyers and said, "I don't care if I can become the only grain merchant of the Herculean Divine Ox tribe. I grew these grains myself. In the orc prairies, I don't have to worry about selling as long as I have food. Brother Weirs, I can work with you, but I want something from you. Weirs looked at Xiao Hai in confusion. What do you want? I want the flag of friendship of the vigorous divine ox tribe.